Chapter 1. The encounter with a handsome man amidst the night. The dense forest resonated with the fluttering of startled birds awakening from their slumber. Moments later, voices echoed in the darkness. Don't run. Dear, your brother will treat you well. Ha ha ha. Indeed, we shall take good care of you. Tonight, you shall revel in earthly pleasures. Ha ha. The crude and repugnant taunts from behind made Shen Weixi's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Were it not for her frail condition, she would have relished the opportunity to turn around and deliver a well-deserved blow to those two rascals. It was truly unfortunate having just traversed into this realm. She found herself afflicted by an indescribable potion, and the dire circumstance was that it occurred in a desolate wilderness. Even more alarming was the pursuit by two lecherous men. Stop right there. You little vixen, running is futile. If you keep fleeing, we shall break your legs. The increasingly closer voices sent shivers down Shen Weixi's spine. The effects of the drug surged within her, threatening to topple her as she pressed on, fueled solely by sheer willpower. Surrounding underbrush impeded her path, while the towering, dense trees obscured the already feeble moonlight. Shen Weixi found herself in a most disheveled state, her clothes and hair disarrayed by the branches she had brushed against along her frantic escape. With each breath, sharp pains pierced her chest, amplified by exhaustion. The combination of fatigue and the drug rendered her dizzy, and instinctively, she reached for a nearby tree for support. Her foot slipped, and Shen Weixi tumbled downwards. What should we do? The two men who had been trailing her exchanged glances at the precipice. The abyss below was shrouded in darkness, its depth unknown. Let's abandon this. It's unsafe to descend at such a late hour. Damn it, I thought this would be a lucrative endeavor. What a pity to have missed out on such a beauty. Let's head back and figure out how to report to the lady. The two men grumbled as they retreated, their voices fading into the night. At the base of the slope, Shen Weixi lay sprawled on the ground, her body feeling as though it had been shattered, the pain causing her to grimace, even suppressing the fervor surging within her. Though the incline was long, she was fortunate there were no stones or stumps otherwise. Her situation would have been dire. After a considerable time, she managed to prop herself up, surveying her surroundings. The moonlight appeared slightly brighter, casting shadows among the trees. In the distance, she noticed a flicker of firelight, which initially ignited her hope, only to be dimmed by uncertainty. She was unaware of the situation ahead. One could only wonder if the occupants were akin to those men who had pursued her. Shen Weixi tightened her legs, clutching her abdomen, nearly collapsing in pain. The heat within surged once more, overshadowing her physical torment as the drug intensified its effects. She could feel the very air she breathed was searing. As a descendant of a traditional Chinese medicine family, she comprehended the gravity of her predicament. There was no remedy in sight, save for the presence of a man. I refuse to meet my end in such a manner. Shen Weixi's face flushed crimson as she gritted her teeth, casting a determined gaze towards the distant firelight, resolved to take a chance. Panting heavily, she staggered toward it. After what felt like an eternity, Shen Weixi managed to crawl and roll her way closer, only to freeze in astonishment upon raising her head. There, seated by the flickering flames, was a strikingly handsome man clad in a purple-black brocade robe, his features exquisite and captivating. His features were strikingly chiseled, with arched brows and bright eyes, a straight nose, and thin lips pressed together. The flickering flames danced across his visage, imparting a hint of softness to his otherwise stern countenance. The crackling of the burning firewood roused Shen Weixi from her stupor. Feeling waves of sensation coursing through her body, she slowly rose to approach the man. As she drew nearer, she noticed that despite his proximity to the fire, delicate frost clung to his hair and brows. There was no time for hesitation. I apologize, truly. Today's events have been thrust upon me by necessity. Shen Weixi slapped her cheeks to invigorate herself, then pressed firmly on a pressure point on the man's body. With a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground. Although she sensed something was amiss, his eyes remaining shut despite her approach, she resolved to first neutralize any potential threat he posed. Gazing at his exquisitely beautiful face, which could incite both admiration and ire, she swallowed hard. He was a rare gem, an extraordinary find. With eagerness, she lunged forward to tug at his garments. His eyelashes fluttered, as if he were on the verge of awakening. Shen Weixi froze momentarily, then swiftly covered his eyes with the belt she had just removed. "Stay still. If you dare to move again, I shall end you," she warned in a low, sultry voice, causing her temperature to rise as she pulled apart his robe, pressing her body against him. Feeling the chill emanating from him, she sighed in comfort. "Get away." Su Mingqing's expression darkened considerably, his voice as frigid as ice. Tonight's plans had gone awry. He had sustained internal injuries that unexpectedly aggravated the cold poison within him, rendering him powerless and unconscious for a time. Upon awakening, he lay helpless on the ground, blindfolded and at the mercy of another, resembling a fish on a chopping block. "Beautiful one, my apologies. I too am under the influence of medicine. Please assist me. I assure you, if needed, I shall take responsibility," Shen Weixi panted, explaining as she continued her ministrations, even removing his trousers. Suppressing her embarrassment, she reminded herself, "I am a doctor. Consider this a medical examination of sorts." That hurts." Su Mingqing's words faltered, and it was too late for anything else to be said. His handsome face, once pale, flushed with color as he gasped, enduring a tingling sensation coursing through him. Gritting his teeth, he vowed, "Woman, you will pay dearly for this. Once I recover, you shall face a fate worse than death." His 19 years of unblemished virtue had been so carelessly stripped away, and he had not even been granted the courtesy of seeing the face of the wretched woman who had done this to him. The fire crackled incessantly, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Time slipped away until all sounds finally ceased. Shen Weixi donned her clothes and rose, enduring the aches that coursed through her as she attempted to tidy the man's attire, but she dared not remove the blindfold. From his words, it seemed he held a position of great stature, referring to himself as Gu Solitary One, and judging by his attire, he was likely a prince of some realm. Fear gripped her, yet beyond his striking visage, his physique was equally remarkable. With muscles taut yet unexaggerated, his form was a paragon of perfection. "Enough! Remove your hands," Su Mingqing hoarsely growled. This woman exhibited not an ounce of the modesty expected of a lady. Shen Weixi reluctantly adjusted his collar, unsteadily. Rising to her feet, gazing at the man with a sense of shattered vulnerability left in her wake. "Goodness, I still feel an urge to drool. What a paragon of male beauty. Nevertheless, thank you. I must take my leave now. Do not be too angry. You have not lost in this encounter." Her words sent Su Mingqing grinding his teeth, his face paling. He truly found himself at a loss for words with this woman. Shen Weixi crouched down, gently caressing his face, saying, "I truly must go now. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again." With that, she stood and began to walk in another direction. There was no choice following the customary script. It was likely the man's subordinates would soon come looking for her, and she needed to slip away. Moreover, she had yet to fully comprehend this place and the condition of this body. It was unwise to linger. Chapter 2. The prince deprived of innocence. It was not until nearly half an hour after Shen Weixi had departed that Su Mingqing regained his strength and slowly sat upright. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness. Even the moon above was shrouded by ominous clouds, leaving only a pile of firewood crackling in the silence. Su Mingqing tore off the blindfold from his eyes, gripping it tightly in his hand, his body tense as cold air continuously emanated from him, as if sensing impending danger. The sounds of insects around him ceased. Only the flickering flames reflected in his darkened eyes, making the swirling black clouds appear even more pronounced. "Your Highness, I have arrived late," Chen Xuan announced, accompanied by shadowy guards, kneeling before Su Mingqing with cupped fists. A group of attendants bowed, their heads firmly, too fearful to utter a sound. Chen Xuan's face bore the pallor of dread. He was relieved that the prince was unharmed, for otherwise he would bear the weight of countless deaths upon his conscience. The failure of tonight's mission had left the prince isolated, and they had been searching throughout the night. Clearly, someone in the Eastern Palace was courting death. "Your Highness," noticing Su Mingqing's prolonged silence, Chen Xuan could not help but cautiously lift his gaze. The sight sent a chill of terror coursing through him. The prince appeared disheveled, his chest exposed, and his usually meticulous hair was in disarray. There were suspicious marks on his chest and neck. What on earth had transpired in merely a few hours? Investigate the young female visitors to Qingyun Temple who have come to offer incense recently, especially those who did not descend today. Su Mingqing's voice was as frigid as ice. chilling to the bone. This desolate place was devoid of life, with only Qingyun Temple nearby. Yes, Chen Chuan accepted the command without hesitation, though his mind was spiraling into chaos. The implication of the prince's words suggested that something truly dreadful had occurred. It was over. The crown prince had been compromised, and his once pristine reputation was now in ruins. Shen Weixi had found a place to wait until dawn before making her way to Qingyun Temple on the mountainside. Throughout the night, she had been sorting through the chaotic information in her mind. This body was also named Shen Weixi, the legitimate daughter of the third-grade valiant general. Shen Chuanda, with a father who showed no affection, a deceased mother, and a stepmother and sister who tormented her like a quail, her situation was dire. It was evident that today's events were orchestrated by those two who constantly sought to ruin her. The day prior, her stepmother, Wei Zhuangxian, had taken Shen Weixi and Shen Mingqing out to Qingyun Temple to offer incense. This evening, the stepmother and sister had departed, stating they would return in a couple of days to fetch her. As darkness fell, a messenger arrived, claiming they had come to take her early, and that her wet nurse was already waiting at the foot of the mountain. The original Shen Weixi, naive and unsuspecting, had followed. What ensued was a drugging, leading to the modern day her being transported into this body. It seemed that this identity was not an easy one to bear. As she journeyed, the dew dampened her garments, leaving them sticky and uncomfortable. An hour later, upon arriving at Qingyun Temple, she spotted a plump, elderly woman clad in dark blue, anxiously scanning the entrance of the temple. It was her wet nurse. "Nurse, miss." Upon seeing her, the wet nurse's eyes brightened, rushing over to scrutinize Shen Weixi from head to toe. However, upon noticing her disheveled and filthy appearance, the wet nurse's heart sank. Instantly, she became vigilant, glancing around. It was still early, dawn had just broken, and there was no one at the temple entrance. "Thank heavens. Miss, please follow me back to the chamber to change your attire." The wet nurse, trembling, led her towards the temple. A delicate and beautiful young lady had gone missing for an entire night, and the outcome was all too predictable. Along the way, the wet nurse struggled to suppress her emotions. She could not afford to panic, for if she faltered, what would become of the young lady? It was only after ensuring that Shen Weixi was settled in the purification room for a bath that the wet nurse finally collapsed to the ground, trembling and weak. Tears streamed down her face unbidden. "Madam, I'm truly sorry for failing to care for the young lady. How can I face you now?" Many years prior, her family had been slaughtered by mountain bandits, leaving her to wander the streets on the brink of starvation until she was saved by Madame Enai Mingxin, the first wife of Shen Chuanda. After Madame Enai's passing, she had devotedly cared for Shen Weixi, helplessly watching as the stepmother oppressed the young lady. The young lady's fate had always been tragic, and just as she reached the age for marriage now. "Wet nurse, why are you sitting on the ground?" Shen Weixi emerged from her wash, hair cascading down her shoulders, and upon seeing the wet nurse on the floor, she hurried over to help her up. For the past 16 years, the original owner of this body had relied heavily on the wet nurse. Startled, the wet nurse quickly wiped her tears, forcing a smile. "Miss, you are all cleaned up now. Let me help you dry your hair." "Very well." Shen Weixi sat before the bronze mirror, struggling to discern the features of the original owner. In the reflection, her brows and eyes were like exquisite paintings, her nose elegantly arched, and her lips a delicate shade of pink. As her eyes sparkled with life, she captivated the heart. A mere smile could enchant the world, rendering her truly breathtaking. It was no wonder her half-sister harbored jealousy. This visage was undoubtedly one to provoke envy among women. "Miss." The wet nurse observed the young lady's expression while drying her hair. There was an unmistakable transformation. The usually fragile young lady, her face marred by sorrow, had now blossomed, radiating confidence and vibrancy. What had transpired the previous night that made her seem like an entirely different person? Shen Weixi noticed the wet nurse's hesitance, but had no intention of concealing her true self. After all, the days ahead were long, and she preferred not to wear a mask. No one would suspect a change in the essence of this body. "Wet nurse, did you descend the mountain last night?" The wet nurse paused her movements, shaking her head. "A young monk mentioned a pastry, urging me to fetch it. I thought it would be a comfort for you." My lady, since there were no meat dishes available in the temple. However, upon my return, I found you missing. She had searched the temple tirelessly, yet found no trace of her. To protect the young lady's reputation, she dared not raise an alarm, enduring a night of fruitless searching. Miss, where did you go last night? Shen Weixi understood. Evidently, her stepmother and sister had orchestrated everything to eliminate suspicion by leaving early. Miss, vet Nursha. Someone mentioned they would take us away early, and since you had already descended the mountain, I followed them. The wet nurse's expression shifted as realization dawned upon her. So you were deceived into leaving the temple last night? It is my fault. I shouldn't have gone for the pastries. I have endangered you. She ultimately could not hold back her tears. What should Miss do in the future? Surely, it must be the doing of Madame Wei and her accomplices, for only they knew of Mrs. presence at Qingyun Temple and had arranged to fetch her. The wet nurse set down the handkerchief she held. Gazing at the exquisite visage of the young lady in the mirror, her eyes filled with regret. With Mrs. Status and beauty, she could certainly have secured a fine match. Shen Weixi smiled at her reflection, offering reassurance. It's all right, dear wet nurse, do not fret. Let us consider that nothing happened last night. As a modern woman, she was hardly concerned about such matters, especially since she had gained something from last night. That extraordinary man. Who knew if she would have another chance to encounter him? Fearful of retaliation, she was grateful her face had remained concealed. Yet the wet nurse continued to worry, expressing that if the master were to discover this incident, the consequences could be dire, given that he had never favored Mississippi. They had no evidence to prove that Madame Wei and her son had orchestrated the trap, and the master had always leaned towards Madame Wei. Chapter 3 Departure, let us speak of it later. You have not slept a wink, dear wet nurse. Go rest for now. Shen Weixi rose, longing for a bit more sleep, for she was indeed exhausted from the previous night. As for whether Shen Xuanda would find out, she suspected he surely would, for Wei Zhuangxian and her son had crafted this scheme with evident intent, and it would inevitably reach Shen Xuanda's ears. Miss, the wet nurse looked at her with concern. Should I fetch a bowl of herbal medicine? Since the event had unfolded, they could only do their utmost to avert greater misfortune. Fortunately, the young lady seemed to have matured suddenly, appearing to have come to terms with the situation, which alleviated the wet nurse's fears of her considering desperate measures. Upon hearing about the herbal medicine, Shen Weixi paused, then shook her head. There is no need. We are in a temple, and there are no resources available for such a remedy. Although she had knowledge of pharmacology and could concoct such a potion, the lack of ingredients rendered it futile. Besides, it had only been one night. Surely, it was improbable that she would fall victim to such misfortune. The wet nurse nodded in resignation and turned to leave. However, her worries kept her from returning to her room to rest. Instead, she scoured the vicinity for any medicinal herbs, but found nothing. Alas, perhaps it was simply fate. 2 days later, the people from the Shen residence arrived as promised to escort Shen Weixi down the mountain. Upon returning to the Shen household, Shen Weixi followed the path etched in her memory straight to the main hall. Just as she reached the entrance, her wet nurse was halted, leaving her to enter alone. Inside the main hall, Shen Xuanda sat in the main seat with an air of indifference, while the position to his left remained vacant, occupied instead by his concubine. Wei Zhuangxian seated his right. Upon entering, Shen Weixi narrowed her eyes at this scene. Traditionally, the left side is considered the place of honor. Thus, with the first wife no longer present, it was expected that the concubine would occupy the left. She found it hard to believe that Wei Zhuangxian would choose to sit on the right, unless it was Shen Xuanda's deliberate intention to leave the left side empty. Huh, Wei Xiniel. The voice came from Wei Zhuangxian, her expression stern as she regarded Shen Weixi, resembling a mother sternly guiding her children. Of course, it would be better if one could overlook the glimmer of amusement lurking in her eyes. Shen Weixi glanced at her and replied leisurely, Madame Wei, your ire seems rather unfounded. I am at a loss as to what transgression I have committed that compels you to demand my kneeling. Madame Wei? Wei Zhuangxian was momentarily taken aback, her expression swiftly darkening. Shen Weixi, who had always addressed her as mother, had the audacity to call her Madame Wei today. A closer inspection revealed that the timidity once etched on her face had vanished, replaced by a striking allure. Squinting her eyes, Wei Zhuangxian allowed a cold smile to grace her lips. No matter how much Shen Weixi had transformed, she would not escape from her grasp today. Just 2 days prior, I had benevolently stationed 2 servants outside Qingyun Temple to ensure your safety, yet you stealthily lured them into disgraceful conduct under the cover of night, bringing shame upon our family. Such moral decay. You should be kneeling in repentance. Ah, indeed, it is the work of that old viper. Over the years, the original owner of this body had lived in conditions inferior to those of the concubine daughters, confined to a dilapidated courtyard without even a personal maid, relying solely on a wet nurse. Shen Weixi could not believe that Shen Xuanda, the head of the family, was unaware of this. She turned to the silent, middle-aged man seated in the main position and inquired, "Father, I have not committed these acts. Do you believe me?" Let it be considered her inquiry on behalf of the unfortunate girl who had been so frightfully silenced. Upon hearing her words, Shen Xuanda finally directed his gaze towards her. As he beheld her visage, he momentarily appeared lost in thought. She resembled her so closely. Yet, as if recalling something unpleasant, a palpable disdain flickered in his eyes, and he quickly averted his gaze. Coldly, he declared, "If you are so shameless, then I shall send you to the estate in Zhuangzi. I shall consider you no longer my daughter." With that, he rose and strode toward the door, as if unable to endure another moment in her presence. The draft from his voluminous robe struck Shen Weixi's face like an icy blade, piercing her heart with anguish. This was merely the instinctive reaction of the original body. Her mother had passed away when she was 3, and her father had remained indifferent, blind to her suffering, allowing her to be bullied by the household. Just like now, despite the evident injustice, Shen Xuanda could not be bothered to inquire further, hastily passing judgment. "Weishi, since the master has spoken, you shall go to the estate in Meizhou. The environment is pleasant and suitable for recuperation." Wei Zhuangxian wore a slight smile, seemingly concerned for Shen Weixi's well-being. This face was too enchanting, coupled with her status as the legitimate daughter, posing a threat to her own daughter. After all, the eldest prince would soon select his primary and secondary consorts. Which man could resist the allure of Shen Weixi's beauty? Therefore, for years, she had forbidden Shen Weixi from venturing outside. The outside world only knew of the eldest daughter of the Shen household, yet none had ever laid eyes upon her. Now that she was tarnished and sent to a remote place like Meizhou, this troublesome matter would finally be resolved. Shen Weixi raised her gaze to meet Wei Zhuangxian's hypocritical visage, nonchalantly curling her lips. This was fortuitous. She had no intention of remaining in the Shen household, and leaving was indeed favorable. Now, without roots or foundation, she found herself constrained here. Upon exiting, Shen Weixi noticed her wet nurse gazing intently at the entrance. As she emerged, the wet nurse approached her with concern. "Miss, did Madame Wei trouble you when the master left expressionless?" "Nurse, let us return to the courtyard to pack our things. We are preparing to leave the capital." Upon hearing the words, the wet nurse felt as if struck by lightning, her entire being momentarily dazed. She hurriedly exclaimed, "Is Lady Wei intending to expel you, my dear? Regardless of the circumstances, you are the esteemed young lady of the Shen family. Why does she have to do so? We must appeal to the master, my lady. How can a young girl like you survive outside the capital?" "Such concerns are futile," Shen Weixi replied, as she made her way towards the courtyard etched in her memory. "This is a decision made by my father, dear nurse. It is for the best that I leave. Here, I am merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. Moreover, I suspect that man from that night is searching for me. A temporary departure is prudent. My lady, fret not, for I shall accompany you," the wet nurse reassured, aware that the matter left no room for negotiation. She dried her tears and began to gather their belongings, which were meager at best. Most of her clothes were old, having been worn for several years. 5 days later, amidst Wei Zhuangxian's enigmatic smile, Shen Weixi climbed into the carriage, which slowly rolled towards the outskirts of the city. It was just her, the wet nurse, and a coachman, with a veiled hat upon her head. Shen Weixi lifted the curtain for a fleeting glance at the receding city gates, reminding herself that her departure was merely a precursor to a more fortuitous return. Suddenly, the The sound of galloping hooves echoed nearby. A dozen riders on magnificent steeds raced towards the city gates. As the lead rider brushed past the carriage, Shen Weixi's eyes widened in shock, and she hastily lowered the curtain. A hand pressed against her rapidly beating heart. She swallowed hard, afraid to lift the curtain again. "My lady, what troubles you?" The wet nurse inquired with concern. Shen Weixi shook her head. "It is nothing." She had not anticipated encountering that man again, whose visage remained as striking as ever. In recent days, as she sifted through her memories, she realized that within the kingdom of Liang, only the crown prince held the authority to stand alone. Princes and dukes did not possess such privilege. Thus, the man from that night must be the crown prince. Heavens! To have found herself entwined with the prince on her first experience of such nature was perilous indeed. Thankfully, she was leaving the capital today, hoping that by the time she returned, the crown prince would have forgotten the incident. Suddenly, Su Mingqing slowed his pace, halting to gaze back at the unremarkable carriage, his brow furrowing slightly. "What is it, your highness?" inquired Chun Chuan and the others who had followed suit, puzzled by the prince's sudden pause. Had he perhaps spotted the woman of his dreams? "It is nothing. Let us proceed," Su Mingqing replied, tugging at the reins to spur the horse onward. Just a fleeting glimpse of that white figure had stirred an inexplicable sensation within him, one he could not articulate. The occupant of the carriage, adorned with a white veil, appeared to be a young girl. Casting aside unnecessary inquiries, the group continued towards the city gates, the distance between them and the carriage growing ever wider. Little did he know, the woman he had sought for so long had just brushed past him. Thus began a separation that would last 4 years. Chapter 4. 4 years later. The morning court was particularly lively today. The ministers spoke in unison, affirming that both the crown prince and the second prince had indeed reached the age suitable for selecting a primary consort. Any further delay would be inappropriate. The emperor surveyed the assembly, his gaze eventually landing upon the crown prince standing at the forefront. He regarded him intently before retracting his gaze. In response, the gathered officials bowed deeply, collectively exclaiming, "Your Majesty is wise." 4 years ago, the crown prince already had a primary consort and a secondary consort, and now his attention was solely directed towards the courtyards of the remaining 2 adult princes. Over the past few years, the marriages of these 2 princes had been the subject of extensive debate in the court, each time thwarted by the crown prince and the second prince. The emperor had remained silent until today, when he finally consented, much to their delight. After all, the eligible daughters in their households would soon become spinsters if they waited any longer. Yet, they were reluctant to relinquish such significant positions. Su Mingqing kept his gaze lowered, uttering not a word. Meanwhile, the second prince, Su Mingqing, fidgeted with his fingers, equally silent. The emperor observed the expressions of those present, tugged at the corners of his mouth, and declared, "Let the empress handle this matter." Furthermore, summoned Prince Jiafengwa back from Lizhou, as he should provide valuable insights regarding the selection of brides for the 2 princes. With that, he rose from the dragon throne. The Grand Steward, Wei Hai, announced, "Court dismissed." He then flicked his ceremonial whisk and bowed slightly, carefully following the emperor's departure. In the empress's palace, Fengwu Palace, Su Mingqing strode in, addressing his mother seated on the soft couch with an uncommon smile gracing his face. "Mother, you summoned me?" Empress Zhu Xianin, regarding her son with a gentle smile that radiated grace, inquired, "Has Huaiyin arrived? Did you dine after morning court?" He was her only son, her sole reliance in the depths of this palace. He bore a striking resemblance to her, a source of both joy and an indescribable sense of regret. Not having the chance to express it, Su Mingqing lifted his robe and sat beside her, his usually tense body relaxing. "Sui Yuan, prepare the morning meal for His Highness at once." "Yes, Your Highness," replied the chief maid, promptly turning towards the imperial kitchen. "Huaiyin, your father recently mentioned selecting a primary consort for you. Do you have any plans?" Zhu Xianin paused, gazing into her son's face, longing to pat his head, but ultimately refraining. Instead, she asked, "Is there a girl you fancy? Speak to me, even if her status is insufficient. If you like her, I shall find a way to summon her to the palace." She sought nothing more than for her son to choose someone he truly admired, wishing him not to endure the same fate she had. For years, she had silently fulfilled the duties of an empress, indifferent to the rivalries that unfolded around her, as long as they did not involve the crown prince. A fleeting memory from 4 years ago flashed through Su Mingqing's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. He felt utterly mad. How could that woman not embody the demeanor of a proper lady? For years had passed, and that wretched woman had not revealed a single clue. He had searched the entire capital to no avail. Initially, he believed she sought him for his status, but her prolonged absence had shaken that conviction. Huayan? Noticing his prolonged silence, Zhu Xianin gently called out. Su Mingqing lifted his gaze to his mother, shook his head, and replied, I have no particular preference. I will observe for now and decide later. At 23 years of age, he understood that the matter of selecting a consort could not be delayed any longer. Ultimately, it was merely about adding another mouth to feed in the Eastern Palace. Since there is no one I am particularly fond of, I shall, in due time, summon all the esteemed young ladies to the palace under the pretext of enjoying the blossoms. At that moment, Huayan, take a good look. Zhu Xianin, observing her seemingly indifferent son, could not help but remind him, do not take this lightly. After all, this is someone you will spend your life with. If you do not cherish her, would she not become a resentful partner? Su Mingqing replied absent-mindedly, I understand, mother. He would relax in the presence of the empress, revealing a more childish side of himself. With regard to others, he was always cold and indifferent. In Meizhou City, nestled deep within the mountains, lies the renowned Yaowang Valley. This hidden gem is abundant with herbs, where clear springs meander through the valley, and the fragrance of medicine fills the air, truly deserving the title of a terrestrial paradise. At this moment, in a courtyard adorned with a riot of blooming flowers, a young woman clad in a pale blue dress sat upon a swing entwined with flowering vines. In her hands, she held a book, occasionally turning a page, her delicate face adorned with a serene smile. Her hair, teased by the gentle breeze, playfully brushed against her porcelain-like cheeks as time flowed peacefully. Having finally finished the book, she murmured in appreciation, this tome is quite remarkable. The line between medicine and poison is indeed blurred, yet I find myself more inclined towards poison. Shen Weixi raised an eyebrow, closed the thick book, and set it aside, gripping the swing with both hands and beginning to sway gently. Mother! At that moment, a cherubic voice echoed, and a small figure bounded into the courtyard. With a tuft of hair atop his head and a face as delicate as jade, he smiled, revealing 2 shallow dimples. Beneath long, fluttering eyelashes, his bright, dark eyes sparkled. Even at such a tender age, it was evident he would grow into a handsome young man. Clad in a similarly blue attire, the little one hurried towards the courtyard, his garment dancing lightly with his joyful steps. Dai, why are you so cheerful today? Shen Weixi halted the swing, rose, and approached him, bending down to ruffle his small head, her face radiant with joy. Indeed, this was her son, now over 3 years old, named Shen Dai. For years prior, shortly after her arrival at the estate, she discovered she was with child. Unlike the nurse who appeared as though the sky was falling, she remained remarkably composed. Since the child was on the way, it was a matter of fate. Consequently, she took decisive action to rectify the estate, replacing those who were disloyal, and awaited the child's arrival in peace. Later, during her pregnancy, she fortuitously encountered the master of Yaowang Valley, a garrulous and boisterous old man. She admired his knowledge of poison, while he valued her skills in traditional medicine. They found a harmonious partnership, and she became a disciple of Yaowang Valley. Over the years, she diligently learned the art of poison from the old man. After 10 months, her son Dai was born. However, she was not prepared for the fact that he was born with a chill toxin. Fortunately, being in Yaowang Valley, after years of care, the little one was finally thriving. Yet, the chill toxin reminded Shen Weixi of that man, the crown prince of Liang Kingdom. No wonder, even by the fire, frost had formed upon his brows and hair. It seemed that the toxin had manifested then, which had led her to an unexpected fortune. Alas, the chill toxin is notoriously difficult to resolve. It was only due to Yaowang Valley that Dai remained unharmed. Shen Weixi pinched her son's small face, noting that aside from his eyes, He bore an uncanny resemblance to his father. She and her father do not possess the characteristic almond-shaped eyes, yet this little one is graced with a pair of them. It remains a mystery whom he resembles. Chapter 5. The 3-year-old bundle of joy mother. Please refrain from pinching my face. A young man's visage should not be treated so casually. Young Shen Weixi protested earnestly, using his chubby little hands to gently pry his mother's fingers away from his cheeks. Shen Weixi chuckled softly, playfully pinching his nose before lifting the little bundle into her arms and settling onto the swing. As she swayed back and forth, she inquired, "You haven't yet told mother why you are so joyous today." Nestled comfortably against his mother's fragrant embrace, Shen Weixi kicked his legs in delight, exclaiming, "Aunt Jitong has returned, and she even brought the wet nurse along." The wet nurse is none other than Shen Weixi's own caregiver. Is that so? No wonder our Dai is so merry, Shen Weixi responded, a smile dancing on her lips. Jitong was a little girl she had rescued 2 years prior from the depths of a cliff, her body battered with numerous fractures and drenched in blood. Fortuitously, Shen Weixi had found her, otherwise she might have fallen prey to wild wolves. However, despite the arduous recovery, Jitong had lost her memories, and it was Shen Weixi who had bestowed her with that name. "By the way, mother, you promised that when I grew up, you would reveal to me who my father is. I'm already a big boy now." Shen Weixi tilted his head, gazing up at his mother with eyes brimming with hope. He had never seen his father. Shen Weixi hesitated, her gaze dropping to meet the bright eyes of her little one, her heart heavy with a sigh. Yet, she spoke gently, "Your father resides far away. When you are a bit older, I will tell you. But I am already 3 years old, quite grown. When will you tell me?" Shen Weixi insisted, counting on his pudgy fingers. "Let us wait until I'm 5 years old. Then you can tell me, all right?" 5 years old? Shen Weixi mused, his small hand extending to count. "That means I only have 2 more years to wait before I know who my father is." "Yes," Shen Weixi replied, her heart aching. No matter how profound a mother's love may be, it cannot substitute for a father's affection. She felt a pang of guilt for the little bundle. Looking towards the direction of the capital, she found herself lost in thought. Would he accept such an unexpected addition to his life? Surely, anyone would be displeased to suddenly have a child thrust upon them. Cursed be the misdeeds of Wei Zhuangxian and her son, who had caused the demise of the original owner, leaving Dai deprived of his father. Yet, she had no regrets about bringing Dai into the world. Even if he could never accept him, she would find another father for him. That evening, in Shen Weixi's chamber, the wet nurse announced, "Miss, there is news from the master. He has sent word to the estate." "What does he say?" Shen Weixi asked, lifting her teacup to savor the fragrant brew. This was a specialty from the Medicine King Valley, meant to nourish her body. Since giving birth to Dai, she had been consuming it regularly, preserving her youthful complexion, ensuring that no one would suspect she was the mother of a 3-year-old. The message conveyed that the crown prince and the second prince were selecting their official consorts, and all eligible daughters of noble rank, those of 4th grade and above who had not yet married, were required to participate. Shen Weixi paused mid-sip, her eyelids twitching. Panic began to surge within her. What on earth? She was being summoned to participate in the crown prince's selection of a consort. As she envisioned the small, adorable creature sleeping soundly in bed, her eyelids twitched more violently. The nurse regarded the enchanting face before her with a hint of concern. "If you were to go, it is highly likely you would be selected. Even if you do not enter the crown prince's palace, you might find yourself in the second prince's harem. After all, your status as the daughter of a general positions you as a prime candidate for the prince's selection of consorts. Moreover, with your unparalleled beauty, which man could possibly resist?" The thought of the second prince's harem caused Shen Weixi's lips to twitch, and she raised her voice in immediate rejection. "Absolutely not, my lady." The nurse observed her mistress's strong reaction, puzzled as to why such a possibility was unacceptable. Shen Weixi massaged her stiffened face and replied, "The second prince is out of the question. Years ago, I had the misfortune of being involved with his younger brother, the current crown prince, and bore him a child. If I were to enter the second prince's harem and become the crown prince's sister-in-law, would generations to come call the crown prince father or uncle? The thought is too absurd to bear. Do you wish to enter the Eastern Palace, my lady? The nurse blinked in surprise, realizing that perhaps her mistress harbored feelings for the crown prince. However, Shen Weixi had never even met him. Shaking her head, she clarified, "It is not that I desire to enter the Eastern Palace. While I do find that handsome gentleman appealing, it is merely his exterior that attracts me. I would not go so far as to enter the depths of the palace for him. My lady, do you not wish to participate in the selection of consorts?" The nurse pondered aloud, realizing the complications that could arise. Shen Weixi already had a child. If she were indeed chosen, the revelation would constitute treason against the emperor. The nurse grew anxious, uncertain if there was a way to avoid participating in the selection. However, it was clear that Shen Weixi's name had already made it onto the list. This entire predicament was the result of that venomous woman, Madame Wei. Shen Weixi narrowed her eyes, recognizing that since her father had sent word, it meant he could not evade the matter. She was indeed obliged to participate. She did not believe that Shen Xuanda had not devised a means to prevent her selection. In their eyes, she was not without blemish. It seemed that the incident from the past had been successfully suppressed and kept from public knowledge. Understandably, the eldest daughter of the Shen family losing her virtue before marriage would not benefit the family at all. Neither Shen Xuanda nor Wei Zhuangxian would allow such a scandal to circulate. The nurse fretted, but what about Dai Dai? Shen Weixi contemplated briefly before responding. Jitong will accompany me back to the capital. You must remain in Yaowang Valley to care for Dai Dai and do not return to the estate. We will address the consort selection later. For now, we must seize this opportunity to return to the capital. The original owner had been schemed against, and Wei Zhuangxian and her son thought they could simply move past it. Furthermore, the circumstances surrounding the original owner's mother's death also seemed dubious. During her years at Yaowang Valley, she had learned about poisons, and the symptoms described by the nurse before Su Mingqing's death closely resembled poisoning. Since she had taken over another's body, it was impossible to turn a blind eye to certain matters. My lady, if you're truly selected, you will not abandon Dai Dai, will you? The nurse watched her warily. After all, Dai Dai was her heart and soul. Shen Weixi found the nurse's protective demeanor both amusing and exasperating. How could I possibly abandon Dai Dai? He is a piece of my very flesh. Even if elected, she would never abandon Dai Dai, especially since the little one is the prince's own child. Regardless of the outcome, once Dai Dai grows a bit older, she will reveal to him the identity of his biological father. A child always has the right to know. As for the prince, she plans to return and observe him first, to see whether he still harbors intentions of harming her. That is well and good. The wet nurse sighed in relief. This matter has been tentatively settled. Chapter 6. The abbot on a morning 2 days later, as dawn began to break. Shen Weixi quietly departed from the Medicine King Valley, with Jitang taking a carriage. She feared that the little one would cry and insist on following her. A month later, an inconspicuous carriage entered the capital and stopped in front of the Shen residence. Shen Weixi, donning a hooded cloak, disembarked with Jitang's assistance. Slightly lifting the edge of her hood, she gazed at the vermilion gate. For years had passed, yet the red remained as vibrant as ever. It was truly blinding. Jitang frowned at the closed gate, then turned her gaze to the doorkeeper standing nearby. Open the door quickly. The eldest daughter of the Shen family has returned. The doorkeeper lazily regarded them, unmoving. He had known of a young lady's return today, but what of it? The lady of the house had decreed. What? Are you deaf? Open the door at once. Jitang's expression turned cold, her voice rising slightly. The doorkeeper, hands tucked into his pockets, raised his chin and nodded toward the side door. Isn't the side door open? Go through there. Jitang stared at him in disbelief. You expect the esteemed eldest daughter to enter through the side door? The doorkeeper wore a defiant expression, dismissively replying, Oh, what of the eldest daughter? This household is under the lady's command. Jitang, do not waste your breath with him. We're going to Qingyan Temple. Shen Weixi restrained the impulsive Jitang and turned to board the carriage. There was no rush. The flower viewing banquet at the palace would commence in half a month. And while she was not in haste, others certainly would be. Watching the carriage depart, the doorkeeper was taken aback. He did not expect this eldest daughter to possess such a temperament, turning on her heel at the slightest disagreement. Remembering the instructions given by the lady of the house, His expression changed, and he hurried back into the residence. The carriage swayed as it once again rolled out of the city gates. "Miss, are we truly leaving this way?" Ji Tang's eyes gleamed with a fierce light. Had it not been for the Mrs. Restraint, she would have given that fellow a good thrashing. Although she had no memory of her identity, she was aware of her formidable martial skills, to say the least. There is no need to rush. Within 5 days, they will surely come to fetch us from Qingyun Temple. Shen Weixi removed her hood and tidied her slightly disheveled hair. Had it not been for necessity, Shen Xuanda would likely not have written to summon her back to the capital. Thus, attending this flower-viewing banquet was imperative. Otherwise, the Shen family would be unable to account for her absence. It would be well to visit Qingyun Temple now, for she would have to go there eventually. The wet nurse had recently disclosed that before the original owner's mother passed away, she had left something for her daughter with the abbot at Qingyun Temple. Previously, due to the original owner's temperament, the wet nurse had refrained from mentioning it. At Qingyun Temple, within the abbot's chamber, the abbot remarked, "Your Highness, the frequency of your cold afflictions is increasing. Acupuncture is becoming less effective. I advise you to seek the Medicine King Valley as soon as possible." Tong Yuan, the abbot, carefully disinfected and stored the silver needles. Su Mingqing, having dressed, sat nearby and drained his cup of tea. He then calmly remarked, "After years of searching, there has been no result." Upon lifting his gaze to Su Mingqing's face, Tong Yuan's eyes flickered with surprise. Over the years, the prince's countenance seemed to have subtly transformed, and in that fleeting moment, a significant change had occurred, one that inclined towards a favorable direction. After a brief silence, he replied, "We must expedite the search. This cold poison not only ravages your Highness's body, but could also hinder future progeny." Su Mingqing paused, casting his eyes down at the white porcelain cup in his hand. After a long moment, he chose to disregard the topic of progeny and instead inquired about something else. "What did the abbot observe earlier?" "Your Highness, the red star has recently stirred," the abbot said. "I extend my early congratulations on finding your fated companion." "Fated companion?" Su Mingqing softly murmured the phrase, momentarily lost in thought. Shen Weixi and Ji Tang arrived at Qingyun Temple during the evening. After a hasty meal and a bit of freshening up, Shen Weixi sought out the abbot Tong Yuan. Upon entering the meditation room, she saw an elderly monk clad in robes, kneeling on a mat with his back to her, reciting scriptures before a statue of Buddha. Candles flickered on either side, casting a warm glow that, alongside the chanting, imparted an inexplicable sense of tranquility. "Dear benefactress, have you come to retrieve something?" The recitation ceased, and Tong Yuan turned, smiling at her. Shen Weixi was momentarily taken aback by his round, jolly face, which, combined with his genial smile, resembled that of Methriel Buddha. "Please, have a seat and wait a moment," Tong Yuan said before moving behind the Buddha statue. Shortly after, he emerged holding a small black wooden box. "This is what your mother entrusted to me." Shen Weixi reached out to accept the box, not hastily opening it, but instead directing her gaze back to the abbot, who had resumed his kneeling position on the mat. "Abbot Tong Yuan, I visited the temple 4 years ago. Why was it not given to me then?" The original occupant had stayed here for 2 days, and it was implausible that the abbot was unaware of her presence. The moment she entered, it was evident he knew she was there to retrieve something. Tong Yuan shook his head. The timing was not right. To give it to that benefactress would have only invited calamity. Shen Weixi was taken aback. "What do you mean? Who is that benefactress?" A sudden jolt surged through her, and she scrutinized the kindly smiling monk with narrowed eyes. Did the abbot imply something deeper? Tong Yuan continued to gaze at her with a serene smile, uttering, "Beyond the worldly confines, the radiant beauty descends. A phoenix heralds a fateful connection from another realm. Dear benefactress, this place is your true home." Shen Weixi clutched the box tightly, staring intently at him. "Truly, a sage of Qingyun Temple. You discern that I am not the original occupant." Once a skeptic of such matters, the phenomena of her transmigration had compelled her to reconsider the existence of certain truths. "Since you have seen through me, can you reveal why it is I who has been chosen?" She had lived a fulfilling life in a modern world, learning the profound depths of traditional Chinese medicine as a descendant of an ancient medical lineage. For the past 20-odd years, life had unfolded smoothly without any natural disasters or misfortunes. Little did I know that upon awakening, I would find myself in a foreign realm. Tang Yuan shook his head, stating that the Buddha teaches that some matters are beyond expression. One simply is oneself, and a practitioner should follow the natural course of things. Shen Weixi nearly rolled her eyes in exasperation. This is precisely what monks prefer. This cannot be said, that cannot be said. At times, even if something is articulated, it amounts to nothing. Since the abbot has chosen silence, I shall take my leave. I am grateful for his guardianship of this object over the years. Realizing that further inquiry would yield no answers, Shen Weixi rose to depart. Just as she reached the door, a voice from behind suddenly uttered, "May you be blessed abundantly, and may you retain your true nature to cultivate good fortune." Shen Weixi paused, nodded absent-mindedly, and stepped outside. After walking a few paces, she stopped in the courtyard, gazing up at the night sky. The moon was large and round tonight, its brilliance overshadowed by the heavy dew, imparting a slight chill. She tightened her garment and hastened towards the exit of the courtyard. Chapter 7. A meeting. Upon emerging, Shen Weixi traversed several winding paths and soon found herself lost. Faced with 3 stone paths before her, she couldn't help but grimace. Was it truly so fantastical? Were there this many forks in the road when she arrived? The night had deepened, and not a single soul was in sight, rendering her unable to ask for directions. Unsure of which path to take, Shen Weixi resolved to leave it to fate. She plucked a leaf from a nearby tree, stood at the crossroads, and raised it aloft. "Heavenly deity, whether I can return to sleep tonight rests in your hands." With that, she released the leaf and watched intently as it spiraled down. Excellent. Since the tip pointed to the path on the right, let this be the delightful choice. Shen Weixi quickened her pace along the narrow path. It was evident that this route was unlikely to lead back to her quarters, but it mattered not. As a modern night owl, did she truly need that sleep? The deeper she walked, the denser the forest became, and she passed through several walls, beginning to suspect she had exited the temple. Yet the stone path remained, albeit slightly mossy, indicating it was seldom traveled. Gradually, she sensed an increase in humidity, and a gust of wind swept by, carrying warmth and a faint scent of sulfur. Shen Weixi's eyes brightened. Could there be a hot spring ahead? Continuing along the winding path, she navigated through clusters of shrubs, and there it was, a hot spring, unmistakably revealed in a space of about 10 square meters. Apart from the side she approached, the other 3 sides were flanked by stone walls, obscured somewhat by the mist rising from the water. Indeed, there was a hot spring. Shen Weixi approached joyfully, and gradually, the full view of the spring came into focus. Suddenly, she halted, her smile frozen on her face, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared ahead. A remarkably handsome man, bare-armed, lounged in the hot spring, leaning against the stone wall. His hair was tied atop his head, revealing a smooth, full forehead. Beneath elegant brows, his eyes were tightly shut, with long, curled lashes adorned with droplets of water. His high-bridged nose and slightly pursed red lips framed a face with striking contours, every line exquisitely defined. The muscular lines of his chest were as clear as if chiseled from stone. Shen Weixi, unable to suppress her reaction, swallowed hard, her heart racing with excitement. Oh! To her astonishment, it was indeed the Crown Prince. For years prior, she had personally experienced the strength of his physique. Time had elapsed, and he appeared even more mature and handsome. However, something felt amiss. Despite her proximity, he remained with his eyes firmly shut, utterly motionless, seemingly unafraid of her presence. This scene was reminiscent of 4 years ago. Could it be that the cold poison had resurfaced? Shen Weixi found herself in a dilemma, contemplating whether to approach him. After all, he was the father of her child. Surely nothing could go awry. In the shadows, the dark guard Xian Yi shared her turmoil. Following his master's instructions to retrieve a clean outfit, he was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a woman, staring vacantly at his master. While it was true that his master was strikingly handsome, and countless women had pursued him, he had never witnessed anyone gaze at his unclothed master with such audacity. Should he intervene and remove this woman? Her ability to draw so near without consequence was clearly sanctioned by his master. Otherwise, with his master's prowess, she would not have been able to approach at all. Thus, he found himself in a quandary, uncertain of his master's intentions. Unbeknownst to Shen Weixi, he was entangled in his own thoughts. Having resolved her internal conflict, she decided to investigate. The cold poison was no trifling matter, akin to a malignant infection that was difficult to eradicate once it took hold. In severe cases, it could be fatal. As she observed the woman in the pale blue dress inching closer to her master, who remained unmoving and silent, he widened his eyes in alarm. He turned away, holding the clothes at a distance. If his master harbored any thoughts, ill intentions could bring about dire consequences. Though he had accompanied his master for many years, he had never seen him grow close to any woman. Yet, for years prior, there had been an incident, had there not? Perhaps his master had a penchant for such encounters? Su Mingqing was blissfully unaware of the elaborate scenario that he had concocted in his mind. Otherwise, he would have been strangled. Today, Tong Yuan had administered acupuncture to suppress the cold poison, and he had anticipated a month of tranquility. However, the sudden resurgence caught him off guard. It seemed that, as Tong Yuan had suggested, the acupuncture had lost its efficacy. This was a revelation that he had not foreseen. He believed his master was merely choosing not to move. In truth, he was utterly incapacitated. As he sensed the approach of another, Su Mingqing felt a surge of anger. What was taking this cursed so long with the garments? This reminded him of that incident 4 years ago, when he had felt like a lifeless fish pinned down by a woman. He was on the verge of madness. "Are you all right?" Shen Weixi crouched down, gazing at the still-closed eyes of the man, her voice barely above a whisper. She struggled to avert her gaze from his striking physique. Yet, he remained unresponsive. Frowning, she noticed a thin layer of ice forming on the water's surface beside him. From a distance, the mist had obscured her vision, preventing her from noticing the frost. If ice could form in the hot spring, could it be that the cold poison had already infiltrated his internal organs? Shen Weixi's brow knitted in concern as she murmured to herself. The cold poison typically manifested every 6 months. As it progressively invaded the internal organs, occurrences became monthly, and eventually, the intervals would shorten. When the cold poison has completely eroded the internal organs, it will be beyond salvation. This poses a significant dilemma. Unlike Shen Weixi, who is entangled in the cold poison, Su Mingqing is presently in a state of shock. The voice is identical to that of the woman from 4 years ago. For years, an entire 4 years of searching. Initially, he harbored thoughts of mercilessly torturing the woman who had tarnished his reputation. After a year had passed, he contemplated that if she were to appear voluntarily, he might grant her a swift end. 2 years later, still unsuccessful in his pursuit, he clenched his teeth, vowing that if she showed herself, he would spare her life. As the 3rd and 4th years rolled by, the original desire for revenge had long since faded. Finding that person had become an obsession. Su Mingqing frantically began to suppress the cold poison with his internal energy, eager to discover what this audacious woman truly looked like. This time, if he captured her, not even a layer of her skin would be spared. His resentment demanded satisfaction. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, quickly crystallizing into frost, while his complexion paled and his hair and eyelashes were soon coated in ice. Shen Weixi was taken aback. This man was not unconscious. He was using his internal energy to suppress the cold poison. Was he courting death? Such actions would only have counterproductive effects. She immediately shouted, "Stop. Do not use your internal energy to counteract the poison. Are you seeking death?" As her words fell, a trickle of blood slowly dripped from the corner of Su Mingqing's mouth. Shen Weixi was infuriated. She had warned him not to use his internal energy, yet he persisted stubbornly. Let the poison take him then. Despite her irritation, she quickly set down the box in her hand and rummaged through her pouch for something. Soon, she produced a small porcelain vial and poured out a white pill. Having cold poison within her own body for generations, she had always carried remedies to alleviate its effects. With a tone devoid of warmth, Shen Weixi gently slapped his face and commanded, "Open your mouth." Unable to move, Su Mingqing thought, what does this woman intend to do? Surely she does not mean to take advantage of my vulnerability again? Last time, this wretched woman had dared to kiss him. Such an unforgivable act. Observing the unmoving man, who was still trying to suppress the cold poison, Shen Weixi ground her teeth in frustration. His stubbornness was infuriating. It seemed that her own obstinate temperament had been inherited from him. She grasped his chin, pried his mouth open, and inserted the pill, pinching his cheek as she admonished. Swallow it. Do not worry. The poison will not claim your life. Su Mingqing's brow twitched. This damned, cold poison was becoming increasingly severe, rendering him unable to move, let alone speak. Yet, despite his bewilderment at why he obeyed this woman's command and dared to consume the medicine she offered, he ultimately swallowed the pill. Ever since he had been afflicted by the cold poison, even drinking tea in the Eastern Palace required rigorous poison testing. Seeing him swallow it, Shen Weixi breathed a sigh of relief. Although this medicine could not eliminate the poison, it could suppress and delay its onset. Seizing the moment, she lifted his hand and began to take his pulse. The more she examined, the tighter her brows knitted. This man's condition was far more severe than hers. Indeed, the cold poison had begun to invade his internal organs, explaining the ferocity of his symptoms. He was even able to freeze the hot spring water. In the end, this poison will render a person utterly rigid and immobile, transforming them into an ice sculpture, frozen to death. The one who administers such a venom is truly malevolent, inflicting unbearable torment. You may wonder, as a dignified prince, who would dare to bestow upon you such a ruthless poison. Shen Weixi sighed, realizing that the palace gates indeed harbor the most terrifying dangers. Perhaps this was the outcome of the fierce intrigues within the harem. Just as she intended to release his hand, Shen Weixi felt her wrist firmly grasped. To her astonishment, he had regained his faculties so swiftly. Su Mingqing gradually opened his eyes, and upon recognizing the figure before him, he was momentarily taken aback. The woman standing before him possessed skin as pale as snow, bright, expressive eyes, and lips resembling the rosy dawn. Her long, ebony hair was partially secured with a jade hairpin, while the rest cascaded over her shoulders and draped across her arms, presenting an appearance both carefree and captivating. Over the years, he had encountered countless noble women, many of whom were strikingly beautiful, yet none had left such an indelible impression on him as she did. Have you become entranced by my beauty? Shen Weixi teased, a slow smile gracing her lips as she arched an eyebrow. His deep, obsidian eyes further enhanced his handsome visage, though his pallor was alarming, and his lips, bright red, were marred by traces of blood, evoking a sense of tragic vulnerability. He swallowed hard, his expression darkening as he glared at her, gritting his teeth. You woman, possess no modicum of decorum. How are you any different from a rogue? Do not slander me. I, Shun, refused to acknowledge such an accusation. I acted out of kindness to save you, and you dare label me a scoundrel? She shook her wrist, pleading, release me, or you shall crush my hand. If you continue, the blood will cease to flow. Su Mingqing glanced at her delicate wrist and slowly relinquished his grip. Just as Shen Weixi rejoiced and attempted to rise, she abruptly realized she was unable to move. Her acupoint had been sealed. What are you doing? After rescuing you, are you now repaying kindness with enmity? Truly, the wheel of fortune turns unpredictably. For years prior, she had similarly sealed his acupoint. Shen Weixi felt a pang of guilt. Indeed, she had taken advantage of him back then. Would he still hold a grudge after all this time? Su Mingqing maintained his scowl and ignored her, instead calling out to the outside, Shen Yi, are you dead? You have lingered inside for so long, fully aware that a stranger has entered, and yet you do nothing to intervene? Master, your servant is here. Shen Yi entered with unwavering focus, respectfully placing garments beside his master, deliberately avoiding any glance at the woman nearby. Observing her seemingly unscathed state, he surmised that his initial suspicions were correct. His master was indeed fond of such encounters. Fortunately, he had refrained from acting earlier, or he would have been the one at fault. Yet, many noble women were quite forward. Why did his master shun them like venomous creatures? Did he perhaps favor the wild? Shen Yi gasped, his pupils constricting. He realized he had uncovered too much and feared for his life. Su Mingqing cast a cool glance in his direction and rose from the hot spring to don his clothing. In that instant, Shen Weixi's heart raced, and she instinctively shut her eyes. Oh, how brazen he was to appear before her so unabashedly. However, sensing something amiss, she discreetly opened her eyes a fraction. No, this fellow is soaking in a hot spring while wearing undergarments. Truly more modest than a woman. Su Mingqing, having donned her attire, cast a glance at the wooden post. Shen Weixi, before lowering her gaze to the woman squatting on the ground. Feeling the piercing gaze above her, Shen Weixi's scalp tingled, and she regretted her impulsiveness. She should have administered the drug and fled. Now, escape seemed impossible. Before she could devise a plan to extricate herself, she suddenly felt her body lifted off the ground. Shen Weixi gasped, "What are you doing?" Su Mingqing offered no reply, instead maintaining a stern expression as he carried her outside. Shen Weixi picked up the box from the ground, following his master with a dazed expression. His mind raced with thoughts. The master is actually carrying this woman. Could it be that a miracle has occurred? That woman from 4 years ago, was she still sought after? They had expended considerable resources and manpower in search of her over the years. The master had even personally acted on several occasions, feigning a poisoning incident and remaining immobile for half an hour at the scene. Yet, that woman had never reappeared. Alas, their efforts were in vain. Unbeknownst to Su Mingqing, he was oblivious to his shadow's tendency for overthinking. He returned to the chamber, tempted to cast this infuriating woman to the floor. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he could not bring himself to do so. He simply placed her on the bed, forgetting even his own cleanliness obsession. Shen Weixi, perceiving the situation, wisely withdrew and gently closed the door, retreating a safe distance. He feared the repercussions of overhearing anything he shouldn't. Upon realizing she could move, Shen Weixi promptly stood up and surveyed the chamber. It was indeed befitting a prince, well-equipped and spacious, far superior to her own quarters. After her appraisal, she noticed someone seated at the table, sipping tea. She approached and sat opposite him. Given the recent events, she felt relatively secure and thus shed her fear. "Your Highness, the night is deepening. I must take my leave. Let us pretend we have not met today." Regret flooded her. How foolish she had been to reveal his identity while at the hot spring. Clearly, she had let her guard down his presence, seduced by beauty, an unwise choice. Su Mingqing set down his teacup and slowly raised his gaze to her, observing Shen Weixi's evident discomfort. Leave? To where? The account from 4 years ago remains unsettled. Chapter 9. Coveting beauty indeed, he recognized her. The weight on her heart finally lifted. Yet, she had not allowed him to see her face. Shen Weixi blinked, desperately suppressing the tumult of thoughts within, and innocently replied, "Your Highness, what are you saying? I do not understand. What happened 4 years ago?" Su Mingqing scoffed, a layer of coldness overshadowing his eyes. "Your voice, even if silenced, I could still identify. What, do you not wish to admit it? How infuriating." He had claimed he would take responsibility, only to vanish without a trace for 4 years. Shen Weixi lamented her rashness, realizing too late that he remembered her voice. Had she known, she would have acted mute then, saying nothing and merely behaving like a scoundrel. What of it? Su Mingqing lowered his gaze, concealing the emotions beneath. Casually pouring tea backward, his thin lips slightly parting. "Speak. Speak of what? Who are you? Do not entertain thoughts of deceit. Your face has betrayed you, and it will be effortless for me to uncover the truth." He himself had not anticipated that the person he once sought to flay alive would now stand before him, allowing him to converse with her in tranquility. Shen Weixi sighed softly, propping her chin on her hand, her unwavering gaze fixed upon him. It seemed escape was futile. However, this visage was indeed so strikingly handsome that it could provoke divine jealousy, and his physique was equally commendable. If only this were the modern era, she would undoubtedly pursue him with relentless tenacity. Alas, this was a realm where imperial authority reigned supreme, and more lamentably, a society rife with polygamy. She had no desire to share a husband with others. Noticing the gaze that clung to her face, Su Mingqing tightened his grip on the teacup. This woman was utterly unashamed. Even at such a juncture, she still coveted his beauty. "Do you wish for me to pluck out your eyes?" Shen Weixi's lips twitched as she averted her gaze. What a petty individual he was. Was it so egregious to admire his good looks? She straightened her posture. Speaking earnestly, I am Shen Weixi. For years ago, it was truly a misunderstanding. I was drugged by that vile stepmother of mine. After finally escaping her clutches, I fortuitously encountered you, and when the effects of the drug took hold, I had no choice but to fall upon you. The more she spoke, the lower her voice became, as if the intensity of his gaze could flay her alive. How brutal! Oh, woe is me! All of this is Wei Zhuangxin's fault. I implore you to spare the innocent and pitiful me. You bear the surname Shen? Su Mingqing's eyes flickered. There were few officials in the capital with the surname Shen who had wed the stepmother. Given her appearance, it was improbable she hailed from a commoner's family. So, you are the elusive eldest daughter of the Shen family? Shen Weixi nodded. With matters having escalated to this point, there was little left to conceal. You should be on the guest list for this flower viewing banquet, correct? Shen Weixi continued to nod. Su Mingqing's gaze deepened. He recalled that Shen Xuan's stepmother had once approached the Empress Dowager, claiming that the legitimate eldest daughter was unfit to participate in the selection of brides, requesting her name to be removed. At that time, the Empress Dowager had refused, for this legitimate daughter was the favored foster mother of the second prince, Su Mingqing, who had repeatedly requested her inclusion. This had been a trivial matter. The Empress Dowager had no need to disregard the favor of the Defei. Raising his eyes to behold her mesmerizing countenance, Su Mingqing quipped with a hint of amusement. Do you know the second prince? Shen Weixi was taken aback. The second prince, who was that? It seemed he was also one of the princes participating in the selection of brides. She shook her head, admitting ignorance. For her stepmother had prevented her from venturing outside for years. Su Mingqing's eyes narrowed slightly. What could the Shen family possibly desire, save for military power? Shen Xuana's second legitimate daughter had already become the concubine of the first prince, Su Mingqing, for years prior. Thus, only this legitimate eldest daughter remained. Your Highness, at this flower viewing banquet, could you assist me in having my name removed? In exchange, I can offer you a remedy to delay the effects of the cold poison. After all, she had already administered it to him. Shen Weixi boldly presented it as leverage. You do not wish to enter the palace? Su Mingqing regarded her, his gaze inscrutable. In her capacity, coupled with Su Mingxi's maneuvering, had he not intervened, she would most likely have ascended to the position of the second prince's consort. Yet, why? Shen Weixi cast a curious glance at him, remarking, life in the palace is exceedingly exhausting. I much prefer my freedom. Once ensconced in the palace, one would be perpetually surrounded by a throng of court beauties. Today one is consumed by jealousy. Tomorrow another schemes against you. Just the thought of it sends shivers down my spine. Su Mingqing lowered his gaze, his slender fingers toying with the teacup, seemingly lost in thought. Observing his silence, Shen Weixi could not resist speaking once more. Your Highness, this transaction is remarkably advantageous. You have witnessed the efficacy of the medicine. It is undeniably beneficial. Su Mingqing paused, setting down his cup and lifting his eyes to meet her expectant gaze, reclining further into the sandalwood chair. Are you proficient in medicine? The poison coursing through him could easily be identified by the imperial physicians, yet fearing his mother's concern, he had refrained from disclosing this matter to anyone. Shen Weixi extended her right hand, her index finger and thumb illustrating a small distance. Just a modicum of knowledge, she replied. The ability to procure a remedy that alleviates the chilling poison is hardly a trivial skill. Su Mingqing straightened, suddenly leaning toward her. How could a girl, confined to the back courtyard by her stepmother for years, possess such medical knowledge? Shen Weixi flinched, instinctively leaning back, and replied dismissively, I taught myself by reading. Su Mingqing did not challenge her assertion, but simply stated, you may leave now. Shen Weixi frowned, recalling how he had previously barred her from departing. Was he now dismissing her, thus rejecting her terms? Logically, eliminating a candidate from consideration should be a trivial matter for a crown prince. Why the refusal? Not leaving? Su Mingqing scoffed. Do you wish to remain and atone? Shen Weixi's lips twitched in annoyance. Atone for what? Fine, I shall take my leave. She rose, reaching for the black box, only for a long, slender hand to snatch it away first. Surprised, Shen Weixi stared at him. This is my mother's keepsake. Why you take it? This item shall remain with me. Su Mingqing replied with a sidelong glance. You may run, but the temple remains. Shen Weixi thought. Since she had returned to the capital, it was unlikely she would flee anytime soon. Besides, others typically detained hostages. What was this, a seizure of possessions? Unable to suppress her irritation, she rolled her eyes at him and turned to leave. Fine, he is after all a father's sorts. Take it if you must. As she turned without hesitation, her dark hair flowed gracefully, tracing an elegant arc through the air before vanishing into the night. Su Mingqing, expressionless, gazed at her departing figure for a long while. It was not until the candle on the table crackled that he returned to his senses, peering at the black box in his hands with a slight frown. My mother's keepsake? Can I truly leave it in his care? Upon opening the box and glimpsing its contents, Su Mingqing's expression shifted noticeably. Chapter 10. The arrival. Early the next morning, Chen Chuan arrived at Qingyun Temple. This time, the prince had come to consult the abbot Tan Yuan, but due to certain matters, he had been unable to accompany him, relying instead on the shadow guard Shen Yi. However, this fellow could be rather unreliable at times. One could only hope for no mishaps. In a hurried manner, Chen Chuan arrived at the guest quarters where the prince resided, only to discover that the door was unlatched, likely indicating that the prince was still resting. After contemplating for a moment, he circled around and found Shen, who appeared lost in thought in an inconspicuous corner. Leaning against the wall, one leg bent and the other stretched out, his gaze was vacantly fixed on the ground. Chen Chuan raised an eyebrow, pondering what could have rendered this fellow so dazed. At times, he truly questioned whether Shen Yi was indeed an undercover guard, considering how effortlessly he had passed the trials in the dark guard camp. Shen Yi had long been aware of Chen Chuan's arrival and had sought him for quite some time, yet he was reluctant to move. Shen Yi, what on earth are you doing here? You are meant to accompany the prince, not to daydream. With hollow eyes, Shen Yi murmured, Chen Chuan, I have uncovered the prince's secret. I might be in grave danger. Remember to burn some paper money for me every month on the 1st and 15th. And don't forget my favorite wine. Stop. Chen Chuan interrupted him, his expression devoid of emotion. Speak plainly. Finally, Shen Yi's gaze sharpened as he glanced towards the door of the inner chamber before returning his attention to the expressionless figure beside him. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Chen Chuan, did you know? The master has a penchant for wild women, especially those who are particularly forward, who take the initiative. The master enjoys being dominated. Just like 4 years ago, Chen Chuan felt a twitch in the corner of his eye and turned to leave. He was truly losing his mind for engaging in conversation with this lunatic. It was as if he had a death wish. However, he found himself unable to take a step forward. Turning around, he looked down to see that his garment had been caught by a dog's paw. Let go. Chen Chuan, hear me out. What I said is true. Last night, a woman. Shen Yi rambled on, recounting the events of the previous night. When he spoke of witnessing the woman enter and hesitating on whether to take action, Chen Chuan felt an overwhelming urge to knock some sense into his head to see if there was anything but water inside. However, upon hearing that the prince had personally carried the woman back to the chamber, Chen Chuan was taken aback. The prince actually embraced a woman? He exclaimed. What do you think? Once finished, Shen Yi looked at him expectantly, hoping for affirmation. Chen Chuan replied curtly, Be quiet, and stop making wild conjectures. He believed that there must be some underlying reason. How could the prince possess such a proclivity? With a creak, the door swung open, followed by a cold voice. Shen Yi, water. Coming, Your Highness. Chen Chuan, the first to react, promptly abandoned Shen Yi and adeptly fetched hot water to serve Su Mingqing as he prepared for his morning routine. Meanwhile, Shen Yi headed off for breakfast. Su Mingqing regarded the person entering without any surprise, silently attending to his ablutions. The room was momentarily filled with the sound of running water. After finishing, Su Mingqing accepted the cloth Chen Chuan offered and methodically dried his hands. He then instructed, upon our return, have someone investigate the circumstances surrounding Shen Chuan's household, particularly the information regarding his eldest daughter, Shen Weixi. I want every detail from her childhood onward. Yes, Your Highness. Furthermore, there's no need to investigate that matter from 4 years ago, nor to seek out anyone involved. Chen Chuan was taken aback. After all these years, Had the prince finally relinquished the pursuit? Just as he was about to inquire, he heard his master utter, "That person is Shen Weixi," seemingly gritting his teeth. Chen Chuan's eyes widened in shock. In this tranquil moment, Shen Weixi awoke only when the sun had risen high in the sky. Leisurely attending to her morning rituals while savoring the vegetarian meal brought to her by Jitong. Surprisingly, despite its entirely plant-based nature, the fare was quite delectable. After finishing her meal, which was uncertainly categorized as breakfast or lunch, Shen Weixi settled onto a stool in the small courtyard to bask in the sunlight. Indeed, Qingyun Temple rightfully earned its reputation as the largest and most prosperous temple in Liang Kingdom, sprawling over a considerable area, with private courtyards allocated for distinguished patrons to avoid unnecessary inconveniences. "Miss, are you pondering over the young master?" Jitong, having completed her tasks, could not help but inquire upon noticing Shen Weixi lost in thought in the courtyard. "Yes, I wonder if Dada has cried since I left Yawang Valley. Since the little one was born, she has been the one to nurture him, tending to his every need, and they have never been apart. This sudden separation is difficult, not just for Dada, but for me as well. The young master must surely miss you greatly. What if you are indeed betrothed this time? What will he do?" Jitong was acutely aware of Shen Weixi's obligation to return to the capital, yet the current circumstances seemed quite precarious. "Then I shall flee the marriage," Shen Weixi replied with unwavering resolve. Jitong was speechless. "Miss, I am quite serious. The wet nurse may be unaware, but I know the young master's father is the crown prince, and he is currently seeking a bride. Are you truly not considering this?" The truth of the young master's paternal lineage was something Shen Weixi had revealed herself, opting not to disclose it to the wet nurse for fear of alarming her. With a sigh of resignation, Shen Weixi remarked, "I suppose I will take it one step at a time. If it comes to that, I may indeed have to escape. As for the second prince, he is the least of my concerns. If I were truly to be wed to him, it would be utterly unreasonable to remain." Regarding a potential union with the crown prince, Shen Weixi deemed it highly improbable. Her status as a third-rank legitimate daughter was hardly sufficient, and at best, she would be relegated to the position of a secondary consort. Previously, she had regarded the crown prince as a remedy. But now that he was aware of her true identity, it was clear he would obstruct any such notion. That petty individual must still harbor resentment towards her, having seized her mother's possessions, and she could only imagine the lengths he might go to seek revenge. Furthermore, prior to her return, she had prepared for the possibility of escape. Regardless of the outcome, she intended to leave, which was why she had left Dada in Yawang Valley. The depths of the imperial palace were waters she had never wished to navigate. In the afternoon, visitors arrived at the Shen residence. They were the personal maidservant of Wei Zhuoxian. Shen Weixi was somewhat taken aback. She had anticipated a delay of several days, yet they had come so swiftly. One could only wonder what circumstances compelled such a concession from someone like Wei Zhuoxian to necessitate her attendance at the upcoming flower appreciation banquet. As Lu Mama entered the courtyard, a smile immediately graced her face, and she respectfully addressed Shen Weixi. "Miss, yesterday's incident was the fault of the gatekeeper. He has only recently joined the household and was unfamiliar with the esteemed young lady, which led to his rudeness. However, rest assured, Madam has dealt with this audacious servant, and I have come today to escort the young lady back to the residence." Shen Weixi regarded her with a sardonic smile, recognizing that the elderly figures around Wei Zhuoxian were indeed clever, as they articulated their words so beautifully. "Your efforts are truly commendable, Mama. To travel such a distance just to fetch me," she remarked. "It is no trouble at all. It is the duty of an old servant. Miss, time is of the essence. Shall we not set forth to return to the capital?" "Very well, Jitang, let us gather our belongings and take our leave." Shen Weixi was not one to indulge in affectation. With the flower viewing banquet still 10 days away, it was wiser to return sooner rather than later. She hoped to uncover the truth behind the original owner's mother's demise swiftly, for lingering in the capital post-banquet was uncertain. News of the departure of the master and servant soon reached Su Mingqing, who, after a moment's contemplation, also took his leave from Qingyun Temple, accompanied by Chen Chuanxian and another. Chapter 11. Return to the Shen Manor in Xihua Palace. Su Mingqing bowed respectfully, greeting the resting Defei. Upon hearing his voice, Zhoulan Ruo opened her eyes, her face alight with joy. "Child, why did you return without notifying your mother in advance? I could have prepared some of your favorite dishes. You seem to have lost weight during this time." Su Mingqing dismissed the kneeling palace maid who had come to pay respects and took a seat at the tea table. "Such trifles ought not to trouble mother. It is my unfiliality. Do not speak such foolishness." Zhoulan Ruo replied with a hint of exasperation, then turned serious. "I have told you countless times in private. You must refer to me as de Mu Fei. Always remember, your biological mother is Wu Mei Mei, the former Shu Fei." Su Mingqing fell silent for a moment, lifting his gaze to regard her earnestly. "To me, you and my biological mother are indistinguishable. Both are of utmost importance in my life." The hall fell into a momentary stillness. After a brief pause, Zhoulan Ruo composed herself and broached another topic. "I have informed the Empress about your message. Do you truly wish to take the legitimate daughter of the Shen family as your primary consort?" "I have investigated. Shen Weixi has been sent to the estate for 4 years, remaining unnoticed within the Shen household. Presently, the only legitimate daughter left in the capital is the daughter of General Shen, which presents my sole opportunity." Su Mingqing lowered his gaze, concealing the emotions within his eyes. Among the military officials still wielding power, Shen Xiande is the most suitable. Zhoulan Ruo cautioned. "The second daughter of the Shen family is the side consort of the eldest prince. Is that not better?" Su Mingqing replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. As sisters, they would surely have much to discuss. "Yet, my dear heir, you deserve a better match. Mother, is there not also the position of a side consort? Please arrange it as you see fit." "Very well." Unbeknownst to Shen Weixi, someone had set their sights upon her. At that moment, she stood in the courtyard of the original owner, raising an eyebrow at the scene before her. Previously, the courtyard had been dilapidated and desolate. Though it appeared somewhat worn now, it had at least been tidied up and looked presentable. "Miss, the courtyard has been cleaned for you, and the new season S garments have also arrived. Additionally, these 4 are the maidservants assigned to the courtyard. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave," said the shrewd Lu Mama. Shen Weixi cast a glance at the maidservants, who were gazing downcast, and coldly instructed, "You will be responsible for the cleaning of the courtyard from now on. There is no need to enter my chamber." In unison, the 4 replied yes. Mississippi Shen Wei, she paid them no further mind and entered the room with Ji Tang. Compared to 4 years ago, the room indeed contained more furnishings. Though it was scant, clearly, Wei Zhuangxian remained unchanged, lacking even the pretense of courtesy. Inhaling the fragrant incense wafting through the room, Shen Weixi couldn't help but scoff, raising the kettle to pour its contents directly into the incense burner. Ji Tang, puzzled, inquired, "What is it, miss?" She found the aroma rather pleasant. Shen Weixi settled by the table, preparing to pour herself a cup of tea, but Ji Tang swiftly seized the teapot and served her instead. Taking a sip, she remarked slowly, "The spices are of superior quality, yet regrettably, they have been tainted with something unsavory. After a few days of inhalation, one's purpose of contraception in this lifetime would be achieved." Ji Tang's expression shifted. Such malice was truly vicious. A concubine remains a concubine, and even upon ascending to the status of the principal wife, she would still resort to such underhanded tactics. Indeed, a concubine is merely a concubine. Shen Weixi's gaze turned icy. "Be cautious from now on. Do not fall prey to these treacherous schemes." However, it was evident that Wei Zhuangxian possessed some cunning. Having risen from the status of a mere concubine to that of the legitimate wife following the death of the matriarch, during her 4 years in this foreign realm, Shen Weixi had gleaned considerable knowledge. It was exceedingly difficult, if not impossible, for a concubine to be elevated to such a status, particularly within a distinguished family like the Shen clan. According to the wet nurse, while the original matriarch was alive, Wei Zhuangxian was but an inconspicuous favored concubine. Yet, after Enai Mengxin's demise, she had suddenly become quite active, achieving the position of the rightful mistress in less than a year. If there were no ulterior motives at play, Shen Weixi would refuse to believe it, even under duress. "It is getting late. Let us rest for now. Tomorrow, we shall visit my mother's courtyard." Rising to freshen up, Shen Weixi resolved that everything would commence anew the following day. The next morning, Shen Weixi hastily consumed a light meal before heading toward Mengxin's courtyard with Jitong. Coincidentally, Shen Xuanda had just set off for court, marking the perfect opportunity. Curiously, Mengxin's courtyard was the primary residence of the Shen matriarch, which, under normal circumstances, should now be occupied by the current wife, Wei Zhuangxian. However, according to the original owner's memories, this courtyard had remained sealed off, disallowing entry to anyone. Being the matriarch's residence, it was naturally situated in a prime location, second only to Shen Xuanda's quarters. Arriving swiftly, Shen Weixi was struck by the vibrant wall adorned with blooming trumpet vines, teeming with life. A stark contrast to the fact that this courtyard had been locked away for over a decade. Approaching the entrance, she was about to push the door open when two young servants rushed over to obstruct her. "Miss, the master has ordered that no one may enter the ladies' courtyard." "Lady?" Shen Weixi arched an eyebrow, regarding them with bemusement. "Am I not permitted to visit my own mother's courtyard?" "Miss, that is not allowed." Shen Weixi, unwilling to squander time, turned to Jitong and commanded, "Hold them back." Without hesitation, she pushed the door open. "Miss, you cannot bang." "Silence." Jitong swiftly incapacitated them with two punches, dragging their unconscious forms to a corner beneath the flowers. Ensuring no one was watching, she entered the courtyard and closed the door behind her. Shen Weixi surveyed the lush blooms in astonishment. The trumpet vines not only adorned the walls, but also cascaded across numerous flower trellises and corridors, resplendent as if woven from silk, filling every corner with their vibrant presence. It was clear that these flowers were meticulously tended, otherwise they would not have flourished so abundantly and orderly. Passing through the floral corridor and stepping onto an intricately carved bridge, she navigated past clusters of peonies, arriving at the door without a moment's hesitation before pushing it open. The sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room with a warm, inviting glow. She reached out to brush her fingers across the table surface, finding it devoid of any dust. This chamber was immaculate, as if it were still inhabited, with everything meticulously arranged. The entirety of this courtyard left Shen Weixi utterly perplexed. Despite being sealed off for so many years, it still exuded an undeniable vitality. The only individual capable of such preservation was the master of the Shen residence, Shen Xuanda. No one else would dare to undertake such a feat. Shen Weixi sifted through the vanity, discovering only a few pieces of jewelry, with nothing else of significance. She even inspected the wardrobe, filled with exquisite brocade garments that seemed to belong to the late Mengxin. Finding nothing of utility, Shen Weixi frowned and exited. Closing the door behind her, Jitong approached, inquiring, "Miss, how did it go?" "Nothing of importance. Let us return to the courtyard." "Very well." Chapter 12. Enraptured upon returning to her chamber, Shen Weixi sat in a soft chaise, lost in thought for an extended period. It was then that Jitong entered, having pushed the door open. "Miss, I have inquired further. Almost all the elders in the residence are no longer present. The servants currently attending have been replaced or purchased in the last decade." As Jitong relayed her newfound information, she pondered why she seemed to excel not only in martial prowess, but also in gathering intelligence. Shen Weixi nodded, recalling how the wet nurse had previously mentioned that after her mother's passing, Shen Xuanda sold off a significant number of people, leaving few elders like the wet nurse and Lu Momo. However, the wet nurse was unaware of Mengxin's origins, only knowing that she appeared to be from outside the capital, having been brought back by Shen Xuanda from the border 20 years prior. The initial group that accompanied Mengxin seemed to have vanished. Shen Weixi pressed her fingers to her temples, realizing that even before her investigation commenced, she felt as though all lines of inquiry had been severed. Lu Momo must possess considerable knowledge. "Miss, should I not bring her in for questioning?" "Not for the moment. Lu Momo has served Wei Zhuangxian for many years and is undoubtedly loyal. Unless absolutely necessary, it is best not to provoke her. Today, she directly intruded upon Mengxin's Lingxiao courtyard, so Wei Zhuangxian is likely already aware and will be more cautious moving forward." Jitong expressed her frustrations, lamenting, "If only we could locate the elders from the past, However, after being sold for over a decade, searching for them is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover, many of them may no longer be alive. Shen Weixi shook her head, stating, "We do not possess sufficient manpower for such a search. Thus, we must alter our approach." She furrowed her brow and continued, "The wet nurse mentioned that after my mother gave birth to me, she became melancholic and increasingly disoriented, even to the point of failing to recognize those around her. Initially, I suspected postnatal depression. However, when Ai Mengxin passed, it was said that the wet nurse discovered a vivid red butterfly on her chest while preparing her for burial. Miss, it is indeed peculiar. After serving the lady for so many years, I have never seen her bear such a butterfly birthmark. It seems to have appeared all of a sudden." Shen Weixi vividly recalled the wet nurse's exact words. From the onset of her despondency to her eventual demise, a span of precisely 3 years had elapsed. This mirrored the symptoms of intoxication from the Zue Xian poison precisely. Entranced by the poison known as drunken heart, recorded in the scriptures of the Medicine King's Valley, it is a love toxin. Those afflicted by this poison, if they harbor a beloved in their hearts, find that the deeper their affection, the swifter their forgetfulness, until they descend into madness. Their lives gradually fade away, ultimately transforming into a red butterfly, devouring the heart until death. This entire process occurs precisely over 3 years. Jitong suddenly comprehended. "Miss, are you seeking the origin of this drunken heart?" "Indeed," she replied. "The concoction of this poison is no trivial matter. According to the old man, he has a junior disciple who can brew drunken heart. Yet he has been missing since he left the valley several years ago." Before Jitong could finish her thought, a sudden knock echoed from outside, followed by the voice of a maid. "Eldest miss, the Lord has returned from court and requests your presence in the main hall." It was evident that Shen Xuanda had learned of the morning's incident and was coming to demand an explanation. Jitong looked at her with uncertainty. "Miss?" If the miss was unwilling to go, she would dismiss the maid outside. "Let us go." Shen Weixi rose, adjusting her gown. "It has been 4 years. Let us see how my father has fared." The Shen residence increasingly felt peculiar to her. Seated in the main hall's principal position, Shen Xuanda wore a dark expression. For years had passed, and his face bore more wrinkles, appearing even more somber. Wei Zhuangxian, clad in a gown of azure satin, sat to his right, her countenance composed, radiating a serene elegance shaped by the passage of time. As Shen Weixi slowly entered the hall, she cast a glance at Wei Zhuangxian's feigned demeanor, inwardly scoffing. Shifting her gaze to her father, whose expression was as grim as a stormy sky, she calmly inquired, "Might I ask why father urgently summoned me? Why did you force your way into Lingxiao courtyard? Do you consider my words mere whispers on the wind?" Shen Xuanda's voice was icy as he regarded his daughter, standing in the center of the hall, devoid of warmth. "My daughter merely wished to see her mother. Is it not permissible for a daughter to enter her own mother-esque courtyard?" Silence. Shen Xuanda erupted in fury, seizing a teacup from the table and hurling it towards Shen Weixi with great force. Jitong's gaze sharpened, swiftly pulling the miss aside. The cup shattered upon striking the ground. Jitong positioned herself protectively in front of Shen Weixi, her vigilance unwavering. "Very well." Shen Xuanda sneered coldly, his gaze towards the two of them menacing. Underestimating his daughter, he had not anticipated her to be accompanied by such a formidable protector after 4 years apart. Shen Weixi's expression hardened as she stepped forward, fixating intently on her father. "Even a tiger does not consume its own cub. What did you mean by that? Do you intend to kill me over such a trivial matter?" Though she questioned him aloud, her mind raced with thoughts. Shen Xuanda's demeanor was undeniably off. Was this truly how a father should treat his own daughter? The teacup had been imbued with internal energy and struck her head directly, as if he wished to end her life. But why? Observing his meticulous care for Lingxiao courtyard, it was evident he had tended to it with unwavering dedication for over a decade, suggesting he did not harbor hatred for Ai Mengxin. Perhaps it was love, after all. Looking again at the stepmother, Wei Zhuangxian, who sat to the right, it was clear this reflected Shen Xuanda's intentions. He safeguarded even the belongings of Ai Mengxin in life. Why then did he treat his own daughter with such disdain? This man was undoubtedly unwell. Since you have returned, it is best to remain in your own courtyard and learn the rules. Before the flower appreciation banquet, you are not permitted to step outside. Shen Weixi appeared to have suddenly regained his composure, leaving the main hall with a somber expression, having spoken his piece. As for Shen Weixi's inquiries, he chose to disregard them entirely. At this moment, Wei Zhuangxian, who had been smiling silently, finally spoke up. Weixi, it seems you still have not learned your lessons after 4 years. As your master has suggested, you should diligently study the rules within the courtyard. After saying this, she turned to Lu Momo and instructed, Momo, please arrange for a few instructors to teach the young lady the proper decorum. Yes, madam. Shen Weixi narrowed her eyes, dismissing the words of Wei Zhuangxian, and with a smile, remarked, Madam Wei, after all these years, still unable to enter Lingxiao courtyard or occupy the esteemed position on the left, does that not weigh upon your heart? Wei Zhuangxian's smile faltered for a moment, yet she quickly regained her composure, sighing as if reminiscing, Weishi, you know well that I shall always be the lawful wife of the master. As his younger sister, my sole desire is to care for the master and the Shen residents, never daring to harbor any improper thoughts. Truly, she is deserving of her reputation as a cunning old fox, her words as precise as water droplets falling without a trace. Shen Weixi smirked slightly, appearing innocently curious. Madam Wei, are you aware that my mother adored butterflies during her lifetime? Wei Zhuangxian's hand trembled subtly within her sleeve, yet her expression remained unyielding. My sister cherished the Lingxiao flower above all, which is why the courtyard is filled with it, and thus it bears the name. Why do you ask such a question, Weishi? Because I have a fondness for butterflies, Shen Weixi replied, her gaze fixed upon her, unwavering, particularly when it came to the red butterflies. Wei Zhuangxian's fingertips turned pale as her smile momentarily faltered, but she swiftly concealed it, almost as if it were an illusion. It seems that even blood relations may not share the same affections. Perhaps, she conceded, in that case, I shall return to the courtyard now. Shen Weixi said dismissively, departing the hall with Zhitong. Wei Zhuangxian watched a retreating figure. The smile on her face entirely vanished. Indeed, the changes were becoming increasingly pronounced. Chapter 13, Shen Chuan. What are you pondering? Momo, do you think she is harboring suspicions? Unlikely, Lu Momo shook her head. Those who were privy to that matter have all been dealt with. For years, everything was fine, but 4 years ago, it seemed as though the young lady had transformed entirely. Now, she appears to be a completely different person. Madam, should we? Lu Momo gestured around her neck, the implication unmistakable. Wei Zhuangxian shook her head. No, not at this moment. I cannot fathom what has caught the attention of those within the palace. The Empress has specifically summoned her to the flower appreciation banquet. If something were to happen now, it would be difficult to explain. Momo, send someone to keep watch over her, and also dispatch someone to Meizhou City to investigate further. Has Shen Weixi truly remained obediently at the estate these 4 years? Previously, the estate was entirely under her influence, and she would send letters regularly. I believed everything was progressing as anticipated. Little did I expect that Shen Weixi not only escaped the ravages of time, but seems to have encountered considerable fortune. It appears something significant has transpired on that end. Madam, there is a hint of concern on Lu Mama's face. Given that the palace has issued a directive, it is evident that a noble has taken an interest in the young lady. If she were to truly enter one of the prince's courtyards, managing the situation would become quite troublesome, especially if the events from 17 years ago were to resurface. Rest assured, Wei Zhuangxian remarked with a faint smile, though the mirth did not reach her eyes. You witnessed the master's demeanor today. Therefore, we need not hold back. Should she be selected, there are countless methods to ensure a person's quiet demise. As long as it occurs within a certain prince's courtyard, it is of no concern to the Shen residents. The two exchanged a knowing smile, a silent understanding forged over decades. Meanwhile, Shen Weixi returned to her courtyard, disregarding the furtive glances of the maidservants, and proceeded into her chamber without pause. Once Zhitong closed the door behind her, she retrieved a small vial and handed it to her, whispering a few words softly. Zhitong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exited. The room fell into a serene silence. Sunlight, streaming through the window, causing fine dust motes to dance gracefully in the air. Shen Weixi gazed at her delicate fingers for a long while, a glint of cold determination flickering in her eyes. Wei Zhuangxian, let us set aside the matter of Mengxin's death for now. You cannot possibly believe I would let you off the hook for what transpired 4 years ago. Thus, she had found no trace of her for 4 years. Su Mingqing sat in a carved pearwood chair, rhythmically tapping his long fingers on the table, his expression contemplative. Indeed, Your Highness, since Miss Shen was schemed against by her stepmother with herbal medicine 4 years ago, she was sent to a villa in Meizhou City under the pretext of needing recuperation due to her poor health. Chen Chuan cautiously glanced at his master's expression, finding no sign of disturbance, and continued. The Shen residents soon claimed that Miss Shen required rest, promptly dispatching her to a secluded estate. However, our inquiries revealed that apart from the initial 2 months when Miss Shen replaced the estate staff, her whereabouts have been shrouded in mystery. And the others there are unaware of her whereabouts. The next time she appeared was when the Shen residents sent word that Miss Shen had returned to the capital to attend the flower viewing banquet. Su Mingqing took the information presented by Chen Chuan, maintaining an impassive gaze for an extended period. Chen Chuan, stealing furtive glances at the cool and composed man seated behind the writing desk, felt his heart race with anxiety. Who could have anticipated that the eldest daughter of the Shen family, previously silent, would engage in such astonishing affairs? The prince had been compromised. He had already discerned the cause. It was undoubtedly due to the prince's condition, incapacitated by cold poison, allowing Miss Shen to take advantage of the situation. In the depths of the mountains, a lone man and woman, immobilized, with the prince's breathtaking beauty juxtaposed against the wildness of the herbalist. Chen Chuan, what are you looking at? Speak up, so I may see as well. The icy voice startled Chen Chuan, causing all images in his mind to vanish instantaneously. He swallowed hard, shaking his head vigorously. Your Highness, I was not looking at anything. Su Mingqing shot him a sidelong glance. Have you uncovered the origins of this Shitong? Reporting to Your Highness. This woman appears to have materialized out of thin air, leaving no trace behind. After a moment of silence, Su Mingqing set down the paper and changed the subject. How long until the Prince of Xian enters the capital? According to reports, Prince Xian is nearing Meizhou City, even with the swiftest horse. He will not arrive in time for the flower banquet. The journey back to the capital from Lizhou will inevitably pass through Meizhou City. What is the response from the Crown Prince's side? So far, there has been no movement, though it appears the Crown Prince's consort is with child. Su Mingqing was somewhat taken aback. The Crown Prince has been married for over 4 years without any good news, and now this unexpected development arises. Emperor Su Yin's offspring are not numerous. Among the adult princes, there are only 3, the Crown Prince being the third, with 2 younger princes beneath him. There are 4 princesses, and aside from the 4th princess, the others are all married. The Crown Prince is the eldest son of Consort Ji Wei, while the 2nd prince is raised under the name of Consort Da, and the 3rd prince, who is the Crown Prince, is the legitimate son of the Empress. Prince Xian, Ji Fenghua, is the younger brother of Consort Ji and the only prince of a different surname in the kingdom of Liang. Your Highness, over the years, Prince Xian has not been particularly warm towards the Crown Prince or Consort Ji. Is this indifference genuine or merely a fade to deceive outsiders? This question has lingered in Chen Chuan's mind for a long time, and he has been pondering it. The Crown Prince is a formidable rival to the Crown Prince, and also the nephew of Prince Xian, a force not to be underestimated. After all, Prince Xian commands an army of 200,000, which cannot be ignored. Yet, it seems that Prince Xian seldom interacts with the Crown Prince and his mother, leaving one perplexed. Could it be to diminish the Emperor's suspicions? Regardless, you should find someone to keep watch over them. Su Mingqing rose and walked outside, stating, I have matters to attend to tonight. Let Xian and Xian accompany you. Yes, Your Highness. At the Shen residence, Shen Weixi luxuriated in a hot bath, then donned her undergarments and dried her hair as she stepped outside. Having been here for over 4 years, she was still unaccustomed to having someone attend to her bathing. As she exited the washroom and rounded the screen, she suddenly sensed something amiss. There was someone in her chamber. With Jitang absent, who could it be at this late hour? She casually picked up a small porcelain vial nearby, grasping it tightly, and cautiously ventured out. Upon seeing the figure seated at the table, she froze in surprise. "What are you doing here?" Su Mingqing withdrew his thoughts, his tone laced with danger as he replied. "Who did you think it was?" He turned, and upon seeing her, he was momentarily taken aback. Shen Weixi, clad in delicate undergarments, had her long, dark hair swept to one side, cascading over her chest. Her cheeks, slightly flushed from the hot bath, glistened with moisture as she gazed at him through misty eyes. The neckline of her undergarment was slightly open, revealing her exquisite collarbone, the skin radiant and pale, almost blinding in the candlelight. She smiled gently, approached, and sat beside him, placing the porcelain vial down as she began to pour tea. With a teasing tone, she remarked, "What, have you been captivated by my beauty?" Chapter 14. Are you still a maiden? Su Mingqing, maintaining his composure, averted his gaze, lowering his eyes to conceal the darkness within. This woman, even without makeup, is stunning beyond compare. Truly, she embodies the saying, "Pure water emerges as lotus, naturally unadorned." Shen Weixi glanced at the silent figure, setting a cup of tea before him before pouring another for herself and taking a sip. She picked up a cloth to continue dry her damp hair, inquiring, "Entering a maiden's chamber at such a late hour is hardly the conduct befitting a crown prince." Su Mingqing raised his gaze, momentarily lost in thought, and inadvertently blurted out, "Are you still a maiden?" As soon as the words escaped his lips, he regretted them, pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration. It seemed that her presence had transformed him into someone unrecognizable. In that fleeting instant, his mind felt as though it had been devoured by a dog. Shen Weixi was taken aback by his remark, her lips twitching in disbelief. Was this truly how one spoke? With a glint of mischief in her eyes, she tossed aside her handkerchief and approached him. After all, it would not do for only one of them to feel awkward, would it? Su Mingqing's pupils constricted, instinctively leaning back. He could feel the warmth of her breath grazing his face, her hair brushing against his chin, and a delicate fragrance enveloping him, soothing his senses. In that moment, he found himself slightly disoriented. "Heh," Shen Weixi giggled, her alabaster fingertips lightly touching his firm chest. "Your Highness, pray tell, why is it that I am no longer a maiden?" The warmth of her touch permeated through the thin fabric of his clothing, sending tremors to his very core. The rapid beating of his heart echoed loudly in the stillness of the night. Her smile widened, her voice becoming even more alluring. "Your Highness, your heart seems to be racing. What could be the reason?" Su Mingqing felt as though he had been scorched by something, swiftly rising to sit on a nearby stool. Distancing himself from her, there was a flicker of annoyance in his eyes. This infuriating woman, could she not exhibit a modicum of modesty? Although his tone was icy, the flush of his ears betrayed his true feelings. And this wretched heart, why was it beating so fervently? Modesty, what was that? Shen Weixi leisurely settled down, her bright eyes sparkling with mirth as she regarded him. If modesty were truly a virtue, then the prince would not be sitting here at this moment. How unexpected it was to discover that the crown prince harbored such innocence. Just look at that vexed expression. His ears were crimson, yet his face remained stoically tense. Truly, he was a slave to appearances. Su Mingqing lifted the teacup before him and drained it in one go. The cold tea coursed down, gradually steadying his tumultuous heartbeat. Almost led astray by this woman, he turned his gaze to Shen Weixi, who was quietly grooming her hair, and all the words he had intended to say vanished from his mind. Placing a key upon the table, he maintained a facade of calmness as he stated, "The Shen residence is not suitable for you at present. This is a house in the eastern part of the city. Please find an opportunity to relocate." He rose, preparing to leave, but suddenly paused, adding, "You still owe me a debt. I merely wish for you not to perish so quickly within the Shen residence." With that, he exited, leaving her truly alone. Shen Weixi gazed at the key on the table, a smile breaking across her face. TSK, what a man of contradictions, indeed. He was a slave to his pride. He was clearly concerned for her, yet cloaked his worries in excuses. With such a handsome figure, wealth, and power, who could resist? More importantly, his visage had truly captured her heart. how she longed for romance. If only this were the modern era, she would undoubtedly win him over. Shen Weixi wiped her face, casting aside her unrealistic fantasies, and reached for the key, placing it in a suitable box. She appreciated his good intentions, but for the time being, she would remain in the Shen residence, as there were still matters to clarify. "Miss, are you all right?" Tong abruptly pushed the door open and, upon seeing her mistress seated gracefully before the vanity, let out a sigh of relief. "Miss, I just spotted a shadow leave the courtyard." The agility displayed was remarkable. "I dare not pursue, but hurry to check on you, fearing someone might be attempting to divert attention." She had observed the Shen residence, noting the presence of several individuals with formidable inner strength, yet they had all failed to detect the shadow. Either they are part of a group, or that person possesses even greater prowess, which rendered them invisible to our senses. "There's no cause for alarm," Shen Weixi replied, placing down the box. "Tong, please stow away the vial of medicine on the table." Had I not been quick-witted enough to recognize the crown prince, that potion would have rendered him lifeless. What would become of my son then, deprived of a father? Tong nodded, taking the vial as she exited. As Shen Weixi's hair dried, she completed her cleansing routine and prepared for rest. At that moment, she was still able to enjoy a peaceful slumber, unaware that her beloved Dai was on the verge of presenting her with an unexpected surprise. Chapter 15. An Encounter Meizhou City. Along the winding official road, a simple carriage ambled forward. The surroundings were tranquil, with only the muffled, rhythmic creaking of the wheels against the ground breaking the silence. "Longying, what is our current location?" A gentle voice emanated from within the carriage, shattering the monotony of the journey. "Your Highness, we are now just outside Meizhou City. We shall soon return to the capital." Indeed, inside the carriage, Ji Fenghua set down the book in his hands, raising his gaze to the swaying curtain, lost in thought. Suddenly, at Longying's call, the entire carriage came to an abrupt halt, causing Ji Fenghua to lurch forward momentarily before regaining his balance. "What has occurred?" "Your Highness, there is a white tiger ahead." The horse has been startled. At this, Ji Fenghua paused, rising to lift the curtain aside. He deftly evaded Longying's attempt to assist him and disembarked from the carriage. Indeed, mere meters ahead lay an enormous white tiger, with a child perched upon its back. "Your Highness, look, there is a child as well." Longying's eyes sparkled with surprise. It was indeed rare to see such harmony between the tiger and the child. Ji Fenghua stepped forward, observing the little one resting atop the tiger, and smiled gently. "My dear, what are you doing here all alone? This desolate place is quite perilous for a child of your tender age." The white tiger regarded the man who had suddenly appeared before it, taking a cautious step back, its eyes filled with wariness. The child on its back, Shen Dai, heard the voices and looked up, bewildered, at the handsome uncle before him, instantly awakening from his stupor. "I want to find my mother." "Handsome uncle, do you know the way to the capital?" he inquired, having just awakened to find his mother missing. The old nurse had informed him that she had gone to the capital and would return soon. Yet, why had she not taken him along? Dai felt a pang of injustice. Thus he had befriended the little white tiger to accompany him in his search for his mother. Upon catching sight of Shen Dai's face, Ji Fenghua's eyes widened in shock. That face! His gaze fell upon Dai's eyes, causing his pupils to tremble, and his hands beneath his sleeves quivered slightly. Shen Dai, with wide eyes and a tilted head, looked at him curiously. "Handsome uncle, why aren't you answering me?" Meeting those clear, innocent eyes, Ji Fenghua suppressed all his thoughts and allowed a gentle smile to grace his lips. "What is your name? I too am bound for the capital. Would you accompany me on a carriage ride?" Shen Dai's eyes suddenly sharpened with vigilance. "I shall call Dai. I want little white to take me, not you. Mother said that good children must not go with strangers, for they might be sold into beggary." Ji Fenghua cast a gentle glance at the bearing white tiger, his voice remaining soothing. "I know Dai's father. I will take you to find him, shall we?" Shen Dai's eyes sparkled. "Do you truly know my father?" "Mother said he is far away. Is it the capital?" "Indeed. Come ride with me, will you?" Shen Dai regarded him, sensing that this uncle appeared kind, and she felt a fondness for him. Tilting her head in contemplation, she finally agreed. "All right." She extended her small hands and sweetly implored, "Hug me." Ji Fenghua was taken aback, but then lifted her into his arms, inhaling a faint scent of herbs. Little White also wishes to go to the capital. May we take him along? It is perilous for Little White in the capital. He might be captured by wicked people. Let him stay here, for this place is full of mountains and forests, where tigers belong. But Little White is very obedient. I will protect him from being taken by bad people. Yet Little White has friends here, and if he were to leave with us, they would be heartbroken searching for him. Is that so? Shen Daidai looked longingly at Little White. Then let him stay here. Ji Fenghua turned with her in his arms and walked toward the carriage. Longing also caught sight of Shen Daidai's face, his eyes widening. Your Highness, we return to the capital. Ji Fenghua uttered a brief acknowledgement as he mounted the carriage. Little White stood still, tilting his head to watch the departing carriage for a long while before wagging his tail and returning. Shen Daidai's departure was effortless. Yet unbeknownst to her, the Valley of Medicinal Kings was in a frenzy, having sent word to the capital. The flower viewing feast was fast approaching, and each household was preparing to send their daughters to the palace, already arranging clothing and jewelry. However, the Shen household showed no signs of activity. In the courtyard, madam, news has arrived from Meizhou. Lu Mama rushed through the door, breathless, indicating her urgency. Wei Zhuangxian was seated by the tea table, raising her hand to interrupt the report from her maid, turning her gaze to Lu Mama. Mama, regardless of the circumstances, do not neglect decorum. Wei Zhuangxian, having come from humble beginnings, had not been afforded the luxury of proper upbringing. Thus, she was initially unaware of many social graces upon entering the Shen household. However, her subsequent companions were all well-versed in etiquette. Everyone understood that the general's second wife placed immense importance on propriety. Madam, I have indeed overstepped. Lu Mama adjusted her disheveled attire from her hasty entrance and respectfully corrected herself. What news from Meizhou could prompt such a lapse? Madam, according to our informants, Shen Weixi began replacing the staff at the estate within 2 months of her arrival in Meizhou. Now the estate is entirely filled with her people. No wonder the reports over the years indicated that Shen Weixi remained quietly at the estate. Wei Zhuangxian's expression hardened. She has replaced everyone, and yet we received no word? So, she has been deceiving us for 4 years. I never anticipated that she would one day be so thoroughly outmaneuvered. Over the past 4 years, have Shen Weixi's actions truly eluded our control? What has she been doing all this time? Lu Mama's expression darkened. Indeed, madam. I too did not anticipate that the seemingly delicate and tearful Shen Weixi could swiftly seize control of the estate. Chapter 16. Blossoms unfold. Wei Zhuangxian let out a cold laugh, realizing she had underestimated her. Come, let us see how well the young lady has learned her manners. At that moment, Shen Weixi lay basking in the sun on a small couch in the courtyard, while Zhitong peeled grapes beside her, seemingly enjoying life to the fullest. The lack of decorum in her posture drew a hesitant gaze from Li Mama, who stood nearby. Clearly inappropriate, yet she dared not intervene. A few days prior, Madame had instructed her to teach the young lady proper etiquette, with the unmistakable implication to show no leniency. What she thought would be a pleasant task turned out to be the opposite, as it was the young lady who imposed rules upon her. The young lady would sleep until well past noon, eat with a boisterousness reminiscent of a man, and lacked any semblance of proper posture, whether seated or standing. Any attempt by Li Mama to speak up would be met with Zhitong's sharp rebuke. Now, even reporting to Madame was beyond her reach, leaving Li Mama feeling utterly aggrieved. What are you doing standing idly by, Li Mama? The young lady is about to attend a palace banquet. Are you planning to bring disgrace upon the general's residence? Wei Zhuangxian stormed into the courtyard, launching a tirade at Li Mama. While her words were directed at Li Mama, her gaze remained fixed upon Shen Weixi. Li Mama fell to her knees, her eyes brimming with grievance. Madam, I cannot teach her. What do you mean you cannot teach her? The young lady is the general's legitimate daughter, not some peasant woman. How could you be unable to teach her? Li Mama knelt with her head bowed, too intimidated to respond. Enough, Wei Zhuangxian. There is no need for veiled insults. Shen Weixi straightened her posture, fixing a cold gaze upon her. Why do you, an aging and faded woman, persist in scheming instead of striving to win Shan Xuanda's heart? What is it you hope to achieve by prancing about before me? Wei Zhuangxian's pupils dilated in disbelief as she stared at the girl before her. What are you saying? You dare to call my name and insult me, but you also dare to speak your father's name? You are utterly unfilial. Filial piety has nothing to do with names. Have you lost your mind? Where has Shen Weixi been these past 4 years to become like this? Wei Zhuangxian, if I am mad, it is you who drove me to it. Surely you do not think I am unaware that you orchestrated the events of 4 years ago? Wei Zhuangxian narrowed her eyes, regarding her with a sneer. Your own actions are licentious and shameless. Who can you blame for that? Are you no longer pretending to be a virtuous mother? Shen Weixi scoffed. Aren't you tired of your daily charade? Whether I am weary is none of your concern. Turning to the trembling figure kneeling on the ground, she called out, Li Mama, we shall take our leave. It seems the young lady's manners are beyond improvement. Yes, madam. Li Mama's face brightened, finally free from this dreadful place. Perhaps in her joy, she strained her foot while rising, wincing in pain. As Wei Zhuangxian approached the doorway, she abruptly halted and turned her head, remarking, the young lady possesses a sharp tongue. She must certainly lack neither silver nor fine garments. Henceforth, I shall cease to provide for her needs. She displayed no concern regarding whether Shen Weixi would disgrace herself at the flower viewing banquet. After all, she was merely a stepmother, and it was quite natural for her to be negligent. Furthermore, her daughter had already entered the palace as a consort of the crown prince, and her reputation held little consequence now. Indeed, Lu Momo replied, her voice tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Observing the departure of the three, Zhitong's expression turned frosty. Did she truly lack such trifling silver? Miss, shall I take care of Wei Zhuangxian tonight? No need, Shen Weixi smirked. If she were to die in such a manner, it would only serve to benefit her. By the way, did you administer the medicine I provided? I have already done so. I personally witnessed Wei Zhuangxian consume the tea. It seemed that her father was not particularly fond of Wei Zhuangxian either. Shen Weixi reclined once more on the small couch, lost in thought as she gazed at the sky. The intoxication of this poison was quite insidious, since Su Mingqing had perished under its torment. How could Wei Zhuangxian expect a peaceful end? Thus, she concocted a poison akin to the intoxication, named blossoming. Upon infection, once one engages in intimacy, the skin would develop red spots resembling flowers, true to its name. After several days, these would disappear, reappearing with each act of intimacy. However, after a certain number of encounters, the red spots would cease to vanish. Subsequently, the skin would begin to decay, flaking away upon contact, ultimately leading to a slow and agonizing death. Such a poison was indeed fitting for Wei Zhuangxian. Alas, it appeared that Shen Xuanda had yet to enter her chamber. In the Eastern Palace's study, it was rumored that Prince Xian Ji Fenghua would soon arrive in the capital. In recent days, the crown prince had been increasingly audacious, openly opposing you during the morning court sessions. Will you not take measures against him? Zhou Lingran slumped in his chair, casting a bewildered glance at the man seated behind the desk. In recent years, Crown Prince Su Mingqing had grown ever more arrogant, his intentions unmistakable. One could not fathom from whence he derived such confidence, believing himself a match for the current crown prince. His ostentatiousness was truly vexing. Dressed in black formal attire, Su Mingqing sat at the desk, his gaze fixed on the memorial in his hands, not lifting his head. He is merely a fool full of himself. Any news from the Dark Tide? None. Zhou Lingran straightened his posture. Ever since their failed operation 4 years prior, the Dark Tide had vanished without a trace. I suspect they are secretly amassing strength. 4 years ago, upon discovering the location of the Dark Tide's headquarters, they had mobilized forces to encircle it. Unfortunately, a traitor had emerged within the Eastern Palace, allowing the Dark Tide to relocate in advance and lay a trap. This had resulted in significant losses, and more crucially, the Crown Prince had become isolated during the mission. Thankfully, no major disaster ensued. Otherwise, even 10 lives would not suffice for him to atone. Su Mingqing set the memorial aside, gazing out the window, his eyes dark and contemplative. Continue to send people to search for the Dark Tide. Additionally, inform Ji Fenghua about the recent heavy rains in Beihuai and the need to reinforce the dams. Why must we share this news with Prince Xian? Zhou Lingran inquired, perplexed. Are you certain he will volunteer to assist upon learning of it? A few months ago, Duke Xian volunteered to travel to Lizhou to investigate corrupt officials, advocating for the people. Now, having returned to the capital with achievements, he is certain to receive substantial rewards. Although reinforcing the dikes in Beihuai may not be a lucrative task, executing it well is commendable. Is this not a way of attributing glory to Duke Xian? Su Mingqing cast a fleeting glance at him, finding his naivety quite amusing. Merely disseminating the information would suffice. Zhou Lingran rested his chin on his hand, frowning in deep contemplation, unable to comprehend the situation. The crown prince truly lived up to his title, indulging in matters that eluded his understanding. At that moment, a young eunuch hurriedly approached the entrance, bowed, and knelt to pay his respects, then announced, "Your Highness, this year's Xian silk has been distributed by His Majesty. Shall we handle it as usual?" Su Mingqing paused momentarily, yet before he could respond, Zhou Lingran interjected, "Your Highness, could some of this year's Suiyin silk be allocated to me?" Chapter 17. A midnight intrusion into the bathhouse. Xian silk, woven from the finest silkworm threads, is a fabric of intricate craftsmanship with a remarkably low yield. It is as delicate as gossamer, light in texture, and smooth to the touch, making it a coveted material for garments among noble women. Each year's production of Xian silk is predominantly sent to the palace, with only a scant portion reaching the common folk. In previous years, Su Mingqing would bestow Xian silk upon the empress, and he would not hesitate to grant requests from those who followed him. Suddenly, a woman came to mind, a visage unforgettable, complemented by an ethereal grace. She would undoubtedly look splendid in Xian silk. He did not wish to reward her out of desire, but rather felt pity for her, as the Shen family was harsh, likely leaving her with but a few garments. "Your Highness?" Noticing his pensive demeanor, Zhou Lingran assumed he had not heard and reiterated, "Could some of the Xian silk be granted to me?" Su Mingqing remained silent for a moment before declining. "I have use for it this year." Zhou Lingran regarded him with suspicion. "What use could you have?" "Suiyin silk is meant for garments, intended for women. The Eastern Palace has no matron, and not even a concubine. Who would wear it? Could it be that the crown prince has someone he favors?" Zhou Lingran's eyes brightened at the thought. Was this a sign of impending matrimony? The empress would no longer need to worry about this matter daily. As the crown prince's companion, he had been summoned numerous times by the empress to encourage the crown prince to take a consort. Su Mingqing raised his gaze to him and said, "That will be enough. You should take your leave. Night is approaching." Zhou Lingran did not argue, rising respectfully to bow and leaving with a lightness in his step. He intended to seek out the empress and share this delightful news, perhaps even securing a meal. Su Mingqing turned to the eunuch on the floor and instructed, "Wrap the Xian silk and deliver it to my study." "Yes, Your Highness." The autumn night still bore a hint of warmth. Shen Weixi reclined in the bathtub, luxuriating in her soak. She absent-mindedly played with the petals floating on the water's surface, letting out a soft sigh. That little rascal, Dai Dai, had always delighted in playing with the flowers she had nurtured. She wondered how many chrysanthemums remained in the courtyard now. It had been over a month since she left Yawang Valley, and she pondered whether the little one had cried in her absence. She longed to return soon. Su Mingqing, clutching the Xian silk, effortlessly climbed through the window. He placed the items on the table, surveying the emptiness of the room with a frown. Shen Weixi, that old wretch, treats his own legitimate daughter with such cruelty. Glancing around, he found no one in sight and ventured a few steps further inside. Near the screen, he could hear the sound of water splashing, causing Su Mingqing to pause. A warm breeze wafted from within, carrying a faint fragrance. Though he should have departed at that moment, he felt as if he were rooted to the spot. Suddenly, he heard a sigh from within, and almost as if compelled by some unseen force, Su Mingqing stepped inside. Shen Weixi lay languidly in the bath, her long hair elegantly gathered atop her head, with a few stray strands inadvertently falling, dampened by the steam and clinging to her slender neck. Water droplets cascaded down her shoulders, the soft curves illuminated by the gentle candlelight, creating an exquisite softness. The warm mist enveloped her skin, rendering it even more radiant, as pure as jade, and as fair as snow. This scene left Su Mingqing momentarily entranced. With her eyes closed, Shen Weixi suddenly sensed a searing gaze upon her, and she opened her eyes wide in shock, turning her head to investigate. Upon noticing him, she nearly screamed. A glance downwards revealed that the abundance of petals tonight provided some modesty. Raising her head, she glared at him with indignation. The crown prince, boldly intruding into a young lady's chamber to spy on her bathing? Where is your sense of propriety? Sneaking into my room at such an hour. Who do you intend to frighten? Were it not for the fact that you are the father of my child, such behavior would warrant a severe reprimand. I did not intend to. Su Mingqing confessed, recognizing his fault, instinctively taking a step back. He averted his gaze, one hand clasped behind his back, his fist clenched in an awkward manner. This was the first time he had engaged in such unseemly behavior, and his face flushed with embarrassment. Moments ago, it felt as though he had been bewitched, his mind blank as he entered. Seeing his flushed face and shamefaced demeanor, Shen Weixi felt a sense of vindication. Leaning back against the tub, she remarked nonchalantly, "Crown Prince, this marks your second intrusion while I bathe. What happened to your sense of decorum? The last time I finished bathing, you appeared in my room. This time, you have the audacity to enter my bathing chamber." Noticing his silence and averted gaze, Shen Weixi's eyes glinted mischievously. "So, you barged into my bathing space, witnessing my bath. Shouldn't we consider this a matter of equal footing from 4 years ago?" Su Mingqing abruptly raised his head, his gaze dark and ambiguous as he met hers. "You say equal footing? Is that truly the case?" "Isn't it?" Shen Weixi retorted playfully. "Last time, I was the one at a disadvantage. Can't you let bygones be bygones?" However, recalling the exquisite feel of his abdominal muscles, she mused that perhaps she had not suffered so much after all, considering such a remarkable man was rare in this world. Seeing her eyes darting about, Su Mingqing let out a cold laugh, stepping closer and gazing down at her from a height. "You believe merely declaring this matter settled makes it so?" Shen Weixi jumped, pressing herself tightly against the tub, her expression wary as she asked, "Then what do you intend to do? Are you planning to force me again?" "Huh." Su Mingqing laughed in exasperation. "What do I want? You have already shared bed with me, lost your purity. Surely you do not expect to marry another man? What? Do you wish to marry me?" She challenged. "Dream on. I shall not wed a woman who covets my beauty." Shen Weixi rolled her eyes and muttered, "As if you weren't just coveting my beauty." It was the dead of night when he intruded into her bath, far from the image of the aloof and pure-hearted prince. A martial artist possesses keen senses. Despite her subdued tone, Su Mingqing caught her words, his gaze icy and fixed upon her. "Perhaps you should step outside while I dress, and we can converse afterwards?" Shen Weixi suggested tentatively, sensing the precariousness of the situation. Regrettably, Su Mingqing disregarded her proposal. His unwavering stare sent chills down her spine. Suddenly, he yanked down a silk scarf from the screen and, amidst her terrified eyes, lifted her up, wrapping her in the fabric and cradling her close. Shen Weixi felt as though her spirit had been jolted. Was this how one behaved? Only upon being set upon the bed did she regain her composure. With her hands ensconced in the silk, she wriggled under the covers like a little creature, finally feeling the full weight of the situation. She glared up at him, fury igniting within her. "You have gone too far. You accuse me of being immodest, yet I see you are the one lacking in decorum. To lift me, bare and exposed from a bath, is that what a modest person would do?" Su Mingqing, ignoring her ire, stated matter-of-factly, "You should keep your distance from Su Mingxiyuan at the flower banquet tomorrow. He is not someone you can manipulate." With that, he turned and exited the room. Shen Weixi was left in a state of confusion. So, the esteemed prince barged into her bath merely to deliver that message? It was utterly absurd. She wriggled free from the silk, clutching the blanket, her gaze lingering on the closed door, an uneasy premonition settling within her. Chapter 18. She aims to reap without sowing. Outside, Xian Yi and Chun Chuan followed the prince as he scaled the wall into the backyard of the Shen residence. Witnessing the prince leap through the window into the young lady's chamber, Chun Chuan felt a twitch in his eyelid. The prince's recent antics had shattered the godlike image he once held in his mind. Grabbing Xian Yi, who stood dazedly watching the direction in which the prince had disappeared, They sought a concealed spot, leaning against the wall. Xian appeared like a disillusioned fish out of water, his head drooping against Chun Chuan's shoulder, his eyes devoid of life. Chun Chuan furrowed his brow and shifted his shoulder, but when he couldn't dislodge him, he let it be. Chun Chuan, do you think we will often be lurking outside a young lady's courtyard in the future? It makes us seem like voyeurs. The prince was not merely spying, but rather courting, and as shadow guards, they had devolved into mere sentinels for their master. Chun Chuan, do you think this counts as aiding and abetting? Could you say something more pleasant? Chun Chuan replied, his expression darkened. The prince was merely pursuing a woman, albeit through somewhat unorthodox means. After all, it was his first attempt at courtship. However, the prince's tastes were indeed rather peculiar. The prince is coming out. Chun Chuan straightened up and hurried forward. Xian, losing his support, stumbled but managed to regain his footing, for a qualified shadow guard could never afford to fall. Adjusting his attire, he swiftly followed suit. Yet, the prince's expression seemed rather grim. Had he faced a setback with Miss Shen? They exchanged glances, both astonished by the incredulity reflected in each other's eyes. Indeed, Miss Shen is formidable. For years ago, she ensnared the pure and noble crown prince, and he has since been in relentless pursuit of her. As for the crown prince's declaration, once I find that woman, I shall dismember her to assuage my heart's torment. The orders given were quite the contrary, to bring that woman before him, unharmed. To this day, it is the crown prince who bears the brunt of the situation. It is perplexing how women can drive one to madness, rendering them contradictory in their sentiments. Just look at the crown prince himself as a prime example. As the two were engaged in a mental exercise, the person ahead suddenly halted. They nearly collided, barely regaining their balance. When they heard the crown prince's bewildered voice, "Pray tell, why would a woman covet a man's beauty, yet refuse to marry him?" Shunning responsibility. Chun Chuan and Xian stared blankly at their omnipotent prince. Having had little interaction with women, let alone affection for them, they were ill-equipped to ponder such a profound query. The silence in the air became palpable, and the crown prince's gaze was piercing. Chun Chuan mustered the courage to suggest, perhaps she merely seeks to indulge without consequence? However, upon witnessing their lord's fierce expression and displeased countenance, Chun Chuan suddenly recalled Miss Shen and fell silent, regretting his words. How could he have uttered such nonsense? Could the crown prince truly be someone to indulge freely? At that moment, Xian interjected, she must be treating that man as a plaything. The air turned icy with his statement. The evening breeze sent shivers down their spines. Su Mingqing's gaze was lethal. Fixed intently on the two, Chun Chuan swiftly covered Xian Yi's mouth, offering an awkward smile under the weight of that terrifying stare. Your Highness, Xian Yi was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. Xian Yi, unwilling to concede, attempted to defend his statement, but his mouth was firmly held shut. What had he said that was so wrong? He was merely drawing parallels to a princess from a previous dynasty who gathered handsome men to keep as her companions, never intending to marry them, only to cast them aside when their beauty waned. Was that not a lack of responsibility while coveting beauty? As the crown prince's aura grew increasingly menacing, Chun Chuan, steeling himself, ventured, the hour grows late. Your Highness, let us return to the palace. Su Mingqing cast a long, penetrating glance at them before turning away, his back radiating an aura of menace. Have you washed your hands after using the restroom today? Why cover my mouth? Xian Yi shrugged off Chun Chuan's hand, spitting in disdain. You are correct. I just returned from the restroom and have yet to wash my hands. Xian Yi's face turned pale as he regarded Chun Chuan with heightened disdain. Come now, let us hurry. The crown prince is already quite far ahead. The two employed their lightness of foot to swiftly catch up with Su Mingqing, silently enduring the oppressive atmosphere as they returned to the palace. Upon reaching the Eastern Palace, Su Mingqing's demeanor had not improved, leaving a group of palace maids and eunuchs too fearful to breathe. Su Mingqing sat quietly in his study, his thin lips pressed tightly together, the high bridge of his nose accentuated by the interplay of light and shadow. The flickering candlelight cast his silhouette against the wall, shifting in length. Suddenly, He rose, circumnavigated the desk, and opened the door to exit. Your Highness, so late at night, where are you headed? Do not follow me. To Fengwu Palace. Your Highness, the Crown Prince has arrived. The golden-threaded phoenix drapery stirred slightly. The Queen, who had already settled down, momentarily paused and sat up. Why has Huayan come so late today? Sun, assist me in changing my attire. Yes, Your Majesty. As the Queen prepared to leave, Su Mingqing was already seated on the couch, a palace maid pouring tea beside him. Huayan, is there an urgent matter today? Mother. Su Mingqing stood and bowed. Please sit down. What brings you here at such a late hour? The Queen smiled gently, showing no sign of displeasure at the interruption of her rest. Su Mingqing followed suit, momentarily at a loss for words. He suddenly regretted his impetuousness in disturbing his mother's tranquility at this hour. The Queen observed her son's cold demeanor as he gazed downward, lost in thought. With a soft laugh, she refrained from urging him and took a sip of the warm tea. Mother, Su Mingqing raised his gaze to her, for tomorrow's flower banquet. If my second brother insists on marrying a military general's daughter, I implore you to find a way to dissuade father from bestowing the marriage. The Queen set down her teacup, astonished. Why is that? You reviewed the banquet guest list earlier and raised no objections. The only military general's daughter attending the banquet is the eldest daughter of the Shen family. This is a match favored by concubine Da, having already agreed. How could I retract my promise? She continued, moreover, my second brother rarely seeks a wife, and the Shen family's daughter is indeed a fitting match. Most likely, the emperor would consent. Su Mingqing fell silent for a moment before explaining. Although Shen Xuanda wields limited military power, it is not insignificant. My second brother's desire to marry the Shen lady is transparently motivated. The Queen found this flimsy explanation unconvincing. Narrowing her eyes, she regarded him with skepticism. But Shen Xuanda's legitimate second daughter has already become the side consort of the Crown Prince. Clearly, he holds more regard for this daughter of his second wife than for the daughter of his former spouse. Why did he not intervene then? The Crown Prince's influence is far greater than that of the second prince. Su Mingqing fell silent once more, aware that his reasoning was flawed. Huayan, I heard that you gifted this year's Suiyin silk to someone. To which young lady did you bestow it? If there is someone you admire, you may confide in me. She knew her son well enough. I have no one I admire. Su Mingqing suddenly stood up. It is too late. I have disturbed you, mother. I shall take my leave. He hurriedly exited, his retreating figure suggesting he was being pursued by unseen forces. The Queen was genuinely taken aback. It was the first time she had witnessed her son so uncomposed, disregarding even his customary grace in his departure. With her gaze returning from the door, the Queen pondered thoughtfully. The eldest daughter of the Shen family? Chapter 19. The flower banquet won today is the flower banquet. Shen Weixi rose early. For the process of dressing and adorning oneself is a time-consuming endeavor. Typically, she would dress simply, but today was different. Inappropriate attire would be a sign of disrespect to the royal family. By the time she was ready to step out, 2 carriages were already waiting at the entrance. Wei Zhuangxian, supported by Granny Lu, boarded the first carriage. She entered without a glance at the following Shen Weixi, her pretense now completely abandoned. Shen Weixi also boarded the carriage with Ji Tong's assistance, indifferent to Wei Zhuangxian's demeanor. Once both mistresses were aboard, the carriage set off. The roads in the capital are indeed smooth, and the carriage rides without a jolt. Shen Weixi still cannot forget the official road between the capital and Meizhou, which left her feeling nauseous and as if her body might fall apart. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the palace gates. A number of carriages were already parked here, belonging to the ladies attending the flower banquet. It is forbidden to ride in carriages beyond these gates. Hence they were left waiting. Madam, I have come to escort you. The side consort is eagerly awaiting your arrival, announced Bitao, Shen Mingyao's personal maid, who stood at the palace entrance. Wei Zhuangxian's face immediately lit up with a smile. Ah, Bitao, since the side consort is waiting, let us hasten. Granny Lu remained by the carriage while Bitao guided Wei Zhuangxian through the palace gates. Shen Weixi alighted from the carriage and gazed up at the imposing palace doors. Raising an eyebrow, the crimson gates lock away dreams of 1,000 years, while the red walls quietly conceal ancient sorrows, she mused, reflecting on the depths of the inner palace. Miss, Wei Zhuangxian has followed a palace made inside, leaving us behind. Is she no longer pretending? Jitong remarked. Her eyes filled with displeasure as she watched the retreating figures. It was evident that her young lady had never entered the palace, and this felt like a deliberate abandonment. Shen Weixi withdrew her gaze and replied nonchalantly, "It matters not, Jitong. Since you cannot enter the palace, please wait for me in the carriage." "Miss, do take care," Jitong cautioned. "Very well," Shen Weixi replied as she made her way toward the palace gates. A palace maid approached, bowed, and said, "Miss, please follow me." These maids were tasked with guiding the ladies attending the flower banquet. Shen Weixi nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for your assistance," and stepped into the imperial palace. Along the way, she refrained from looking around, simply following behind the maid with focused intent. After walking a short distance, two matrons conducted a thorough inspection of her, not even sparing her hairpin. Once they confirmed she bore no contraband, they allowed her to pass. After a considerable while, nearing the imperial garden, she could hear the gentle chatter and laughter of the ladies within. "Miss, I shall take my leave now," the palace maid said, bowing before departing. Shen Weixi glanced at her retreating figure and entered alone. As she stepped into the imperial garden, a rich floral fragrance enveloped her senses, revealing a scene of vibrant blossoms and fluttering butterflies. Truly, it was deserving of its reputation as the heart of power in Liang, for even in autumn, flowers bloomed abundantly. As soon as Shen Weixi made her entrance, the once lively garden fell into an immediate hush. A chorus of gazes turned toward her, curious, scrutinizing, and even tinged with hostility. This was primarily due to her striking beauty, which elicited astonished envy not only from the younger ladies, but also from the older matrons who lamented that she seemed unlike an ordinary person. Shen Weixi surveyed her surroundings, noting the clusters of ladies gathered in twos and threes, either admiring the flowers or engaging in tea and conversation. With her arrival, they all redirected their attention toward her. Meeting their collective gaze, Shen Weixi remained composed, returning their scrutiny with poise. She was neither socially anxious nor overly extroverted. Rather, she was discerning where she might best take a seat. At that moment, a young lady clad in splendid attire, with a delicate visage, raised her chin and provocatively remarked, "Isn't this the eldest daughter of the Shen family?" Having spent several years at the estate, she had become increasingly beautiful. It seemed that the rustic countryside suited her far better. As soon as she finished speaking, a few soft snickers emerged from the crowd. Who was unaware that General Shen's eldest daughter could not adapt to the opulence of the capital and had fallen ill, necessitating her 4 years' stay at the estate. It was indeed laughable that she could not endure wealth. This was the justification that Wei Zhuangxian had offered to the public. Another exquisitely dressed lady, Su Mingqing, with her arms crossed, mockingly remarked, "It appears that Miss Shen is simply ill-fated, destined never to enjoy riches and glory." This was a blatant derision aimed at Shen Weixi. The ladies present remained unperturbed, quietly sipping their tea, seemingly oblivious to the exchange. Shen Weixi surveyed the unfamiliar faces around her, then turned back to the two young women who had been antagonizing her, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Your concern for my life at the estate is most flattering," she replied. "Though while the countryside may lack the capital's splendor, it does possess a certain tranquility. Unlike now, with autumn upon us, there are still pesky mosquitoes buzzing about the imperial garden, careening around and seeking to bite." As she spoke, she waved her hand in front of her face, as if shooing away flies. Zhao Manqing's face flushed with indignation. Just as she was about to retort, the sound of jingling ornaments heralded the arrival of the Empress. The crowd quickly turned to pay their respects. The Empress entered the pavilion, her countenance adorned with a dignified smile. No need for formalities today. The flower viewing banquet is meant for leisure and ease, so let us dispense with the rigidities. "Thank you, Your Majesty," the assembly replied as they rose. Shen Weixi then noticed that Wei Zhuangxian had entered the imperial garden alongside the Empress, accompanied by Shen Mingyao. Dressed in splendid court attire, she took a seat a bit farther down, not even casting a glance in Shen Weixi's direction. The crown prince's consort was currently expecting a child, otherwise the secondary consort would not have had the opportunity to shine. The empress surveyed the gathering of radiant young ladies, a smile gracing her lips. The flowers in the imperial garden were in full bloom, particularly the vibrant hibiscus. The young ladies were free to roam and admire, and the matrons need not feel constrained. As the empress spoke, the guests complied, forming small groups to appreciate the blossoms. Several matrons remained behind, carefully accompanying the empress. Observing the beautiful faces peeking through the flowers brightened the empress's mood significantly. Indeed, youth was delightful. Just look at these young maidens, so vibrant. Suddenly recalling something, she turned to Su Mingqing and quietly inquired, "Which one is the Shun family's young lady?" "Your Majesty, the one in the light blue dress beside the golden tea flower," Su Mingqing replied. The empress followed her gaze and was taken aback by the striking beauty of the young woman squatting by the flower, truly a vision surpassing the blossoms themselves. No wonder even her stoic son had been stirred by a fleeting romance. At that moment, Shen Weixi was feeling rather bored, crouched beside a golden tea flower, feigning interest in the blooms. Most of the attendees were strangers to her, and those she did recognize were adversaries, leaving her without a word to say. She wondered when this flower viewing banquet would conclude. Although it was billed as a flower appreciation event, it was merely a gathering to showcase the noble young ladies for the two princes to admire their appearances. The notion of love at first sight was simply an allure of beauty. Chapter 20. The Flower Viewing Banquet. The empress gestured to a nearby palace maid, summoning Shen Weixi. As Shen Weixi was called forth, both Wei Zhuangxian and Shen Mingqing exchanged glances filled with murderous intent. Since she had begun to harbor suspicions about Su Mingqing, it was imperative that she not be allowed to ascend to a higher status, lest it bring calamity. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects." Shen Weixi had only recently learned the etiquette of this dynasty, and whether she executed it correctly was of little concern to her. The original owner of her body had no recollection of such matters, and she was merely trying to adapt in a hurry. Thus, one could hardly expect perfection. The empress, however, seemed unfazed, kindly bidding her to rise. Turning slightly to Wei Zhuangxian, she remarked, "Madam Wei, you have such a lovely daughter hidden away in your household. Why do you not bring her out more often?" Wei Zhuangxian's smile appeared somewhat forced. Lowering her head, she replied, "Your Majesty, this is my husband's legitimate eldest daughter. Due to an unusual illness 4 years ago, she has been recuperating in the countryside, and I have been unable to bring her out." "Is that so?" The empress feigned ignorance, expressing her regret. "But thankfully she has recovered. It is never too late to take her out more. How old is she this year?" Before Shen Weixi could respond, Wei Zhuangxian swiftly interjected, "Weixi is 20 this year. I worry for her, as she is reaching an age where finding a suitable match becomes increasingly difficult, especially with the specter of her illness potentially returning. It is truly a source of concern." In the kingdom of Liang, daughters typically married around the ages of 16 or 17, and by 18, they were considered spinsters. At this age, they were often relegated to secondary marriages, making it improbable to secure a favorable match. Moreover, a woman with an illness could never enter the palace. By stating these facts, she aimed to sever Shen Weixi's chances of entering the imperial court. Historically in Liang, no woman had entered the palace at the age of 20. Shen Weixi rolled her eyes discreetly, sensing that Wei Zhuangxian was making every effort to thwart her ambitions. However, this suited her purposes, and she chose to remain silent. The empress, catching a glimpse of Wei Zhuangxian's intentions, understood her thoughts clearly. Just as she was about to speak to the still bowing Shen Weixi, a sharp voice interrupted. "The emperor has arrived." The crowd hurriedly knelt, exclaiming their reverence, "Long live the emperor." Shen Weixi took a few steps to the side, using the hem of her skirt to conceal her own act of submission. The current emperor, Su Mingqing, aged 49, possessed a distinct and chiseled visage, exuding an innate nobility and royal authority. Stealing a glance, Shen Weixi was taken aback to discover that he was a handsome yet mature gentleman, imbued with the gravitas of experience. After a prolonged moment, a deep voice resonated, "All rise." The assembly stood and resumed their designated seats. Upon looking up, Shen Weixi noted not only the emperor's presence, but also that of concubine Ji, concubine Da, and the 3 adult princes who took their places beside the emperor and empress. Su Mingqing casually raised his gaze, scanning the individuals within the imperial garden. Upon spotting someone situated in the far corner, his brow furrowed. He could not fathom which fool had arranged for the legitimate daughter of a third-rank general to be seated so distantly. Little did he remember that, in the pursuit of selecting a consort for him, all those present today were of at least third-rank official lineage. The moment Shen Weixi lifted her head, her eyes met Su Mingqing's. She feigned ignorance, allowing her gaze to drift past him toward the other two princes. Indeed, they are of royal lineage, all strikingly beautiful. The emperor possesses a handsome visage, and the imperial consorts are equally enchanting. It would be surprising if the princes and princesses were anything less than attractive. Su Mingqing narrowed her eyes, observing her surroundings, a glimmer of intrigue flickering within them. At that moment, the emperor spoke, inquiring, "Empress, at what stage is the flower appreciation banquet?" The empress responded with a dignified smile. "The young ladies and esteemed matrons are currently engaged in admiring the blossoms, Your Majesty. Have you brought forth any new amusements?" The royal family holds such banquets once or twice annually, each with distinct purposes. Today's gathering is to select the primary and secondary consorts for the crown prince and the second prince, hence the emperor's presence. The emperor surveyed the princes and then turned to the two consorts, asking, "Does the Gui Fei or the De Fei have any suggestions?" Simply gazing at flowers lacks a certain vibrancy. The De Fei remained silent, a subtle smile gracing her lips. However, the Gui Fei Ji covered her mouth with a handkerchief and chimed in, "Your Majesty, I have a thought. Why not have the crown prince and the second prince also partake in the flower viewing, selecting their favorite blooms to present to those they hold dear?" This notion closely resembles the previous tradition of bestowing fragrant sachets and jade auspicious symbols. The emperor nonchalantly nodded, then let the crown prince and the second prince proceed. "Everyone should feel free to enjoy the flowers." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The attendees began to cautiously step away from the emperor's gaze, retreating into the floral grove. Observing the departing noble ladies, the emperor turned to the first prince beside him and remarked, "You should also partake in the flower viewing. If you find one that pleases you, feel free to bring it back." Upon hearing this, Shen Mingyao's expression shifted. Her head bowed as she struggled to contain her emotions, nearly wringing her handkerchief to shreds. The talk of flower viewing and gathering blooms was evidently a subtle invitation for the first prince to select a secondary consort. Presently, the first prince's consort was nurturing a child, overseeing all matters within the courtyard. Should another consort join, she would have to share everything, including the first prince's affections. The first prince disregarded the Gui Fei Ji's pointed glance, gently patting Shen Mingyao's hand in a gesture of comfort before standing and respectfully stating, "I am grateful for Father Emperor's kind intentions. Today, I shall not intrude upon the crown prince and second prince's enjoyment of the flowers." The emperor nodded, offering no further comment, as it was merely a casual suggestion. The Gui Fei Ji observed Shen Mingyao with narrowed eyes, ultimately refraining from voicing her thoughts. She had initially intended for the Ji family's legitimate daughter to become a secondary consort for her son, but regrettably, she was absent today. Meanwhile, Shen Weixi meandered into the hibiscus grove, seeking a secluded corner to lean against a tree. She plucked a flower absent-mindedly, idly tearing at its petals. She pondered the reason for her attendance at the royal selection banquet for consorts. The group of young ladies she had just observed appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years old, recently coming of age. What business did a 20-year-old unmarried woman have in such festivities? Why hide away here? A cool, resonant voice broke her reverie, prompting Shen Weixi to instinctively raise her head. The crown prince? What was he doing in this secluded corner instead of searching for flowers? Clad in a splendid crimson robe that perfectly accentuated his physique, it outlined his lean and powerful waist. He was gazing directly at her, his deep-set brows and eyes reminiscent of a tranquil abyss. Every aspect of his form and countenance resonated profoundly with her heart. As she gazed obsessively at her own reflection, Su Mingqing's dark eyes flickered momentarily. He refrained from making any further remarks about her lack of modesty and instead stated, "If Su Mingxi offers you flowers later, do not accept them. Hmm? Shen Weixi inquired with a puzzled look, wondering why the second prince would bestow flowers upon her. Today, the imperial garden was filled with numerous young ladies of higher status and youthful beauty. Surely, the second prince would not take an interest in an older girl like her. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Shen Weixi, a general, though currently not stationed at the border, wielded considerable military power. Moreover, the invitation for her to attend the flower appreciation banquet could not have been easily declined by Shen Weixi. Estando todo, Shen Weixi regarded Su Mingqing, contemplating whether the second prince was drawn to the military authority of the Shen family. Otherwise, it seemed implausible that her beauty alone could captivate the second prince to such an extent. Simply refuse, Su Mingqing said, shifting the topic. What flowers do you favor? Could she truly disregard flowers presented by a prince? Shen Weixi did not respond directly, but posed a question in return. I guessed correctly, did I not? Thus, when Shen Weixi brought me back to the capital, it was at the second prince's behest, and he dared not refuse. Su Mingqing fell momentarily silent, meeting her starry-eyed gaze. A smile gracing his lips. You are quite astute, yet I suspect there are other reasons at play. Su Mingqing would not relinquish the position of primary consort to a daughter of a third-rank military officer. There are many noble ladies with substantial family power. I wonder what it is that the second prince sees in you. Shen Weixi, too, was unaware of what quality she possessed that might intrigue him. Noticing the time, she prompted, Your Highness, it is time for you to gather flowers. After speaking, she leisurely made her way back without awaiting his response. Observing her retreating figure, Su Mingqing inquired once more, What flowers do you like? Without turning around, she replied, Black spider lilies. Alas, they do not grow here. Only after watching her delicate silhouette fade from view did Su Mingqing turn it apart. No, they must exist, he thought. Upon returning to the center of the imperial garden, Shen Weixi discovered that the other young ladies had mostly returned, each shyly awaiting the flowers from the crown prince and the second prince. The second prince arrived first, clad in white, exuding elegance, holding a golden camellia in hand. Many noble ladies cast shy glances at the flower he possessed, for it represented not merely a bloom, but status and opulence. To receive such a flower would at the very least signify a position as the second prince's secondary consort, if not the primary consort itself. Observing this scene, the Defei's eyes glimmered with amusement as she slowly spoke. Mingxi, since you have found a flower that pleases you, then present it. The empress, upon hearing this, felt a surge of displeasure. The crown prince had yet to make his selection, yet the second prince had chosen first, which was quite unbecoming. Casting a sidelong glance at the emperor, she noted his indifference and temporarily suppressed her irritation. However, her eyes narrowed as she coldly surveyed the gathering. It belonged to her son. No one should dare to usurp it. It was merely a flower. As long as no imperial decree was issued, the outcome remained uncertain. Holding the flower, Su Mingxi surveyed the noble ladies present, all of whom were tense with anticipation. Not only the ladies and their mothers, but even the Jigui Fei felt a flutter of unease. Jigui Fei feared that he would choose CHNGLN. CHNGLN was the legitimate daughter of CHNWNL, a high-ranking official of the second grade. CHNWNL was the father of the empress and a former student of the grand tutor, ZHBYing. Should the second prince truly wed CHNGLN, it was likely that they would conspire with the crown prince to undermine her family, the MNN, a scenario that I certainly did not wish to witness. SMNJS held a flower as he walked toward the far corner amidst the expectant and anxious gazes of the gathered crowd. SHNW9 watched him approach, her brow slightly furrowing in surprise. Indeed, he had set his sights on her. Miss SHN, this golden camellia suits you remarkably well. Please accept it, he said, his tone gentle and adorned with a faint smile, devoid of any royal arrogance, appearing truly like a refined gentleman. SHW9 cast her eyes down upon the flower before her. The golden camellia symbolized humility and ideal love. How well it suits me, she thought, amused. Other noble women clutched their handkerchiefs so tightly that their nails threatened to tear the fabric. Why should an unmarried old maid like her garner the second prince's favor? Particularly Zhao Mingqing, who gritted her teeth, glaring fiercely at SHNW9. That flower should have belonged to her. She had waited 2 long years for His Highness, growing from a girl into a 17-year-old young woman. Meanwhile, Wu N's heart churned with tumultuous emotions, cursing under her breath. This wretched girl should have been extinguished in her youth. Who would have thought she could catch the second prince's eye? She fixed her stare intently on the scene. Does Miss SHN not fancy the golden camellia, or should I fetch another? SM Ings's words put SHNW9 in a precarious position. A mere daughter of a third-grade military officer dared to be so selective before a prince? On one hand, it reflected SHNW9's lack of upbringing and disregard for hierarchy. On the other, it could suggest disdain for the royal family, verging on treason. SHNW9 lifted her gaze to meet his gentle countenance and suddenly smiled. Thus, how could there truly be simplicity within the royal family? She accepted the flower, responding coolly, "Thank you." It was merely a flower. After all, accepting it posed no great challenge. If the emperor dared to betroth her to this smiling tiger, she would poison the entire SHN family and escape the Lying kingdom with her lineage intact. As SMNGQ returned, he happened upon the moment she accepted the flower, smiling. Grinding his teeth, a flash of anger crossed his eyes. Ah, the crown prince has returned. I chuckled, covering her mouth in amusement, noting how the second prince had chosen to act before the crown prince. Such blatant provocation. Yet no one responded to her remarks. All eyes were drawn to the grand red peony cradled in SMNGQ's arms. At this season, only the imperial garden could yield blooming peonies. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone was left in stunned silence. The crown prince had gathered such a substantial bouquet, surely consisting of numerous blooms. Was he intending to court all the noble ladies present for the Eastern Palace? Had he been single for too long and suddenly sought to indulge? The empress gazed at her son in astonishment, pondering his intentions. Even the emperor cast a surprised glance in his direction, ignoring the scrutiny of others. SMNGQing slowly approached SHNW9, lowering his gaze to the golden camellia in her hand, his eyes glinting with a coldness that belied his gentle demeanor. Then she stuffed all the flowers into Shen Weixi's embrace, holding them tightly. Although the imperial garden lacked the black spider lily, it would surely possess them in the future. Shen Weixi, cradling a large bouquet, quirked her lips. What was the purpose of this? The other noble ladies gaped in disbelief. Both the crown prince and the second prince had taken an interest in Shen Weixi, but why? Was it solely due to her enchanting visage? The expression of the Empress Dowager darkened slightly, and just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by concubine Ji. Miss Shen is truly remarkable, drawing the attention of both the crown prince and the second prince. His Majesty may soon find himself in a predicament. To whom should he bestow a marriage? The emperor glanced at the expressions of the crowd, rose, and declared, "This matter shall be discussed further." He then turned and exited the imperial garden, leaving behind a multitude of varied expressions. Thus, a banquet ostensibly held to admire flowers, but in reality a selection of consorts, concluded rather absurdly. With no indication from the emperor, the attendees could only speculate silently in their hearts. However, following this event, many were keen to investigate the Shen family, curious about what kind of legitimate daughter could incite competition between two esteemed princes. Yet, Shen Weixi remained indifferent to such matters. She returned to her courtyard to enjoy a delightful bath, requesting Ji Tang to bring her some food. Due to Wei Zhuangxian deliberately halting all her provisions, she had Ji Tang set up a small kitchen in the courtyard. While she was dining, Ji Tang came to inform her that concubine Mei from the back courtyard of Shenchuanda wished to see her. Chapter 22. Concubine Mei Shen Weixi straightened her posture, her mind filled with questions. What could Shenchuanda's concubine want with her? "Miss, I have inquired." This concubine, Mei, was Shenchuanda's first bedwarmer, having served him for over 20 years. Upon hearing this, Shen Weixi's eyes brightened. "Ji Tang, if she comes, let her in." After all, she had lived in the Shen residence for over 2 decades. That evening, as darkness enveloped the night, concubine Mei arrived alone. Though nearing 40, she was well preserved. Her skin fair and delicate. It was easy to imagine that in her youth, she must have been a striking beauty. For how else could she have secured her place as a favored servant in the Shen household? At the very least, Shen Xuanda still remembered their bond, treating her well. Miss, after 4 years, you have blossomed even more beautifully. Shen Weixi smiled faintly, pushing a cup of tea toward her. Concubine Mei has chosen to visit me at night. Surely, there must be something of significance at hand. She had deliberately avoided several maidservants, as if fearing discovery. Concubine Mei gazed down at the teacup, the liquid gently swaying within, mirroring the agitation of her heart. Today, I learned that the matron has suspended all provisions for your courtyard. Have you not considered seeking the master for redress? Shen Weixi cast her a sidelong glance, understanding her intent, and replied nonchalantly, "Do you believe Shen Xuanda will restore my provisions and punish Wei Zhuangxian?" Concubine Mei's eyes widened in astonishment, staring at the alluring young woman before her. You dare to address the master and mistress by their names directly? For years ago, something must have transpired, for you were suddenly sent away to the countryside. Now that you have returned, have you changed so much? State your purpose, Shen Weixi said, lowering her gaze and reclining comfortably. Madame Mei cast her gaze downward, observing the calloused fingers that had diligently strummed the prayer beads, a mocking smile gracing her lips. My dear young lady, I am aware of your inquiries regarding Madame and I. Fortuitously, I possess some knowledge on the matter, yet I have a stipulation. To deal with Wei Zhuangxian, there is no need for conjecture. The only thing to be gleaned from that ineffectual legitimate daughter is indeed this matter. After all, it is common knowledge within the estate that she harbors animosity towards Wei Zhuangxian. Madame Mei nodded, her eyes hardening, teeth clenched as she declared, I desire Wei Zhuangxian's demise. Why should I collaborate with you? Shen Weixi scrutinized her. I have just returned, devoid of any foundation. There is not a soul in this manor I can rely upon. And even you, who have resided here for over 20 years, have failed to eliminate her. What makes you think I could succeed? The young lady had spent 4 years unscathed at the estate, and now she could attend the flower viewing banquet today, which clearly indicated that she was not someone easily manipulated by Wei Zhuangxian. Moreover, a newfound confidence glimmered in Madame Mei's eyes. You made a grand entrance into Lingxiao courtyard upon your return, evidently determined to investigate Madame Ni's affairs. The inhabitants of this estate, having witnessed Madame Ni's arrival, would divulge their insights to no one other than me. Unmoved, Shen Weixi countered, Shen Xuanda would not wish for me to uncover too much regarding my mother. If you divulge information, do you not fear for your life at his hands? Regardless of the facade Madame Mei might maintain, the incident of her seeking her out this night could not remain concealed. Madame Mei shook her head. The master would not harm me. Shen Weixi regarded her in silence, perplexed as to the source of her confidence. Was it the fact that she was Shen Xuanda's first woman that bestowed her such assurance? Shen Xuanda was hardly a paragon of virtue. Yet, this was not her concern. I wish to understand, why do you harbor such intense hatred for Wei Zhuangxian? A hatred so profound that you wish her dead? From what she gathered, the women in Shen Xuanda's harem were scant, and Wei Zhuangxian had not taken any lives. My dear young lady, do you grasp why only you and the second young lady remain in this household? Madame Mei scoffed, answering her own question, because those who were pregnant never brought their children to term. On the surface, Wei Zhuangxian appeared magnanimous, yet beneath lay a dark and twisted soul. My first child was lost shortly after Wei Zhuangxian entered the household, and since then, I have not received any news. 3 years ago, I finally received good news. Do you know how elated I was at that time? Yet mere days later, while strolling in the garden, I suffered a fall and lost it all. Madame Mei's eyes were crimson, her gaze brimming with a hatred that seemed poised to become a blade. All of this is because of Wei Zhuangxian. Countless children have perished in this household over the years. Shen Weixi furrowed her brow upon hearing this. Does Shen Xuanda not care? After all, they are his progeny. And currently, there are no male heirs in the manor. Are they not the ones most concerned with lineage? Thus, I suspect the master's attitude may also be linked to Madame Ni's affairs. What did you say? Shen Weixi sat up straight, astonished as she gazed at her. Do not tell me that Shen Xuanda is so infatuated with Su Mingqing that he harbors no desire for others in the household to bear children. That would be utterly repugnant. Yet it made little sense. Madame May remained oblivious to her own fanciful musings and continued. When a master first brought Lady An into the manor, she was not suffering from amnesia, and she was with child. As her pregnancy progressed to about 5 or 6 months, she grew increasingly melancholic. One day, the master returned with Dr. Wei Zhuangxian. After the doctor treated Su Mingqing, her sorrow seemed to lift. Yet, from that day forth, she lost her memory. By the time the child was born, Su Mingqing's mental faculties began to wane. And within a mere 3 years, she tragically passed away. Following Lady Ni's death, the master and Wei Zhuangxian had a fierce altercation, nearly resulting in the master choking Wei Zhuangxian to death. Yet by some stroke of fate, she survived. Subsequently, the master's demeanor changed. He ceased to concern himself with matters of the inner residence. Even knowing that Wei Zhuangxian was responsible for the demise of the Shen family lineage, he remained silent. After finishing her tale, Madame May clutched her own hands tightly, gradually regaining her composure. She had long harbored suspicions that the master was under some form of leverage held by Wei Zhuangxian, something far more severe than the extinction of the Shen family. Shen Weixi sat in silence, astonished by the multitude of secrets concealed within such a modest general's estate. However, the death of Su Mingqing was undeniably connected to Shen Xuanda and Wei Zhuangxian. It was shocking to realize that Su Mingqing had been poisoned during her pregnancy. Clearly, Shen Xuanda had little regard for the child she carried, which explained his cold and heartless demeanor towards the original host. Ultimately, she acquiesced to collaborate with Madame May, for Wei Zhuangxian must meet her end alongside Shen Xuanda. After Madame May departed, Shen Weixi sat quietly in the room, lost in thought. The flickering candlelight cast her shadow upon the wall, swaying gently. Her mind was not preoccupied with avenging the original host. Rather, she pondered her own mother, who had also passed shortly after giving birth to her. Her father was utterly unreliable, leaving her to grow up under her grandfather's care. Now that she found herself in this place, what of her grandfather? Would she ever have the chance to see him again in this lifetime? With a soft sigh, just as she intended to call for Ji Tang to prepare hot water, the window suddenly creaked open. Chapter 23. The resurgence of cold poison. As she observed someone skillfully climbing through the window, Shen Weixi clenched her teeth, holding her teacup tightly, longing to hurl it at him. Upon entering, Su Mingqing raised his gaze and was met with her expressionless face. Unfazed, he proceeded to the table, seated himself, and poured himself a cup of tea. Su Mingqing, Shen Weixi exclaimed in exasperation, slamming her palm on the table, her gaze fixed on him. How many times is this now that you have climbed through my window? Do you even resemble a prince? You look more like a rogue. This time, she had nearly been preparing for a bath again. His timing was impeccable. How audacious, she thought. Su Mingqing responded in a calm tone, casting her glance. How dare you address me by my name? What punishment do you deserve? Punishment, you say? You must be addicted to climbing windows. With your attitude, you deserve to be executed along with your entire clan. To scorn the royal family is a crime worthy of death. Then go ahead and execute me. If you were to eliminate the entire Shen family, I would actually thank you. Su Mingqing found himself a loss for words. He resolved not to quibble with the woman and decided to change the subject. Did you see the emerald silk I sent you yesterday? I did. It's called emerald silk. What a melodious name. This was the first time Shen Weixi encountered such satin, its texture delicate and smooth, and the fabric so thin that it would undoubtedly create an ethereal garment. However, it was too precious. You should take it back. What I gifted you is yours, and I cannot possibly reclaim it. If you cannot find a suitable embroiderer, I could arrange for someone to assist you with tailoring. There's no need for that. Shen Weixi, disinterested in further debate, inquired, what exactly brings you here tonight? Is this place too suitable for window climbing? She resolved to find a time to move out of the Shen residence. After all, she had gleaned most of what she needed to know, and Shen Xuanda was unlikely to divulge anything further. Suddenly, the thought of Su Mingqing's residence crossed her mind. Shen Weixi approached the dressing table, retrieved a box, and handed the key to Su Mingqing. I have no use for this. Thank you for your kindness. Repeatedly being rebuffed, Su Mingqing's expression turned cold. You refuse everything I gift. Yet today you accepted flowers from Su Mingqing. But I also accepted your flowers, did I not? She retorted. Huh, was that really acceptance? That was merely me forcing it upon you. Shen Weixi pressed her hand to her forehead. What kind of absurd dialogue was this? When had she become so immature? Su Mingqing fell silent for a moment, lowering his gaze to conceal his emotions, and replied softly, regarding Su Mingqing, I will find a way. You need not worry. After uttering these words, the room fell into silence for a while. He continued, if you were. Shen Weixi leaned her hand against her forehead, listening to him when he suddenly paused mid-sentence. Instinctively, she looked up, and before she could finish her thought, she noticed Su Mingqing's complexion had turned pale. His body slightly bent, and the veins on his hands, resting on the table, were bulging ominously. Shen Weixi's expression changed dramatically as she sprang to her feet and rushed over. What's wrong? Is it the cold poison acting up? Su Mingqing, enduring excruciating pain coursing through his organs, opened his mouth as if to speak, but uttered nothing, instead exuding a wave of coldness. Do not speak. I will fetch you some medicine. She had only a few pills left from what she had brought. It had been less than a month since he had last suffered from the cold poison at Qingyun Temple. How could it flare up so swiftly again? Just as she intended to retrieve the medicine, Su Mingqing's eyes closed suddenly, and he began to fall backward. Shen Weixi gasped and swiftly stepped behind him to catch him. Please don't faint. If you hit the ground, it could cause quite a bump. Thankfully, he didn't fall to the floor, but instead collapsed into her arms, his head hitting her with a painful thud. Being struck by such a solid head in the softest part was indeed quite painful. Su Mingqing slid further down, his body chilling to an alarming degree. Heavens! You are so heavy. Shen Weixi struggled to lift him onto the bed, anxious to administer his medicine. After a considerable effort, she finally managed to drag him onto the bed. Without time to wipe the beads of sweat from her forehead, she quickly turned to the box beneath the dressing table to search for the medicine. After much effort, she successfully administered the medicine and let out a sigh of relief. She glanced at the disheveled figure lying on the bed, his clothing slightly open from her earlier actions, revealing a solid chest. On that enticing, crime-inviting face, disheveled strands of hair cascaded across the forehead, exuding a fragile yet chaotic beauty. Shen Weixi swallowed hard, her heart racing with memories of an unforgettable taste. She wiped her face and admonished herself, Shen Weixi, maintain your composure. The chill of the cold poison was likely to make him feel even more frigid. Kneeling beside the bed, she leaned over Su Mingqing to retrieve the blanket. Suddenly, a pair of icy hands enveloped her waist, yanking her down onto someone. The chill penetrated layers of clothing, spreading across her skin and igniting a shiver. What are you doing? Let go. Shen Weixi struggled to rise, but those hands held her like iron, refusing to relent. After futile attempts to break free, she found herself sweating. Are you awake or not? Stop pretending. With great difficulty, she lifted her gaze. His eyes remained tightly shut, long lashes casting small shadows beneath, resembling the trembling feathers of a crow in the cold night. Was he truly unconscious? Yet, she distinctly felt the warmth in his palm gradually increasing, no longer the bone-chilling cold from before. Stop pretending, let me up. She pressed her hands against Su Mingqing's chest, attempting to push herself up. However, those hands only tightened their grip, firmly imprisoning her in his embrace. Shen Weixi's struggles were in vain. Her hairpin loosened, and her raven locks cascaded down like a waterfall, framing Su Mingqing's pale cheeks. She felt as though her waist might break. Surrendering, she lay languidly upon his broad chest. Were it not for the incessant chill emanating from him, she might have doubted his pretense. After a brief moment, she felt his chest subtly rise and fall. Cold, so cold, she murmured, her voice hoarse and fragile. With a sigh of resignation, she thought, well, he is the father of the child. She laboriously pulled the blanket over her back with her right hand, while her left tugged until they were completely enveloped. The room gradually fell silent, the candles slowly burning down, occasionally crackling. Outside the room, in the courtyard, Chen Chuan and Shen Yi remained standing against the wall. It was already the second watch of the night, yet the prince had not yet emerged. Shen Yi had peered out the window several times, his impatience palpable. After another moment of disappointment, he rested his head on Chen Chuan's shoulder, his eyes vacant as he gazed at the starry sky. The autumn night air was growing colder. Had they not been martial artists, they would have been shivering by now. Suddenly, Chen Chuan spoke. The prince likely won tea returned to the palace tonight. How do you know? Shen Yi inquired. The candle has gone out. Shen Yi lifted his head to look, and indeed, the window that had previously glowed was now dark. Then we can only wait here for the night, he concluded. The prince truly is the prince. Look, he can even spend the night. Chapter 24. Prince Jai Finghua. Morning light filtered through the intricately carved wooden window, quietly spilling onto the floor. Su Mingqing slowly opened his eyes, devoid of any bewilderment typical of one just awakening. Feeling the soft warmth in his embrace, he glanced down. Shen Weixi nestled in his embrace. Her inky black hair splayed messily across his chest, strands fluttering gently with her breath, tickling his neck ever so slightly. It was no wonder that throughout the dream, a snow-white cat persistently nuzzled against him, its tail brushing against his chin, inducing an exquisite itch. Su Mingqing lifted his gaze to quietly observe the canopy above, remaining still. The memories of the previous night lingered vividly in his mind. Shortly after ingesting the medicine, he awoke, the coldness of the chilling poison penetrating deeply into his bones, compelling him to instinctively seek warmth, tightly clutching her. For reasons unknown, even upon waking, he did not release the person in his arms and surprisingly slept soundly until dawn on her bed. Time flew by. As daylight broke, he had no choice but to depart. Su Mingqing gently shifted the person in his arms, laying her down on the bed, then rose to tidy his disheveled attire, particularly his nearly exposed chest. He stood before the bed, gazing down at the deeply slumbering figure for a long while before finally taking his leave. The Prince of Xian, who had been away from the capital for over half a year, had returned. Before he could report to the palace, many old acquaintances visited his residence. After bidding farewell to yet another colleague, Ji Fenghua lingered in the courtyard for quite some time until he felt the chill in the air. Longing, "My lord, your subordinate is here. The carriage is prepared for the palace." Very well. Half an hour later, in the imperial palace, the emperor sat regally upon the dragon throne, his dark eyes fixed intently upon the individual below. Clad in azure robes, Ji Fenghua stood calmly in the center of the imperial study, resembling a moon amidst the pines. Over the past 20 years, time had favored him, and he remained as strikingly elegant as ever. Ji Fenghua, Ji Fenghua. This name was akin to a spell cast upon him. That year, the late Prince Xian had brought his only son, Ji Fenghua, to the imperial study to request the title of crown prince. At that time, Su Yanao had just ascended the throne, and upon first encountering Ji Fenghua, he was indeed, as his name suggested, remarkably graceful. The youth, not yet of marriageable age and unscathed by the trials of the world, possessed eyes like clear springs and lips that bore a gentle smile, exuding warmth akin to jade. Truly, it echoed the saying, "A person on the road is like jade, a young gentleman unmatched in the world." Your Majesty, the matter concerning Liz Ho has concluded. Tomorrow, I shall prepare the memorial and report the findings. Sensing the intensely scrutinizing gaze, Ji Fenghua lowered his eyes to conceal the emotions swirling within, breaking the silence with a calm tone. The emperor withdrew his gaze, refraining from inquiring about Liz Ho. He absent-mindedly stroked the jade ring in his hand and casually remarked, "I have heard that someone is attempting to matchmake for you. The legitimate daughter of the Ji Yushi family, no less." Ji Fenghua's expression remained unchanged, responding only with a mild tone. It was merely a jest exchanged among colleagues. I did not take it to heart. Yesterday, Ji, who visited but mentioned it in passing. He was now 42 years old, had never married, and had no intentions of doing so in the future. Is that so? The emperor's gaze fell upon him once more, sharp and probing. He scoffed, "A lifetime of celibacy. My dear minister, for whom do you guard your purity?" Ji Fenghua's countenance showed no fluctuations, resembling a person devoid of emotion. He continued, unhurriedly, Your Majesty, do not jest. I have simply grown accustomed to solitude. I hope you speak the truth, my dear minister. The emperor withdrew his gaze, yet the shadows lurking in his eyes could not be concealed. Given this, I believe that the esteemed daughter of Inspector Ji, possessing both grace and wisdom, is precisely the kind of person my harem currently lacks. What do you think, Prince Shen? Ji Fenghua's eyes could not help but flicker. Miss Ji had just reached her coming of age and was a year younger than the fourth princess. Yet, due to a mere jest, a woman's entire life was irrevocably marred. Such occurrences have not been infrequent over the years, Ji Fenghua thought with a cold smile. Unconsciously, his hand within his sleeve pierced his palm. He strove to suppress the fury within him, for any further words at this moment would only push Miss Ji deeper into despair. She was, after all, an innocent woman. He closed his eyes momentarily, and upon regaining composure, Ji Fenghua opened his indifferent gaze and looked up at the emperor. Your Majesty, the incessant rains in Beihui have necessitated the reinforcement of the levees. I am willing to travel there to alleviate your Majesty's concerns. The emperor suddenly lifted his gaze, fixating intently on the individual before him. For a moment, the imperial study was enveloped in an unsettling silence. After a prolonged pause, the emperor let out a cold chuckle, remarking, "What a commendable desire to ease my burdens. Prince Xian is ever so devoted to the welfare of the people, more diligent than I, the emperor myself. Having just returned from Lizhou, you are already heading to Beihui. It seems this capital cannot retain you." Ji Fenghua lowered his gaze to the polished floor, his expression impassive. Observing the emotionless figure below him, the emperor's heart surged with suppressed rage. Abruptly, he seized a memorial from the desk and slammed it onto the ground. The resounding crash reverberated through the otherwise tranquil study. Outside, Weihai flinched. In that moment, the emperor resembled a furious lion, his wrath boiling over with no outlet for release. Ji Fenghua bent his right leg, kneeling down. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. Weihai. The emperor's booming voice startled Weihai, who scrambled into the room. Your Majesty, I am here. As he knelt, he noticed the individual beside him was also on the ground, causing him to startle and rise to assist. Prince Xian, please do not kneel. The ground is cold. However, he was unable to help him up. Panic set in for Weihai. He cautiously glanced up at the emperor's countenance, then at the upright figure on the ground. Feeling utterly at a loss, the emperor's eyes, tinged with crimson, finally closed for a moment. When he reopened them, all emotions were suppressed, and he reverted to being the cold, unfeeling sovereign who held dominion over the realm. Rise. Do you require me to assist you? Thank you for your grace, your Majesty. The emperor stood, not casting another glance at him, and left with a flick of his sleeve. Ji Fenghua slowly exited the imperial study, raising his gaze to the bright sun, yet only feeling its harsh glare. Some matters, after all, must reach a conclusion for the sake of all involved. He strode towards the palace gates, his silhouette forlorn and resolute. Weihai watched him depart with a gentle sigh before hastily pursuing the emperor. The next day, the Ji family knelt before the hall, awaiting the imperial decree. By the will of heaven, the emperor proclaimed, the daughter of Inspector Ji Yunqing, endowed with both beauty and intelligence, excelling in propriety, gentle by nature, is hereby granted the title of Huipin. Thus decreed. The Ji family could only accept the decree in a daze. Following the departure of the eunuch who delivered the announcement, Ji Yunqing could no longer bear the weight of the news, collapsing onto the ground. She did not wish to enter the palace. She had just reached her coming of age, and the emperor would soon celebrate his 50th birthday. At the moment she collapsed, the entire Ji family was thrown into chaos. They had not anticipated that the emperor would suddenly confer the title of Huipin upon Ji Yunqing. Once the news spread, all of the capital was left in a state of bewilderment. Just days prior, the crown prince and the second prince had held a selection banquet for consorts. And while they awaited the imperial decree for marriage, the emperor had instead added another person to his harem. Chapter 25. The Invitation in Jing Shui Palace. Consort Ji heard the contents of the imperial edict and angrily hurled the teacup on the table to the ground. That wretched woman, when did she seduce his majesty? How foolish she had been to think that the Ji family's legitimate daughter was well-educated, gentle, and virtuous, making her a suitable candidate as the crown prince's secondary consort. Yet this wretched woman had turned and entered the harem, slapping her face. Hui Pin, even before having served the emperor, already possessed a title. The chief palace maid, Cui Zhu, signaled to a nearby junior maid to clean up the mess, and then approached the consort to massage her shoulders, softly advising, "Your Highness, do not be angry. You are the consort, and she cannot surpass you. The crown prince is so admirable. That Ji family girl is simply unworthy. You speak the truth. It is Ji Yanqing who is unworthy of my son." A fierce glint flashed in Consort Ji's eyes as she pondered how easy it was to enter the harem. Then another thought crossed her mind. Both the crown prince and the second prince had chosen the legitimate daughter of the Shen family. Cui Zhu, go and have someone investigate this Shen Weixi. Besides her appearance, what special qualities does this woman possess that have led two noble scions to vie for her? Yes, Your Highness. Meanwhile, at Fengwu Palace, Cui Yuan pushed open the door and lifted the beaded curtain. Your Highness, I have learned that it was His Highness, the Prince of Xian, who entered the palace yesterday. The Empress paused in her manipulation of the prayer beads. What had transpired before the Prince of Xian entered the palace? Your Highness, there was a small incident. Lord Ji, who mentioned at the gates of the Prince of Xian's residence that a marriage between the two families could be arranged. With only the Prince of Xian remaining in the residence, it was evident whom the marriage would involve. The Empress tightened her grip on the prayer beads. So, this is the reason Ji Yanqing entered the palace? Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a blinding golden hue upon the red carpet. After a long moment, Hui Yuan spoke again. Your Highness, I am here. Have a Ministry of Internal Affairs prepare the ceremonial garments and jewelry for Hui Pin, and select a date for her formal entrance into the palace. Yes. Shen Weixi sat upon a stool, gazing at the dressing table piled high with an array of brocade boxes. Inside were various exquisite jewelry pieces, hair accessories, and even a box filled with silver notes. Miss, these are all gifts sent from His Highness, the Crown Prince, over the past 2 days, Ji Tong explained as she entered with a water jug. Noticing her lost in thought at the dressing table. Why is he sending these? Since a few days ago, when the cold poison had flared up here, Su Mingqing had not returned after leaving the next morning. She wondered if he had awoken that morning, finding himself in her bed and holding her. Would he think she coveted his beauty? Moreover, he had left without waking her. For years ago, he had threatened her life. Was it because this time he had merely fallen into a deep sleep? Miss, it is evident that His Highness, the Crown Prince, is trying to court you. Miss, did you not mention that at the previous flower feast, the Crown Prince bestowed upon you all the flowers? It is quite evident that the Crown Prince holds a fondness for you. Shen Weixi raised an eyebrow, gazing at Ji Tong with disbelief. He merely wishes for the second prince not to choose me. He previously declared it impossible for him to wed me. He called me an immodest woman, always coveting his beauty. She reluctantly conceded his point. But what of it? I merely possess a slight inclination towards beauty, and it so happens that Su Mingqing embodies my taste. Upon hearing Shen Weixi's words, Ji Tong appeared puzzled. Having never experienced affection, she was at a loss for discernment. Miss, do you harbor feelings for the Crown Prince? After all, they have already welcomed a young master. Shen Weixi fell silent. She longed to admit her affection, but only for his visage and physique, fearing it might startle the innocent Ji Tong. In another world, one where imperial authority did not reign supreme, she would have boldly claimed the handsome man for herself. Clearing her throat, she diverted the topic. Ji Tong, please put everything away. Su Mingqing has sent a considerable number of gifts. Since he refuses to take them back, let them serve as a nurturing fee for the generations. As she spoke, a tapping sound echoed from the window behind them. Ji Tong pulled it open, her face alight with surprise. Miss, Chen Chuan has arrived. Shen Weixi approached, her gaze falling upon the bouquet of golden camellias in his arms, her heart skipping a beat. What is this? Chen Chuan offered an awkward smile, extending the bouquet to Ji Tong before explaining to Shen Weixi, this is a gift from His Highness, who mentioned that Miss Shen has a fondness for golden camellias. Since it has been delivered, I shall take my leave. After he departed, Ji Tong closed the window, her joy evident. Miss, I shall find a vase to keep them alive. Watching Jitong scurry about in search of a vase, Shen Weixi was lost in thought as she stared at the golden camellias on the table. Why send golden camellias? In the Eastern Palace study, Su Mingqing stood at his desk, pen in hand, bent over sketching something. Clad in a black robe adorned with golden silk trim, his form appeared increasingly statuesque. A black silk sash encircled his waist, and a jade pendant swayed gently with his movements, producing a melodious chime. After a considerable time, he set down his pen, gazing at the drawing, feeling it lacked something. "Your Highness." Chun Chuan's voice resonated from outside the door. Su Mingqing rolled up the drawing and replied, "Come in." With a creak, the door opened, and Chun Chuan entered, performing a respectful bow. "Your Highness, Miss Shun has accepted the flowers." He tactfully omitted the part where Jitong had taken the flowers and he had departed, ensuring Shen Weixi never had a chance to refuse. "Yes, send someone to procure a flower. Manjishij, in black." "Understood." Chun Chuan knew precisely for whom he was searching. "By the way, Your Highness, on my way back, I encountered Long Ying, who mentioned that the Xian Wang wishes to see you. If it is convenient, he requests your presence at the Xian Wang's residence at the third watch of the night." "The Xian Wang?" "Indeed, according to reports. The emperor was in a great rage in the imperial study the other day, and the Xian Wang was present." A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Su Mingqing's eyes. "Chun Chuan, upon your return, I shall be punctual this evening." "Yes." Once Chun Chuan departed, Su Mingqing once again unfurled the drawing he had just rolled up. In the painting, the woman is adorned in a water blue gauze dress, her brows resembling distant mountains, and her lips, naturally red, evoke the image of crimson plum blossoms amidst the snow, breathtakingly beautiful. Su Mingqing's fingers gently caressed the face of the woman in the painting. Yet his thoughts drifted far away. Since that fateful incident 4 years ago, countless nights have been haunted by the visage of a faceless woman in his dreams. Clad in a water-blue layered skirt, her hem danced gracefully with each step, disrupting his slumber and inciting his frustration. He yearned to confront her, to teach that audacious woman a lesson. Yet, after 2 years of relentless searching, he found nothing. In the 3rd year, the dreams persisted, and the woman remained elusive. Guided by the sensations in his dreams, he crafted a portrait devoid of features. Only today did this artwork feel complete. His fingers traced down the bridge of her nose, slowly reaching her pair of expressive eyes. "Did you truly believe that by entangling with me, you could escape unscathed?" A deep, husky voice echoed in the study, accompanied by the autumn breeze seeping through the window, stirring a chill in the air. The setting sun streamed through the intricately carved wooden window, casting mottled shadows upon the floor, resembling iron cages of confinement. Chapter 26. A reunion of father and son as the night deepened. The moon quietly ascended the treetops. In the darkness, the vermilion gates of the Prince Xian's residence creaked open, then closed again. "The crown prince has arrived. Please take a seat." Ji Fenghua wore a gentle smile, personally pouring a cup of tea and sliding it across the table to Su Mingqing. "The night is heavy with dew. I wonder what the Prince Xian intends for me to come to the palace at this hour?" Su Mingqing's expression remained placid. "Your Highness, do not rush." Ji Fenghua replied with an unchanging smile. "Today, I invite you to enjoy some tea and perhaps meet someone." He nudged the teacup forward again. Inside the celadon teacup, the Biluacun tea unfurled its tender green leaves, steam rising with an enchanting aroma. Su Mingqing lifted the teacup and took a delicate sip, his throat subtly rolling. Indeed, it was exquisite tea. Setting the cup down, he raised his gaze to Ji Fenghua. "Who is it that I must wait for? In this world, aside from the emperor, no one dares to make me wait." As the night deepened, he had previously succumbed to slumber, and Long Ying had already gone to summon him. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the door creaked open, and Long Ying entered, accompanied by another person. "Your Highness, my lord." "Ah, Long Ying. Bring him over." "Bring?" Su Mingqing raised his gaze in surprise. "Is it necessary to carry him?" His eyes fell upon Long Ying, observing the child nestled in his arms, and his brow furrowed. "The Prince Xian summoned me merely to see your child? Am I so idle? The Prince Xian actually has a child. I wonder if his father will go mad." Ji Fenghua let out a light laugh. "This child is not mine." He stood up, took the child, Dai, then sat opposite Su Mingqing. Dai, look up and see who this is. Shen Dai released her small hands from around Ji Fenghua's neck, rubbing her eyes as she turned, saying, "Pretty uncle. What are you looking at?" Upon recognizing Dai's face, Su Mingqing was left utterly astonished, his pupils trembling violently. He remained frozen in his seat, mouth agape, yet unable to utter a word. "Ah, this uncle looks quite like me." Shen Dai wriggled free, scampering over to perch on Su Mingqing's lap. Tilting her head upward, she innocently inquired, "Uncle, do we resemble each other? Are we twins?" Her mother had mentioned that twins often look alike, much like those two uncles in the valley. Su Mingqing stiffened and lowered his gaze to Dada. Apart from the eyes, every feature of that face mirrored his own. Were it not for the knowledge that he had never taken a wife, Su Mingqing might have believed this child to be his son. "Uncle, why are you not speaking?" The innocent, tender voice roused the dazed Su Mingqing from his reverie. He attempted to muster a smile, but failed. For reasons unknown. He feared his aloof demeanor might frighten this little bundle of joy. "What's your name?" Shen Dada asked, nibbling her finger. "I'm called Shen Dada." She then turned to Ji Fenghua. "Pretty uncle, did you not say you would bring me to the capital to find my father? Is he my father?" Su Mingqing yearned to declare, "I'm not your father," yet the words remained unspoken. He reached out to gently pat her fluffy little head, then directed a piercing gaze at Ji Fenghua. "What do you mean by this? Why bring a child who bears such an uncanny resemblance to me? Your Highness, I can think of no other father for this child besides you." Ji Fenghua gestured for longing to exit and continued, "On my way back to the capital, I saw him being carried along the official road by a tiger. At first glance, I knew he must be your bloodline." "Absurd," Su Mingqing retorted sharply. "I have not taken a wife, nor have I entangled myself with any woman from the common folk. How could that be possible?" He abruptly halted, as memories from 4 years prior flashed through his mind, leaving the rest of his sentence lodged in his throat, his pupils dilating in shock. Suddenly meeting those clear eyes, Su Mingqing felt his throat constrict for a moment, and with a somewhat hoarse voice, he asked, "How old are you?" "I am 3 years old." 3 years? Su Mingqing gritted his teeth, striving to suppress the anger welling within him, determined not to frighten the little one. "What is your mother's name?" Shen Dada leaned against Su Mingqing's thigh, her pudgy little hand fiddling with the jade pendant at his waist, her voice sweet and innocent. "I cannot tell you my mother's name." She said not to casually share her name with others. Even if Dada remained silent, he could surmise the answer. Muscles throughout Su Mingqing's body tensed. Due to Ji Fenghua's presence, he refrained from uttering Shen Weixi's name, his left fist clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. "Shen Weixi, you are truly remarkable." The surname Shen, the identical appearance, the perfect age, and now a journey to the capital to find her father? When all these coincidences converge, they cease to be mere chance. Observing Su Mingqing's chain of reactions, Ji Fenghua smirked and addressed the little one. "Dada, he is indeed your father." Shen Dada's eyes sparkled like stars, her face alight with joy as she gazed at Su Mingqing. "Are you truly my father?" Looking at Shen Dada's expectant little face, Su Mingqing felt a tumult of emotions. After a moment of silence, he slowly raised his hand and gently stroked the child's head, his movements stiff yet imbued with a tender caution. "Yes, I am your father." "Father!" Shen Dada exclaimed, excitedly climbing onto his lap. "I have finally seen my father." His mother had said he would not meet his father until he turned 5, yet today he had the fortune of seeing him. Indeed, Dai was the most remarkable of them all. Su Mingqing held him close, a myriad of emotions flickering in his eyes. The Empress had incessantly urged him to marry. And now, unexpectedly, his son was already 3 years old. His thoughts drifted to Shen Weixi, and he felt an overwhelming urge to confront that woman. Initially, she had taken advantage of his vulnerability, and now she had simply vanished, utterly disregarding her responsibilities. Even now, after bearing a child who had grown to 3, she had yet to consider informing him. "Father, I'm so sleepy," murmured Shen Dai, rubbing his eyes, his earlier excitement now waning. "Sleep." Then, Su Mingqing replied, rising with him in his arms, glancing at Ji Fenghua, who was fiddling with a teacup, his head bowed, obscuring his expression. "Thank you," he acknowledged, recognizing that Ji Fenghua had indeed aided him. Otherwise, who could have predicted the consequences of a 3-year-old wandering alone on the official road? That woman, Shen Weixi, was utterly irresponsible, not just towards him, but also towards the child. To alleviate His Highness's burdens is the duty of a minister. You need not be so formal. Yifenghua responded. In the future, should you require assistance that does not pertain to the realm, I shall be at your service. This was a promise, a means to repay the favor he had received. Ji Fenghua smiled gently, adding, "It is late. You should take Dai back to rest." Indeed, Su Mingqing replied, turning to exit. As he opened the door, Chen Chuan stared in astonishment at his master emerging with a child in his arms, trailing behind him in disbelief. "Your Highness, whose child are you carrying? It can't be from a Shen prince, can it?" "This is my child," Su Mingqing asserted firmly, snatching the cloak from Chen Chuan's grasp to shield the child from the night's chill. Feeling the cold air, he quickened his pace. At that moment, Chen Chuan felt as though struck by lightning, rooted in place. The prince's child? Was he hearing things? When had the prince acquired a child? The boy seemed to be several years old already. Once his master had walked further away, Chen Chuan hurried to catch up, eager to share this monumental news with Xian Yi. He could not bear to let his friend be the only one astonished. Su Mingqing did not return to the East Palace, but instead made his way to a residence he frequently occupied outside the palace. Once in his chamber, he gently laid the little bundle upon the bed, tenderly covering him with a quilt. The night breeze slipped through the window's crevice, causing the candlelight to flicker and cast dancing shadows upon the walls. Su Mingqing sat at the edge of the bed, his gaze resting on the small figure nestled within the golden-threaded quilt, his youthful face illuminated with a warm glow by the candlelight. He watched for a long while, until the flame threatened to extinguish. "Chen Chuan," he called softly. "Present, my lord," came the prompt reply from Chen Chuan, who had been gossiping with Xian in a corner of the courtyard. Upon hearing the summons, he rushed over. "Tonight, you will watch over him. Have Xian summon a nurse to this place, and ensure that no one else learns of this," Su Mingqing instructed. "Understood," Chen Chuan affirmed. After detailing his instructions, Su Mingqing vanished into the embrace of the night. Chapter 27. Do you need my assistance to recall what happened 4 years ago? In the rear courtyard of the Shen residence, a shadow glided silently under the moonlight, stealthily scaling the wall and slipping through the window. After some time, she casually tore off the jade pendant and tossed it, striking precisely at the acupoint, causing Ji Tang to sink into a deeper slumber. Su Mingqing, with an expressionless demeanor, entered the inner chamber and approached the bedside. He was there to seek accountability. His slender fingers gently parted the gauze curtain, and the flickering candlelight in the dim room cast shifting shadows upon his sharply defined features. Shen Weixi lay quietly enveloped in the soft brocade quilt, her long eyelashes resembling delicate brushes, casting small shadows beneath her eyes, gently quivering with each breath. A strand of hair fell upon her cheek, and as Su Mingqing reached out to brush it away, his fingertips met her warm skin, causing him to retract as if struck by electricity. At that moment, Shen Weixi was lost in a beautiful dream, surrounded by handsome men, each boasting chiseled abs. Suddenly, Su Mingqing's face appeared before her, startling her awake. As she opened her eyes, she saw a shadow looming at the foot of her bed and instinctively opened her mouth to scream. But a large hand swiftly covered her mouth. "Should be quiet. No shouting." The voice was all too familiar. Shen Weixi's eyes widened in alarm. He was back. This was enough to send her heart racing. She mused that perhaps she should keep some poison in her room to deal with this intruder. Su Mingqing abruptly withdrew his hand, staring at the bite mark on his palm, a mix of anger and amusement crossing his face. "Are you a dog? Are you out of your mind?" Shen Weixi sat up, seizing her pillow and throwing it at him, but he easily dodged it. "It's late at night. You could scare someone to death." Su Mingqing sneered. "If you have nothing to hide, why fear me?" He added, "Now leave quickly. I need to sleep." She lay back down, tightening the quilt around her, for nothing was more important than slumber. Just as she closed her eyes, another thought struck her. She opened her eyes and said, "You better not come here again." She planned to move out in a couple of days, and others might occupy this courtyard. If he were to climb through the window, he might be thrown out, which would be quite embarrassing for a prince. As for her new place, Shen Weixi had no intention of revealing it to Su Mingqing. She couldn't fathom his motives. Why did he always come at such late hours, bringing so many gifts? Did he truly have feelings for her? She found it hard to believe. What did you say? Su Mingqing's voice was calm, yet darkness brewed in his eyes. His hands clenched tightly within his sleeves, fingertips turning pale. Shen Weixi raised her gaze to his tense face, noticing the anger in his eyes, and paused. I said you shouldn't come here. What does that expression mean? She propped herself up, arching an eyebrow in jest. What's wrong? Reluctant to part with me? Watching the shifts in his expression, a pang of realization struck Shen Weixi, and she sat up straighter, her countenance growing serious. You don't actually like me, do you? Su Mingqing lowered his gaze to her exquisite face, meeting her watery eyes, his heart racing uncontrollably, his gaze flickering. Why should he reveal such feelings? They had already shared a marital bond, with a child not even 3 years old. Whether he liked her or not, she was already his. The lack of denial stunned Shen Weixi. Was it true he had developed feelings for her? Dismissing the little thrill of joy within her, she shook her head. You mustn't fall for me. It's impossible between us. Upon hearing this, Su Mingqing clenched his fist once more. His gaze fixated upon her as he gritted his teeth and asked, Who have you developed feelings for? He longed to retort that they had already shared a child for several years, rendering the impossibility of their situation moot. Yet, he suppressed his words, eager to see how long this woman could maintain her silence. Whom I fancy is none of your concern, she shot back. Was it not you who declared a month ago that you would never marry me? Are you now prepared to contradict yourself? None of my concern? Su Mingqing scoffed coldly, suddenly yanking the covers from her, his tall, muscular frame pressing down upon her. Shall I remind you of events from 4 years past, to discern whether it pertains to me? With that, his slender fingers began to trace the loosened collar of her garment. You are a deceiver. For years ago, you promised to take responsibility, yet you fled without a word, even concealing our child from me. Wait. Shen Weixi grasped her collar tightly, her eyes wide with disbelief. When did I ever claim I would take responsibility? It's been too long. I can't recall. Could it be that she truly had said such a thing? Su Mingqing, unwilling to hear more of her words, which he found unpalatable, lowered his head and sealed her lips with his own. His kiss was imbued with an irresistible dominance, a heated breath enveloping her, stealing her very breath away. Shen Weixi pressed her hands against his chest, attempting to push him away, but he captured her wrist with one hand and pinned it beside her head. Unable to repel him, she resorted to biting. Ouch, you bit me again. Su Mingqing released her lips, but did not relinquish his hold on her. Shen Weixi seized the opportunity to inhale deeply, staring at him incredulously. Su Mingqing, what madness has seized you this evening? Were it a different time, she might have welcomed the embrace of such a handsome man, yet clearly, this was not the appropriate moment. Madness? Su Mingqing's gaze bore down on her. Shen Weixi, do you have something to say to me? Are you concealing anything from me? A jolt of anxiety surged through Shen Weixi. Could it be that the truth about Dai Dai had been uncovered? You're feeling guilty. I am not guilty. Shen Weixi protested, her expression innocent. We have no relationship. Even if I had matters to withhold from you, it would not constitute deceit. Achiemipiache. Su Mingqing laughed coldly. No relationship, you say? Let's put that to the test. He lowered his head to seal her lips once more. All her protests were swallowed in the fervor of their kiss. Su Mingqing, infuriated, was unwilling to let her off so easily. No woman had ever provoked such ire within him, yet he found himself utterly at her mercy. His other hand slipped beneath her loose garments, a gesture almost punitive, igniting a wave of shivers across her skin. Shen Weixi froze, her mind blank. The mingling of his cool yet fervent breath filled her senses, rendering her dizzy. Suddenly, her eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to endure any longer, she bit down fiercely, showing no mercy this time. The metallic taste of blood swiftly permeated their mouths. Su Mingqing snapped back to reality, releasing her and wiping the blood from his lips. He had nearly lost control. Get away. Shen Weixi shoved him aside, scrambling to escape. Yet, before she could flee, A sharp sensation gripped her neck, and she instantly succumbed to unconsciousness, cradled within Su Mingqing's embrace. Gazing down at her slightly flushed face, her lips, tender and bruised as if they had been harshly ravaged, resembled delicate petals. Following the elegant curve of her neck, her garment lay completely open, exposing large swathes of skin as fair as snow to the cool air. Su Mingqing felt a rush of heat sweep through him, his throat tightening with unquenched desire. He closed his eyes, the sound of his heavy breathing echoing in the stillness of the room. Pressing his fingers against his throbbing temples, he inhaled deeply, his hand moving to adjust her clothing. Cradling her in his arms, Su Mingqing sat in silence for a considerable time until his breathing steadied. He then pulled the thin blanket over Shen Weixi, lifting her gently as he melded into the night. Chapter 28. A family of 3. Chen Chuan, dutifully stationed outside Shen Daidai's room, nearly had his eyes pop out when he saw his master return in the dead of night, cradling a figure in his arms. What on earth was happening? First, he brought back a child, and now a woman. Was his master suddenly transformed from a solitary bachelor to a family man? Chen Chuan, what are you doing standing in the courtyard? Having just settled the newly arrived nurse, Xianyi caught sight of his master's silhouette and hurried after him, only to find Chen Chuan lost in thought. Hey! When Chen Chuan failed to respond, Xianyi gave him a sharp slap on the back. Snapping back to reality, Chen Chuan excitedly grasped Xianyi's hand, his heart swelling with pride. His Highness has not only brought back a child, but also a woman. He has finally matured, knowing how to cherish a delicate flower, and has even brought her home. Xianyi disdainfully shook off his grip. I saw it. His Highness is coming from the direction of the Shen family. Therefore, the person under the blanket is self-evident. Chen Chuan's expression suddenly shifted to one of seriousness. Could the child truly be His Highness's own? They are aware of the fleeting night 4 years ago between His Highness and Miss Shen, and tonight's child appears to be of similar age. They exchanged looks, both recognizing the shock mirrored in each other's eyes. Inside the room, Su Mingqing discarded the blanket and gently placed the person in his arms onto the bed. The small bundle within was blissfully asleep, entirely unaware that her mother had arrived. Su Mingqing tenderly covered the two with a blanket, sitting quietly at the edge of the bed, observing them for a long while. Only then did he notice that Daidai's mouth bore an uncanny resemblance to her mother's. Moonlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting fragmented silver patterns on the floor. As the night deepened, Su Mingqing remained lost in thought for a while before he came to himself. Extending a long finger to gently brush the strands of hair from Shen Weixi's forehead, his gaze inevitably drawn to her luscious lips. The following morning, Shen Weixi, still in a sleepy haze, seemed to hear her daughter's voice. How could that be? Daidai was supposed to be at Yaowang Valley. She turned over, intending to drift back to sleep. Mother! Daidai cheerfully perched atop her, her voice sweet and innocent. Mother, you're such a lazy pig. The sun is already up. The clarity of her voice shattered the dreamlike state. Shen Weixi's eyes flew open, meeting her daughter's small face, and she sat up in astonishment. Reaching out to touch Daidai, she sought reassurance that she was not dreaming. Haha, mother, that tickles. Daidai giggled, twisting playfully in her embrace. Daidai, how did you end up here? Shen Weixi's mind finally cleared, and she suddenly recalled that Su Mingqing had barged into her room in a frenzy during the dead of night. Alas, it was all her fault for harboring such a damned desire. Had she not been reluctant to harm a handsome man, she would have long since incapacitated him. What transpired afterward? Ah, yes, she lost consciousness. Lifting her gaze, she realized this was no longer her room, looking down at the little one nestled in her arms. Shen Weixi's expression turned serious. Daidai, tell mother, how did you end up here? Aren't you supposed to be at the Apothecary Valley? Could it be that Su Mingqing discovered something and found his way to the Apothecary Valley? Shen Daidai blinked her innocent eyes, pointing her chubby finger. Mother, I came to find you. And how did you arrive in the capital? The handsome uncle brought me to find father. Father? Shen Weixi's eyes widened in realization. This father could not possibly refer to Su Mingqing, could it? No wonder he had suddenly inquired last night if she was concealing anything from him. Shen Weixi's mind began to whirl with countless plans to escape with the child. However, Su Mingqing was no ordinary man. He was the crown prince of Liang. Unless she fled the realm entirely, how could she evade the search of a prince? Her heart felt utterly drained. She flopped back down like a despondent salted fish, lamenting her hasty decisions for allowing him to intrude upon her chamber repeatedly. She was at a loss as to what she was thinking. Was it solely his physique and that face which stirred such tumult within her? Shen Weixi raised her hand to shield her eyes, and Su Mingqing's figure involuntarily floated into her mind. It seemed she was not merely captivated by his exterior and flawless form. This was dire. "Mother, why are you sleeping again?" Dai nudged her arm. "Father is coming." Indeed, footsteps soon echoed from outside the door. Startled from her stupor, Shen Weixi sat up abruptly, and upon turning her head, she beheld someone entering the room. The morning light outlined his tall silhouette. His black attire, edged in gold, fitted snugly around his lean form, accentuating broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His brows resembled cold blades. His nose was straight and high, his lips delicately pressed together, and the tousled hair at his forehead swayed gently with his movements, exuding an innate nobility in every gesture. Despite having seen him countless times, her heart still fluttered at the sight. After all, even after 4 years apart, his visage remained vividly etched in her memory. He was truly a paragon of humanity. Shen Weixi swallowed hard, her face betraying no emotion. "Father!" Dai exclaimed joyfully, scrambling to the bedside, though the height of the bed left her only gazing longingly. Su Mingqing responded, walking over to cradle her in his arms. "Are you hungry?" "Father, I'm hungry," Dai replied. "That's why I wanted to wake Mother." Su Mingqing, holding her, entrusted her to the waiting nurse by the door, instructing her to wash up and change before having breakfast. "Yes." After bowing slightly, he reached out to take Shen Dai. "Father." Dai clung tightly around his neck, refusing to let go. "Be good." Su Mingqing softened his tone, gently patting her little head. Dai, go wash up first. Your mother and I will join you for breakfast shortly, all right?" Dai nodded eagerly. "Okay." It would be the first time father accompanied her for a meal. As the nurse led the child away, Su Mingqing closed the door and turned back to the bedside, his expression darkening. Shen Weixi observed his affectionate gestures towards Dai with a mixture of emotions. It was unexpected how swiftly he embraced the role of a father, appearing genuinely caring. "So, Shen Weixi, will you not provide an explanation?" Su Mingqing's voice was laced with barely contained fury, his eyes ablaze. Despite the gravity of the situation, this woman remained remarkably composed, still unwilling to acknowledge the truth. Shen Weixi gazed up at him and, with a forthrightness that bordered on audacity, stated, "As you see, Dai is your son, conceived 4 years ago." Reflecting on the past, she recognized her own misjudgment from 4 years prior. It was indeed a situation that took advantage of vulnerability. Even an ordinary man would struggle to endure being ambushed by a woman, let alone a prince of Liang, who stood above all others. Now, the fact that Su Mingqing could accept Dai and treat her with a semblance of kindness was astonishing, prompting her to question whether this could be true love. A sigh escaped Shen Weixi's heart. "Su Mingqing, we must converse." She swiftly donned her garments and stepped off the bed. Her nonchalant response left Su Mingqing feeling a knot of frustration in his chest. Just as he was about to interrogate her, a panicked voice from outside interrupted. "Your Highness, something is amiss. The young master is suddenly unwell." Chapter 29. Dai's poisoning Shen Weixi's expression shifted dramatically. Disregarding everything, she flung open the door and dashed outside. "Where's Dai?" Su Mingqing's face also paled as he followed closely behind. "The young master is in the dining hall." Upon their arrival, they witnessed Shen Dai lying in the nurse's arms, his face pale and body trembling uncontrollably. "Dai!" Shen Weixi rushed forward, enveloping him in her embrace, her hand brushing against his icy skin, tears welling in her eyes. She looked up at Su Mingqing and shouted, "Hurry to the Shen residence and have Ji Tong fetch the medicine." "Chen Chuan, go now." "Yes, your highness." Chen Chuan swiftly vanished with his lightness of foot. Shen Weixi held Dai tightly, pressing her forehead against his frigid one, striving to impart her warmth to him. Witnessing the poignant scene of mother and child, Su Mingqing felt as though he had been struck by a heavy blow, pain surging through him. "What has happened to Dai Dai?" he asked, reaching out to touch the child's small, cold face. The chill that enveloped him sent shivers through his skin. Su Mingqing's expression shifted dramatically. It was cold poison. This sensation was eerily reminiscent of the affliction he endured monthly. Shen Weixi suppressed her tears and nodded. "It is cold poison. Dai Dai has carried it since birth. However, with careful nurturing over the years, it has been a long time since it last manifested." She met Su Mingqing's gaze, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears. "The cold poison originates from you. I have meticulously managed it all these years, never anticipating." Su Mingqing staggered, as if struck by lightning, and grasped the nearby pearwood chair to steady himself. How could this be? He had never fathomed that the cold poison afflicting him could be transmitted to his offspring, now endangering Dai Dai. In an instant, Su Mingqing's eyes reddened, a tempest of rage swirling within them. Compared to the fury he felt upon discovering his own poisoning, his current desire was to rend the perpetrator limb from limb, to obliterate them. He enveloped the mother and child in his arms, closing his eyes to suppress the moisture threatening to spill from them. No wonder she always carries medicine with her. Meanwhile, Jitong rubbed her sleepy head and got up to put on her clothes. For some reason, she had slept very deeply last night. Entering the inner chamber, she gazed at the empty bed, and her expression shifted. It was unusual for the young lady to rise so early without calling for her. Now that the person was absent, and even the quilt had vanished, something must have occurred. Just as she turned to investigate, the window beside her was pushed open, revealing Chen Chuan's face. "Jitong, hurry! Young Master Dai Dai seems to have fallen ill. Miss Shen asks you to fetch the medicine." "Young Master?" Jitong narrowed her eyes, suspecting deception. Young Master was still in Yaowang Valley, and the Crown Prince was unaware of his existence. "It's true, Jitong. Quickly gather the medicine. It will be dangerous for young Master if you delay." This morning, Chen Chuan had seen young Master Dai Dai's face and instantly recognized him as the Master's child, an identical visage that would raise no doubts. Observing Chen Chuan's anxious demeanor, Jitong swiftly turned to find the medicine. Regardless of the truth, she had to go. She could not gamble with young Master's life. "Let us go." Jitong quickly located Shen Weixi's medicine chest and followed Chen Chuan closely. After a flurry of chaos, they finally administered the medicine to Shen Dai Dai, whose body was no longer so cold. Shen Weixi cradled him back to the room, placing him on the bed and tucking in the quilt. Sitting at the bedside, she gazed at Shen Dai Dai's still pale face, her eyes filled with compassion. This cursed chill poison. Su Mingqing stood behind her, his heart still hanging in the balance. Was there an antidote for the chill poison? Previously, he had not cared, leaving the search for an antidote to Chen Chuan and never inquiring about the progress. But now that the poison had manifested in Dai Dai, he could not afford to overlook it. He could endure the torment of the chill poison. But Dai Dai was still so young. Shen Weixi's gaze remained on the little one in bed as she furrowed her brow and said, "I do not know. Only a small part of Dai Dai's chill poison remains. I have relied on medicine to suppress it over the years. How difficult it is to detoxify." She turned to him. "A month ago, I took your pulse. The poison in you has begun to erode your organs. You are the most at risk. Extend your hand. Let me check again." Su Mingqing extended his right hand, watching her fair fingers rest on his wrist, a secret joy blossoming within him. At least she cared for him. After a long moment, Shen Weixi furrowed her brow and withdrew her hand. "Did you not use medicine to suppress the chill poison before? Why has it progressed so rapidly?" "It's more severe than the last time I took your pulse." Su Mingqing retracted his hand, silently placing it behind his back. "I did not use medicine, but I had been receiving acupuncture from the abbot of Qingyun Temple to suppress the poison." "So, when you were at Qingyun Temple, you were there to suppress the poison?" "That was closer to when he had an episode a few days ago. Calculating, it had been just over a month, and he had experienced 2 episodes. Shen Weixi stood up and retrieved a small porcelain bottle from the medicine chest. "This is the medicine Dai Dai had previously." She took out a pill and handed it to him. "Take it. This medicine is formulated specifically for Dai Dai's chill poison. The efficacy for you may not be as potent, but at least it will help mitigate the onset of the poison. Furthermore, your health requires restoration, and the pills need to be remade. I shall compose a list of medicinal ingredients for you to gather. As the crown prince, procuring these remedies should pose no challenge for him. Su Mingqing firmly grasped her outstretched wrist, his gaze intensely fixed upon her. You previously claimed that our connection was impossible. So why express concern for my well-being? Would it not be preferable for me to perish? After all, you profess to wish not to see me. Shen Weixi was utterly bewildered. When had she ever stated that she did not want to see him? Do not act irrationally. Let us converse sensibly. Take your medicine as prescribed. What do you mean by suggesting my death would be for the better? If I were to die, wouldn't I be left fatherless? Su Mingqing remained unmoved and continued. Thus, your concern stems solely from the fear of Dai growing up without a father? Su Mingqing, what is it that you truly desire? Speak plainly. Do not be so cryptic and contradictory. He glanced at her slightly flushed wrist, gently releasing his hold, and turned his attention to the unconscious Dai resting upon the bed. Let's first attend to Dai's condition. Mine can wait. Dai's health has been well maintained under my care, but this recent bout of poisoning occurred because he neglected to take his medicine on time. Had he been in the apothecary valley, such a situation would never have arisen. So tell me, how did you find Dai? Who is the handsome uncle he mentioned? Su Mingqing averted his gaze, staring at Shen Weixi with evident anger, nearly grinding his teeth as he said, That question is for you to answer, you heartless woman. You abandoned Dai to return to the capital alone. If it were not for Prince Xian encountering him on the road, do you comprehend the peril a child faces on a public path? Shen Weixi was taken aback. How could I abandon him? She suddenly paused. She had entrusted him to the wet nurse and had informed the people in the valley. How could she possibly abandon a piece of herself? Yet, Dai had somehow ended up on the road. Could it be that this little rascal had run away? Were the people in the valley not frantic with worry? Had she known, she would have kept him by her side. Chapter 30. A revelation. Why did you not inform me of your pregnancy back then? Su Mingqing's voice was low, laced with suppressed emotion. You concealed yourself for a full 4 years. Suddenly, he recalled something he had investigated. 4 years ago, Shen Weixi, the legitimate daughter of the Shen family, was abruptly sent to a manor in Meizhou, publicly claimed to be ill and in need of recuperation. However, it now appeared that the Shen family must have already been aware of her lost virtue. Or perhaps this was orchestrated by her stepmother. Otherwise, how could a well-bred lady have fallen victim to such a drug? Upon this realization, he felt that the incident from years past, which had led to the poisoning, was a fortuitous event. How could I ever dare to tell you? Shen Weixi rolled her eyes. That certain someone once vowed to flay me alive if he caught me. Raising her hand once more, she frowned and insisted, Enough of this nonsense. Take your medicine. Su Mingqing lowered his gaze to her pale hand, remaining still. Shen Weixi, exasperated, rose to her feet and forcefully placed the medicine into his mouth. You're truly obstinate. Dai's stubbornness is evidently inherited from you. Upon hearing his son's name, Su Mingqing's eyelashes fluttered ever so slightly. She withdrew her hand and gazed directly into his eyes. Speak, what are your thoughts? Dai is your son, and I will not prevent you from seeing him. However, once matters here are clarified, I shall return to Meizhou with Dai. Is that sufficient? Su Mingqing suddenly raised his gaze, a heavy gloom swirling in his eyes. Do you truly believe I would grant you the opportunity to leave with Dai? What do you intend to do? Very well, she conceded. I do indeed like him. Yet, it is not enough for me to forsake my freedom, nor am I willing to share a husband with anyone. Suddenly, Su Mingqing reached out to caress her face. Shen Weixi recoiled, but was swiftly drawn into his embrace. He lowered his head to inhale the faint herbal fragrance that enveloped her, and his mood instantly calmed. We will stay here with Dai. Returning to the Shen residence is not an option. Shen Xuanda has recently left the capital on business, and once he returns, my situation will become even more precarious. He had perused the investigative report and was bewildered as to why Shen Xuanda treated his own legitimate daughter in such a manner. Shen Weixi pushed against him, but to no avail. What? Do you wish for me to remain here as your concubine? Silence, Su Mingqing replied, tightening his grip. Are you uttering such words to provoke me, or to belittle yourself. He felt an urge to pry open this woman's mind to ascertain why she continued to speculate despite his obvious intentions. Then tell me, why must I die and I reside here? Shen Weixi was unwilling to let him evade the issue. She pushed him away firmly and, meeting his gaze, asked clearly, "Do you have feelings for me?" Su Mingqing's heart skipped a beat. He released her and instinctively averted his gaze, his fingers unconsciously brushing against each other. He pressed his lips together, remaining silent, yet a faint blush crept to his ears. Why the silence? Shen Weixi raised an eyebrow, suddenly feeling mischievous. Is it that you do not harbor feelings for me? Or do you intend to exact revenge for the tarnishing of your reputation 4 years ago, preparing to dismantle me piece by piece? Su Mingqing's gaze returned to her face, unable to suppress a cold snort. If I truly wished to kill you, your head would have fallen at Qingyun Temple long ago. Why would I bother delivering gifts to you, fearing you might be bullied by the Shen family, and find time to see you amidst my duties? Is this not clear enough? For over 20 years, she was the first woman to approach him closely, the only one for whom he had exerted such effort. Shen Weixi, you have always been intelligent. I refuse to believe you cannot see through this. Su Mingqing narrowed his eyes, fixating on the woman whose face wore a teasing expression, and spoke deliberately. Is it not that you desire me to confess my feelings directly? Very well, I shall do so now. He suddenly grasped the back of her neck, leaning in to whisper in her ear, I'm fond of you. In this lifetime, you are mine in life, and in death, you shall not escape. His warm breath brushed against her sensitive ear, causing Shen Weixi's breath to hitch, and her heart raced. Ignoring the heat flooding her cheeks, she attempted to maintain a calm tone. All right, I understand. Now let me go. Do you think your command to release you will be heeded? I shall not comply. With that, he deliberately bit down on her delicate earlobe. Ah, are you a dog? Why are you biting me? Shen Weixi gasped, stumbling back 2 steps in shock, covering her left ear, incredulous as she stared at him. Was this truly the innocent crown prince from a month ago? What? Is a mere bite too much for you to bear? His voice was deep, laced with an undercurrent of danger. Have you forgotten what you did 4 years ago? Shen Weixi choked for a moment, suddenly feeling a profound sense of failure. How could she, who once prided herself on her seductive nature, allow him to revel in triumph? She tilted her head back and scrutinized him with a mischievous glint in her eyes, clicking her tongue in mock disapproval. 4 years ago, those abdominal muscles were firm and elastic. I was quite enamored. What do they look like now? Shall I inspect them? You. Su Mingqing's expression shifted instantly. Astonishment etched on his face. Could you not be so brazen? You are a woman. You shouldn't be looking at me like that. Stop. Shen Weixi raised her hand to interrupt him. When have I been immodest? Wasn't it you who initiated this flirtation? Su Mingqing was momentarily at a loss for words, gazing at her in silence. This woman, just as she had been 4 years prior, still coveted his form. However, as Shen Weixi observed his reaction, she gradually tempered her playful demeanor and spoke earnestly. Do you know why I previously declared that we were impossible? Why? The expression on Su Mingqing's face evaporated, though his hands tightened beneath his sleeves. I'm a selfish person. I do not wish for my future husband to have other women, nor could I ever share him with anyone else. You, as a prince, are bound to have numerous women in your harem, even if there are none now. What the future? Her voice was soft yet clear. Once you ascend to a higher position, all the women of the Liang kingdom will be at your disposal. Can you withstand the temptation? So, this was her concern? Su Mingqing's gaze darkened as he suddenly grasped her waist, pulling her into his embrace. Lowering his head to gaze in her eyes, he spoke in a deep voice. What if I told you that for this lifetime, no matter my position, I desire only you? Since he first understood the world, numerous women had sought to entice him. His mother had always urged him to choose a crown princess. He had witnessed a myriad of women in the capital. He simply had not been swayed. The one time he felt a stir of emotion. This woman did not believe in him. Did he appear to be a lecherous man? Shen Weixi froze, her heart racing unexpectedly. She averted her gaze and replied calmly. Promises in this world are often too fleeting, while the intentions of emperors carry great weight. I cannot speak for others, but my promises to you shall never be broken. Su Mingqing released her, taking a step back, his dark eyes fixed upon her. I can grant you time to adjust, but you must remain. "You're not to go anywhere." A slight smirk played at the corners of his lips, infused with a commanding certainty. "You shall not think of leaving." With that, he turned and exited the room. She had escaped once before, taking advantage of a moment of vulnerability. Now, such an opportunity would not arise again. Watching the door close once more, Shen Weixi blinked, longing to trust him just once. At least for now, he liked her, and she found herself liking him in return. After standing for a while, she returned to the bed, her gaze lingering on the still sleeping Dai Dai. It was evident that Dai Dai cherished her father, and Su Mingqing treated Dai Dai well. Should she give a try? Chapter 31. Underlying Currents, Shen Manor. "What did you say? Shen Weixi is missing?" Wei Zhuangxian looked at Lu Mama, furrowing her brow in inquiry. Indeed, the maid replied that the lady had not appeared for 2 days. The one named Jitong returned yesterday, seemingly taking away a considerable number of items. This truly resembles a move. Shen Weixi had not been back to the Shen residence for long, and thus her belongings were few. Hearing Lu Mama's words, Wei Zhuangxian stood up with a cold expression, slowly pacing to the window to gaze at the blinding sunset. During the last flower appreciation banquet, Shen Weixi had garnered much attention, as both the crown prince and the second prince sent her flowers simultaneously, a first in the history of Liang Kingdom. The imperial marriage decree had yet to be issued. It was merely the emperor weighing his options. She rested her right hand on the windowsill, her crimson nails nearly embedding themselves into the wood. Wei Zhuangxian had initially intended to deal with Shen Weixi in due time, but little did she know the girl would flee so swiftly. During this period, she had been preoccupied with her daughter, Shen Mingyao. Having been married into the Grand Prince's residence for over 4 years, Shen Mingyao had remained silent. Now that the Grand Princess was pregnant, yet her condition was unstable. It was only a matter of time before another concubine entered the estate. If Shen Mingyao did not conceive before the arrival of the new concubine, her future would be fraught with difficulty. All eyes were now on the Grand Prince, who had been childless for years. The first to bear a child would have their offspring recognized as the Crown Prince. Thus, she was personally seeking renowned physicians and searching for elixirs to aid conception. "Madam, what shall we do now?" Lu Mama observed her back with concern. Shen Weixi's departure from the Shen residence meant she was out of their sight, complicating matters. Find someone to discreetly track her whereabouts. If an opportunity arises, Wei Zhuangxian turned, her face hardening, then sent her directly to meet Enai Mingxin. "Yes, madam." Liu Mama replied, "Departing." Wei Zhuangxian glanced at her delicate, white hands, the corners of her mouth twisting into a sinister smile. "Shen Weixi, why must you be the daughter of someone else? You were destined to be born from Enai Mingxin's womb, and your life shall be short." Unfortunately, before she could locate Shen Weixi, rumors in the capital had already erupted. It was said that the matriarch of the Wei family had a heart as cold as a serpent's, having tormented her legitimate daughter for years. Now, she had ceased even the pretense of propriety, first cutting off all provisions in the courtyard, then directly expelling her daughter from the home. Such a venomous woman would surely meet a dreadful end. With a sharp motion, Wei Zhuangxian knocked a nearby cup to the ground. "Who leaked this information?" She seethed. "There must be a traitor in the household. If I catch them, they shall not have it easy." Meanwhile, Shen Weixi was in the courtyard drying the herbs that Chun Chuan had delivered. Indeed, it was the crown prince within a day or two. He had prepared all the necessary herbs, and now they merely needed to be dried before concoction. Shen Dai Dai was in the garden, busily tending to the flowers. The little one squatted amidst the blossoms, a scattering of chrysanthemum petals around her. Ever since awakening, she had cherished her father dearly, asking daily, "Where has father gone?" fearing that her beloved father might disappear. Shen Weixi chuckled helplessly. Dai Dai had indeed become attached to her father, which made her somewhat more at ease. As she settled into this place, the residence she had intended to move into was now unnecessary. "Miss, good news." Jitong joyfully dashed in, her smile so broad it seemed to split her face. "What delightful news have you?" she inquired. "It seems to be something that brings great joy." While assisting in the drying of medicinal herbs, Jitong continued, "Today I overheard many voices condemning Wei Zhuangxian, claiming she is duplicitous and possesses a heart as cruel as a viper, unable to tolerate the legitimate daughter. Shen Weixi raised her eyebrows in surprise. What has transpired? It appears that Aunt May has disclosed the matter of halting the funds for the young lady, and has gone so far as to spread rumors that you were cruelly expelled from the Shen family by your wicked stepmother. Indeed, what timely gossip, Shen Weixi mused, narrowing her eyes. This provides a splendid excuse for my departure from the Shen family. Aunt May seems to harbor a deep-seated animosity towards Wei Zhuangxian, seizing every opportunity to strike. By the way, Miss Zhitong produced a letter and handed it to her. It is correspondence from the valley. Shen Weixi needed no glance to ascertain its contents. It surely bore news from the long-absent generations. Upon opening it, her assumptions were confirmed. The situation within the Medicine King Valley was becoming increasingly urgent. Zhitong, swiftly compose a letter to send back. The sooner, the better. Certainly, I shall do so at once. Once Zhitong departed, Shen Weixi immersed the letter in water, watching it dissolve. The ink from the Medicine King Valley bore a distinct herbal scent, easily recognizable. It was best not to leave any trace behind. One must not allow the chaotic world to disturb the tranquility of the valley. Mother, Shen Daidai scampered over, wrapping her little arms around Shen Weixi's leg, gazing up with innocent curiosity. When will father return? Shen Weixi brushed away the petals from his head, smiling as she replied. Father is occupied at present, but will return this evening. Su Mingqing had returned to the palace, attending court each morning, engrossed in affairs until late, only to return here afterward. Meanwhile, Shen Yi had embarked on a mission, with Chun Chuan accompanying Su Mingqing. Presently, the residence was attended solely by maids and nurses, along with 2 hidden guards lurking in the shadows. In the palace, around noon, Ji Yunk, the legitimate daughter of the Ji family, was welcomed into the inner chambers, stirring a flurry of activity among the concubines. One could only speculate how many porcelain repairs will be necessitated by the events of the evening. In the imperial study, a gilded bronze incense burner exhaled wisps of pale azure smoke, the fragrance of dragon's saliva wafting through the room. Ji Fenghua stood with hands at his sides, his dark ceremonial robes shimmering with intricate golden threads in the candlelight. His gaze was fixed upon the void, utterly still. The emperor, Su Yinao, seated behind a desk, continued to write with a vermilion brush, the passage of time etching faint lines upon his brow, enhancing his imposing presence even further. After a prolonged silence, the brush struck the inkstone with a crisp sound, shattering the stillness of the chamber. Su Yinao raised his eyes to regard the tall, elegant figure before him, a fleeting emotion of astonishment flickering in his gaze. Ji Qing. The calm voice pulled Ji Fenghua from his reverie. He bent slightly, saluting, I am here. Today, Hui Pin has entered the palace. What are your thoughts on this, Ji Qing? Ji Fenghua paused, momentarily recalling who Hui Pin was. His expression remained unchanged, his gentle voice flat as a still lake. I congratulate your majesty and wish you harmonious melodies with Hui Pin. After a long scrutiny, Su Yinao diverted his gaze, shifting the subject. Although you were unable to attend the recent flower viewing banquet, I presume you have heard of the prince and the second prince vying for the affections of the same lady? I have heard some whispers, your majesty. Chapter 32. The bestowal of marriage. Su Yinao rose from the dragon throne and descended the jade steps. Upon seeing the dragon boots before him, Ji Fenghua's spine stiffened abruptly. Su Yinao stood half a head taller than Ji Fenghua, his intense gaze fixated on the latter's jade-like visage. Yikvink. How do you believe I should handle this situation appropriately? Ji Fenghua lowered his eyes, long lashes casting shadows upon his cheeks, concealing the tumult of emotions within. I dare not presume to interpret your majesty's will. What is there to fear? Su Yinao scoffed softly, suddenly lifting his hand to grasp Ji Fenghua's chin, compelling him to meet his gaze. I wish to hear your opinion. Ji Fenghua's complexion shifted dramatically, and he instinctively retreated several paces to create distance, his hands clenched tightly beneath his voluminous sleeves, the knuckles paling. Lowering his head, he endeavored to mask the expression on his face, his fingers turning white from the pressure. He feared he might commit regicide on the spot. Su Yinao withdrew his hand, placing it behind his back, unable to resist the urge to rub his fingers together. Observing Ji Fenghua's evasive demeanor, an ominous glint flickered in his eyes. Returning to the dragon throne, Su Yunao picked up a portrait from the table, a cold smile suddenly gracing his lips. Shen Weixi, a woman already 20 yet still unmarried, has incited a rivalry between the usually indifferent crown prince and the second prince. Quite remarkable indeed. With that, he lifted his gaze to the expressionless figure below, his brow slightly furrowing. However, since my two sons have shown interest in her, I am inclined to facilitate their desires. Xian Wang, whom do you believe I should favor? I believe, as the crown prince of Liang, His Royal Highness should take precedence, Ji Fenghua replied. Is that so? Yet I contend that the second prince should be the first to present his affections. There is a matter of precedence. Precedence? Ji Fenghua pondered these words, a smirk suddenly gracing his lips. Your Majesty speaks of precedence? A clear, yet sarcastic laughter echoed within the imperial study, causing the air to grow taut with tension. Su Yunao's expression darkened, his eyes swirling with a tempestuous darkness, reminiscent of an impending storm. He stood once more, descending the jade steps with deliberate strides, as if treading upon the most fragile of hearts, evoking trepidation. It seems Xian Wang harbors grievances. I dare not, rather than cannot. Su Yunao narrowed his eyes, extending his hand towards Ji Fenghua's chin, only to have it evaded. My patience is limited. Suddenly, Su Yunao seized Ji Fenghua's hand, his eyes brimming with a predatory intensity. Ji Fenghua did not resist, his voice growing cold. Your Majesty, do not forget the promise made 20 years ago. Su Yunao slowly released his grip. I take my leave. Ji Fenghua turned and exited. As the door to the imperial study closed slowly, Su Yunao remained rooted in place, staring at the door, his gaze shrouded in ambiguity. Once outside the study, Ji Fenghua retrieved a white silk handkerchief, wiping his wrist before discarding it carelessly. The silk fluttered in the wind, appearing strikingly conspicuous against the white marble steps. As the sun set in the west, golden rays spilled over the vermilion columns, elongating his shadow. Noticing the approaching royal procession, Ji Fenghua paused, stepping aside into the shadow of the columns, bowing respectfully. I humbly wish the Empress a long and prosperous life. A pair of embroidered shoes lingered slightly before him before continuing on their path. The phoenix robe, adorned with golden thread, brushed against the bluestone ground, emitting a soft, rustling sound. As the ceremonial retinue faded into the distance, Ji Fenghua abruptly halted, gradually turning to gaze at her silhouette. In the twilight, the vivid yellow figure receded further, the golden phoenix ornament in her hair shimmering in the evening glow, casting a myriad of sparkling reflections that were particularly striking. The following day, a decree issued by the emperor left many in astonishment, speculating on the monarch's intentions. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decreed, to you, Zhao Mingqing, born of a distinguished family, possessing a gentle and gracious nature, I hereby grant you in marriage to the second prince, bestowing upon you the title of principal consort. You are to faithfully observe the virtues of a wife and conduct yourself with utmost propriety. Thus decreed. Upon the announcement, a current of intrigue surged through the capital. Zhao Mingqing was indeed the legitimate daughter of the esteemed Duke of Ngua, Zhao Suikong, who had long aligned himself with the faction of the first prince. Although this allegiance was not overtly declared, it was common knowledge. More significantly, the first prince's principal consort hailed from the family of the second-ranked minister of the left, Qi Lian. The familial connections of the second prince's consort overshadowed those of the first, a circumstance laden with implications. Some wondered why, at the flower-viewing banquet, the second prince had seemingly favored the eldest daughter of the Shen family, yet had now remained silent on the matter. In the Shen household, Shen Weixi also caught wind of the news, expressing only a fleeting sense of surprise. That Zhao Mingqing was the first noblewoman to provoke her in the imperial garden. Though she possessed an appealing appearance, her intellect appeared somewhat lacking. The ability to subtly disparage other noble women in such a setting spoke volumes of her upbringing. However, Shen Weixi was not particularly invested in this affair. She was preparing to venture out. Having spent a considerable time in the capital, Her outings had been few and far between. Today, she had the opportunity to accompany her tutor for enlightenment, allowing her some leisure to explore. Indeed, her 3-year-old charge had begun attending preschool. The tutor had been arranged by Su Mingqing. The mere thought of her tutor's astonished expression that morning brought a smile to her lips. Perhaps he had not anticipated that their Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, had secretly fathered a child who had grown so much. "My lady, where would you like to go?" "Let's first visit the Huichun Pavilion." As Shen Weixi departed from the Yaowang Valley, the elder had bestowed upon her a token, granting her the right to procure anything she desired from the capital's properties. Furthermore, he had entrusted her with the task of examining the operational conditions and reviewing the accounts. With a considerable population within the Yaowang Valley, a source of expenditure was essential. Numerous medical clinics and apothecaries had been established outside. The Huichun Pavilion had been in operation for several decades in the capital, and she intended to gather some information. Dressed in a light purple pleated skirt, Shen Weixi left the manor accompanied by Jitong. While she was unfamiliar with the precise location of the Huichun Pavilion, its repute in the capital was well known, and with a little inquiry, she quickly learned its whereabouts. Shen Weixi instructed Jitong to gather further information while she lingered, intrigued by the street vendors and the ebb and flow of passers-by. The sweet aroma of candied chestnuts wafting from afar stirred her curiosity. Just as she was about to step forward, her attention was drawn to 2 figures across the street. Raising an eyebrow, she recognized them. They bore a striking resemblance to the 2 young servants from the outer courtyard of the Shen residence. Evidently, they recognized her as well. Exchanging glances before hastily departing, "My lady, I have gathered the information," Jitong announced upon her return. Shen Weixi withdrew her gaze. "Let us proceed." The Huichun Pavilion was situated on the west side of the street, characterized by its 3-story structure. The first floor serves as the lobby, a space designated for the consultation of ordinary individuals. The second floor features private chambers, allowing for one-on-one consultations that safeguard confidentiality, primarily frequented by the elite. The third floor, however, is the private domain of the Rejuvenation Pavilion, inaccessible to the public. Upon her arrival, Shen Weixi observed a considerable number of people seeking consultations in the lobby. She deftly navigated through the crowd and approached the counter, producing a unique token with a mere flick of her wrist. The steward behind the counter visibly changed countenance and emerged. "Please follow me, esteemed guests." The steward led the 2 individuals up to the 3rd floor. Upon opening the door, a refreshing aroma of medicinal herbs wafted toward them. The loft was bathed in ample light, with walls lined with medicinal cabinets, each compartment labeled with vermilion ink denoting the names of the herbs. At the center stood a bronze incense burner, emitting wisps of fragrant smoke. "Please, esteemed guests, follow me," the steward said as he guided them into a slightly smaller room. There, an elderly man with white hair was engrossed in studying a pulse diagnosis. The steward quietly reported, "Master Mi, the esteemed guests from the valley have arrived." Upon hearing this, the absorbed Mi Zheng abruptly lifted his gaze, scrutinizing the 2 women as if discerning their authenticity. Shen Weixi approached and sat across from him, placing her token on the table. Mi Zheng's eyes widened in surprise, and he rose to bow. "Young master, forgive me. I was unaware of your arrival and failed to extend a proper welcome." "Enough, Master Mi. Please take a seat," Shen Weixi said, a subtle twitch at the corner of her mouth revealing her astonishment at the token's significance. "The heirloom of the Medicine King Valley?" Mi Zheng waved his hand, and once the steward departed, he settled back down, gazing at Shen Weixi. "Young master, what brings you to the capital so unexpectedly?" "Do not address me as young master. I'm not. I have matters to attend to in the capital. However, possessing this token designates you as the heir of the Medicine King Valley." Mi Zheng poured tea from a nearby teapot. "I have seen this token before. It was passed from the former valley master to the current one. Its presence in your hands conveys a clear message." Shen Weixi, wishing to avoid a debate, redirected the conversation. "How is business at the Rejuvenation Pavilion these days?" "It is satisfactory. Do you wish to review the accounts?" "Not necessary." Shen Weixi waved her hand dismissively, lacking the patience for such matters. "Do you know where I might order a set of silver needles?" Mi Zheng nodded. "I happen to know of a skilled needle craftsman in the capital. The silver needles at the Rejuvenation Pavilion are all custom-made there. What specifications do you have in mind for the needles? They must be forged from meteorite iron, with each needle tempered and immersed in moonlight for an hour until completed. As she spoke, Shen Weixi produced a pre-drawn blueprint and handed it to him. I require a set of 12 needles, along with a box crafted from agarwood, which must be burned to release its resin for 12 hours. Mi Zheng's heart stirred upon hearing this, and when he beheld the blueprint, his frail fingers trembled slightly. Young master, is this the 9-turn soul-returning needle? Indeed. I neglected to bring my silver needles from a valley, and this is the perfect opportunity to have the 9-turn soul-returning needle made. Mi Zheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Within the entire Medicine King Valley, only the Valley Master's medical expertise could wield the 9-turn soul-returning needle. The fact that the young master sought to have it crafted for herself was undeniably significant. Mi Zheng nodded, suppressing the astonishment in his eyes. Very well. It may take about half a month due to some complexities, but there is no rush. Shen Weixi held the teacup before her, her fingertips idly tracing its surface. Master Mi, I would like to inquire about certain matters. Please speak, young master. How many years have you been in the capital? Mi Zheng paused, then stroked his white beard, gazing out the window as he mused. It has unknowingly approached 30 years. Shen Weixi felt a spark of joy in her heart. Might Master Mi recall the Shun family in the capital 20 years ago? The current General Wei Xiao, Shun Xuanda? Mi Zheng shook his head, his fingers brushing his beard in contemplation. I primarily focus on medical consultations and have not paid much attention to the nobility in the capital. There are indeed many affluent clients who visit Huichun Pavilion, yet we do not pry into their personal affairs. Shen Weixi felt a slight disappointment, though she had not held out much hope initially. Then, do you know of a poison called Zui Xian? The old man in the valley had little knowledge about it, and she was at a loss as to whom to ask. Zui Xian. Mi Zheng straightened up instantly. I once treated a patient afflicted by this poison in the capital. She was a young lady, and I personally attended to her. Shen Weixi's eyes lit up. What did you see her? Let me think. It was approximately 20 years ago. The impression this poison left on me was profound, hence I still remember it vividly. 20 years, how fortuitous. But do you recall the name of this patient? I cannot remember her name, yet this poison is exceedingly rare. The medical records must still be preserved. If you require them, I shall fetch them at once. Thank you. Master Mi Zheng rose and departed. Shen Weixi took a sip of tea, feeling the warmth spread through her body. Tong, do you think this patient could be my mother? Aside from the original owner's mother, she could hardly conceive of anyone else who might have suffered from such a peculiar poison, especially with the timing being so coincidental. Tong nodded earnestly. Miss, I believe it is indeed the lady. This time, we are certain to uncover more clues. I hope so. Shen Weixi wished to resolve these matters soon. Since she had taken possession of the original owner's body, she felt an obligation to avenge both the original owner and her mother, especially after the abbot of Qingyun Temple's words had led her to suddenly believe in karma. Tong approached and brewed another cup of tea for her, softly saying, Miss, do not rush. The truth will eventually be revealed. Indeed it will. Before long, Mi Zheng returned. Young master, please take a look. This is the medical record from that time. Shen Weixi eagerly took it from him. Due to the passage of time, the paper had yellowed and the edges were slightly damaged, but it did not hinder her from reading. Upon seeing the first page, Shen Weixi furrowed her brow. Why is the name section left blank? Mi Zheng smiled as he explained. Many patients, wishing to keep their ailments private, either use pseudonyms or refrain from providing their names. In such cases, we typically name the condition. In the upper right corner of the paper, the words Zui Xn were indeed inscribed. She continued to read on. The pulse pattern flows like a pearl on a jade plate, heavy and obscure, entwined like silk around a withered vine, indicating the Li Han Shi Xine poison, also known as Zui Xin. This poison is treacherous, fueled by emotions. The more fervent the love, the more the spirit withers. Initially, one is bewildered and forgetful. Then the past fades into obscurity, ultimately leading to a mind shrouded in dust, resembling withered wood. After 3 years, each year a soul is consumed, until the year of Gui Mao arrives, when the heart's pulse is nearly extinguished and medicinal remedies prove futile. should the fetus within be expelled. Life may be extended for 3 years. Upon reaching this point, Shen Weixi was entirely certain that this must be Su Mingqing, 7 months pregnant and lost in infatuation. Observing her with lowered brows in contemplation, Mi Zheng could not help but inquire, "Young master, have you discerned anything?" "Indeed, this is the person I seek, Mi Zheng Gui." "Did this lady come alone for the consultation?" "No, she was accompanied by an elderly woman who claimed to be her mother." Mi Zheng recalled this distinctly because the elderly woman, upon hearing that an early delivery could grant the young lady 3 more years of life, persistently urged her to proceed with the delivery. Alas, the lady did not acquiesce. "Mother?" Shen Weixi murmured softly. "No, that cannot be. It is impossible for her to be Su Mingqing's mother." Chapter 34. The art of balance in Su Mingqing was brought back by Shen Xuanda from the border, and she is not a native of the capital. Thus, her mother would certainly not be in the city. Therefore, the only one who could claim to be her mother would be Shen Xuanda's mother and Su Mingqing's mother-in-law. This becomes intriguing. Why would the matriarch of the Shen family personally escort Su Mingqing to the rejuvenation pavilion for treatment? Where was Shen Xuanda during this time? Was he aware of this matter? Shen Weixi began to sift through the memories of her former self, and indeed, there were recollections of the Shen matriarch, albeit mostly from before the age of 6, and those memories were somewhat hazy. In her youth, Shen Weixi was cared for by the matriarch. But after a fierce quarrel with Shen Xuanda, she left the Shen family for a nunnery outside the capital. Since that departure, she never returned. From that point onward, the former self began a life of profound hardship. Mi Zheng suddenly spoke. "Young master, do you know whether the Valley Master informed you that the poison known as infatuation is exceedingly difficult to concoct?" "Yes," Shen Weixi nodded. "My master has told me that only Master Wei Yuanzheng in the entire Liang kingdom is capable of preparing it. There is another matter." Mi Zheng's expression turned grave. At the time when the current Valley Master and Mo Yuanzheng completed their training, they were both required to venture out for practical experience. The Valley Master chose to remain in Liang to practice medicine and save lives, while Wei Yuanzheng opted to go to the Yi Kingdom. The Yi Kingdom? Shen Weixi was taken aback. From her understanding over the past few years, the Yi Kingdom shares a border with Liang, yet their relations are strained, often fraught with conflict. The Yi Kingdom is notorious for its use of poison in healing. Indeed, Mi Zheng affirmed, when Wei Yuanzheng returned, he brought with him the infatuation poison, for which he was punished by the old Valley Master, leading to the destruction of his prescriptions and all prepared medicines. The Valley Master, who was still in training at that time, was unaware of this, but he happened to be close to the old Valley Master, hence he learned some details. Upon leaving the rejuvenation pavilion, Shen Weixi's brow remained furrowed. Given these circumstances, it is uncertain whether the infatuation poison originated from Wei Yuanzheng, now entangling with the Yi Kingdom. It seems I must pay a visit to the elder matriarch of the Shen family. "Miss Shen," a gentle voice interrupted Shen Weixi's thoughts. She looked up, and to her surprise, it was the second prince. Clad in a flowing moon-white robe, the hem danced gently with his stride, embodying the essence of ethereal beauty. At that moment, Su Mingqing gazed at her with a smile, his eyes seemingly harboring boundless tenderness. Jitong stepped forward, slightly positioning herself in front of Shen Weixi, subtly adopting a protective stance. Su Mingqing cast a glance at the maid, dismissing her presence, and continued to focus on Shen Weixi, his lips curving into a perfect arc. "It is a serendipitous encounter today. Might I have the honor of inviting Miss Shen for a cup of tea?" Shen Weixi stared into his smiling fox-like eyes, remaining still and silent. His demeanor appeared feigned, yet perhaps due to prolonged pretense, he truly radiated a gentle warmth. But what is false remains false. Su Mingqing showed no signs of anger. Instead, he blinked playfully. "What? Has Miss Shen been enchanted by my visage? On account of this face, might I request you to join me at Zhu Yushuan for some tea?" Zhu Yushuan is the largest tea house in the capital. Shen Weixi nearly laughed, surprised by the second prince's amusing nature. "I appreciate the second prince's generous offer, but I have matters to attend to today. Perhaps another time." Even in the face of rejection, Su Mingqing remained unfazed, instead expressing concern. "Is there a troubling matter? Should you require assistance, Miss Shen, please do not hesitate to speak. No need, merely some personal affairs, she replied. I must take my leave now. Wait, Miss Shen, allow Nan Feng to escort you. It is safer for a young lady to have company. Shen Weixi shook her head, declining. If you accompany me, you would learn of my residence. And that cannot be allowed. Just as she was about to refuse again, another voice rang out. What brings the second prince here? The voice was deep and rich, imbued with a refreshing clarity. Shen Weixi instinctively turned to look. It was a man dressed in a pale blue brocade, with hair as dark as ink, brows resembling spring hills, and eyes that sparkled like a galaxy. He approached with an air of unparalleled elegance. Shen Weixi was entranced. This was the true embodiment of extraordinary grace. Even though the passage of time had left subtle traces upon his visage, it only enhanced his allure, akin to a fine wine that grows more exquisite with age. Prince Xian, I happen to be strolling outside the palace as well. Su Mingqing greeted the newcomer, his smile fading into a serious expression. Though he was a prince, he held no title, while Ji Fenghua was a prince of the highest rank, wielding military power. Coupled with the emperor's esteem and favor towards him, the other princes dared not offend him. Shen Weixi's pupils constricted. So, this was Prince Xian, the one whose family had been revered in the capital for generations. I have met Prince Xian. She immediately bowed in respect. He was a benefactor to her family. Jitong followed suit, offering her own bow. Ji Fenghua's gentle gaze fell upon her, his beautiful phoenix eyes shimmering with warmth. So, you must be Miss Shen? Indeed, Shen Weixi replied, somewhat surprised that Prince Xian recognized her. If you have no pressing matters, you may return home, Miss Shen. I was just about to invite the second prince for tea. Shen Weixi could not have wished for more. Yes, I shall take my leave. She then hurriedly departed the scene, with Jitong in tow. He is truly a remarkable person. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to escape the clutches of the second prince. Ji Fenghua gazed at her retreating figure, a smile cascading from her eyes. Prince Xian, would you prefer tea at Zhu Xian? Certainly, Dragon Shadow observed as his master made her way towards Zhu Xian, his mouth opened slightly, only to close again. Your Highness, do you not have pressing matters? Why are you genuinely going for tea? Ji Tang followed closely behind her mistress, and after they had distanced themselves, she spoke up. Miss, the second prince has been granted a legitimate consort, yet he appears undeterred. It was evident just now. He either wanted to accompany you for tea or have his people escort you home. Either scenario would lead to tomorrow's rumors in the capital, suggesting the second prince harbors affection for the young lady of the Shen family. This is a ploy to gain a side consort. Shen Weixi's lips curled in a sardonic smile, even if he remained hopeful. It was futile. The imperial decree of marriage from the emperor carried profound implications. It seemed the emperor was intent on ensuring that the first and second princes did not clash, while simultaneously placing the Zhao family in a precarious position. Although she had only recently arrived in the capital, she had begun to grasp the dynamics at play. Among the three adult princes, aside from Su Mingqing, who was bestowed the title of crown prince, the other two still lacked nobility. Particularly the first prince, who, at 26 years of age, remained merely a prince. Presently, the family of the second prince's legitimate consort was formidable. Thus, the position of side consort would not be too elevated. A daughter of a military general like Shan Xuanda would never be granted to the second prince as a side consort. Shen Mingyao's ability to become the first prince's side consort conveniently bridged the gap between the families of the first and second prince's consorts. The emperor certainly understood the art of balance. Just as Shen Weixi was pondering this, Ji Tang suddenly alerted her. Miss, there are people ahead. Shen Weixi looked up, and, indeed, 5 or 6 individuals were striding towards them with great intensity. Miss, please come with us. The madam is waiting for you, the leading servant arrogantly declared, his head held high. Shen Weixi narrowed her eyes. Did Wei Zhuangxian send you? It seemed the 2 servants she had encountered earlier had returned to report. The servant's expression shifted. How dare you utter the madam's name? That is unfilial. Enough. I have heard that line countless times. Tell Wei Zhuangxian that I shall return to the Shen residence only on the day of her demise. Zidang got it, Mississippi. In a flash, Before the opposing group could react, all were sent sprawling to the ground, clutching their stomachs in agony. Shen Weixi stepped over the fallen figures, her expression unwavering as she departed the alley. Once they had ensured a safe distance, the group rose, battered and bruised, and made their way back to the Shen family. Smack! Wei Zhuangxian slammed the teacup down onto the table, her gaze piercing as she addressed Lu Momo. Are you saying that 6 servants could not handle 2 weak women, allowing them to escape? Lu Momo's expression turned grave. Madam, according to the returning servant, that Ji Tang possesses formidable martial skills. With someone like her protecting Shen Weixi, it becomes increasingly difficult for us to act against her. 6 against 2, and we couldn't even touch the hem of her garment. Wei Zhuangxian maintained a stern expression. How long until the master returns? Approximately 3 or 4 days. Lu Momo, first locate Shen Weixi's residence. The rest can be addressed later. Yes, my lady. Upon returning home, Shen Weixi prepared to pick up Shen Dai from school. Although they resided under the same roof, the ritual of fetching one's child from school remained significant. At her age, she would still be attending classes in modern times. It was hard to believe she was already engaged in such parental duties. Mother, are you here to pick me up? As Dai descended the steps, she gleefully ran to embrace her mother's legs, her eyes shining with anticipation. Of course, Shen Weixi replied, squatting down to affectionately ruffle Dai's little tuft of hair. Mother specifically came to fetch you. You're so wonderful, Mother. Indeed, I am, Shen Weixi laughed, rising to take Dai's small hand as they walked home together. Did you enjoy school today? Yes. Dai nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling like stars. The teacher said, I am very clever and will be remarkable when I grow up. Is that so? Dai proudly patted her little chest. Of course. Shen Weixi couldn't help but smile at her adorable demeanor. Given Dai's lineage, it was imperative that she excel, especially with a throne to inherit. At precisely 10 o'clock, lunch was ready. After washing their hands, Shen Weixi and Dai sat down at the table to dine. She placed a small portion of food into Dai's bowl, setting it in front of her. Dai was already capable of feeding herself. However, upon seeing the rather unattractive bowl, she frowned and refused. Mother, I don't want this bowl. I want the one from father. His bowl is much prettier. No, you shall use this bowl. Now, hurry and eat, Shen Weixi insisted. While her husband's bowl was indeed exquisite, crafted from fine jade, it was also fragile. The little one, with her small hands and limited strength, had already broken several. The sight of that caused Shen Weixi considerable distress. Thus, she had commissioned a wooden bowl for Dai. Though it lacked aesthetic appeal, it was remarkably durable. Pouting, Dai reluctantly began to eat. Shen Weixi feigned indifference, occasionally serving her vegetables. After lunch, Shen Weixi commenced the preparation of medicinal pills. The herbs were ready, and she needed to adjust the quantities according to Su Mingqing's health condition. Additionally, Dai's supply of pills had run out, necessitating a new batch. Before she began, she instructed Jitong to inquire about the whereabouts of the old matriarch of the Shen family, particularly which nunnery she resided in. Once that was determined, it would be time to pay her a visit. Time passed at a leisurely pace. Although it was autumn, the afternoon sun was still quite radiant, albeit with significant temperature fluctuations between day and night. After some time, beads of perspiration appeared on Shen Weixi's forehead. She casually grabbed a silk cloth to wipe her brow. Little master, you cannot go there, little master. A voice from outside, belonging to Granny Hua, sounded somewhat urgent. Shen Weixi hastily wiped her face and stepped outside. Dai was playing exuberantly in the yard, her cheeks flushed from the sun. Spotting a small pond with water lilies nearby, she attempted to plunge in, pretending not to hear Granny Hua's admonitions. Dai, come here this instant. Shen Weixi entered the yard, taking in the chaotic scene, with mud splattered all over her little one. A surge of anger welled up within her. In the once vibrant garden, where an array of exquisite flowers flourished in full bloom, chaos now reigned. The delicate petals and leaves lay scattered across the ground as if a tempest had swept through. As if this turmoil were not enough, the little one had ventured into the lotus pond, busily tugging at the bowl lilies. Shen Dai looked up, her face smeared with mud. Innocence radiating from her as she said, Mother, I do not wish to come up just yet. And when do you intend to join me? Shen Weixi approached, casting a glance at the muddy little cat, her voice laced with a hint of irritation. Dai, I fear your childhood is lacking in completeness at this moment. With that, she turned and snapped a branch from a nearby bamboo, presenting it before him with a playful threat. Will you come up? Or shall I let you experience the taste of bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat? Shen Dai tilted her head, her eyes filled with confusion. After all, at the tender age of 3, she had never experienced punishment and was unfamiliar with the concept of bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat. You mustn't, young miss. It is unthinkable to strike him, the flower maid interjected hesitantly, reaching out several times to snatch the branch away, yet refraining from acting too rashly. This was no ordinary child. He was the revered and sole grandson of the emperor, a treasure beyond measure. Come now, must we really resort to this? The branch tapped against the edge of the pond. Still refusing to come up? Observing her mother's genuine displeasure, Shen Dai, perceptive as ever, obediently began to climb up. Mother, I was wrong. He scurried towards Shen Weixi, arms outstretched for an embrace. Stop. Do not come near. Shen Weixi retreated a few steps, alarmed. You are covered in dirt. If you embrace me, I shall have to wash. Alas, she could not evade him entirely. The little imp leaped towards her, and there was no escaping the inevitable. Mother, feeling a small body press against her leg, Shen Weixi sighed, her white dress now adorned with muddy imprints. She lifted him towards the flower maid. Say, maid, please take him to wash. A dirty little rascal can still be salvaged. I, too, must change my attire. Yes, young miss. The maid scooped up Shen Dai and headed inside. As he lay against her shoulder, leaving behind 2 muddy handprints, he smiled at his mother with an innocent charm. Shen Weixi mused, at last, the age where even the most troublesome are endearing. Chapter 36, as night fell like ink, enveloping the entire capital, Su Mingqing. Having completed the last memorial, prepared to leave the palace when he was summoned by the empress. He had anticipated her request. Upon arrival, the empress had already been waiting in Fengwu Palace for some time. Mother, what urgent matter has prompted your summons? Su Mingqing gracefully settled onto the opposite side of the couch, lifting the hem of his robe. After serving a newly offered tea, Sun and all the maidens withdrew, leaving the hall in serene silence, illuminated only by the flickering candlelight. Huayan, what have you been preoccupied with of late? The empress sipped her tea lightly, inquiring casually. Merely mundane affairs. But do you have something to instruct me? Not quite. The empress set down her cup, turning to observe him. What do you do every night after leaving the palace? The outside world is far from the safety of the palace. Su Mingqing silently gazed at the tender buds rising and falling within the tea, pondering how to broach the subject. Do not seek excuses. Just days ago, you summoned Xian Yi to my palace in the dead of night to take away Nurse Hua, who is adept at caring for children. Is that not so? Nurse Hua was originally prepared for him, to be used when the young prince is born. Mother, Su Mingqing finally spoke, his voice imbued with the essence of moonlight. A cold clarity intertwined with a hint of warmth. You are to become a grandmother. Really? The empress suddenly straightened, her silk gown cascading in ripples across the couch, her eyes brimming with joy. Which young lady is it? How far along is she? She mused, considering how her son, usually engrossed in state affairs, had been frequenting the outside world, even enlisting Nurse Hua, responsible for the royal heir's care, indicating something significant was afoot. And indeed, it was a matter of great delight. The empress's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Since she is already with child, we must arrange for her to enter the palace promptly and secure her status. Why keep her outside? However, wasn't this child previously enamored with the young lady of the Shen family? Why is there no formal declaration regarding her status? Mother, I wish to take her as my crown princess. The empress was taken aback, staring intently at him. Huaizhong, are you speaking earnestly? Su Mingqing lifted his gaze, his eyes, akin to those of the empress, gleaming with unprecedented certainty. I speak the truth. She shall be my only wife. Which young lady? The empress's fingers twitched slightly. Huaizhong, whomever you choose, as long as it pleases you. Your mother shall support your decision. Yet, as the crown prince, if her status is too lowly, it may be difficult for your father and the ministers to accept. The Empress's gaze drifted ahead, a subtle melancholy shadowing her eyes. Born into royalty, while one enjoys the splendor and wealth, one is also bound to bear greater responsibilities. I understand. Su Mingqing nodded, a glimmer of starlight shining in his eyes. Her name is Shen Weixi. You have seen her at the flower viewing banquet. The Empress abruptly turned to him, her expression one of astonishment. Miss Shen is pregnant? How long has it been since the flower viewing banquet? Is it truly possible to discern the pulse so soon? Playful swile denstet on sununtai minkinesh lips. Mother, you have misunderstood. Our child is already 3 years old, with a pet name of Dai Dai. Startled, the Empress rose abruptly, her wide sleeves knocking over the teacup on the table. The jade porcelain cup fell to the ground, spilling tea that spread a dark stain across the brocade carpet. Yet no one paid heed. What did you say? Her face displayed incredulity, questioning her own hearing. 3 years old. Mother, please do not be agitated. Su Mingqing stood, steadying her, noticing the tea stains on her sleeve, intending to call someone to clean it, but the Empress stopped him with urgency. Why was I not informed sooner? How much hardship must the child and Miss Shen have endured remaining outside the palace? At that moment, the Empress felt a tumult of emotions. She thought of her son, who had shunned romantic pursuits for years, finally having found someone he cherished, and that they had a child who was already several years old. A momentous occasion indeed. Yet, her mind raced with the realization that the mother and child had likely endured considerable hardships over the years. Recalling the mockery directed at her stepdaughter by Madame Shen at the flower banquet, the Empress felt an impulse to deliver a sharp reprimand. Mother, please take a seat. Su Mingqing supported her, and the son gently began to recount. In her drowsy state, Shen Weixi felt a vague presence before her, preventing her from resting comfortably. It must be the luminous pearl in the corner. With her eyes still closed, she attempted to rise and obscure it, but as she got out of bed, she collided with an object, startling her into wide-eyed awareness. Shen Weixi. Upon seeing someone seated at the edge of her bed, a torrent of exasperation rushed through her. What are you doing here in the dead of night instead of sleeping? Do you wish to scare me to death so you can find another? It was one thing to sneak through windows at the Shen residence, but now that they shared the same dwelling, what was this all about? Apologies, Weixi. I just left the palace and wanted to see you. He had just checked on Dai Dai, who was sleeping soundly, and decided to visit the mother of his little bundle. Since exiting the imperial palace, Su Mingqing's emotions had remained tumultuous. The thought of marrying her ignited a fervor within his heart that was impossible to quell. Hearing his address, Shen Weixi momentarily froze, followed by a wave of speechlessness. What is there to see? The mere thought incited her ire. After much deliberation, she had settled on residing in this house temporarily, contemplating the idea of dating him first to observe his behavior. She had envisioned that cohabitation would allow her to revel in the warmth of his long-desired abs each night and enjoy the services of a handsome man. Yet, what was the outcome? He adamantly refused, insisting that they could not share a bed until they were married. Thus, they found themselves a family of 3, each in their own room. Shen Weixi. Su Mingqing gazed at her irate visage, momentarily perplexed by his own actions. Did I awaken you? Are you angry? Yet, it seemed she had awakened on her own. Shen Weixi lifted her gaze to his sharply defined features, suddenly wrapping her arms around his neck. The distance between them closed abruptly, allowing them to see each other's trembling eyelashes. Their breaths intertwined, the warmth enveloping her face, causing Su Mingqing's throat to involuntarily constrict. His long fingers instinctively encircled her slender waist. The delicate warmth seeped through her thin nightgown into his palm, causing his heart to skip a beat. What is it? He inquired in a low voice. The night is deep. Perhaps you should rest. Shen Weixi slightly tilted her head back, her nose nearly brushing against his lips. Yet she remained silent, her long eyelashes fluttering gently, her gaze flitting over his face. Su Mingqing felt his heart race under her scrutiny, his fingers tightening unconsciously as he softly called her name. Weixi? His voice carried a hint of restraint. Shen Weixi remained mute. How could she express that she was merely seized by a whim, longing for his beauty? Silence did not preclude action. One hand slowly glided down his neck, brushing against his firm chest. Even through his clothing, She could feel the tautness of his well-defined muscles and the heat radiating from him. Listening to the quickening breaths near her ear, her hand continued its descent. With determination, she thought, I have long awaited the chance to touch those abs. Chapter 37. The duck that slipped away, that hand boldly ventured towards his belt. With a tug, the crimson belt fell to the floor, ignored by all, as his clothing loosened, revealing his fair chest before her eyes. Shen Weixi heard herself swallow audibly, her heart racing as she glanced at the man who was struggling to maintain his composure. Her hand gradually ascended. Abs, oh glorious abs! The texture was silken and elastic, her fingertips gliding gently over the taut contours of his muscles, leaving her utterly enchanted. Su Mingqing's body tensed abruptly, his Adam's apple rolling uncontrollably, dark clouds swirling in his profound gaze. Shen Weixi sensed his heavy breathing, a sly smile curving her lips as her fingers continued their descent. Weixi! Su Mingqing suddenly grasped her hand with considerable force, his voice hoarse and laden with suppressed emotions. Stop it. It's late. You should go to sleep. I don't want to sleep. She longed to break free, but her strength faltered. Shen Weixi was infuriated, tilting her head to bite down on his lower lip. Hiss! Su Mingqing inhaled sharply, his rationality crumbling in an instant as he forcefully pressed her onto the bed, his scorching lips descending upon hers. The night was heavy, the room steeped in an atmosphere of ambiguity. Suddenly, Su Mingqing rose, leaping off the bed, casually draping a blanket over her before straightening his clothes. Shen Weixi's lips glistened a deep crimson, shimmering with moisture as she sat up, her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. What are you doing? She asked, dazed. It's late. Time to sleep, he replied, bending down to retrieve his belt from the floor. I'll return to my room now. With that, he truly pushed open the door and exited, not forgetting to close it behind him. His retreating figure moved as if pursued by a hound. Shen Weixi, how could he leave her hanging like that? He actually said he was going to sleep, and he truly ran away. She seized a pillow and hurled it onto the floor, her chest heaving with frustration. Su Mingqing, you must be seriously unwell. Just suffocate him. It's not as though she didn't feel it. This is infuriating. On the other side, Su Mingqing returned to his room, his breath erratic and still unable to find tranquility. Even while seated, he felt as though those delicate hands still lingered upon him. He pinched his brow, attempting to suppress the heat rising within. Yet, the effect was evidently minimal. Ultimately, he resorted to calling for cold water. The following morning, Shen Weixi awoke to the cheerful chatter of Shen Dai outside her door. It was already time for her to visit the teacher, and accompanied by Granny Hua, Shen Dai departed the courtyard. Shen Weixi sat up, pressing her slightly swollen temples. She had gone to bed late and had not slept well. Now, she felt as if she were floating. It was all Su Mingqing's fault, causing her to be unable to sleep soundly. After struggling to fall asleep until the early hours, her dreams were a chaotic jumble, visible yet intangible, infuriating her further. Rising, she poured herself a generous serving of cold tea from a table. After setting down the teapot, her eyes caught sight of a small wooden box nearby, which seemed oddly familiar. Upon picking it up, she recalled that it was the of an machine. It appeared Su Mingqing had returned it last night. Oomph. As if returning this trinket could atone for his transgressions. Dream on. Opening the box revealed a crescent-shaped jade pendant, intricately carved with a lively carp, with a blooming clematis on the reverse. The jade was smooth and warm to the touch, the craftsmanship exquisite, indicating it was of considerable value. Shen Weixi held it in her hand, contemplatively gazing at its beauty. And Mengxin chose not to entrust this object directly to the original owner's wet nurse, nor to leave it within the confines of the Shen residence, but rather opted to secure it with the abbot of Qingyun Temple, indicating her distrust of those in the Shen household. This object must indeed hold great significance. Yet, what purpose does it serve? Unable to discern its use, she decided to keep it hidden away. Outside, Ji Tong, having heard the sound from within, realized that her young mistress had risen, accompanied by the maidservant carrying water. She knocked and entered. Miss, it is time to freshen up. All right. Shen Weixi placed the box aside and took the damp cloth from the maidservant to wash her face. Ji Tong, have you gathered any news? I have some clues, Jitong replied, handing her mouthwash. Yesterday, I discreetly inquired with Aunt May. It is a nunnery located about 10 kilometers outside the city. That is not too far, Shen Weixi remarked. To have not returned to the Shen residence for over a decade at such a proximity, that old matriarch is indeed formidable. Jitong nodded, agreeing that it was not far. I plan to scout the area today. Once I ascertain the details, you may go, Mississippi very well, proceed with your plan today. After breakfast, Shen Weixi diligently returned to the pharmacy to prepare medicinal pills. To facilitate her efforts, Su Mingqing had repurposed a room near the garden into a makeshift pharmacy, stocked with various herbs. The process of crafting pills is both intricate and labor-intensive, particularly in this setting where all herbs must be ground by hand. Shen Weixi could hardly endure grinding for more than a few minutes the previous day and had to enlist the help of 2 sturdy maidservants, while she focused solely on the formulation. Once the proportions of the herbs were determined, she added an appropriate amount of honey as a binding agent, then rolled the mixture into suitably sized pills. These were then placed in a dry area, shielded from direct sunlight, to air dry. While the concept may seem straightforward, the execution was quite cumbersome. Shen Weixi remained occupied throughout the day. As dusk approached, Su Mingqing returned home, walking in the fading light of the sunset. Shen Dai was crouched in a corner, playing in the mud, while the matron looked on helplessly. Given his status, no one in the household, aside from Shen Weixi, dared to intervene. Upon hearing footsteps, he turned and exclaimed, "Father!" He stood up, scampering towards him with his short legs, having not seen his father for 2 days. Su Mingqing responded, bending down to lift him, not minding the dirt that clung to him. "Have you been good today? Did you upset your mother?" He was well aware that this little rascal had nearly faced punishment the day before. "I was very good. Mother is not angry," the child insisted, nodding vigorously. "Is that so?" Su Mingqing asked, wiping the mud from his face before handing him over to the matron to clean up. "Yes, Your Highness." Watching the matron lead the boy away, Su Mingqing then brushed off the dirt on his own clothes and made his way to the pharmacy. Upon entering, he found Shen Weixi alone, adjusting the proportions of the herbs. Noticing his presence, she cast a glance in his direction but continued her work without acknowledging him. "Are you still upset?" Su Mingqing approached her, reaching out to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear, only to have his hand evaded. Helplessly, he lowered his hand, biting his lip and gazing at her, appearing somewhat forlorn as he stood beside her. Shen Weixi set down the medicine spoon, turned to face him directly. "In the depths of the night, her desires ignited, yet you fled, leaving me restless and sleepless through the night. How can I not be vexed? Goodness, the opportunity has slipped through my fingers like a duck that has flown away. Can I not feel urgency? We are both familiar with the pleasures of the flesh, a sensation too delightful to forget. Now, I can only gaze longingly at what I cannot have, tantalizing my appetite." Chapter 38. The Crown Prince is bewildered. Su Mingqing's pupils dilated in shock, rendering him speechless as he looked at her. "Could you not speak with a modicum of restraint? Remember, you are a lady of noble birth, a woman. What nonsense fills your mind all day, coveting his form?" Suddenly, he recalled his father and the Crown Prince, surrounded by countless concubines. So, who truly shares a bed with whom? The thought unsettled him, causing a chill to sweep through him, his body instinctively bristling. He rubbed the back of his hands in discomfort. Shen Weixi, oblivious to his turmoil, reached out, placing her delicate hand against his chest, her slender fingers inadvertently teasing his collar. Her captivating fox-like eyes, slightly lifted, bore a hint of allure and languor as she gazed directly at him. "My dear prince, our children are already 3 years old. What restraint are you speaking of? Such formality is unnecessary. Besides, desires are innate. Women too have needs and are drawn to handsome men. These matters know no gender. Furthermore, Prince, you were hardly restrained last night. Were you?" Her tone rose with playful implication, her eyes sparkling with unspoken words. Su Mingqing instinctively stepped back, his earlobes aflame, and a faint blush crept up his neck, yet he maintained a facade of composure. "Do not speak such nonsense, especially in broad daylight. It is unbecoming." "Ha ha!" Shen Weixi was thoroughly amused by his reaction, laughing uncontrollably. "Enough of that. Su Mingqing, flustered and irritated, stiffened his expression, glaring at her with barely suppressed fury. "If you continue to jest, I shall silence you." "Very well," Shen Weixi replied, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "What will you use to silence me?" Su Mingqing's gaze inadvertently fell upon her luscious red lips, causing his heart to skip a beat. This woman, never mind, he could not match wits with her. Clearing his throat, Su Mingqing feigned ignorance to her teasing and redirected the conversation. "I have placed your mother's belongings on the table. Have you seen them?" Seeing his serious demeanor return, Shen Weixi ceased her teasing and resumed her task of preparing the medicine. "Indeed, I saw a pendant. I am unsure of its purpose." Su Mingqing attempted to assist with the herbs, but his efforts only resulted in further chaos, prompting Shen Weixi to gently push him away. "That will be quite enough. Your Highness, you need not trouble your precious hands. Those hands shall one day wield the pen that governs the world." Su Mingqing did not press the matter, instead sitting quietly and observing her meticulous measurements. "Do not call me your Highness. Address me as Huaiyan." This was his courtesy name, given by his mother upon his coming of age, though it did not seem to be bestowed by his father. Shen Weixi silently admired the name, Huaiyan. It has a certain charm. "Weixi, do you know of a trading house called Chaoyan?" Shen Weixi shook her head. "I have not heard of it. All these years at Yaowang Valley, I have devoted my time to studying poisons, completely oblivious to the happenings outside." Occasionally, her speech is somewhat ornate, a result of her upbringing among the people of the valley. Although it may feel unfamiliar at times, prolonged exposure to this environment has cultivated her ability to switch between styles effortlessly. Su Mingqing poured himself a cup of tea and, after sipping it leisurely, elucidated. Chaoyun is a trading enterprise that spans 5 nations within Jizhou. It emerged a decade ago with remarkable vigor, rapidly expanding its influence throughout the region. Its business encompasses a vast array of services, including taverns, tea houses, inns, grain such as rice and flour, as well as jewelry and precious ornaments. In the cities near the border of Liang Kingdom, one can find traces of Chaoyun's operations, yet the identity of its enigmatic master remains a mystery. Shen Weixi was astounded. With such extensive operations across multiple nations, the person behind it must possess wealth rivaling that of nations. In this era of limited transportation, achieving such monumental success in business speaks volumes about the prowess of the individual at the helm. Su Mingqing nodded slightly, noting that wealth is but one facet. More crucial is the intricate web of intelligence that provides insights into all 5 nations. "What prompts your sudden interest in this?" Shen Weixi inquired, tilting her head to look at him. "Are you concerned about its implications for Liang Kingdom?" "No, Weixi. The heirloom left by your mother. That pendant composed of a carp and a clematis bears a design I have encountered at Chaoyan. It is their emblem." "What?" Shen Weixi halted, her gaze widening in surprise. "Are you certain?" "Indeed, I have visited several cities where Chaoyan operates, and I have seen this emblem." Shen Weixi set down the medicine spoon, pulled a chair closer, and furrowed her brow in contemplation. "You must have heard that my mother was brought back by Shen Xuanda from the border, with her true origins shrouded in mystery. If there is indeed a connection to Chaoyan, the situation becomes increasingly intricate. No wonder Enai Mingxin was reluctant to leave the pendant in the Shen household. But why did she never return? Why did she follow the bumbling Shen Xuanda? I wonder if Shen Xuanda is aware of Enai Mingxin's true identity. Furthermore, the capacity to expand Chaoyun to such magnitude indicates that the individual behind it wields considerable influence. Why has no one sought out Enai Mingxin in all these years? What is her relationship with the mastermind of Chaoyun? Alas, it is troublesome." Su Mingqing handed her a cup of tea, suggesting they not dwell on this matter for now. "So many years have passed, and countless leads have vanished. I have also investigated. Shen Xuanda has had no dealings with Chaoyun in recent years. Therefore, either he is unaware of Enai Mingxin's identity, or he knows but is concealing it for reasons unknown." Shen Weixi slumped dejectedly, resting her head on the table. Her expression one of despair. Enai Mingxin possesses the token, yet has never returned. Something must have happened that rendered her too afraid to go back. She fell into a spiral of conspiracy theories, speculating that perhaps it involved a struggle for power, with Enai Mingxin as the unfortunate victim. Seeing her despondent demeanor, Su Mingqing felt a pang of discomfort and swiftly shifted the topic. Weixi, the Empress has learned of Dai's existence and has asked me to bring her to the palace for an audience. What? Shen Weixi shot up in disbelief, staring at him incredulously. You have divulged Dai's circumstances so openly? Does that not mean she is now exposed, and the Empress is aware of her presence? Shen Weixi, is it not customary to first embark on a romantic relationship to understand one another better? Would you leap straight to informing our families? Su Mingqing narrowed his eyes, an aura of danger emanating from within. What? Do you wish to conceal our relationship from others? Or do you harbor ulterior motives? This insufferable woman, could she be contemplating escape? While she covets his allure, she simultaneously entertains irresponsible thoughts. She certainly deserves a lesson. His gaze was perilous, and Shen Weixi offered an awkward smile. Of course not. I'm merely worried for Dai. His presence, could it obstruct certain individuals? I fear for potential dangers. As she spoke, her brow furrowed in distress. Having watched ample modern dramas, she realized that children in the palace face tremendous adversity as they grow. Dai is merely 3 years old, utterly naive, and lacks the ability to protect himself. Chapter 39. Deceit. She any injured? I understand your concerns, but such matters will not transpire. Su Mingqing spoke with unwavering confidence. Since he dared to place Dai in the open, he possessed the means to safeguard him. Moreover, his tone softened, stating that once Dai had established himself in the eyes of the Emperor and Empress, the path to marrying you as the crown princess would encounter far less resistance. Shen Weixi fell silent, contemplating. Indeed, the familial power of both the first and second prince's legitimate consorts should not be underestimated. As the crown prince, should he marry a noble lady from a lesser clan, not only would he face opposition from the emperor, but dissent would also arise among his followers. However, with a grandson in the picture, the situation becomes more manageable. Noticing her lowered gaze and deep contemplation, as if swayed by his words, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Su Mingqing's eyes. This was merely an argument to persuade her. The woman he desired as his crown princess would not be feared by any challenge, nor would he use his son as leverage. Yet, Dai served as a compelling bargaining chip in persuading Shen Weixi. Weixi, in a few days, I shall bring Dai to the palace to meet the Empress. Once she meets the Empress, the Emperor will surely follow. Shen Weixi suddenly lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes narrowing slightly. I sense you are concocting a scheme, harboring ill intentions. Is it truly necessary to place Dai in the public, to propose to me as the crown princess? It seems less about clearing a path for Dai in the court and more about ensnaring me through him. Once the Emperor and Empress become aware of Dai's existence, they would certainly not allow him to be left among the common folk. And I cannot take Dai away. To remain by his side is evidently contingent upon entering the Eastern Palace. This exploits a mother's profound attachment to her child. Su Mingqing chuckled helplessly, taken aback by her quick wit. He then pinched the bridge of his nose, concealing the amusement in his eyes, before swiftly adopting a serious demeanor and asking, Weixi, why you always doubt me? For years ago, you vanished without a trace. When Dai was born, you did not inform me. Now that I wish for the entire world to recognize Dai as my child, you still seek to hinder me? Seeing his expression turn somber, a glimmer of hurt evident in his eyes, Shen Weixi hesitated for a moment, rubbed her face, and finally relented. All right, do as you see fit. She was proficient at surrendering to the flow. Even if they were to become husband and wife, should he dare to stray or take a concubine, she would ensure he became a eunuch. In this regard, she had her own remedies. Su Mingqing felt a chill run through him under her gaze. Yet he paid it no mind. Suppressing the joy swelling within him, he firmly declared, Very well. Let us take our son to meet his grandmother in 3 days. The mention of our son made Shen Weixi's eyelids flicker. She was quick to speak of us, yet when she would later touch his abdominal muscles, she would earnestly profess her modesty, truly a person of double standards. Thus, this matter was temporarily settled. Time slipped away quietly, the setting sun stealing the residual warmth, and darkness gradually enveloped the sky. Rarely did the family of 3 sit together for dinner. Su Mingqing stared blankly at Dai's bowl, taken aback by the sight of a new, unsightly, and cheap wooden bowl. Dai, too, was dissatisfied, pouting and frequently glancing at his father. Shen Weixi was not one to indulge him. Dai, eat quickly. You shan't even think of a J-bowl before you turn 7. Dai looked up at his father, eyes brimming with expectation. Su Mingqing feigned ignorance, placing a meatball onto his plate. Eat up. Not long after the meal, the little one grew drowsy. Shen Weixi watched as the maid prepared him for bed, then accompanied him to sleep. Just as she had lulled Dai to slumber, a cacophony erupted outside. Shen Weixi opened the door to find Chen Chuan hurriedly approaching, his body smeared with blood. What has happened? Miss Shen, Xian is gravely injured. Your medical expertise is renowned. I implore you, save him. Chen Chuan knelt down, looking disheveled, his eyes slightly red-rimmed. Before Shen Weixi could respond, Su Mingqing approached from the other side. Let us assess the situation first. Yes, Your Highness. Chen Chuan immediately scrambled to his feet, leading the way. The three of them made their way to the western courtyard. Xian lay unconscious on the couch, an arrow lodged beneath his left scapula, blood soaking a large portion of his garment, rendering the originally black attire even darker, akin to deep ink. Shen Weixi then noticed Jitong nearby. Jitong, what are you doing here? Had she not gone to investigate the location of the nunnery during the day? Miss, I returned from outside the city today and found Xian unconscious in the woods. I brought him back. Chen Chuan nodded. Indeed, had it not been for Miss Jitong, Xian, you would have likely bled to death without anyone noticing. Miss Shen, please examine Xian first. His continued blood loss is perilous. Very well. Shen Weixi stepped forward, attempting to ignore the overwhelming stench of blood, placing her fingers on Xian Yi's left wrist to take his pulse. Su Mingqing observed her slender fingers resting on the wrist, his lips twitching slightly, yet he remained silent. The more she took his pulse, the deeper her frown became. She stood up abruptly and instructed Jitong, quickly fetch my medicine chest. Chen Chuan, have someone boil water and prepare the strongest liquor. Swiftly. Understood. The two dashed out, each hurrying to gather the necessary items. Weixi, how severe is Xian Yi's condition? Su Mingqing regarded the pale-faced Xian Yi on the bed, his brow furrowed deeply. Logically, this task had been simple. He should not have encountered any adversaries. How could he have returned injured, fainting outside the city? The injuries are grave, while the external wounds are manageable. The internal injuries are far more serious, affecting all his organs. In addition to the internal force injury, it seems he sustained secondary injuries while using his internal energy on the way back. Su Mingqing's heart sank. The situation was more dire than he had imagined. The arrows embedded within him. Only you can extract them. Weixi? Or shall I send Chen Chuan to summon a court physician? There is no time. Shen Wei, she shook her head. The physician would take at least half an hour to arrive. I shall perform the extraction myself. It is merely an external surgery, albeit the medical conditions here are inadequate, lacking a sterile room. Disinfection is limited to boiling water and strong liquor. Fortunately, during her time in the valley, she had researched some basic anti-inflammatory drugs and enhanced the efficacy of the anesthetic powder. Jitang entered, carrying a medicine box. Miss, the medicine box has arrived. She promptly opened it to retrieve the necessary supplies for Shen Weixi. Jitang cut away all the clothing surrounding the wound. Understood. Shen Weixi produced a pill and handed it to the newly arrived Chen Chuan. Have him take this first. It is for preserving his life. At least it will temper the internal injuries. Chen Chuan, clutching the bean-sized pill, squatted before the couch, attempting to administer it, but failing multiple times. Growing anxious, his hands began to tremble. Grip his chin and force it in. Su Mingqing's voice turned sharp. Chen Chuan, where is your composure? I apologize, Your Highness. Gritting his teeth, Chen Chuan pinched Xian Yi's mouth open and successfully administered the pill. Meanwhile, Shen Weixi sprinkled a hemostatic powder onto the wound, visibly reducing the blood flow. This scene deepened Su Mingqing's gaze. Indeed, she was extraordinary, able to suppress the chilling poison that even the physician could not manage. Moreover, this hemostatic powder was far superior to that of the royal hospital. At this moment, two maidservants entered, carrying boiling water and holding strong liquor. Place everything here. Everyone except Ji Tang, step outside and close the door. Shen Weixi continued her task without lifting her head, preparing to sterilize the surgical knife over the candle flame. This knife was crafted by a skilled artisan based on her own designs. Chen Chuan's gaze remained fixed on the silent figure upon the couch, his knuckles whitening from tension. Miss Shun, allow me to stay and assist. There is no need. Ji Tang is more experienced. You must leave quickly. The more people present, the greater the risk of bacteria and viruses. I shall have Ji Tang spray some liquor in the room to mitigate this. Chen Chuan left, turning back repeatedly. Su Mingqing cast a lingering glance at the instruments in her hand before departing as well. The door slammed shut. Inside, Shen Weixi commenced the arrow extraction with meticulous precision. As she incised the wound, she discovered the arrow had lodged between the ribs, without penetrating any vital organs, particularly the heart. She exhaled in relief. Under such conditions, if the heart were injured, even divine intervention would be futile. As the surgery proceeded steadily outside, Chen Chuan wrestled with inner turmoil. He stared at the intricately carved door, bloodshot eyes betraying a mix of worry, frustration, and regret, his emotions a tangled web. Had he taken on this task himself, replacing Shen Yi, perhaps this calamity could have been averted. Though Shen Yi hailed from the shadowy world of bodyguards, he had essentially become a visible protector, fully capable of accompanying the prince in Chen Chuan's stead. Chen Chuan stood motionless at the door, the moonlight elongating his tense silhouette. Su Mingqing stood in the courtyard, hands clasped behind him, the moonlight casting an icy sheen upon his dark robes, adding an air of severity. For years prior, he had commissioned an investigation into the Shen family and was well aware of the temperament of the eldest daughter, Shen Weixi. Under the relentless scrutiny of her stepmother, Wei, she found herself confined to the rear courtyard, her timid nature rendering her vulnerable even to the servants in the yard. Yet, whether from their first encounter 4 years prior or in her current state, she starkly contradicted this assessment. While martial prowess eluded her, her medical expertise was unparalleled, likely surpassing that of many in the Imperial Medical Institution. As for her supposed meekness, did she truly appear so? Not only did she face him without trepidation, but she also harbored daily thoughts of his physical form. Su Mingqing had no intention of revealing Shen Weixi's true identity, since she had come to his side. She must be prepared for an everlasting bond. Your Highness, please return to your chambers to rest. I shall remain here and wait, Chen Chuan said, suddenly aware of the crown prince's presence in the courtyard. It startled him. As an undercover guard, injuries were commonplace. How could he allow his master to wait? Even though the crown prince treated them with kindness, a master remained a master. Su Mingqing turned, casting a glance at Chen Chuan's blood-stained garments and disheveled appearance, and remarked coolly, change your attire. In your current state, one might assume you're accompanying Shen Yi to the grave. Yes, Chen Chuan replied, compelled to obey the master's command. He cast one last glance at the door, gestured discreetly into the shadows, and departed the courtyard. After more than half an hour, the door finally creaked open. Shen Weixi emerged, shaking her slightly sore wrist. Chen Chuan craned his neck to peer inside, anxiety evident in his gaze. At that moment, without a word from his master, he dared not overstep his bounds. Su Mingqing's eyes fell upon her wrist, and he furrowed his brow, inquiring, Weixi, how is the situation? Not too bad, Shen Weixi replied, tucking her hand away, her voice tinged with fatigue. The arrow has been removed, and the wound is stitched. However, there is a possibility of infection, and she may develop a fever. Additionally, I have prepared a prescription for both internal recovery and external application, which I left on the table. Please brew it for Shen Yi promptly. Chen Chuan nodded vigorously beside her, relief washing over him as he awaited his master's instructions. Infection? Su Mingqing noted this new term, silently committing it to memory, and gestured for Chen Chuan to attend to the matter. Then, in a gentle tone, he addressed Shen Weixi, it is late, and you have exerted yourself for quite some time. You should rest. Very well, Shen Weixi replied, nodding before turning to retreat to her room. Su Mingqing watched her departing figure, a smile flickering in his eyes. She had truly begun to trust him, at least in matters of medicine, revealing nothing to conceal from him. He summoned a maid. "Your Highness, how may I serve you?" "Prepare hot water and use a warm cloth to tend to Miss Shen's wrist." "Understood." After issuing his command, Su Mingqing first entered the room to check on Shen Yi, ensuring his well-being before taking his leave. Shen Yi awakened the following afternoon. Shen Weixi approached to take his pulse. There were no significant issues, and all that remained was proper recuperation. "Thank you, Miss Shen." Shen Yi's voice was somewhat hoarse. At that moment, Su Mingqing arrived. "Your Highness." Shen Yi struggled to rise and pay his respects. "Enough." Su Mingqing raised his hand to halt him. "In these extraordinary circumstances, you may respond while reclining." With Chen Chuan's assistance, Shen Yi settled back down, expressing his gratitude for the Crown Prince's grace. Su Mingqing took a seat beside Shen Weixi and, in a leisurely manner, prompted, "Now, tell me how you sustained this injury." On the return journey, the subordinate encountered a few men in black and decided to follow them. These individuals swiftly entered the woods and knelt before Shen Chuanda, who stood under a tree with an inscrutable expression. "Have you not yet located the individual?" he inquired. "Master, there's been no news as of yet. The group that rescued him last time possesses formidable martial skills and maintains a hidden presence. I have been unable to uncover any information thus far." "Useless." Shen Chuanda turned, his gaze sharp as a blade, coldly sweeping over the men in black on the ground. "After searching for over half a year, you tell me you have found nothing?" His tone was frigid, each word like ice. The men in black trembled, their foreheads pressed to the ground, pleading, "Master, forgive us." Shen Chuanda took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. "Expand the search to the capital." "Yes. My subordinate will act immediately." Suddenly, one of the men in black turned sharply, his eyes fiercely fixed on the thicket. Shen Chuanda's expression shifted. "Pursue. We cannot leave any survivors." Shortly thereafter, his subordinate was caught up by the men in black. After an exchange, he was outmatched and sustained internal injuries, the arrow in his back having been inflicted during that confrontation. He managed to escape, thanks to Shen Yi's exceptional lightness of foot. As his words faded, the room fell into silence. Chen Chuan covertly glanced at Shen Weixi, fearful of provoking her wrath, for Shen Chuanda was indeed the father of Miss Shen. However, Shen Weixi appeared unfazed, instead chuckling softly. "It seems Shen Chuanda is quite remarkable. Your Highness, it would be prudent for someone to investigate further." One could only wonder what kind of individual he was searching for, to have been seeking for so long. A mere third-rank military general. Yet he dared to comb through the capital. Su Mingqing's eyes were deep, his tone light, as he remarked, "Indeed, it seems I do not know General Shen well enough. An investigation is warranted." Typically unassuming in the court, Shen Chuanda had secretly cultivated his own power. Shen Yi, as a shadow guard, though not the most skilled, was certainly no weakling. The severity of his injuries speaks volumes about his adversary's prowess. With such individuals lurking in the shadows, who could feel at ease? Chapter 41. The Mad Duchess. Today marked the day of the second prince's betrothal. The royal procession, laden with gifts, made its way to the Duke of Anne's residence, drawing admiration from the common folk. Indeed, only the royal family could afford such lavish gifts, enough to sustain several generations of ordinary citizens. Qian Yaomei wore a poised smile, sunlight dancing on her meticulously chosen attire, enhancing her radiant demeanor. The jade Rui was first sent to the young lady's chamber, while the remaining gifts were to be stored away. These treasures would only re-emerge on her daughter Zhao Manqing's wedding day. The courtyard was filled with gifts, each piece worth its weight in gold. "Madam, we have completed the inventory of the items on the gift list," Steward Zhao announced, holding a thick ledger with a broad smile, his face a tapestry of wrinkles. "The royal family truly values our young lady." Qian Yaomei accepted the list, her smile widening as she examined the treasures. "Naturally, my Manqing deserves only the best." Just as she marveled at the gift list, a commotion arose at the main gate. The Duke of An, having returned from a 3-month official trip, now appeared, weary yet imposing in his deep blue robe, his countenance stern. "Is the master back?" Qian Yumei's eyes widened in astonishment, her heart brimming with joy like a spring bubbling forth. She adjusted her attire and hurriedly approached. Why had the master returned so unexpectedly? He didn't even send word in advance, leaving her unprepared to discern his mood. Her thoughts were abruptly interrupted as Zhao Suikong strode toward her. His expression dark as a storm cloud, his eyes ablaze with fury. Before she could react, he raised his hand and struck her. The resounding slap echoed sharply in the courtyard. Caught off guard, Qian Yumei stumbled backward, her hairpin dislodging from her hair, cascading her locks to obscure her face. The courtyard fell into an immediate silence, all the servants frozen in shock, quickly giving way to fear. Witnessing such a scene, what fate awaited them? Steward Zhao was the first to regain his senses, hastily gesturing for the servants to disperse. Who would dare to witness such disgrace? Soon, only the two of them remained in the courtyard. Qian Yumei clutched her stinging cheek, her ears ringing, her mind a blank canvas. As clarity returned, her voice erupted in a piercing scream. Zhao Suikong, have you lost your mind? How dare you strike me? How could she maintain her standing in this household after being slapped in front of so many servants? Foolish woman. Zhao Suikong's chest heaved with fury, his finger jabbing at her, his eyes blazing with an intensity that threatened to consume her. You imbecile! Who permitted you to unilaterally send our daughter to a flower viewing banquet? Have my words fallen on deaf ears? We had explicitly agreed that she would consult with the wife of the Minister of State regarding the arrangement for the two children, merely a formality. In truth, he had already conferred with Minister Zhang Jinian. The engagement was essentially settled, merely awaiting formalities. Yet, what had this fool done? This was not merely an affront to the Minister of State. It was utterly unacceptable. Qian Yumei's eyes blazed with anger. My daughter is destined for the palace. The mere son of the Minister of State is utterly unworthy. Nonsense. Zhao Suikong, in a fit of rage, kicked over a nearby bridal gift box, silks spilling across the ground. He glared at her coldly, stating that if she insisted on sending her precious daughter to the palace, then she should no longer consider herself a member of the Duke's household. He would pretend he had no daughter at all. Qian Yumei stood momentarily stunned before suddenly bursting into laughter, her mirth echoing harshly in the stillness of the courtyard. It is too late, Zhao Suikong. She brushed her disheveled hair, her gaze laced with mockery. The imperial decree has been issued, clearly stating that the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Anghua is to be the second prince's principal consort. The bridal gifts have already been sent. Do you wish to cast my daughter out of the household? Are you dissatisfied with the imperial decree, or with the second prince himself? Zhao Suikong's complexion darkened, his clenched fists trembling with suppressed rage. After a long pause, he gazed at her intently, declaring, You are quite clever. With that, he dramatically swept his sleeve and turned to leave the Duke's residence. Qian Yumei stood silently in the quiet courtyard, a chill spreading through her body. The night was as dark as ink. In a residence somewhere in the capital, the dim candlelight flickered gently in the corner, casting shadowy shapes upon the sheer canopy of the bed. Qian Yumei lay coolly in the embrace of a man, a faint blush tinting her cheeks. She lifted her head, her gaze quietly tracing the contours of his jaw. Viewed from this angle, he appeared even more familiar. If only that man could embrace her in such a manner. The man lowered his head, and his face bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Suikong, particularly in the arch of his brows, which mirrored his entirely. Madam, silence. Qian Yumei suddenly erupted, seizing his chin with a fierce grip, her sharp nails digging deeply into his flesh. Have I not told you to refrain from that expression? Her eyes seethed with fury, fixating on the man as if she were a beast poised to pounce. The man's demeanor shifted, the warmth in his gaze extinguished. Yes, just like that. Qian Yumei's smile reemerged, tinged with a hint of madness. You must maintain that cold indifference in your eyes. There must be no semblance of warmth, and your countenance must remain stern. As she gazed upon the man, who was increasingly resembling her desires, a fervor ignited within her. One hand caressed his face, while the other lingered between his brows. The candle flickered violently. Ajui, why must you harbor affection for another? Am I not enough for you? The man stared blankly into the distance, his expression rigid. I have seen it. You have hidden that wretched woman's hairpin in the study. Her nails left crimson trails on his face, yet her voice dripped with a chilling tenderness. Just wait. I shall unearth that wretched creature and tear her face apart. 28 years. Married for a full 28 years. She devoted nearly 3 decades to the Duke's household, exhausting her most splendid years, only to be met with the derisive label of a foolish woman. Ha ha ha. Chen Weixi threw her head back in laughter, tears streaming down her cheeks as she did so. Thus, after all these years, her heart remained as cold as stone. Not only did he harbor thoughts of that wretched woman, but he also remained chaste for her sake. Decades as husband and wife. Yet the times he entered her chamber could be counted on one hand, each occasion forced by her through either drugs or intoxication. How absurd. Upon reaching 50, the Duke's household had yet to produce a single heir. Was he waiting for that wretched woman to bear him a child? Ha ha ha. She was nothing but a jest. Chen Weixi casually wiped away her tears, her gaze lingering on the man's face. Is it only by breaking your wings that you will return to my side? The man held his breath, paralyzed with fear. After a prolonged silence, he found himself pinned to the bed. The gauze curtains stirred without a breeze, casting intertwining shadows of the candlelight upon the drapery. Azhui, do you love me? I do. Only me? Only you. The night deepened further. Chapter 42. The rising wind that same night, within the palace of the second prince. Su Mingqing changed out of his snow-white robes into a deep black attire, seated within the hall, sipping tea. His expression was icy. Even the corners of his eyes bore a sharpness that starkly contrasted with his usual gentle demeanor. Your Highness, Nan Feng entered, the night breeze swirling in, causing the candle flames to flicker restlessly. Your Highness, the betrothal gifts have been delivered. This afternoon, Duke and returned to the residence, and, as you predicted, the two had a fierce quarrel, even resorting to blows. Su Mingqing gently traced the rim of his teacup with his fingertips, his gaze lowered to the rippling tea. TCH, it seems Zhao Suikong has abandoned all pretense. Nan Feng continued, his head bowed. Duke, having vented his anger, swiftly departed the Duke's residence. After a brief pause, he added, Duke and wife also left after darkness fell. However, midway through the pursuit, they lost track of the person. The hall fell into a brief silence, broken only by the faint crackling of candle wicks. Su Mingqing suddenly chuckled softly. Where's my dear fiancé? The Duchess was intent on sending her daughter into the palace. For years ago, during the Grand Prince's selection of brides, Zhao Manyan was still too young. But how could she let this opportunity slip away? He was genuinely grateful to Madame Qian. However, as for the eldest daughter of the Shen family, he was unwilling to relinquish her, and he simply could not afford to do so. Your Highness, Miss Zhao was recently sent to Qingyun Temple by the Duchess of the State. It was publicly stated that she was there to pray for the victims of the floods in Beihui. In reality, she was merely being punished for her overly willful nature. A quintessentially frivolous young lady, sent to the temple to temper her temperament. Su Mingqing smirked derisively, fully aware that Miss Zhao was a foolish girl, both beautiful and dim-witted. Yet, foolishness had its merits. A fool was more likely to be obedient, especially one infatuated with him. You may withdraw, he commanded. Yes. Just as Nan Feng was about to exit, a thought suddenly struck him. Your Highness, we have located Miss Shen. She is at Jinhua Garden in the eastern part of the city. Jinhua Garden? Su Mingqing's gaze sharpened as he looked up at him. Are you certain? Nan Feng nodded. I personally witnessed her enter, and there were several faint auras nearby, indicating high martial prowess. I did not dare to approach. A glint of sharpness flashed in Su Mingqing's eyes, his fingers turning pale as they pressed against the cup. Jinhua Garden was the prince's private property. His expression darkened, the chill in his gaze intensifying. The prince was indeed swift in his actions. At the flower appreciation banquet, the prince had gifted flowers to Miss Shen, and he had thought it merely a fleeting whim. It now seemed otherwise. Furthermore, the recent rumors circulating in the capital might very well have been fanned by the prince himself. After a moment's hesitation, Nan Feng whispered, Your Highness, should we send someone to infiltrate the residence to investigate? Su Mingqing raised a hand to halt him. There is no need. The prince's private residence is not easily accessible. Has a Madame Wei been searching for Miss Shen's whereabouts? We might as well lend a slight hand. Shen Weixi woke earlier than usual today, preparing to leave the city for the nunnery. Yet, despite being awake, she had no desire to rise, lying in bed and staring blankly at the canopy above. Suddenly, the door opened and soft footsteps echoed. Shen Weixi turned her head towards the entrance. Su Mingqing entered the inner chamber, holding a cup of tea, parting the beaded curtain. His demeanor was cool and composed, yet a faint smile flickered in his eyes upon seeing her. Awake? His voice was deep as he placed the teacup on the low table beside the bed. Aren't you supposed to be leaving the city today? Why are you still in bed? Shen Weixi remained still, merely lifting her gaze to him. Why are you still here? Aren't you supposed to take Dai Tai to the palace today? Don't you have to attend court? Can the prince afford to be late? Su Mingqing approached the bedside, gazing down at her quietly. I will be leaving shortly. Shen Weixi felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny and could not help but sit up, tilting her head in confusion. Why are you looking at me like that? Seeing your handsome face at the foot of the bed so early in the morning is rather overwhelming. Su Mingqing remained silent, slightly bending down, his gaze fixed on her crimson lips. Shen Weixi blinked, instinctively leaning forward, reaching for his face, only to have her wrist firmly grasped. His fingertips were cool, yet the grip was unyielding. As her words lingered in the air, Su Mingqing had already leaned down, gently brushing his lips against hers. The sensation was fleeting, leaving Shen Weixi yearning for more. He straightened up, his expression unchanged, as if nothing had transpired. I shall enter the palace first, he stated before turning to leave. Shen Weixi stood there momentarily stunned, processing the encounter. Was that it? After all the build-up, such a fleeting touch? She threw off the covers and rose from bed, draining the tea from the low table in one gulp. Jitong, I'm here, Mississippi. After a quick wash, Shen Weixi sat in the dining hall, partaking in breakfast when a young maid rushed in. Miss, an elderly woman claiming to be Lu Mama, is outside. She says she has come to invite you back to the Shen family. Shen Weixi paused, her hand holding the bowl still, and looked at the maid with surprise. Had Wei Zhuangxian found her so quickly? It seems she had underestimated the Shen family. After all, if Shen Xuanda could cultivate power in secret, how could the residents lack capable individuals? Calmly, she took a sip of her porridge, set the bowl down, and replied coldly, "Tell her to leave." Yes. The maid retreated. Jitong handed her a napkin, saying, Miss, General Shen has returned to the capital last night. He will surely come looking for you. The scandal of the legitimate daughter being cast out by her stepmother, left without a home, would only tarnish the Shen family's reputation further. Of course, the Shen family's reputation was already quite poor. Let him come. He must first gain entry to speak, Shen Weixi replied, setting down the napkin and rising. Let's leave the city, Jitong. As the two stepped out of the estate, they spotted a modest carriage waiting at the street corner, with Lu Mama standing nearby. The curtain was lifted slightly, revealing a face marked by weariness and life's trials. It was Shen Xuanda. Shen Weixi, he called out in a commanding tone. She halted, turning her head to regard him, replying nonchalantly, What is it? Ah, waiting for her, Lu Mama was merely the herald, observing his worn and haggard visage. It was evident that he had returned late the previous night and had not rested, now standing at the gate to intercept her early in the morning. It served him right. Why in tea he collapsed from exhaustion. Shen Xuanda's gaze was sharp. Have you had your fill of mischief? Come back with me. Back. Shen Weixi chuckled lightly. Where to? There is no place for me in the Shen residence. The esteemed general's household cannot even afford the expenses of its legitimate daughter. How absurd. Your father has already punished your stepmother. Why do you still maintain such a lofty demeanor? Shen Xuanda's tone was rife with impatience. Since sending her away 4 years prior, he had gradually lost control over this daughter. Shen Weixi's eyes glinted with coldness. Punished? Mere punishment isn't sufficient. His punishment is nothing more than a few days of confinement. How laughable. What she desired was the death of Wei Zhuangxian. She could not be bothered to engage in further debate, perceiving it as a waste of time. Shen Weixi climbed into the carriage that had long since been prepared and departed with determination. As Shen Xuanda watched the carriage fade into the distance, a glimmer of ruthlessness crossed his eyes. Do you think that by allying yourself with His Highness the Crown Prince, you can trample upon the Shen household? Dream on. Chapter 43. The journey to the nunnery, an unremarkable carriage, slowly rolled out of the city gates, vanishing into the vast wilderness. The carriage swayed for over half an hour before finally coming to a halt. "Miss, we have arrived." Jitong's voice called from outside as Shen Weixi rose and gracefully exited the carriage. Gazing up at the ancient nunnery before me, steeped in the passage of time, I noticed the once vibrant vermilion door now bearing the marks of age, while the wooden plaque above barely revealed the three characters of Jingxian. Jitong stepped forward and rapped on the door. "Who is it?" A voice, weathered by time, responded, and the door creaked open. An elderly nun emerged to greet us. "Master, we seek someone." Inside the Hall of Buddha, an elderly woman, her hair as white as snow and her face a tapestry of wrinkles, knelt before the altar. With closed eyes and hands clasped in prayer, a string of prayer beads draped over her thumb, resting against her chest. Sunlight streamed through the cracks of the door, causing fine dust to dance in the luminous rays. The wooden door behind us creaked open again, accompanied by the sound of light footsteps. The elderly woman remained with her eyes closed, and her trembling voice broke the silence. "Guizhi, have you returned so soon?" "Grandmother, it is I, Shen Weixi." With a soft thud, the prayer beads fell onto the mat, rolling to the floor, their smooth surfaces now dusted with a fine layer of particles. The elderly woman abruptly opened her eyes, her murky gaze trembling slightly. She lowered her frail hands and lifted her head to look at the compassionate Buddha statue, a glimmer of moisture flashing in her eyes. Then she braced herself on the mat, attempting to stand. Shen Weixi stepped forward, holding her arm to assist her rise. As the elderly woman turned around, she beheld a face etched in her memory for over a decade, a visage that constantly reminded her of the past. Unable to control herself, she took a step back, murmuring Mingqing. Shen Weixi's eyes flickered with surprise as she gently corrected, "Grandmother, I am Weixi, not an Mingqing." Internally, she was astonished. It seemed the original owner bore an uncanny resemblance to an Mingqing. However, if the original memories were accurate, this elderly matriarch of the Shen family should only be a few years over 60, yet she appeared to be nearly 80. "Indeed, you bear a striking resemblance." The elderly woman murmured softly, her eyelids drooping. "You have grown up. How swiftly time passes." It felt as if all events were mere echoes of yesterday. Unbelievably, 20 years had slipped by in an instant. "Grandmother, I have come to take you home." The elderly woman paused, then shook her head. "No, I have grown accustomed to living here over the years. There is no need for you to return." "Why has grandmother remained in Jingxi in all this time?" Shen Weixi's voice was tinged with melancholy. "Without you in the manor and with no maternal protection, I have endured a life of humiliation under the Wei family." The elderly woman stepped back again, her gaze averted from meeting Shen Weixi's eyes. "It is all in the past, as long as you are well now. Do not dwell on bygone troubles. It will only serve to increase your burdens." Shen Weixi smiled, a smile laced with derision. She should not have harbored hope for this elderly woman. With a son like Shen Xuanda, could she truly expect his mother to be benevolent? To utter a phrase like "do not dwell on the past"? The suffering endured by the original owner could not simply be dismissed with a few words. Indeed, if she possessed any conscience and genuinely cared for the original owner, she would not have abandoned her to live alone in a nunnery at such a tender age. Did the elderly woman truly not comprehend the ruthlessness of Wei Zhuangxian? She was merely a selfish individual. Thus, Shen Weixi decided to drop the facade. This elderly woman was not worthy of her respect. The past could not be transcended. Shen Weixi's voice lost its warmth as she fixated on the old woman's face. "The torment and anguish inflicted upon me over the years by Shen Xuanda and Wei Zhuangxian shall be repaid in kind. Moreover, I shall demand retribution for my mother's death." The old woman's eyes widened in disbelief, her murky gaze fixed upon her, exclaiming, "You have lost your mind. Your mother perished due to postpartum depression. Her death had nothing to do with anyone else. Is that so?" Shen Weixi retorted with a cold laugh. "Then why did you take her to the rejuvenation pavilion?" The old woman trembled, staring at her in shock. "How do you know?" At that time, even Shen Xuanda was unaware of the visit. "You must have taken her there in secret, right?" Shen Weixi pondered the reason why it was the old woman who had brought Su Mingqing to the rejuvenation pavilion. As the head of the Shen household, everything was under Shen Xuanda's control, with his wife poisoned and the symptoms of the toxic brew so apparent. He could not have overlooked it. The rejuvenation pavilion had already gained a stellar reputation in the capital. If seeking medical attention, it would have been the first choice. Yet, Shen Xuanda did not take Su Mingqing there. What does this imply? It implies that Shen Xuanda had no intention of saving Su Mingqing. At that moment, Shen Weixi regarded the old woman with curiosity. "Grandmother, what was your true motive for bringing my mother to the rejuvenation pavilion? Did you genuinely like Su Mingqing as a daughter-in-law, or was there still a trace of conscience within you back then?" The old woman's hands, hidden beneath her nun's robe, trembled incessantly. After 20 years, she never anticipated that her granddaughter would uncover this matter first. Noticing the old woman's silence, Shen Weixi ventured. "Did you do this because the poison was administered by Shen Xuanda?" "No." The old woman's wrinkled face tightened with fervor. "No, when Xuanda brought her back, Mingqing was already deeply poisoned. Could this poison indeed be linked to Shen Xuanda?" From the old woman's expression, it seemed that Shen Weixi might have hit the mark. Yet, some pieces remained perplexing. "Grandmother, if Shen Xuanda did not care for my mother, why did he marry her and seek to end her life? No one compelled him to marry. If he did not like her, why not let her go? No, Xuanda has never disliked Mingqing." The old woman suddenly erupted with fervor. "Xuanda has always regarded Mingqing as his lifeblood. How could he possibly dislike her? How could he harm her?" His affection was so profound that it bordered on madness. This predicament arose solely from his overwhelming love for her, a love that rendered him irrational. Closing her eyes, the old woman leaned against the Buddhist altar, as if all strength had ebbed from her. "Weixi, things are not as you perceive. Let it go. The affairs of the previous generation need not weigh upon your shoulders. You are of marrying age. Seek a suitable partner. Life is fleeting. Why become ensnared in such matters?" How easy it is to speak thus. Observing the old woman, Shen Weixi understood that she would never divulge the truth, and there was no need to linger on it. She turned and exited the Buddhist hall, gazing at the blinding sunlight outside. Within the hall, the old woman watched Shen Weixi's retreating figure, feeling utterly drained. Sliding down from the altar, she knelt on the ground, her eyes devoid of life. When Guizhi returned, witnessing this scene, she rushed forward, heart aching, to assist her. "Madam, the ground is quite cool. How can your frail body endure it?" The elderly lady tightly grasped her hand. Her murky eyes reddened as they gazed at her. "Guizhi, tell me, did I err 20 years ago?" "No." Guizhi shook her head, her own eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Madam, you have done nothing wrong. Even if you had, your years of diligent devotion in this temple have more than atoned for it. Is that so?" The old woman turned her gaze towards the Buddha statue, which continued to look upon her with compassion. "Have I truly atoned?" Chapter 44. Dai Dai enters the palace. In the palace, the queen had been waiting restlessly, glancing towards the door with impatience. Cui Yuan presented her with hot tea and stood by her side, softly advising, "Your Majesty, do not fret. His Highness the Crown Prince will arrive shortly with the little emperor." I simply cannot calm myself. My heart races with anticipation. She had scarcely slept the previous night, her mind racing at the thought of meeting her grandchild that morning, leaving her in a state of unease. As the two conversed, Su Mingqing arrived at Fengwu Palace, cradling Dai Dai in his arms. "Your Majesty, His Highness, and the little emperor have arrived." The queen spotted them and immediately sprang to her feet. Taking a few steps forward to gaze at the child nestled in Su Mingqing's embrace, momentarily at a loss for words. "Good morning, mother." Su Mingqing first offered his respects, then looked at the little one, who was blissfully asleep, clinging to his neck. "Dai Dai, your grandmother is here. Wake up." This morning, Dai Dai had been pulled from her cozy bed by her father, still not fully awake, and had slept throughout the journey to the palace. Hearing her father's voice, she squirmed slightly but remained reluctant to wake. The queen, filled with joy yet a touch of sympathy, said, "Let her continue to sleep. Children need their rest, and it is quite early." She then extended her arms, eager to take the child. "Allow me to hold her. I will take her to the inner hall to continue her slumber. Huaiyan, you should return to the East Palace to change into your formal robes for court. Su Mingqing nodded, carefully passing the little one to the queen. Sensing her father was about to set her down, Dai sleepily opened her eyes, her tiny hands clinging tightly to his neck. Father, I'm sleepy. Hold me. Father must attend court. You will go with your grandmother to sleep, and I will come to fetch you after. Oh, Dai once again closed her eyes, drowsily releasing her grip, allowing herself to be cradled by another. This embrace was fragrant and reminiscent of her mother, which she found comforting. The queen gazed at the child, especially enchanted by her face, her hands trembling with delight. She endeavored to steady herself, fearful of dropping the precious infant. Cui Yuan, noticing the resemblance to the crown prince, was equally astonished. Your Majesty, let's place the little emperor in the inner hall for now. Indeed, holding him like this will not allow for a sound rest. The queen suddenly remembered and carried the child into the sleeping quarters. She gently laid Dai on the bed and carefully tucked her in. Sitting by the bedside, the queen gazed at her with boundless affection, unable to take her eyes off her. Ever since the crown prince came of age, she had worried daily about his aloof disposition, wondering who could possibly capture his heart. She had encouraged him to take a consort, yet to no avail. He was even averse to accepting a concubine. Daily, she yearned for a grandchild, yet she knew that with Huaiyan's temperament, that would not come to pass any time soon. She had never anticipated such a delightful surprise would come to her now. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Cui Yuan observed a young palace maid at the entrance who approached to listen for news. She then lightly glided back to the bedside, bowing gently as she spoke. Your Majesty, the mistresses of the various courts have come to pay their respects and are waiting in the great hall. The empress paused, concealing her expression, and gently tucked the quilt once more. Cui Yuan, have the old maid keep watch over the young prince. With that, she rose and gracefully exited the chamber. Your humble servant respectfully wishes the empress a tranquil reign. Amidst the synchronized greetings, the empress leisurely took her seat at the head of the hall. Gazing at the array of elegantly adorned concubines below, her eyes revealed no trace of emotion as she spoke in a calm tone. Rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. The esteemed Ji Guifei, the foremost among the concubines, was the first to take her seat beneath the empress. Following her was the De Fei of the second rank. The remaining concubines quietly and orderly found their designated places. Only those of the sixth rank and above held the privilege to pay their respects in the empress' escort. The recently bestowed Hui Pin, Ji Yunqing, who happened to hold the sixth rank, took her seat at the very end. Allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations to Your Majesty on the arrival of the young prince. Clad in a peach-hued palace dress, Guifei Ji wearer stood with a beaming smile, slightly bowing in greeting. As she moved, the golden threaded embroidery of the Ji bird on her skirt seemed to come to life, as if yearning to soar. The empress lowered her gaze, taking a delicate sip from her teacup before setting it down and responding languidly. The news travels quickly. Guifei. Such matters concerning the heir are of utmost concern to all within the palace. I would not dare to lag behind. With that, she gracefully seated herself once more. At that moment, Ji wearer maintained an outwardly dignified demeanor while inwardly seething with rage. That wretched woman, how could she keep such a secret? Her grandson is already 3 years old. She then thought of her own son, the eldest prince, who had been married for 4 years, yet had been outpaced in progeny by the third prince. It's all that Qi Lam Yao's fault. Clinging to the eldest prince without a hint of decorum, allowing the back courtyard to remain silent for 4 years. Just as Qi Lam Yao finally becomes pregnant, the eldest prince begins to favor the women of the back courtyard. A few days ago, he was dispatched by the emperor to Huaibei to manage flood relief and reinforce the dam. This back and forth will take at least 2 or 3 months, leaving me with no hope for my grandson. The concubines below harbored their own thoughts. De Fei Zhou Lenroi's nails glided over her silk handkerchief as she donned a poised smile, addressing the empress, Your Majesty. Now that the young prince has entered the palace, might we have the honor of seeing him? Indeed, we should, Ji wearer eagerly interjected, understanding the significance of the heir. Any misstep could lead to grave consequences. In her heart, she secretly wished Let it be a bastard, then Qi Lanmiao's child will be the heir apparent. The empress set her teacup down, taking in the expressions of those gathered before her, and replied coolly, "The young prince is currently asleep. There will be ample opportunity to meet him in the future." A flicker of cold light flashed in Ji Yuer's eyes as she prepared to speak. But suddenly a voice echoed from the inner hall. "Father, I want father." Shen Dai pushed away the old maid's hand and ran out, entirely forgetting the words spoken by his father earlier. The empress sprang to her feet and swiftly entered the inner hall. Seeing Shen Dai with reddened eyes, she scooped him up, gently coaxing, Dai, be good. Your father is busy. Would you like to stay with your grandmother?" Shen Dai bit his finger and gazed at the gentle smile of the person before him, responding in a soft, childlike voice. Having grown up surrounded by many in the valley, he was completely unafraid of strangers. Soon, quickly have the imperial kitchen send some food and ensure the nurse accompanies them. It must be suitable for the young prince. Understood. Suan departed with the nurse in tow. The empress adjusted the little tufts of hair atop Dai's head and carried him into the grand hall. Outside, a group of concubines, upon hearing the child's tender voice, nearly broke their nails in anticipation. Ji Yuer's heart burned with indignation. As she observed the empress emerging with the child, all eyes turned in unison, wide with astonishment. The resemblance to the crown prince was undeniable, making it difficult for anyone to claim otherwise. Ji Yuer's anxious heart finally settled. She forced a smile, acknowledging that indeed, the young prince bore a striking likeness to the crown prince. The empress paid no heed, sitting down and casting a sharp gaze over the assembly, her voice laced with warning. The young prince is still quite small, should he inadvertently bump into any of you while traversing the palace. I trust you will bear with it. The empress's humility was but a thin veil over her clear admonition. Yes, your majesty. Regardless of their internal thoughts, they all responded with respectful agreement. Note, the ranks of the imperial consorts are noted, with the empress being the highest, followed by various titles down to the lowest ranks. Chapter 45. Coincidence. The arrival of an additional royal grandson was certainly not a matter that could be hidden from the emperor. After the morning court, the emperor brought the crown prince to Fengwu Palace. By this time, the concubines had already dispersed, and Shen Dai was enjoying his breakfast. Upon noticing this, the empress immediately picked him up and approached the emperor to pay her respects. Your Majesty, may you be well. You may rise, the emperor replied, striding directly to the main seat. Thank you, Your Majesty. The empress and her attendants rose. Father, Shen Dai exclaimed upon seeing Su Mingqing, his eyes sparkling as he wriggled free from the empress's embrace, scampering over to hug his father's leg, gazing up at him with innocent delight. Su Mingqing smiled slightly, lifting him into his arms and taking a few steps forward. Good boy, now greet your great-grandfather. The emperor accepted a teacup presented by Wei Haicheng, carefully sipping while skimming off the froth. Shen Dai, biting his finger and gazing curiously with his large eyes, remained silent. The emperor set down the cup, casually lifting his gaze to meet the glistening eyes of the little one. He paused, his hand resting on his thigh, suddenly tightening. The empress, clearly noticing his reaction, glanced at Dai's phoenix eyes, her heart racing. Su Mingqing discreetly noted the expressions of the emperor and empress, suppressing his own doubts, and quietly urged the little one in his arms. Dai, did you not wish to see your great-grandfather? Speak to him. Great-grandfather. The soft, childlike voice wafted through the hall like an unseen breeze, dispelling the palpable tension. A rare smile graced the emperor's face. Come, let me hold you. A flicker of astonishment passed through Su Mingqing's eyes. He had not anticipated that the emperor would embrace Dai. Nevertheless, he smoothly placed Dai into the emperor's arms. The emperor gazed down at the child's face, which bore a striking resemblance to that of the crown prince. The empress released her tightly clenched handkerchief and responded with a smile, affirming, indeed, he is the spitting image of Huaiyan in his youth. Truly, he seems to be carved from the same mold. The emperor's gaze lingered on Shen Dai's eyes, even raising his hand to gently caress the corners of them. Witnessing this gesture, Su Mingqing felt a sudden jolt within him as a revelation dawned. The Xianwang, Ji Fenghua, possessed enchanting phoenix eyes and so too did Dai Dai. After a brief pause, the emperor spoke, bestow the name Su Shiha, and on an auspicious day, inscribe it on the jade register. Appoint Xian Wang Ji Fenghua as the royal grandson's tutor, to enter the palace and impart knowledge forthwith. Beside him, Wei Hai promptly replied, Yes, your majesty. Though his response was swift, Wei Hai's heart was considerably shaken. The emperor's profound regard for the young royal grandson, directly appointing the Xian Wang as his mentor, held significant implications. The Xian Wang bore another title, that of the elder brother of the favored consort Ji. With a single decree, the emperor had acknowledged Shen Dai Dai's identity. Henceforth, Shen Dai Dai, no, it should be said Su Shiha, was undeniably the legitimate royal grandson. The empress struggled to conceal her surprise. Her gaze cast downwards, lost in thought as she regarded her wrist. In contrast, Su Mingqing involuntarily smiled, expressing gratitude for his father's grace. The emperor's edict quickly reverberated throughout the palace, shattering countless teacups and vases in the harem. Chief among those seething with resentment was Ji Wu, her countenance dark as thunder. Ah, the crown prince certainly knows how to feign innocence. With his usual aloof demeanor towards women, one wonders what mischief he has been up to behind closed doors. Especially with such a child now grown. Mei Xiang, find out who the wretched woman is that bore this illegitimate child, and bring Ji Fenghua to me. Yes. Upon her return to the city, Shen Weixi was famished by noon. Jitong, let us not return to the residence just yet. Instead, let us find an eatery to dine. Very well, Mississippi. How about Jin Shui Lu? That will suffice. It is said that Jin Shui Lu boasts the title of the largest restaurant in the capital, where the culinary delights ensnare the hearts of the nobility. The two, mistress and maid, selected a private room by the window. Shen Weixi settled herself at the window, observing the bustling street below. The cries of the vendors rose and fell, and the fragrant aromas wafted up to the third floor, tickling her senses. Thankfully, this was another realm. Had it been the ancient times, such a variety of foods would have been scarce, with staple foods being exceedingly limited. Jitong poured a cup of hot water, saying, Miss, the dishes have been ordered. It may take some time, so please have some water in the meantime. Shen Weixi casually lifted her teacup to her lips, her gaze still fixed on the scene below. Abruptly, she halted. Jitong, look, that figure seems so familiar. An elderly matron, slightly obscuring her face, turned back, cautiously surveying her surroundings before stepping into a nearby apothecary. Jitong moved closer to the window, also recognizing the figure. Of course, miss, that is Lu Mama, who serves beside Wei Zhuangxian. Lu Mama? Shen Weixi narrowed her eyes. Why would she need to sneak into an apothecary? Before she could ponder further, she noticed a young maid carefully trailing behind her, intently watching the entrance of the apothecary. TSK, are they so brazen as to engage in such clandestine activities right before our eyes? Such behavior is almost as blatant as inscribing the words, I have a secret for all to see, as if one fears that others might remain oblivious. Miss, this is a little maidservant who attends to Lady Mei. Ji Tang has interacted with her on several occasions and naturally recognizes her. Shen Weixi gazed downward, remaining silent. Shortly thereafter, Lu Mama emerged, her sleeves bulging with some concealed item. Once Lu Mama departed, the little maidservant stealthily entered the apothecary. Shen Weixi's thoughts shifted, suddenly filled with suspicion that perhaps the blossoms on Wei Zhuangxian had indeed bloomed, prompting a purchase of medicine. Zitang, summon that little maid and inform her that I have news to relay to Lady Mei. Yes. Ji Tang descended, while Shen Weixi drained her cup of tea, her mind in disarray. Recently, Shan Xianda had not been at the Shen residence, making it improbable for the blossoms to have bloomed. Otherwise, it would imply that Wei Zhuangxian had found herself a paramour. Now, that would be intriguing. Just then, Ji Tang pushed open the door to the private chamber, announcing, Miss, she has arrived. The little maid entered, appearing somewhat timid. Upon meeting Shen Weixi's gaze, she became even more flustered. Miss, did you call for me? Sighing, Shen Weixi remarked, how timid she is. I cannot fathom how Lady Mei trusts her to follow others. I saw you tailing Lu Mama. Do you know what she was doing at the apothecary? Replying to the eldest young lady, I just inquired. Lu Mama purchased some spices. The little maid replied candidly. She was aware of her mistress's collaboration with the eldest young lady and did not conceal anything regarding Wei Zhuangxian. Spices? Is there a need to act like a thief to acquire spices? Shen Weixi scrutinized the little maid. Did you inquire with the shopkeeper about what spices she purchased? I did. She bought by Ji, Ding Xiang, and Binglan. Binglan? Why procure Binglan? Binglan is a rare fragrance that grows on snowy mountains. Delicate and highly volatile. Generally, one would not select such material for crafting sachets or incense. Moreover, when Binglan evaporates in the presence of Qi Ming Xiang, it undergoes a transformation akin to musk, which could induce miscarriage in pregnant women. This fact is scarcely known. Chapter 46. If not now, when? Is there someone in the Shun residence with child? Shen Weixi could not help but ponder, especially considering that Wei Zhuangxian had harmed many in the rear court, causing them to lose their children through early miscarriages. The little maid shook her head, stating that she had not heard of any concubine in the residence being pregnant. If any concubine were indeed with child, the rear court would have been bustling with activity. Return and inform your mistress to pay close attention to Wei Zhuangxian's movements, particularly to investigate meticulously whether anyone in the residence is pregnant. Yes, eldest young lady. Once the little maid departed, Ji Tang finally spoke. Miss, is there anything amiss with the spices purchased by Wei Zhuangxian? Indeed, there is much amiss. Binglan, if utilized correctly, serves as a fine medicinal ingredient. But if misused, it becomes a nightmare for expectant mothers. I merely wonder how Wei Zhuangxian intends to employ it. After lunch, Shen Weixi returned to Jin Huayuan. First, she checked on Xian Yi's pulse and examined his wound before returning to the pharmacy to concoct a new prescription and prepare a salve for the injury. While she was in the midst of preparing the medicine, a knock sounded at the door. Without pausing her work, she called out, "The door is not closed. Please enter." Miss Shun, Xian Yi's condition is not grave, is it? As Shen Weixi lifted her gaze, she discovered that Chen Chuan had entered the room. It's nothing. I will change the prescription, and the wound also requires a change of dressing. I will have Ji Tong do it shortly. Chen Chuan offered an awkward smile. Well, Miss Shun, there's no need to trouble Miss Ji Tong. I can handle the dressing myself. Shen Weixi glanced at him dismissively and nodded. She merely thought that since Ji Tong had been with her for several years, she would be more suited for such simple bandaging. Weren't you accompanying the Crown Prince into the palace? Why are you back so early? Has the Crown Prince left the palace? Not all. His Highness is still within the palace. I was somewhat concerned about Xian Yi's injuries, so after consulting with His Highness, I returned early to check on him. Shen Weixi sighed, acknowledging the bond of brotherhood that even extended into their work, as one remained preoccupied with the other's well-being. Handing him the prepared medicine and the ointment for the wounds, she instructed, in that case, please tend to Xian Yi's injuries first. Then brew this package of medicine and divide it into 3 doses for him. A smile involuntarily appeared on Chen Chuan's face. Thank you, Miss Shun. She waved her hand dismissively and resumed her work on the pills. The pills for Su Mingqing would be completed today. Before long, Ji Tong arrived, carrying something in her hands. Miss, just now Xian Wu delivered a message. It was arranged by His Highness the Crown Prince. He instructed that any information regarding Shan Xuanda be presented to you immediately. So soon? Shen Weixi wiped her hands and accepted the paper, noting its substantial content. Truly impressive for the Crown Prince's shadow guards. A few days prior, Su Mingqing had informed Shen Weixi about the situation concerning his shadow guards. This effectively meant entrusting half of one's life to Shen Weixi. The shadow guards were numbered from Xian Yi to Xian Jiao, not ranked by combat prowess, but rather by their order of emergence from the shadow guard training camp. Thus, despite Xian Yi's occasional unreliability, he was the first among the Crown Prince's shadow guards, having grown up alongside him. The first 9 shadow guards were the elite among elites, each commanding a group of 10 subordinates. Now, Su Mingqing had assigned Xian Wu and Xian Lu to protect Shen Weixi. As she opened the documents and perused their contents, her eyes widened with astonishment. It was no wonder that Shan Xuanda was indifferent to the children in the rear courtyard being harmed by Wei Zhuangxian. Nearing 50 without a son seemed of no urgency, for he had fathered numerous illegitimate children outside. He had even sired several sons, the eldest of whom was merely 4 years younger than her. Calculating the timeline, it became apparent that merely a little over a year had passed since Shen Mingqing's death, and his mistress had already given birth to a son. How amusing it was to consider what the old matriarch of the Shen family had said about Shen Xuanda's love for Shen Mingqing, claiming he cherished her as if she were his very life. What a ridiculous notion. Take a look at the name chosen, Shen Lingwei. Lingwei, meaning one who can reach the pinnacle, surveying all lesser peaks below. It was evident that Shen Xuanda harbored high hopes for him. According to the documents, Shen Lingwei indeed lived up to his name. At the tender age of 17, he had already surpassed the childhood examinations, achieving the top rank in the Academy's trials. He was entirely qualified to participate in the upcoming autumn imperial examination. Shen Weixi contemplated the information she held in her hands. She pondered her course of action. She merely wished for Wei Zhuangxian and Shen Xuanda to pay for the death of Shen Mingqing and the suffering endured by the original owner of her identity. Should she involve these individuals as well? Ideally, it would be best to leak this information to Wei Zhuangxian, inciting a conflict among them. She decided to wait a little longer before meeting Shen Lingwei. Meanwhile, Chen Chuan arrived at Xian Yi's residence. As soon as he pushed the door open, he saw Xian Yi attempting to rise. "What are you doing?" Chen Chuan strode over and grasped his arm. "Such vigorous movements can easily cause your wound to reopen. But I need to use the restroom." Xian Yi felt the dampness spreading across his back, clearly an indication that the wound had indeed opened. However, nature's call could not be ignored. Chen Chuan hesitated. "I'll help you." He carefully navigated around the injured shoulder blade, supporting him on the other side, and together they made their way to the cleansing room. Xian Yi's weight leaned heavily against Chen Chuan. He needed to free the hand resting on Chen Chuan's shoulder to untie his clothing. His movements were noticeably awkward, unsure if he had pulled at the wound. He inhaled sharply. Chen Chuan paused, then decided to support his waist instead, making it easier for Xian Yi. As the garment loosened, Chen Chuan instinctively turned his head away, an unspoken tension filling the air. The quiet room was soon filled with the soft sounds of fabric brushing against itself, followed by the loud rush of water. Chen Chuan's face tightened, his ears quickly flushing with color. The hand resting on his waist began to feel notably warm. How could a grown man have such a slender waist? The taut muscles felt like a burning ember resting in his palm. All done. After an uncertain amount of time, Xian Yi's voice broke the silence. Chen Chuan exhaled, helping him to lie down once more. "You settle in. Miss Shen mentioned the medicine needs changing." He turned to fetch the medicine. Xian Yi tilted his head to observe him and suddenly asked, "Chen Chuan, are you feeling feverish? Your palm was quite warm earlier, and now your neck and ears seem flushed. Should we have Miss Shen prescribe you some medicine as well?" Having just overheated him with the warmth of his hand, it was no wonder he suspected a fever. Chen Chuan stumbled slightly, almost dropping the medicine he held. His tone was irritable. "Please be quiet. Don't speak nonsensically. I am not feverish." Xian Yi looked at him in confusion, as if even his face had turned red. Was he truly not unwell? "Settle down. I'll change your medicine," Chen Chuan said sharply. As he tore open the clothing, he noticed the once pristine fabric was now stained a deep crimson. Chen Chuan furrowed his brow. "Next time, don't move around carelessly. The wound has indeed reopened. If only I had returned a bit sooner. Wuan yude torthit. How could I use the restroom without moving? Then you should have called for someone to assist you." Chen Chuan found himself unable to finish his sentence. "Call whom? The maid outside? The guards?" Recalling the earlier situation in the cleansing room, he ruthlessly dismissed that option from his mind. "I will take leave from His Highness for a few days. Once your wound is healed a bit, I shall return to my duties. After all, I still have my leave accumulated this year. If not now, then when?" Chapter 47. The origin of the cold poison at a quarter past the hour of the dog. Su Mingqing returned to the Jinhua courtyard under the moonlight. He headed straight for Shen Weixi's room. This time, he gently knocked twice before pushing the door open. Shen Weixi was currently busy sorting out medicinal pills. Upon seeing him enter empty-handed, she stood up, momentarily silent. Was Dai Dai left in the palace? She had long anticipated this outcome, yet could not suppress the emptiness that lingered within her heart. from the very moment of Dai Dai's exposure. She comprehended that the subsequent events would spiral beyond her control. Do not speak to her of fleeing with the child. One who truly inhabits this world understands the impossibility of such a notion. She deemed herself incapable of evading the relentless pursuit of an emperor and his heir with a child in tow. Moreover, Dai Dai's visage was unmistakably that of Su Mingqing's offspring, making her an easy target for those with malicious intent. The palace, paradoxically, offered a semblance of security. Otherwise, she would not have readily consented to allow Su Mingqing to bring the child within its walls. In the heart of power, she had little faith that the emperor was so inept as to allow anyone to reach them, though this was part of Su Mingqing's scheme. Witnessing her despondence stirred his heart with compassion. He drew her into his embrace, resting his head against her neck, his voice a low murmur. Weixi, Dai Dai is in the empress's palace. You need not worry. Every 3 days I shall bring him to see you. Moreover, I shall soon take you as my bride within the palace. Prior to their union, the fact that she was Dai Dai's birth mother must remain undisclosed. By the way, my father has bestowed the name Su Shi upon Dai Dai. Henceforth, he shall be recognized as the imperial grandson inscribed in the Jade Register. It is quite an appealing name. The little one did not weep today, did he? Shen Weixi quickly composed herself, pushing him away to sit at the table and continue her preparations. No, she replied. Su Mingqing settled beside her, his gaze fixed upon her hands as she divided the pills. Dai Dai is quite fond of the empress. He is indeed obedient. However, he has inquired several times when his mother will come. Each time, I patiently assured him that it would be soon. With each repetition, the little fellow began to lose focus, until I told him that if he diligently studies with his teacher, he would soon be reunited with his mother. His eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Never had Su Mingqing felt his identity to be a burden as he did in that moment. Were he and Weixi mere commoners, the path to marriage would be fraught with obstacles. Yet without this identity, he would be unable to safeguard them. That is a relief. I feared he might cry, having grown up by my side since birth. However, the little one is indeed not timid. While in the valley, I often had to be away for a day or two, and Dai Dai would obediently sleep with the other senior brothers and sisters. Aside from his occasional stubbornness, he has consistently been well-behaved, to the point that it sometimes fills me with guilt as a mother. Weixi, I shall not allow you to be apart for too long, Su Mingqing declared with a gaze filled with tenderness and resolve. He had observed his father's attitude towards Dai Dai and understood that the next step was to find an opportune moment to seek permission to marry the crown princess. This endeavor, however, would not be straightforward. Shen Weixi shifted the topic, stating, I have prepared your medicine. Take it once every 5 days, and I shall adjust the prescription after a month. The 3 white bottles are for you, while the blue bottle is for Dai Dai. He needs to take it 3 times a month. Su Mingqing regarded the vividly colored bottles before him, his thoughts turning dark at the realization that Dai Dai, at such a tender age, bore the poison of cold toxicity. The fury in his eyes was barely containable. Once he secured evidence, he would ensure the demise of those responsible. Sensing the chill radiating from him as he fixated on the blue bottle, Shen Weixi quickly deduced the cause. Rest assured, I have been diligently perusing various ancient texts. I shall surely discover a remedy for the poison, and both you and Dai Dai will be safe. Su Mingqing swiftly reined in his emotions. Previously, I had instructed Chen Chuan to investigate methods of detoxification, and he has gathered quite a bit of information, which I shall have him relay to you tomorrow. Shen Weixi nodded. This additional data would indeed enhance their chances of discovering a solution. However, the sheer volume of information appeared overwhelming, and it seemed that her understanding would not come swiftly. She had not yet inquired who had inflicted the cold poison upon him. Surely, it could not have been someone from the palace? Was it a byproduct of court intrigue? If so, she could not rest easy knowing her son was residing in the palace. The palace and its surroundings were fraught with peril. Was there truly a safe haven left for them in the kingdom of Liang? A flicker of helplessness crossed Su Mingqing's eyes. Where were your thoughts wandering? If it were so easy to be poisoned within the palace, the most vulnerable would be the emperor himself. Shen Weixi exhaled slightly, realizing the truth in his words. If it were that simple, the emperor would be the first in jeopardy. Suddenly, she recalled her visit to admire the blossoms at Yin, where a matron had conducted inspections, making it quite difficult to smuggle anything inside. If it wasn't within the palace, then how did you fall victim? In Kangzhou. Kangzhou? Shen Weixi was perplexed. That region lies at the border. What business did you have there? 5 years ago, I received word of surreptitious forces stirring in Kangzhou, prompting me to investigate with a contingent. The Dark Tide, as this organization is known, is vast and has been plotting something clandestine. My inquiries over the years have yielded scant results. Living conditions in Kangzhou were not as stringent as those in the palace, and a moment's inattention led to my misfortune. At that time, it was also my oversight. I had departed hastily without a skilled healer accompanying me. In truth, Su Mingqing's foremost suspicion rested upon the grand families of Kangzhou, particularly the Hu family. Although they have waned in influence in recent years, they remain the foremost family in Kangzhou. The Hu family? Shen Weixi pondered. I have heard whispers of them. Kangzhou borders the kingdom of Yi, and its customs are influenced by that realm, with practitioners of witchcraft flourishing. As the leading family in the area, the Hu family harbors numerous such practitioners. Indeed, Su Mingqing nodded. Moreover, the Hu family is the maternal lineage of Ji Yuer. Thus, he suspected that this matter was not unrelated to Ji Yuer. Yet he lamented the lack of evidence. Shen Weixi's eyes narrowed slightly. Therefore, unable to act within the palace, they seized the opportunity to strike while you were away. In the palace, with an emperor in the previous dynasty and a queen in the harem, Ji Yuer indeed had limited avenues for action. Who in the kingdom of Liang does not know that Su Mingqing has been the crown prince since birth? Over the years, the emperor has meticulously nurtured the crown prince, especially after he reached maturity, bestowing him with considerable authority, making his intentions unmistakable. Yet, as a prince who does not aspire to high office, and as a consort who does not yearn to become empress dowager, thus, the living Su Mingqing stands as the greatest obstacle. Suddenly struck by a thought, Shen Weixi turned to him. It is said that the eldest prince has gone to Beihuai. Why not follow Ji Yuer's example and surprise him? Su Mingqing paused momentarily, reflecting. This time, no action can be taken. The flooding in Beihuai remains unresolved, and he cannot afford to falter. He cannot behave like Ji Yuer, a poisoner indifferent to the welfare of the nation and its people. Opportunities will abound in the future. At least, this instance does not present a favorable circumstance. Shen Weixi was taken aback, then burst into laughter. You shall undoubtedly become a benevolent emperor who cares for the people. Truly, you are the worthy heir cultivated with care by the emperor, possessing a grand vision that will not be swayed by personal grievances at the expense of the populace's safety. Chapter 48. Does he know too much? A trace of helplessness flickered in Su Mingqing's dark eyes. Such words ought not to be spoken lightly. For the emperor was in the prime of his life. If overheard by outsiders, it could become a source of leverage against him. Shen Weixi nodded. Well aware of the implications, she was merely speaking in his presence. Observing her unreserved demeanor, Su Mingqing felt a warmth spread in his heart. By the way, did you find anything fruitful during your outing today? He inquired. Shen Weixi shook her head. Old Madam Shen should know the truth from years past, yet she remains tight-lipped. I intend to visit Qingyun Temple tomorrow to consult the abbot. Su Mingqing was somewhat taken aback. Does Tong Yuan know your mother? She ought to, Shen Weixi replied. For it was the abbot who entrusted me with the heirloom. I shall escort you there tomorrow. You may stay at the temple for a couple of days, and I will return to fetch you. The journey to Qingyun Temple from the capital was not short, requiring a full day for the round trip, and he feared for her safety along the way. No need, Shen Weixi countered, shaking her head. You have court duties to attend to tomorrow. Should you fail to appear, it could raise suspicions at such a precarious time. But trust me, nothing will happen, although I am not skilled in martial arts. The poisons coursing through my veins are not to be trifled with. Without her consent, few would dare approach her. Su Mingqing paused, his gaze lingering on her slender form. It dawned on him that on numerous occasions prior, she had ample opportunity to eliminate him during his clandestine visits to her chamber. Noticing the subtle smile upon his cool countenance, Shen Weixi realized he had recalled those past encounters. Rolling her eyes in exasperation, she stood, declaring, "The hour is late. It is time for sleep, as we must rise early tomorrow." With that, She turned and walked toward her inner chamber, removing her outer garments to reveal her pristine nightwear. Having bathed earlier, she was ready for rest. Turning back, she found him following her inside. Shen Weixi raised an eyebrow. What's this? No longer intent on maintaining your virtue. Planning to stay the night? How peculiar indeed. Previously, he had climbed through her window at night, and after moving in together, he had insisted on sleeping separately. Was he now willing to yield? Su Mingqing's eyelids flickered as he ground his teeth. I am merely concerned that you might find it difficult to sleep alone. His intention was simply to keep her company, fearing she might overthink in solitude. Yet this woman never strayed far from the subject at hand. Truly, she was infatuated with him to an alarming degree. Were it not for the lingering effects of the cold poison within him, he would have gladly fulfilled her desires. It is your provocations that deprive me of sleep. Come here. Shen Weixi seized him, bringing him to the edge of the bed, and with a gentle push, the formidable prince was easily toppled onto the mattress. She leaped atop him, her hands bracing either side of his head as she gazed down at his captivating visage, her fingers reaching out to caress his features. Really? You are a grown man, possessing such a bewitching appearance. One cannot blame me for losing my composure. She marveled at his long, thick lashes, perfectly arched, as they fluttered in response to her touch. Feeling her delicate fingers explore his face, Su Mingqing could not help but lower his eyelids, his lashes trembling ever so slightly. Shen Weixi's slender fingers traced along his high nose, descending to his tightly pressed lips. Applying a gentle pressure, she lifted her gaze to the quivering lashes of the prince. A mischievous smile playing upon her lips as her fingers continued their descent. Soon, the crimson belt was cast aside, with the garment wide open. A warm hand lingered on the abdomen, meticulously tracing every contour of the muscles. Su Mingqing could not help but emit a soft groan, his typically indifferent face slightly flushed, embodying a blend of coldness and desire. He raised a hand to shield his eyes, his entire being taut with tension. If one day his visage no longer captivated her, would he then rely on his abdominal muscles to retain her affection? The daily morning practice of martial arts must be scheduled. Feeling the increasingly inappropriate actions of a certain someone, Su Mingqing abruptly sat upright, seizing the offending hand with a low, husky voice. Do not jest. There are places that must not be touched carelessly. Shen Weixi tugged at her hand, unable to extricate it, and could only glare in frustration. She was indignant, exclaiming, Tell me, what part of you have I not touched? I have already explored every inch 4 years ago, and I still remember the sensation. A faint blush crept across Su Mingqing's ears, annoyance flickering in his gaze. This woman truly was something. He found himself at a loss for words. The gentlemanly manners ingrained in him since childhood seemingly futile before her. Each encounter was a test of his patience. Shen Weixi's other hand glided over his Adam's apple, exclaiming in admiration, Your voice carries an allure, a raspiness that is utterly magnetic, making one's heart melt. Su Mingqing's pupils flickered, losing composure entirely as he rolled over, pinning her beneath him. It has become apparent that if I do not discipline you, you shall never comprehend how a man cannot withstand provocation. Shen Weixi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she wrapped her arms around his neck, displaying no fear whatsoever. But soon, she realized she had been deceived once more. The following morning, Su Mingqing awoke to find the beloved figure nestled in his embrace, memories of the previous night flooding back. His hand, concealed beneath the covers, trembled as he cautiously released her and sat up. Gazing at his long fingers, he recoiled as if burned, hastily gathering his clothes and fleeing the chamber. Before long, Shen Weixi stirred awake. Sitting up, the recollection of his misdeeds prompted her to pound the bed in frustration. Good heavens! Could he have been peeking at lewd books? She could not suppress her gritted teeth, pondering whether he knew too much. Just wait. I refuse to believe I cannot win him over. A knock echoed at the door, followed by the voice of Jitong. Miss, it is nearly time. We are to depart for Qingyun Temple. If we tarry too long, we shall miss lunch. Guomin. Shen Weixi cast aside her frivolous thoughts and rose to attend to serious matters. After Su Mingqing left, he returned directly to the Eastern Palace, donned his ceremonial robes, and proceeded to court. In the grand hall, civil and military officials lined up on either side, sleeves lowered and postures respectful as they bowed. Long live His Majesty. Long live, long live. Su Yunao ascended the crimson dais, taking his seat upon the dragon throne. His gaze slowly swept over the prostrate officials as he spoke. All ministers, rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. As the officials straightened, Wei Hai beside the throne flicked his feather duster, his sharp voice cutting through the air. If there are matters to address, speak now. If not, you may retire. Your Majesty, Shen Weixi stepped forward. I have a matter to report. Speak, Shen Weixi. Shen Weixi bowed even lower. Your Majesty, my daughter Shen Weixi has recently endured some grievances in our household and, in a fit of anger, left the residence. She has since been confined in Jinhua Garden by His Highness the Crown Prince and has yet to return. Your Majesty, I implore you to take charge and reunite me with my daughter. As soon as the words left my lips, an oppressive silence enveloped the grand hall, with everyone desperately suppressing their expressions, trying to maintain an air of normalcy. Has Shen Weixi lost his senses? How dare he slander His Highness the Crown Prince in the court today, even if Shen's daughter were indeed held by the Crown Prince? Such matters should never be brought before the throne, let alone reported to the emperor. Shen Weixi, you are utterly reckless. Duke Zhou of Huayan immediately rebuked. Do you understand the consequences of defaming the heir apparent? Chapter 49. A failed scheme ignoring the reprimand. Shen Weixi knelt down, beseeching the emperor for justice. An icy chill spread through Su Mingqing, with an unmistakable aura of danger emanating from him. This old fool, with his sudden outburst, has not only dragged him into a quagmire, but has also utterly crushed Wei Shi's reputation. It is as if he has discarded all pretense. What could he possibly be relying on? Duke Zhou looked at Shen Weixi, who was in such a dire state, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. He stepped forward to kneel in the hall. Your Majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince has always been a paragon of decorum and virtue. It is utterly absurd for General Shen to claim that His Highness would commit such an egregious act as abducting a noble lady, a disgraceful affront to civility. I implore Your Majesty to discern the truth. Su Yunao cast a meaningful glance at the Crown Prince below, remaining silent. Su Mingqing lowered his gaze, concealing the emotions brewing within, and said nothing. Duke Huayan, why the rush when His Highness has yet to speak? Zhao Suikong shot a cold glare at the kneeling Duke Zhou and then bowed, saying, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince is known for his prudence. We do not believe he would commit such an act. I suggest a thorough investigation to clear His Highness's name. Duke Zhou sneered inwardly. This old man is merely stoking the flames. A thorough investigation? Does that not imply searching the Crown Prince's private residence? How does that differ from tacitly acknowledging that the Crown Prince has indeed committed such an act? How can the heir apparent maintain his dignity after being publicly searched? Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Zhang Jinian stepped forward. Duke Zhao, what audacity! With both the emperor and the Crown Prince remaining silent, you presume to take the lead in calling for an investigation? After speaking, he turned to bow to the emperor, stating, Your Majesty, I believe General Shen's words are inappropriate. Such an occurrence could never happen to His Highness. Zhao Suikong's gaze sharpened, concealing his malice beneath lowered eyes. Indeed, Zhang seems to harbor animosity toward the Zhao family. It is all due to that fool, Qian Yuanmei. Do not underestimate Zhang Jinian, for his position as the Minister of the Interior carries significant weight. What a foolish woman. How did he end up marrying such a simpleton? Su Yunao surveyed the expressions of those below, ultimately resting his gaze on Su Mingqing. Crown Prince, do you have anything to say? Su Mingqing raised his eyes to glance at the emperor, leisurely smoothing his sleeves as he approached Shen Weixi, looking down at him from a position of authority. How does General Shen know that Miss Shen is at Jinhua Garden? I witnessed it with my own eyes. Oh. Su Mingqing raised an eyebrow, his tone calm, yet laced with an unsettling pressure. Since General Shen has seen Miss Shen, why did he not bring her back himself, instead of coming before the emperor to seek his intervention? As for His Highness's private residence, I would not dare overstep my bounds and could only request Your Majesty to take charge. Zhou Jia's countenance darkened, but Su Mingqing raised a hand to interrupt him. directing his gaze towards Shen Xuanda with a look of perplexity. General Shen, how can you be so certain that Jinhua courtyard belongs to me? Shen Xuanda straightened his back. Responding with dignified composure, Jinhua courtyard is registered under His Highness the Crown Prince's name, a fact well known throughout the capital. Is that so? Su Mingqing appeared somewhat bewildered. I distinctly recall that over half a month ago, I bestowed Jinhua courtyard upon Miss Shen, and the deed has already been altered at the office of the capital's magistrate. What? Shen Xuanda's eyes widened in shock, leaving him momentarily speechless. The expressions of the other ministers also shifted slightly. Jinhua Courtyard, an expansive mansion of 5 courtyards, was not only grand in stature, but also situated in a prime location. Adorned with opulent decor, worth far more than 10,000 taels of gold. Could it truly be so that the crown prince simply gave it away? Half a month prior, I had exited the palace and chanced upon Miss Shen, clad in thin garments, standing on the street with nowhere to turn. Upon inquiring, I learned that the illustrious Shen General's household could not afford to support their daughter, cutting off her allowance and casting her out of their home. Moved by her plight, I chose to gift her Jinhua courtyard, providing her with a place to stay. As Su Mingqing concluded, the hall fell into a stunned silence among all attending ministers. Your Highness, do you not wish to reconsider what you have just stated? You found Miss Shen pitiable. Thus you gifted her Jinhua courtyard? If that is the case, they too appear rather unfortunate. Zhou Jia turned to Shen Xuanda, questioning General Shen. Are you prepared to bear the consequences of slandering the crown prince? Shen Xuanda's face turned pale, his previously rigid posture now slumping in defeat. He had miscalculated. What a brilliant move it was. Yet he had not anticipated the crown prince's willingness to part with Jinhua courtyard. Guards, Shen Xuanda has spoken recklessly and slandered the crown prince. Administer 30 strokes of the rod and demote him to the rank of 4th rank junior general, with the military insignia temporarily held by the crown prince. As Su Yun Ao's decree echoed, not only did Shen Xuanda's countenance shift, but Zhao Suikong's pupils also dilated in alarm. He immediately knelt to plead for mercy. Your Majesty, while General Shen's actions are unforgivable, considering his past service to the court, I implore you to grant clemency and impose a lighter punishment. His plea was sincere in appearance, yet inwardly he cursed Shen Xuanda for his foolishness. Having failed, he had now lost the military insignia, falling into the crown prince's hands. Others from the first prince's faction also knelt to intercede. However, Su Yun Ao paid them no heed and rose to depart. Su Mingqing observed the prostrate figures with a glint of darkness in his eyes. Thus, Shen Xuanda, believing he could rely on the cunning Zhao Suikong, acted without fear. Alas, today's turn of events seemed unexpected, as Zhao Suikong appeared oblivious to the unfolding drama. He chuckled softly, leisurely exiting the palace, gradually fading from sight. Throughout the morning assembly, Su Ming thought, who had remained silent, regarded the scene with a cold smile. Truly, the crown prince effortlessly subdued the first prince's faction, even acquiring the military insignia. He was eager to witness the expression of his elder brother upon learning of Shen Xuanda's foolish actions. News spread rapidly, and Ji Wei also heard of the matter. She cursed loudly, calling him a fool, and then summoned Mei Xiang. Will Xian Wang still not come to see me? Mei Xiang knelt on the ground, pleading for forgiveness. Your Highness, forgive me. I am powerless and could not summon His Highness Xian Wang. She had not even seen Xian Wang's face. How outrageous! Ji Yuer swept the teacup off the table, her chest heaving with fury. I shall go see him myself. Rising, she strode out. The military talisman in Shen Xuanda's possession was of great importance to the crown prince, which was why Shen Mingyao could become his consort. She could not allow the talisman to fall into the crown prince's hands. To change the emperor's mind now, Ji Fenghua would have to make an attempt. The emperor had decreed that Ji Fenghua now resided in the palace, adjacent to the imperial study. At that moment, he had just finished teaching Su Shi and was washing his hands when he heard the commotion outside. Get out of the way, you dog slave. Open your eyes and see. Do you dare to obstruct me? Ji Yuer kicked aside the eunuch blocking her path and charged in. Ji Fenghua, what do you mean? Am I unable to summon you? After all, He was merely a bastard son of her father, the only male heir of the Wang family. Otherwise, how could Ji Fenghua inherit the estate? Chapter 50. The Cycle of Cause and Effect. Ji Fenghua took the handkerchief offered by the young eunuch, leisurely drying his hands before lifting his gaze to Ji What brings the noble consort here? Ji is Toa tightened, and after a moment's pause to compose herself, she spoke softly. Fenghua, must we truly be so estranged? We are family. Do you not care for your nephew? Instead, choosing to teach that illegitimate son of the crown prince? They were indeed family. Why could she not show a bit of support towards her and the crown prince? The noble consort should tread carefully. The young prince is acknowledged by his majesty as the legitimate heir. Tread carefully? Ji Fenghua, what do you intend to do? Over the years, you have treated me and Ming'an worse than a stranger. I am your sister, and Ming'an is your own nephew. Can you not show us a semblance of loyalty? Today, that fool Shen Weixi has been demoted, and the military talisman has fallen into the crown prince's hands. Fenghua, you must go to the imperial study now and request his majesty to revoke the decree. Were it not for the fact that Ji Fenghua commands hundreds of thousands of troops, she, Ji would never bow to him. She was the legitimate daughter of the Ji family. Ji Fenghua lifted his robe and sat down beside her, taking a delicate sip from his teacup. Under Ji impatient gaze, he slowly began to speak. Shen Weixi has slandered the crown prince. If he is executed, it is well deserved. Why should I plead with his majesty to revoke the decree? He is merely an inconsequential fool. Inconsequential? Yet he is a capable subordinate of your nephew. Ji sneered. Do you consider it inconsequential? Were you still thinking of that wretched Zhu Xianyin, thus favoring her son? Silence. Ji Fenghua looked at her coldly. The reigning empress is not someone you can insult. Ha ha ha. Ji suddenly laughed, her eyes filled with disdain. Yi Fenghua, it is your face that has lingered in the emperor's mind for over 20 years, yet you're preoccupied with Zhu Xianyin, even caring for her son. How base of you. One could only wonder who she truly referred to with her scorn. The monsoon did not perturb her at all. After all, she had heard far more disparaging words within the walls of the Xianwang's residence. He rose and called out, "Bring the esteemed concubine Ji back." He then turned and walked towards the inner chamber. Ji watched his retreating figure, her eyes glinting with venom. A mere illegitimate son remains just that. Even if he were to inherit the family position, he fails to consider the clan's welfare. With his military command and the emperor's favoritism, had he only devoted more thought to Ming'an, the title of crown prince would not have fallen into Su Mingqing's hands. If her Ming'an were to ascend the throne, that would indeed mark the pinnacle of the Ji family's fortunes. Fool. Ji turned on her heel, her expression darkening as she departed. This incident swiftly reached Su Yunao's ears, igniting a fierce wrath within him. Wei, your servant is here. The concubine Ji has spoken out of turn, lacking respect for rank. Henceforth, she is to remain confined in Jingzue Palace for half a month and is to transcribe the palace regulations twice. Wei promptly replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." He bowed and exited the imperial study to convey the edict to concubine Ji in Jingzue Palace. TSK, concubine Ji truly lacks memory. Having been punished several times for provoking Lord Xian, she still fails to learn. Meanwhile, Shen Weixi was unaware that she had unwittingly gained notoriety in the court that day, and not for a commendable reason. Upon arriving at Qingyun Temple with Jitong, they were greeted by a young monk who led them to their quarters, which happened to be the same as their previous stay. "Esteemed patrons, this is your lodging. Please collect your vegetarian meal from the dining hall at this opportune moment." After bowing and reciting a Buddhist verse, he turned and left. Shen Weixi entered the room and sat by the bed. The bumpy journey had left her feeling utterly exhausted. Jitong followed her inside and set down their luggage. "Miss, shall I go fetch the meal now?" "Yes," Shen Weixi nodded, "and please bring back a pot of hot water." Understood. Once Jitong had departed, Shen Weixi reclined on the bed, yearning to soothe her sore body, though the position was rather unseemly. She cautiously glanced at the door. Finding it unguarded, she decided to indulge herself. The ancient carriages were truly a test of endurance, especially on long journeys. The uneven roads and the inadequate shock absorption of the carriage made for a torturous experience. Before long, Jitong returned, carrying a bamboo food box. "Miss, the vegetarian meal has arrived." Shen Weixi mustered her strength and sat up, watching as Jitong set out several dishes. The vegetarian meals at Qingyun Temple were renowned. Though entirely plant-based, they were indeed delectable. After finishing their meal, the mistress and servant indulged in a brief afternoon nap. Upon awakening, Shen Weixi felt rejuvenated. She instructed Jitong to wait in the quarters while she ventured alone to seek out Master Tong Yuan. As expected, she found him in the familiar location, seated before the Buddha, reciting scriptures. Upon hearing her approach, he slowly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. "Ah, dear benefactor, we meet again." Shen Weixi returned the smile. Stepping over the threshold, "Master Tong Yuan, with your profound abilities, I trust you have already surmised the purpose of my visit?" The master rose, clasped his hands in prayer, and replied, "I am but an ordinary man. You think too highly of me." Shen Weixi remained non-committal as she stepped closer to the statue of the Buddha, gazing up at the benevolent visage for a prolonged moment. "Abbot, do you believe that a lost soul can find a way back home?" "Umaba, how can you assert that one is lost and not merely on a journey home?" Shen Weixi abruptly turned to him, perplexed. "What do you mean by a journey home?" Tong Yuan merely smiled, refraining from answering, and instead shifted the conversation. "Is there something you wish to discuss today?" Shen Weixi regarded him, aware that he would not elaborate further, leaving her feeling as though she were being tormented by an unseen cat. She detested the monk's riddles. Tong Yuan smiled like a Maitreya Buddha, realizing he would not say more. Shen Weixi felt disheartened. "I came to inquire about Enai Mingxin. Since she entrusted her belongings to you, you must be quite familiar." "Abbot, do you know Enai Mingxin's true identity?" Tong Yuan shook his head. "I have only met Enai, so we cannot be considered close." Shen Weixi was taken aback. She had assumed they were well acquainted. It seemed that Enai Mingxin preferred to leave her possessions with a mere acquaintance rather than in the Shen estate, indicating a profound distrust of the family. What had transpired in the past? "Abbot, do you know about Zui Xian?" Tong Yuan paused and nodded. He lit 3 incense sticks and placed them in the censer before the statue, then spoke. "Xian hails from the Wing Kingdom, and the primary ingredients for its concoction can only be found there. My lady, all past causes yield present effects. You are intrinsically part of this outcome." With that, Tong Yuan resumed his seated meditation, closing his eyes to recite scriptures. Shen Weixi was now utterly bewildered. How could she be part of this outcome? She inquired twice more, but he remained unmoved, lost in his chanting. After gazing at Tong Yuan's back for an extended period, Shen Weixi chose to depart. Ultimately, he would not disclose anything further. Chapter 51. Underdeveloped mind, completely unformed brain. Shen Weixi returned to her chamber, disheartened. Jitong had just finished tidying the room and was hanging dresses from the luggage into the wardrobe. Noticing her mistress's lackluster demeanor, she approached. "Miss, what troubles you? Did you not see the abbot?" Shen Weixi sat at the table, her brow slightly furrowed. "I did see him, but it was as if I had not." That old monk always spoke in riddles, refusing to share anything of substance. Jitong poured her a cup of tea and suggested, "Miss, shall we capture Lu Mama and subject her to rigorous interrogation?" Various scenes of torture danced in her mind. Shen Weixi traced the rim of her teacup, feeling a wave of lethargy. Lu Mama had been with the Shen family for decades, and her entire family was intertwined with the household. Even death would not compel her to betray Wei Zhuangxian, as their fates rested in her hands. Indeed, Jitong nodded thoughtfully. "By the way, miss, the flowers have been blooming for quite some time, yet Wei Zhuangxian remains unscathed. This indicates that the poison has yet to take effect." At these words, a glint of insight flashed in Shen Weixi's eyes. It seemed that Wei Zhuangxian, the legitimate wife, was rather ineffectual, as Shen Xuanda did not even enter her chambers. "Jitong, upon our return, deliver the Haitang incense to Aunt Mei, informing her that this fragrance is a slow-acting poison. She will know how to proceed." The blooming of flowers does not solely occur through the act of intimacy. It possesses another catalyst, known as the fragrance of the begonia, albeit its effects are somewhat gradual. However, It would be ill-fated for Wei Zhuangxian to perish so swiftly, as there remain matters yet to be clarified. Jitong nodded in agreement, fully aware of what begonia fragrance entails. After partaking in a vegetarian meal, the master and servant duo retired early for the night. At the break of dawn the following day, Shen Weixi rose early, and after breakfast, she took Jitong to the main hall to donate some incense money. Previously, she had little faith in such practices, yet since her transmigration, her beliefs had shifted. Due to the early hour, the hall was relatively empty. As Shen Weixi stepped into the hall bathed in morning light, she noticed a splendidly dressed lady kneeling before the Buddha, fervently paying her respects. She merely glanced and, not dwelling on it, knelt on a nearby mat, earnestly bowing 3 times. Behind her, Jitong produced a 100-tael silver note and placed it into the merit box. After her 3 bows, Shen Weixi straightened, clasped her hands, and gazed upward at the compassionate golden Buddha. She fervently hoped that the Buddha would bless her grandfather with health and longevity, aid her in finding the antidote for her cold poison, and ensure peace for both father and son. Once she completed her silent prayer, she once again bowed sincerely. "Miss Shen?" Just as Shen Weixi rose, she heard the voice of the lady beside her. Turning her head, she found the woman somewhat familiar, having likely encountered her at the flower appreciation banquet, though she could not recall which family she belonged to. "Do you recognize me, madam?" "I am Qian Yumei from the Duke's residence," the lady replied with a gentle smile. "I had the fortune of meeting Miss Shen at the flower banquet." Shen Weixi was taken aback, suddenly recalling that she was Zhao Manqing's mother. Zhao Manqing, proud as a peacock, contrasted sharply with her mother, who exuded an air of poise and elegance, embodying the stature of a noble matriarch. A flurry of thoughts raced through Shen Weixi's mind, and she adorned her face with a polite smile, recognizing the Duchess. "It is indeed a surprise to meet you here." Qian Yomei's smile was perfectly measured. "I just arrived yesterday. Is Miss Shen here as well?" "Yes," Shen Weixi replied, glancing outside to see the sun fully risen. "Duchess, I have a matter to attend to, so I shall not delay you further." "Very well, Miss Shen, do take care." Shen Weixi nodded, leading Jitong back towards the meditation room from the previous day. She resolved to pay another visit to Master Tong Yuan that morning. As she and her servant departed, Qian Yomei's smile faded and her eyes narrowed. The demeanor of this young lady from the Shen family hardly seemed to align with one who had been confined to the courtyard for over a decade. How intriguing. Upon reaching the meditation room, Shen Weixi was halted by a young monk engaged in cleaning. After greeting her with clasped hands, he informed her, "Ba, if you seek the abbot, there is no need. He has already embarked on a journey." Shen Weixi was taken aback. "But I saw the abbot yesterday afternoon. He has departed so soon?" "The abbot left before dawn today." Shen Weixi pondered. Could it be that this old monk was evading her? Why leave at such a moment? She had not anticipated this turn of events. After thanking the young monk, Shen Weixi could only turn back. "Miss, the abbot of Tong Yuan is not present. Where shall we go?" Jita asked. Shen Weixi glanced around and suggested, "Let's take a stroll through Qinyan Temple. Our last visit was hurried, and due to the timing, we did not have a chance to appreciate the grandeur of the largest temple in Liang Kingdom. The scenery appears quite splendid at present." Shen Weixi casually chose a direction and proceeded. Along the way, the flowers and trees they encountered were predominantly associated with Buddhism. In the distance, she spotted a splash of pink and discovered it to be a magnificent Bodhi tree, adorned with blossoms of the same hue. Shouldn't the Bodhi flowers bloom at this time? If her memory serve her right, it should be late spring or early summer. Just as Jita was about to explain, a vexatious voice interrupted from the opposite side. What an unsophisticated bumpkin. She doesn't even recognize the sacred tree of Qinyan Temple. Suddenly, a figure clad in pink appeared before them, accompanied by 2 young maidservants. Shen Weixi coolly regarded her. It was none other than Zhao Manqing. Zhao Manqing strutted over, her chin held high, exuding arrogance. With a scoff, she looked at Shen Weixi, her eyes filled with derision. "What? Did you come here to pray for the Buddha's blessings after failing to secure the position of prince consort? Alas, even if you prostrated yourself to the Buddha, it would be in vain. The imperial decree has been issued, and I am already the confirmed prince consort of the second prince. Even if the second prince presents flowers to another woman at the flower banquet, the final victor will still be Zhao Mingqing. Shen Weixi couldn't help but laugh at her foolishness. Miss Zhao, it appears your intellect is underdeveloped. Your brain seems entirely lacking in growth. You, Zhao Mingqing glared furiously. Though unable to comprehend the words, she sensed they were not complimentary. With hands on her hips, she haughtily declared, "Why do you not pay your respects upon seeing me? I am a second prince consort now. If you merely bow and apologize, I shall reluctantly overlook your earlier transgression." Shen Weixi was baffled, her mind swirling with questions. Transgression? What transgression? Moreover, Zhao Mingqing is not yet the second prince consort. Why should I bow to her? Jita's expression soured as she stepped forward, seemingly intent on delivering a sharp reprimand to Zhao Mingqing. However, Shen Weixi restrained her, knowing that resorting to violence would complicate their situation. After stopping Jita, she cast a scornful glance at Zhao Mingqing. You may speak of such things once you truly become the second prince consort. For now, we are merely unranked noblewomen. Even if Zhao Mingqing hails from a duke's household, it does not warrant others bowing to her. Shen Weixi had no desire to engage in further pointless banter with the dim-witted young lady. She turned to leave, but was halted by Zhao Mingqing's outstretched arm. You cannot simply depart. You have offended me and have yet to apologize. Mingqing, do not be rude. Qian Yumei rushed over, her expression darkening upon witnessing the scene. She shot a disapproving glance at her impudent daughter and turned to Shen Weixi with an apologetic demeanor. I beg your pardon, Miss Shen. Mingqing is still young and naive. Please forgive today's incident. Shen Weixi did not wish to linger in conflict with the two, merely nodding dismissively before departing with Jita. Mother, Zhao Mingqing tugged at Qian Yumei's sleeve, stamping her foot in frustration. Why are you allowing her to leave so easily? Shen Weixi dared to accept flowers from the second prince. I have yet to settle the score with her. You are to remain at Qingyun Temple, engaging in vegetarian meals and reciting Buddhist scriptures to temper your temperament. Is this truly how you manage it? Qian Yumei gazed at her with disappointment, lamenting that if you continue with this disposition, you shall suffer greatly upon entering the residence of the second prince. That will not happen, Zhao Mingqing replied, her head lowered in a bashful manner. The second prince will surely protect me. He is so kind, gentle, and would never allow his lawful wife to be wronged. Observing her daughter's naive disposition, Qian Yumei closed her eyes, wishing fervently that she would not end up like herself, having devoted a lifetime to someone who never warmed her heart. The most perilous expectations one could harbor are those concerning men. Mother, when shall we return home? She had been at the temple for nearly half a month, listening to the monks chant daily, which had become dreadfully tedious. Qian Yumei scrutinized her. Have I not instructed the nurse to teach you the proper etiquette? How have you fared with that? Mother, I do not wish to learn, nor can I, Zhao Mingqing replied with reluctance. If you cannot learn, at least pretend convincingly. Qian Yumei's expression turned stern as she regarded her. Remember, you are the second prince's consort. Maintain the proper demeanor. In public, you must be discreet and circumspect, never allowing others to see through you. Understood, Zhao Mingqing nodded begrudgingly. Oh, mother, how exhausting it must be to feign such a dignified and virtuous demeanor all the time. As her mother, Qian Yumei could easily discern her daughter's lackadaisical response. With a sigh of resignation, she lamented that her indulgence over the years had rendered her daughter a noble lady, almost devoid of common sense. In the capital, after the morning court session, Su Mingqing had intended to proceed directly to his study to review memorials. However, upon receiving word from the nurse that the little one was yearning for his mother and had been causing quite a commotion, he hurried to Fengwu Palace to comfort the child, reassuring him that he would see his mother the following day. Only then did the little one settle down with his royal grandmother. Returning to his study, Su Mingqing had barely seated himself when a thought struck him. Xuania, at your service. A shadow swiftly entered the study, kneeling on one knee. Chen Chuanxi, having finished his duties, joined him. I did not see Su Mingxi at court today. Where has he gone? Your Highness, the second prince has left the palace. Reports indicate he exited the city gates during the hour of Wei, heading towards Qingyun Temple. Qingyun Temple? Su Mingqing's expression darkened, and a chill swept through his eyes. Heir, prepare the horse. I must go to Qingyun Temple. Quickly. Yes. Heir complied and swiftly departed to make the necessary preparations. Su Mingqing rose, enveloped in a cold aura, and exited the study. As evening approached, Shen Weixi decided to take a solitary stroll. Midway through her walk, she suddenly recalled the hot spring that Su Mingqing had once prepared for her. Her eyes brightened, and she turned towards that direction. The last time she entered, the experience was delightful, but the timing had been unfortunate. Today, she would seize the opportunity to indulge. As she eagerly advanced, she was unexpectedly halted by a figure clad in white. Upon recognizing the visitor, her smile faded, replaced by surprise. Su Mingqing stood before her, his countenance still adorned with a warm smile that radiated genuine joy, as though it flowed from the depths of his being. Miss Shen, it is a pleasure to see you again. What brings the second prince here? Did he come directly to Qingyun Temple after court? Su Mingqing extended the object wrapped in parchment towards her, his gaze sincere as he inquired, would you be surprised if I said, I came specifically to see Miss Shen? Shen Weixi internally shook her head in disbelief. There was no surprise to be found, only trepidation. Miss Shen, this is a special gift for you. She glanced at the item before blinking and looking back at him, puzzled by the intention behind the second prince's gesture. The pastries from Ziyuxuan are delightful. I had intended to invite you for tea to sample them last time, but alas, it did not come to pass. This time, you may indulge. Shen Weixi declined, shaking her head gently. Thank you for your kind offer, Your Highness, but I am not fond of pastries. Is that so? Su Mingqing's eyes dropped, and the visible disappointment on his face was palpable. Do you not relish pastries, or do you simply not wish to partake in those I brought? Shen Weixi silently observed his performance, choosing not to respond. His melancholic demeanor, reminiscent of a heartbroken actor, was convincing enough for an award-winning role. She regarded him with a bemused expression, making it evident to Su Mingqing that this tactic had failed. He retracted his hand and stepped closer, an air of danger enveloping him. Miss Shen, do you seem wary of me? Why is that? His charming demeanor, typically irresistible, had captivated many noble women, including the legitimate daughter of the Duke of In. Yet, the one he desired most remained indifferent. What could possibly be amiss? Shen Weixi took a step back as well, a smile gracing her lips. Have you dropped the pretense, second prince? Su Mingqing narrowed his eyes. You are indeed unlike other noble women. You disowned my intentions at the flower banquet, did you not? I had assumed you enjoyed the theatrics. Ha! Su Mingqing's smile broadened, no longer gentle but rather aggressive, clearly impressed by her cleverness. Miss Shen, what shall I do? I find you increasingly intriguing. How would you feel about becoming my secondary consort? Shen Weixi regarded him with the look reserved for a scoundrel. Your Highness, your future principal consort, Zhao Manqing, is presently at Qingyun Temple. Here you are, brazenly seeking a mistress scarcely 1,000 meters from your betrothed. Truly, a scoundrel. Are you concerned for Miss Zhao? Su Mingqing presumed he had hit upon the crux of her worries. Rest assured, she will not diminish your standing in my heart. Should you enter the estate, aside from the principal consort, you would be my sole secondary consort. In royal households, it was customary to have one principal consort and 2 secondary consorts, along with numerous concubines. Should she become the only secondary consort, she would rank just below the principal consort, with the opportunity for advancement should the principal heir. Shen Weixi's lips twitched in disbelief. Did he truly think himself so esteemed? He epitomized the very nature of men in this era. What does Miss Shen think of this arrangement? She certainly had her reservations. A chilling voice interjected from the side. Naturally, I am here to see my beloved. The familiar voice caused Shen Weixi to instinctively turn her head, and a wave of joy surged within her. With others present, she restrained the urge to rush into his arms. Su Mingqing observed the approaching Su Mingqing, his expression shifting momentarily before quickly regaining his charming facade. Having encountered the crown prince, what brings him to Qingyun Temple at this hour? Su Mingqing stood beside Shen Weixi, gazing at Su Mingqing with a frosty expression. Naturally, he has come to visit his beloved. What business does the second prince have here when he is not attending court today? Observing the tightly clasped hands of the two, Su Mingqing's eyes darkened. When did Miss Shen become the crown prince's cherished one? Weixi, what say you? Su Mingqing turned his head to scrutinize her, his gaze laced with a threatening intensity. Should she dare to deny it, he would make her regret it. Shen Weixi's lips twitched, deliberately scratching his palm. And feeling his body tense, she smiled and looked up at the one who was fixated on her, saying, "Perhaps 4 years ago, when the crown prince first laid eyes on me, he became utterly smitten and lost sleep over it. Wouldn't you agree, Your Highness?" Indeed, it was not merely sleepless nights. He was consumed by a desire to swiftly find the woman who had taken his innocence, wishing to exact 1,000-fold retribution to quell the bitterness in his heart. Now it was Su Mingqing whose eyelids twitched uncontrollably, a semblance of a smile playing on his lips as he fixed his gaze on her, his voice tinged with barely contained frustration. "You are correct. For years ago, I truly cannot find rest, but it was for Weixi that I yearned." Shen Weixi felt a shiver run down her spine under his unwavering gaze, maintaining a stiff smile while her eyes wandered aimlessly. Observing the silent exchange between the two, Su Mingqing knew they were both lying, yet chose to believe a fragment of it. At the very least, it was clear that the crown prince regarded Shen Weixi with a distinct fondness. Over the years, though he had not taken a primary consort, his harem contained several concubines. Yet, the crown prince had remained untouched by the fairer sex. His quarters remained pristine. Yet now he held her hand. Why? Why would the crown prince be enamored with Shen Weixi? In terms of either status or talent, she could never ascend to the role of crown princess. A mere daughter of a fourth-rank military official, how could the crown prince be interested? Su Mingqing shifted his gaze to the stunning visage before him. Was it merely because of her beauty? Or perhaps the crown prince harbored suspicions regarding Shen Weixi's true identity? His gaze irked Su Mingqing, who stepped forward to shield her completely, his expression murky. The second prince should return to the palace soon to avoid being late for tomorrow's court assembly. With that, he took Shen Weixi by the hand and turned to leave. Watching the pair recede into the distance, Su Mingqing's eyes glinted like a venomous serpent. Their retreating figures resembled those of celestial lovers. Yet had he truly given his consent? The pastries in his hand had long since crumbled to dust. He carelessly tossed them aside, not sparing them a glance, and turned to depart. In a side room, Jitong was dozing at the table when the door swung open with a bang, jolting her awake. She glanced towards the entrance and saw the crown prince hastily ushering her young mistress inside, momentarily dazed. However, she quickly regained her composure and discreetly exited, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. She pondered how the crown prince seemed unable to be apart from her mistress, having chased her all the way to Qingyun Temple. Inside the room, Su Mingqing offered Shen Weixi no opportunity for speech, swiftly pulling her into his embrace, his hand resting possessively on her waist. This sudden action caused Shen Weixi to collide with his collarbone, letting out an involuntary gasp, her eyes welling with tears from the unexpected impact. "What are you doing? My nose might break." Fortunately, it was my mother who gave me this nose, otherwise it would have been the end. Su Mingqing gazed at her with a heavy expression, and just as she was about to speak, he lowered his head and silenced her. His tongue pried open her lips with an irresistible aggressiveness, urgently seizing her breath, tinged with a hint of punishment. When his teeth inadvertently grazed Shen Weixi's lower lip, she responded by gently biting him back. Su Mingqing's breath grew ragged as he pressed her down onto the couch, his heated breath trailing along her neck to her collarbone, where he bit down lightly but deliberately. "Enough!" Shen Weixi pushed against him, her heart racing, her voice laced with a touch of allure. "This is Qingyun Temple, a sacred place of tranquility." He had never shown such fervor at home. Su Mingqing paused, burying his face in her neck, silently calming himself, sensing the obvious tension in his body. Shen Weixi rolled her eyes, wishing he would just suffocate. Day after day, he pretended to be detached and ascetic at home, yet at night, he treated her as if she were a flood, his body betraying his true desires. After a long moment, Su Mingqing composed himself, lifting his gaze to meet hers. His voice still husky. "From now on, keep your distance from Su Mingqing. Do not engage him in conversation. If you see him, leave immediately." Shen Weixi parted her slightly swollen lips, then fell silent again. What? You disagree? His tone held a note of danger. Disagree? How could I? Shen Weixi wished to avoid the second prince. His intentions were clearly insincere. Yet, she couldn't fathom why he had followed her to Qingyan Temple. She truly could not understand what he sought from her. Su Mingqing narrowed his eyes, studying her intently before leaning down to nip at her neck. Ouch! Shen Weixi gasped. Are you a dog? Now, there would definitely be a mark. This was a temple, and if someone saw it, she wouldn't know how to explain. However, Su Mingqing seemed somewhat placated as he stood up, pulling her up with him and lightly tapping her forehead. I must return to the palace now. I will wait for you at the city gate tomorrow at Dai. What? Shen Weixi was taken aback, glancing outside at the darkening sky. You want to leave now? It's late, and the roads are treacherous. Yes, I rode here with heir, and I've traversed this path many times. It's fine. He had to push his horse to the limit to save time. Shen Weixi frowned. Couldn't we leave early tomorrow instead? If we go back now, by the time we reach the capital, it will almost be dawn. There's south and early court session tomorrow. We want to make it. So, you knew Su Mingqing was coming and decided to come here on a whim? Yes. Su Mingqing nodded, caressing her cheek. I'm leaving now. This time, he truly turned to leave. Shen Weixi unconsciously followed a few steps, standing at the door, watching him disappear into the night. How much did he worry about her? Running this far, staying for less than half an hour, and then departing? It was all the fault of the second prince and his theatrics. He always seemed to create trouble. Shen Weixi hurried to the main hall and once again donated 100 taels for incense. Then, she sincerely knelt before the Buddha. May the Buddha bless Su Mingqing for a safe journey. As Su Mingqing stepped out of the temple, she suddenly inquired, Has Su Mingqing departed? Heir appeared and replied, Your Highness, the second prince has just left with his attendants. Very well, let us proceed. Chapter 54. Assassination due to her anxiety. Shen Weixi found it difficult to find peace during the night, tossing and turning restlessly, her dreams a chaotic jumble. Consequently, she decided to rise early, finishing her meal of vegetarian fare before making her way back. Once again, it was Jitong who drove the carriage. In Shen Weixi's eyes, Jitong was nothing short of miraculous, skilled in martial arts, adept at gathering intelligence, proficient in horsemanship and driving, and even skilled in needlework, coupled with an amiable disposition. Whoever marries Jitong in the future would undoubtedly be fortunate indeed. Having had a poor night's sleep, Shen Weixi intended to catch up on rest in the carriage. But the jostling forced her to abandon that idea. Bored, she began to sort through the sachets she carried, filled with various poisons and antidotes. Just as she opened one, the carriage came to an abrupt halt, nearly causing her to drop her belongings. What is it, Jitong? Miss, there are bandits blocking our path. Jitong replied with a hint of coldness in her voice. Shen Weixi tucked away her sachet, lifted the curtain, and leaned out to investigate. Indeed, there were 7 or 8 figures clad in black, their swords glinting ominously in the light. Xian Wu and Xian Lu, also dressed in dark attire, immediately positioned themselves on either side of the carriage to provide protection. Shen Weixi attempted to disembark, but was halted by Jitong. Miss, we can handle this. Do not get down. Jitong took a seat beside the driver, gazing at the masked assailants and coldly questioned, Who is audacious enough to send so many to deal with a mere weak woman like me? Less chatter. There are those who seek your life. The leader of the black-clad figures rasped, his voice revealing an unnatural tone. Attack! With that command, the 8 assailants surged forward. Jitong leaped from the carriage, her figure darting like a swallow, instantly reaching the front to confront the enemy. Xian Wu and Xian Lu engaged the encroaching attackers, forming a protective barrier. The leader charged directly at Shen Weixi, but Jitong deftly leapt, her blade slicing through the air with lethal precision, blocking his strike. Xian Wu and Xian Lu coordinated seamlessly, repelling the advancing foe's time and again. Though the 3 displayed remarkable skill, it was evident that their adversaries were also formidable. Furthermore, their concern for the safety of the person behind them made it challenging to secure a decisive advantage. Observing this scene, Shen Weixi's brow remained furrowed. If things continued this way, they would surely suffer losses. At that moment, 2 additional black-clad figures flanked them, pressing toward Xian Wu. Sensing the danger, Xian Lu swiftly turned to provide support, positioning himself back-to-back with Xian Wu to counter the assault. Jitong faced 3 enemies, while Xian Wu and Xian Lu confronted 5. The situation grew increasingly dire, particularly when Shen Weixi noticed a wound on Jitong's left hand, blood instantly staining her azure garment. Without a second thought, Shen Weixi retrieved a vial, uncorked it, and flung it into the air. The powder dispersed in the winds stirred by the struggle. With several thuds, everyone collapsed to the ground, including Jitong and the 2 others, unable to escape the effects. Miss? Jitong propped herself up with her sword, attempting to rise, but ultimately failed. As she continued, she found herself utterly unable to harness her inner strength. Jitong gazed at her mistress, bewildered. Is this a case of friend and foe being indistinguishable? All succumbing to the effects of the potion? Shen Wei, she leaped from the carriage and met her questioning gaze with an awkward smile. Well, you see, I recently developed a new drug, and I hadn't yet had the chance to administer the antidote to you all. She anticipated such efficacy. After providing the antidote to the 3 individuals, Shen Wei, she turned her attention to the fallen, cloaked figures. Will they not speak? Who sent you here? She had only recently returned to the capital, and, aside from the Shen family, she had not yet made any enemies. Yet, it was also possible that it was the opposing faction of Su Mingqing seizing this opportunity to strike at her. The cloaked figures remained silent, gritting their teeth and biting down on the poison concealed within their gums, swiftly succumbing to silence. 8 individuals, not a single survivor. They all chose self-destruction. Shen Wei, she was taken aback. It was her first encounter with the legendary Death Warriors, who opted for self-termination upon mission failure. She had never quite understood why these individuals exhibited such unwavering loyalty, dedicating their lives to their masters. Jitong surveyed the scene of bodies strewn about, her brow furrowed with confusion. There was something familiar about their martial arts style, yet she could not quite place it. At that moment, Xian Wu suddenly remarked, "These individuals bear a resemblance to the Dark Tide. Their methods and martial prowess are akin, having clashed with members of the Dark Tide multiple times over the years. They were naturally perceptive." Jitong replied, "Regardless of who they are, Miss, we should return to the city post-haste. If we do not leave swiftly, we risk the arrival of others." Very well. After Shen Wei, she tended to Jitong's injuries briefly. The carriage resumed its journey. By the time they reached the city gates, 2 hours had passed. "Miss, His Highness's carriage is ahead." Jitong whispered to the interior of the carriage. Shen Wei, she lifted the curtain, spotting the humble carriage at the foot of the city. She glanced around to ensure no one was watching and stealthily climbed onto the carriage, much like a thief. "Mother." Dai Dai joyfully leaped into her embrace. "Shoo." Shen Wei, she placed a finger to her lips. The little one promptly covered her mouth with her tiny hands, her wide eyes darting around. The adorable sight brought a smile to Shen Wei, she's face, as she lifted him onto her lap, planting a kiss on his cheek. Su Mingqing observed this scene with a hint of melancholy. Did she not notice his presence nearby? Shen Wei, she, cradling the little one, showered him with kisses. "Dai Dai, have you been well-behaved these past few days?" "I've been very good." Dai Dai nestled closely in his mother's fragrant, soft embrace, extending his chubby little fingers as he recounted. "The teacher says I'm very clever, and grandmother says I'm a good child." Shen Wei, she raised an eyebrow. "Oh, after just a few days in the palace, you've already changed your demeanor." "Indeed, our Dai Dai is truly impressive, both obedient and clever." The mother and son chattered endlessly. Meanwhile, Su Mingqing's gaze grew increasingly forlorn, a sentiment Shen Wei she could acutely sense. She lifted her eyes to meet his dark gaze, offering a gentle smile. "Thank you, Huai Yin, for coming to fetch me." Su Mingqing swallowed hard. The way she pronounced the name Huai Yin was simply delightful. His gaze lingered on her rosy lips, deep and contemplative. When his eyes met the clarity within her embrace, he quickly averted his gaze, responding with a low hum, a mere acknowledgement. Shen Weixi remained oblivious to his unusual demeanor, lowering her head to continue conversing with Dai Dai. It appeared that the little one was quite content during his stay in the palace. The carriage swiftly returned to Jinhua Courtyard. After several days apart from Dai Dai, Shen Weixi decided to take him to play in the back garden. Su Mingqing observed the retreating figures of mother and son for a moment before turning towards his study. Xuanwu quietly descended into the study, kneeling on one knee. There had been no unwarranted intrusions in the past few days. Xuanwu bowed his head and replied, "Your Highness, Miss Shen has been safe at Qingyun Temple, but encountered an assassination attempt on her way back today." Assassination? Su Mingqing's gaze sharpened. What transpired? Who dared to lay hands on her? Following Shan Xuanda's recent incident in the court, many have begun to cast their eyes upon Jinhua Courtyard. To extend one's claws is to invite retribution. Chapter 55. The fierce tiger does not eat its young. Xuanwu recounted the events, and upon hearing them, Su Mingqing coldly rebuked. Useless. If it weren't for Weixi's knowledge of poison and her ability to protect herself, the outcome today could have been dire. Xuanwu lowered his head in shame. Indeed, had it not been for Miss Shen today, the conclusion would surely not have been favorable. Explain why you suspect it was the Dark Tide's doing? Su Mingqing. Your Highness, in confrontation with them, my subordinate noted that the martial arts techniques of these assassins closely resemble those of the Dark Tide, and their strength is considerable. Furthermore, they bore no identifying marks, yet the fabric of their garments was identical to that of the Dark Tide rebels we previously encountered. Su Mingqing's fingers traced the jade ring on his finger, his expression inscrutable as he gazed at the documents, deep in thought. Xuanwu knelt silently, not daring to breathe. After a long pause, Su Mingqing commanded, "Have Xuanji search for traces of the Dark Tide in the capital, and let Xuanba keep watch over the Shen residence. You and Xianlu shall protect Miss Shen." Yes. Xuanwu quickly vanished from the study. Su Mingqing sat in contemplation for a considerable time, his expression enigmatic. Soon, a maid's voice interrupted from outside. "Your Highness, the young lady requests your presence for lunch." Su Mingqing rose and exited. Upon reaching the dining hall, he found mother and son already seated, awaiting him. "Daddy." With a smile gracing his lips, he approached and sat beside Shen Weixi. Glancing at the unsightly wooden bowl before Dai, he tilted his head and said, "Weixi, how about we get Dai a different bowl?" Dai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked up at his father. Shen Weixi took the damp cloth handed to her by the maid and casually replied, "Change it to whatever you prefer, as long as it's not jade." "Yes, not a jade bowl." He gestured, and the caregiver attending to Dai stepped out momentarily. Upon returning, she held a different bowl. Shen Weixi raised her eyes inadvertently, then froze. A twitch appeared at the corner of her mouth. "So you replaced it with a golden bowl and a golden spoon as well? While it may not easily shatter, isn't that a bit extravagant?" "Indeed." Su Mingqing set down the cloth, picked up a piece of mutton jade, and served her with chopsticks, continuing, "Our son deserves only the best. A superior jade bowl and chopsticks are ideal, although the little one cannot quite manage them." "All right." Shen Weixi nodded, taking the golden bowl to serve Dai easily digestible food. "Eat up." After lunch, Su Mingqing returned to the palace alone. Due to the pressing schedule of receiving someone at the city gate that morning, he had accumulated a backlog of official duties that he naturally needed to attend to upon returning. As for Dai, he planned to bring her into the palace tomorrow morning, coinciding perfectly with the start of school. In the afternoon, Shen Weixi had a small couch moved beneath the trees in the flower courtyard, reclining languidly like a salted fish, her gaze settling on the little one playing in the mud with his bottom in the air. "Miss Shen." Chen Chuan suddenly entered the garden, respectfully bowing. Upon seeing him, Shen Weixi recalled that there was an injured person in the residence. Sitting up, "How is Xian Yi's injury?" "According to your prescription, Miss Shen, the wound has already scabbed." "Thank you, Miss Shen. Xian Yi's internal injuries are quite severe. Had it not been for your medicine, it would have been troublesome." Shen Weixi nodded. "I will check his pulse later to see if a change in the prescription is necessary." "You've come at this hour. Is there something on your mind?" "Miss Shen, a matter arose in court a few days ago. His Highness left in haste today and sent me to inform you." "Oh, what is it?" "It must pertain to her, if Su Mingqing specifically requested to inform her. It concerns your father, Lord Shen." Chen Chuan subtly raised his gaze to observe her expression before continuing to recount the events. As he finished, the garden fell silent, save for the sound of Dai's playful antics. After a long pause, Shen Weixi let out a cold laugh. Shen Weixi truly is a wonderful father. Fearing my reputation isn't tarnished enough, he personally takes to the stage to assist. If he truly wished for me to return, he could have discreetly come to Jinhua courtyard to find me. Yet he chose to announce it publicly in front of the officials, using me as a weapon against Su Mingqing. I truly doubt this original host is even Shen Weixi's biological child. In this era, a woman's reputation is of utmost importance. This is driving me to despair. Even a tiger spares its cubs. Shen Weixi is utterly inhumane. Hearing Shen Weixi directly call out Lord Shen's name, Shen Weixi silently lowered his head, pretending he had heard nothing. Shen Weixi raised her eyes to Shen Weixi. Did His Highness say anything else? Lord Shen has practically aligned himself with the Crown Prince since concubine Shen entered the Crown Prince's residence. However, His Highness suspects that the Crown Prince's faction may not have anticipated this. Lord Shen's actions should have ulterior motives. Ulterior motives? Shen Weixi pondered. This matter was easily resolved by Su Mingqing, earning 100,000 military tokens. Yet Shen Weixi suffered great losses, not only demoted and punished, but also losing his most valuable asset. It is worth noting that among the military officials in the capital, very few wield actual military power. 100,000 is no small sum. With such a tremendous loss, what on earth is Shen Weixi plotting? After much contemplation, she could not arrive at a conclusion. Shen Weixi did not wish to trouble herself further. However, the hesitations she previously harbored now seemed utterly superfluous. Shen Weixi, I need you to do something for me. Miss Shen, please command. Previously, it was discovered that Shen Weixi has maintained numerous mistresses and illegitimate children. Spread this information throughout the capital. She did not believe Wei Zhuangxian could endure this. Since Shen Weixi had too much leisure, let his backyard become lively. Understood. I shall not fail your expectations, Miss Shen. After Shen Weixi departed, Shen Weixi reclined once more, leisurely basking in the rare autumn sun. Indeed, the life of a slacker was blissful, unlike Su Mingqing, who, despite being a prince, slept later than a dog and rose earlier than a rooster each day. TSK. She could never endure such a life. Miss, came a voice of Jitang. Is your injury all right? It's nothing, just a minor wound. Her body bore countless scars, yet she had no memory of how they came to be. It was only after the mist saved her that she had specially concocted a scar removal ointment, restoring her skin to its fair complexion. Miss, Xian Lu has just relayed some news. Shen Lingyue will enter the city early tomorrow morning. There is an elegant gathering at Zhu Yushuan tomorrow, attended by many scholars from near the capital, including Shen Lingyue. Since the Miss expressed her desire to meet Shen Lingyue, Xian Lu had sent someone to keep watch over him, and unexpectedly, an opportunity arose so swiftly. A look of intrigue crossed Shen Weixi's face. Let us also visit Zhu Yushuan tomorrow, Jitang. Please reserve a private room in advance, preferably where we can directly witness their poetic exchanges. Understood, Mississippi. Once Jitang departed, Shen Weixi rose as well, instructing Granny Hua to keep a close eye on Dai Dai while she made her way to the western garden to check on Xian's condition. Upon arrival, she discovered that Chen Weixi had been personally caring for Xian these past few days. She couldn't help but marvel at the depth of their friendship, which was unparalleled by ordinary standards. After readjusting Xian's prescription, she took her leave. Chapter 56. Are you idle? As night fell, silence enveloped the surroundings. A shadow descended quietly into the Shen residence's rear courtyard, swiftly slipping into a room. At that moment, Shen Weixi was lying on the bed, recuperating from his injuries. 30 lashes were no trifling matter. Despite several days of rest, the swelling had yet to subside. The cloaked figure landed lightly, kneeling on one knee. My lord, yesterday the lady invoked the Qi Xian order, and all those dispatched were annihilated. What? Shen Weixi exclaimed, instantly aggravating his back wound. He inhaled sharply, his face paling as beads of sweat formed densely upon his brow. That fool. Enduring the excruciating pain, he struggled to rise, leaning against the bedpost. His eyes filled with malice. Someone. Master, what is it? As Butler Wang entered at that moment, the cloaked figure vanished without a trace. Master, why are you out of bed? Butler Wang approached him with concern. You mustn't strain yourself further. Through gritted teeth, Shen Weixi replied, his gaze icy. Assist me to the lady's courtyard. Butler Wang hesitated to dissuade him, but upon seeing his grim expression, he quickly suppressed his words. He helped Shen Weixi slowly toward the rear courtyard. With each step, the sweat on Shen Weixi's brow multiplied. Arriving at the doorstep, his complexion grew increasingly dire. Turning to Butler Wang, he commanded, "Kick the door open." Butler Wang, of course, dared not kick open the door of the lady of the house. Under Shen Weixi's menacing gaze, he sheepishly rapped on the door. Coming. Granny Lu approached to open the door. Master? Shen Weixi forcefully pushed her aside and leaned against the door as he entered. Granny Lu was left bewildered, while Butler Wang closed the door behind them, pulling her further away. Why are you here, master? Isn't your injury still unhealed? Wei Zhuangxian, clad in pristine white undergarments, approached him, but upon noticing his expression, she subtly retreated a couple of steps. Shen Weixi initially intended to slap her, yet his current physical limitations compelled him to endure the moment. His tone, however, was laced with malice. Fool, who permitted you to meddle with that item? Wei Zhuangxian momentarily froze before comprehending his accusation. Are you referring to the Qi Xian order? She gracefully turned and settled herself at the vanity, nonchalantly brushing her hair as she replied, Isn't this object meant for use? Besides, such a rare opportunity should not be squandered. Fool! Shen Weixi seized a cup from the table and hurled it at her, only for her to evade it effortlessly. The cup shattered upon hitting the ground, producing a crisp sound and scattering porcelain shards. His chest heaved with rage, his pallid visage flushed with fury. Do you believe the hidden guards by the crown prince's side are mere trifles? Fool, a life has been lost. Consider how you will account for this. Enraged yet momentarily powerless against her, Shen Weixi turned and limped away. Wei Zhuangxian watched his retreating figure with a cold smirk, reflecting on how he seemed to grow increasingly timid with age. Upon returning to the Jinhua courtyard, Su Mingqing was greeted by Chen Chuan. Your Highness, I have just received news that Shen Weixi and Wei Zhuangxian appear to be in a heated dispute. It seems that Wei Zhuangxian has done something to provoke Shen Weixi's wrath. The exclamation of fool was particularly loud, audible even to the informant stationed outside the Shen residence. Su Mingqing cast a sidelong glance at him, continuing his stride. Are you so idle as to concern yourself with a marital quarrel? Chen Chuan replied, I was remiss. I overheard nothing of substance. How dare I approach you with such trifles? He thumped his head, realizing that spending too much time at Xian Yi's had dulled his wits. Su Mingqing first visited Dai Dai's room. Upon entering, he found Mama Hua kneeling silently to pay her respects. He approached the bedside, gently caressing the rosy face of the little one and tucking the blanket around him before departing swiftly. He then made his way directly to Shen Weixi's chamber. As he routinely visited her each night, she had never thought to lock her door. Su Mingqing quietly sat beside her on the bed, gazing at her fair visage, unable to resist the urge to reach out and tenderly stroke her cheek with his fingertip. His gaze held a tenderness he had never before exhibited. Shen Weixi, in a state of drowsiness, felt a tickling sensation on her face and instinctively grasped the offending hand. Without needing to open her eyes, she recognized who it was. Like a snail, she inched closer, resting her head on his thigh, wrapping her arms around his slim waist, and nuzzling her face against him. Why are you returning so late? She mumbled, her voice muffled. Su Mingqing responded softly, his tone gentle. I came to see you. Go back to sleep. He truly had not intended to awaken her. Shen Weixi clung to him, refusing to let go, her eyes still closed. Observing her state, a smile gradually spread across Su Mingqing's face. He leaned down and placed a delicate kiss on her cheek, murmuring, sleep first. I will wash up and return to keep you company. It took Shen Weixi a moment to process his words, finally opening one eye to look at him. Really? Su Mingqing chuckled softly, his voice akin to a feather brushing against the ear. Indeed, now rest. After a moment's pause, Shen Weixi released him and slowly shifted under the covers, as if succumbing to slumber. This scene rendered Su Mingqing's lips into a persistent smile. After lingering for a while to confirm her deep sleep, he retreated to his own chamber for a bath and grooming. A couple of hours later, Su Mingqing returned, employing his inner strength to dissipate the moisture before settling into bed. As he lay down, the warmth drew the person beside him, who instinctively nestled into his embrace and nuzzled against his cheek. Su Mingqing gently wrapped his arms around her, feeling, in that instant, that the world was entirely complete. Night quietly slipped away, and dawn began to break. It was not until the sun slowly ascended that Shen Weixi stirred awake. She opened her eyes to gaze at the canopy above, her mind a blank slate. Suddenly, she recalled having dreamt of someone accompanying her in sleep. Turning her head, she found nothing there, confirming it had indeed been a dream. Yet, the warmth felt all too tangible. Perhaps one dreams of what occupies their mind during the day. After rising and freshening up, she realized that Dai had already entered the palace. Shen Weixi tapped her forehead, lamenting her deep slumber that prevented her from seeing him off, oblivious to whether the little one felt upset. After breakfast, Shen Weixi, accompanied by Jitong, prepared to head out for Zhu. Just as they reached the front courtyard, they encountered the hurried Chen Chuan. "Miss Shen, there's a matter that may pique your interest." Shen Weixi raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" "This morning, we arranged for someone to spread the word about the private child of Minister Shen's concubine. Not long ago, we received further news. A few days ago, a maid from Luming Manor, who had signed a contract, died. Her parents caused a commotion, only to be silenced by silver from Shenchuanda. Our people followed those who transported the maid's body and discovered several corpses buried in the back mountain of Luming Manor, all female. Some were in advanced decay, while others were relatively fresh. We then bribed a servant within the manor to learn that the maids around Shen Lingyue are all exceptionally beautiful, yet vanish all too swiftly. Luming Manor is the estate where Shen Xuanda supports Shen Lingyue and his mother, located less than 10 miles outside the city." Upon hearing this, Shen Weixi's expression turned icy. The implications of this information were substantial. She severely doubted that these corpses bore no connection to Shen Lingyue. How could a wretched bamboo, like Shen Xuanda, produce fine shoots? While Shen Lingyue indeed possessed commendable knowledge, it did not guarantee his character was equally admirable. Chen Chuan, ensure a thorough investigation into this matter, including inquiries about Shen Lingyue's character. "Yes, Miss Shen, I shall arrange it immediately." Chen Chuan wasted no time, for the prince had declared that Miss Shen's commands were his orders, to be executed without question. As he departed, Shen Weixi leaned closer to Jitong, whispering a few words in her ear. Jitong nodded and stepped out of the gate first. Shen Weixi then exited with another maid, Jiang Zhu, who typically attended her. Originally a maid from the Eastern Palace, Jiang Zhu had been assigned to Shen Weixi by Su Mingqing. Shen Weixi rather liked her. She was efficient and spoke little. The two soon arrived at Zhu Yushuan. Shen Weixi gazed at the 3-story tea house before her, raising an eyebrow. Upon entering, one is greeted by an expansive stage on the first floor, presumably intended for performances or gatherings akin to this refined assembly, surrounded by dozens of tables and chairs. Ascending to the second floor reveals private rooms, where a circular arrangement of compartments allows a view of the first floor, particularly the grand stage. The outer ring of rooms opens up to the bustling street outside. Truly, this is the largest tea house in the capital. Its decor and the demeanor of the attendants leave no room for criticism. It is said that those who frequent this establishment are predominantly dignitaries or literati. Yesterday, Ji Tang secured a private room in the inner circle. Seated by the window, she enjoys an unobstructed view of the happenings below. Shen Weixi accepts a teacup from Jiang Zhu, takes a delicate sip, and finds it delightful, leaving a lingering fragrance on her lips. She tilts her head to peer down, observing that patrons are beginning to fill the stage. Each individual is dressed elegantly, exuding a unique charisma that immediately suggests they are well-versed scholars. Shortly thereafter, a young gentleman clad in blue brocade enters, wielding a fan, exuding an effortless charm, and wearing a smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Shen Weixi sets down her teacup, squinting slightly. It is Shen Lingyue. She is certain, as she can discern some resemblance to Shen Xuanda in his features. Once seated, he adeptly greets the young gentleman around him, engaging in lively banter with ease, presenting himself as quite the gentleman. At that moment, a young man in a green robe ascends the stage. He possesses a handsome visage, and every gesture reflects an air of elegance. I am grateful for the presence of all esteemed friends today. Our gathering here is indeed a fortuitous occasion. As we are at the cusp of autumn and winter, let us draw inspiration from the autumn scenery, composing verses and painting with ink to enrich this assembly. What say you? The scholars below respond with enthusiastic praise. Eagerly preparing to participate, Shen Weixi gazes at the figure on stage and inquires, "Who is this person?" His demeanor is undeniably pleasing, radiating the refined elegance of a scholar. Jiangzhu glances down and replies, "Miss, this is young Master Zhou Lingxian, the second son of the Marquis of Huayan, Zhou Jiajing. His elder brother is Zhou Lingran, the heir apparent, who serves as a companion to His Royal Highness." Shen Weixi nods in understanding. She is somewhat informed. It is said that the Marquis's wife is a close friend of the current empress, and they share a strong bond. Recently, it seems that Zhou Lingran has been dispatched to North Huai to assist the crown prince with flood control efforts. Shen Weixi had once pondered that sending Zhou Lingran alongside the crown prince was an overt form of surveillance. Indeed, the crown prince is brazenly orchestrating schemes. Below, several poems have already been recited, met with waves of applause. Shen Weixi turns her attention back to the stage, and to her surprise, it is Shen Lingwe who steps up. With a smile gracing his lips, he stands on the stage with poise. He confidently begins as autumn descends. Distant peaks bring forth a new charm. One leans against the oblique sun, lost in tranquil contemplation. Bravo! The crowd erupts in cheers. These lines beautifully capture the harmonious interplay between the autumn scenery and the figures within it, evoking vivid imagery. Young Master Shen, another couplet, if you please. What say you? Esteemed audience? Some join in the playful urging, naturally swayed by the excitement. Indeed, young Master Shen is extraordinarily talented. Let us hear 2 more lines. Shen Weixi gazes down with a contemplative expression. At this moment, the smile on Shen Lingyue's face was genuine, revealing his spirited demeanor as he began to compose poetry amidst the anticipation of the crowd. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and Ji Tong entered. "Miss, the matter has been settled. You shall see the results shortly." Shen Weixi nodded, directing his gaze once more to the floor below. As Shen Lingyue recited a couplet, the atmosphere intensified, with some genuinely admiring his talent, while others harbored jealousy and disdain. Master Shen is exceptionally gifted. He must have had distinguished mentors since childhood. I am curious, from which esteemed family does he hail? Someone suddenly interjected. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Was this not a poetry gathering? Why were they inquiring about his lineage? A familiar acquaintance of Shen Lingyue stepped forward to defuse the situation. Master Shen is indeed a resident of the capital, but he has a penchant for the mountains and rivers, residing on the outskirts. Indeed, I am aware that Master Shen resides at Luming Villa. He even invited us for a visit previously. Luming Villa is truly splendid, a fitting abode for literary scholars. Hearing so many voices come to his aid, Shen Lingyue's smile broadened, and he humbly remarked, "Should any of you have the time, you are welcome to stay at my humble abode. Luming Villa is quite spacious. Accommodating 10 or so guests would be no trouble at all." However, someone raised a question. Master Shen, residing at Luming Villa signifies an extraordinary family background. It must take an exceptional father to nurture such talent. Might we inquire about your esteemed father? Could we have the privilege of perusing his past works? Upon hearing this, Shen Lingyue's smile faltered momentarily before quickly masking his discomfort. Just as he was about to respond, another voice chimed in. Indeed, we have encountered Master Shen numerous times, yet we have never heard him mention his father. Many nodded in agreement, their gazes fixed upon Shen Lingyue. Shen Weixi watched with keen interest, eager to see how he would address the topic of his father. Shen Lingyue, quick to respond, offered a wistful smile. My father is fond of traveling. He spends half the year abroad for study, so I rarely have the chance to see him. His eyes betrayed a profound sense of longing and regret for his father. Shen Weixi couldn't help but smirk. Truly, he was Shen Xuanda's son, weaving tales with ease. To her knowledge, Shen Xuanda had recently been recuperating at home, barely able to rise, far from any travels. The realization dawned on some in the crowd, It was no wonder they had never encountered Master Shen's father at Luming Villa. It was evident that Master Shen was indeed a prodigy, thriving independently at home without paternal guidance, yet still radiating brilliance. Just as Shen Lingyue reveled in the expressions of admiration surrounding him, a matron accompanied by several attendants burst into the hall of Zhu Yuxian. Shen Lingyue glanced up involuntarily, his expression shifting drastically. Chapter 58. The mysterious violet bracelet. Shen Weixi recognized a newcomer, Lu Momo, who was associated with Wei Zhuangxian. Her face bore the expression of someone eager for entertainment. As Lu Momo entered the hall, all eyes turned towards her, disapproving gazes chastising her for disrupting the elegant poetry gathering. Master Lingyue, please come with me, Lu Momo commanded. Shen Lingyue suppressed the fear welling in his eyes. His hands clenched tightly within his sleeves. The old matron, I do not recognize you, and thus I cannot accompany you. Shen Lingyue's friends stepped forward, questioning. Which household do you belong to, madam? Do you intend to kidnap someone in broad daylight? Is there no law? Kidnap? Lu matron revealed a peculiar smile, stating, As the concubine of my master, the current matron requests your presence. Shouldn't young Master Lingyue pay his respects? Her words rendered the hall silent for a moment, followed by gasps as all eyes fell upon Shen Lingyue. Disbelief etched on their faces. The remarkably talented young Master Shen is a concubine's son? They prided themselves on their respectable lineage, adhering to the code of gentlemen, and detested the idea of maintaining a concubine. It was inconceivable that one could share a friendship with a concubine's son. Shen Lingyue's countenance turned ghastly pale as he vehemently denied, Madam, you must have mistaken me for someone else. Lu matron chuckled derisively. Were it not for irrefutable evidence, I would not have sought you out at Juyu Pavilion. Luming Manor is indeed under my master's name. Young Master Lingyue, come with me. Your concubine awaits you at the estate. Shen Lingyue staggered back a step, his complexion draining of color. Observing his expression, the onlookers could discern the truth. Their eyes brimmed with indignation or disdain. They were appalled to think that he had engaged in poetry and art with a concubine and had maintained a friendship over the years. The very thought felt like an affront to their dignity. Come, since young Master Lingyue cannot move, assist him. With Lu matron's command, several young servants rushed forward, dragging Shen Lingyue down from the stage. In that moment, he appeared utterly disheveled, far removed from the spirited demeanor he had just displayed. Thus, Shen Lingyue was taken away, and after such an incident, the poetry gathering could not possibly continue. An assembly of angry individuals stormed out, sleeves flaring. Shen Weixi rose with a sense of satisfaction, leading her two maidservants down the stairs to return to the estate. Indeed, her visit had not been in vain. What a splendid spectacle it had been. Shen Xuanda's meticulously nurtured son had lost face in the literary circle. Who would still wish to befriend him, even if they brought Shen Lingyue back to the estate? Taking his mother as a concubine could not alter the impression of him as the son of a concubine in the eyes of others. Surely, the rear courtyard of the Shen residence must be abuzz at this moment. Indeed, it was quite lively. Upon hearing of the day's events, Shen Xuanda, despite his ailing condition, rose with alacrity, disregarding his own injuries, and hastened to the rear courtyard. Upon entering, he beheld his most esteemed son, who was expected to excel in the upcoming examinations. Kneeling in the courtyard, Wei Zhuangxian sat before him, leisurely sipping from the teacup handed to her by Lu matron, remaining utterly indifferent even upon seeing Shen Xuanda enter. Wei Zhuangxian. Shen Xuanda approached with a stormy expression. What mischief have you wrought? His son had brought shame upon the family in the capital, and come autumn, even should he reach the palace examination, he would not capture the emperor's attention. This fool was on the path to ruin the future of the Shen household. Master, you must save us. Lu'er, seeing a glimmer of hope, rushed forward to cling to his leg. Lu'er was Shen Lingyue's biological mother, and though nearing 40, she still possessed an alluring charm, evoking sympathy. Wei Zhuangxian cast a cold gaze upon her display, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Lifting her gaze to the inky visage of Shen Xuanda, she smiled softly, though the warmth did not reach her eyes. Why must you be so vexed, my lord? I merely welcomed them into the estate. Truly, if you have taken a liking to them, it would have sufficed to bring them home directly, rather than leaving them outside to invite gossip and ridicule from the entire capital. Those in the know would surmise that you are merely economizing, allowing them to fend for themselves, while others might think that I, as the mistress, am incapable of accommodating anyone. Shen Xuanda's piercing stare bore down upon her, as if he intended to devour her whole. Yet, Wei Zhuangxian remained unfazed. Rising gracefully, she addressed him, "My lord, please expedite their return to the estate. Otherwise, I shall have Lu Mama fetch them personally." With that, she departed the courtyard, supported by Lu Mama, her demeanor elegant and composed. For it is under one's watchful eye that matters can be best managed, is it not? This was indeed a veiled threat. Shen Xuanda's hands clenched tightly at his sides. Given his understanding of Wei Zhuangxian, what favorable outcome could possibly await the children upon their return? After a brief respite following lunch at Jinhua Courtyard, Shen Weixi ventured into her study to peruse the materials that Shen Xuan had previously sent regarding the cold poison. Observing the shelves brimming with information, she felt an onset of headache. So much to absorb, and she alone was tasked with it. Sighing, she resolved to persevere for the sake of the father and son. During this period, whenever she found a spare moment, she devoted herself to her studies. As time slipped away, she was unaware that it had reached the hour of shun. After a prolonged period of reading, her eyes ached and her back and shoulders protested. Rising, she strolled to the window, stretching out her limbs and twisting her waist, feeling a modicum of relief. "Miss," came a knock from outside, the voice of Jitong. "Come in." Shen Weixi beckoned as she returned to her desk. "Miss, there's a letter from the wet nurse. Is that so?" A smile involuntarily graced Shen Weixi's features. "Do show me." The letter was accompanied by a small jewelry box. She eagerly retrieved the letter first. The wet nurse expressed her relief at having found Dai and then inquired whether she should return to the capital to care for the two women. Furthermore, she mentioned a specific request, that Su Mingqing had always worn a particular bracelet, which she had entrusted her to safeguard until Shen Weixi reached the age of 20 in the autumn of that year. She underscored that it must not be revealed prematurely and should be given at the appointed time. For years, the wet nurse had kept this matter close to her heart, never daring to mention it to Shen Weixi, neither before nor after. Now that the time had arrived, fearing unforeseen circumstances, she had sent it to the capital with someone from the village. Furrowing her brow, Shen Weixi pondered the significance of a bracelet that was to be presented only at a specific age. She set the letter aside and, with a frown, opened the box. Inside, a piece of silk wrapped around an object hinted at the form of a bracelet. Unraveling the silk, a lustrous jade bracelet, imbued with shades of purple, revealed itself before her. Shen Weixi's pupils dilated, and she stood abruptly, disbelief etched on her face as she gazed at the item in her hand. Her reaction startled Jitong, who looked at her with curiosity. "Miss, is something amiss?" Without responding, Shen Weixi examined the bracelet closely. Indeed, she discerned an intricately carved lotus blossom. Only the lotus remained, devoid of any other traces. How could this be? At this moment, the astonishment in Shen Weixi's eyes was on the verge of overflowing. She fixated on the bracelet in her hand, her expression shifting unpredictably. Chapter 59. Weixi, do you agree? This bracelet is named Lianxiangzian. Shen Weixi's intense reaction stemmed from the fact that she had worn this bracelet throughout her modern life. It was a gift from her grandfather on her 20th birthday, who insisted she wear it at all times. Shen Weixi dutifully complied, but unfortunately, after only a few days, she found herself transported to another realm. Could it be that this bracelet accompanied her? It could not be a second one, as the carved lotus and intricate details were identical. Moreover, under ordinary circumstances, who would carve anything onto a fine violet bracelet? As she caressed the bracelet, her mind was a whirlwind of confusion. If the bracelet had indeed come with her, how could the wet nurse claim that it had always been worn by Su Mingqing? If it hadn't, then why did this bracelet exist in the modern world? There was no record of the Liang kingdom in contemporary history, nor could it have been a relic passed down. Shen Weixi's thoughts felt as muddled as a bowl of porridge. The riddles multiplied, forming an intricate web of uncertainty. Furthermore, the previous conversation with the abbot of Tanyuan was laden with implications. He had seen through her origins without uttering a word, merely suggesting that she was this fruit. What do the fruits signify? In the realm of cause and effect, what was the cause? She was undeniably not a person of this era. So why had she become the fruit? Miss, if it confounds you, set it aside for now. Jitong noticed her furrowed brow and offered her a cup of water. Take a moment to breathe. Shen Weixi accepted it and drank deeply. The warm tea flowed down her throat and eased her mind somewhat. She adorned her left wrist with the bracelet and lifted her hand to examine it closely. It was indeed an exact replica. It was undoubtedly her bracelet. Forget it for now. I shall put this aside. Jitong, write a letter to the wet nurse, requesting she remain in the valley for the time being, and have someone deliver it later. Of course, Mississippi. As they spoke, Jiangzhu entered. Miss, Aunt May from the Shen residence has requested to meet you at Zhuyuxian at 1/4 past the hour of you. Shen Weixi pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Convey my intention to arrive punctually. 1/4 past the hour of you. By this season, darkness had already fallen, and Zhuyuxian offered a relatively private setting. It seemed Aunt May was indeed cautious. Time slipped by unnoticed. Shen Weixi dined first before departing with Jitong. When she arrived, Aunt May was already waiting in the private room. Upon seeing her, Aunt May smiled and poured her a cup of tea. Miss, please take a seat. Shen Weixi sat opposite her, lifted the teacup before her, and took a delicate sip, remaining silent. Indeed, she was the eldest daughter, having uncovered the long-hidden mistress of her father who had evaded discovery for over 20 years. Now they all resided in the Shen household. Recently, Wei Zhuangxian must have been quite busy. It was uncertain who among the residents of the rear courtyard could surpass the rest. Shen Weixi smiled, wondering how Aunt May could possibly attribute this endeavor to her. Intuition, perhaps, Aunt May said, somewhat lost in thought. I truly did not expect that the master's illegitimate son is already 17. She believed the Marquis would have no heirs. What a farce indeed. No wonder the master does not concern himself with the offspring they have lost. Observing her demeanor, Shen Weixi lowered her gaze to the turbulent tea, opting not to interrupt. Nevertheless, she soon regained her composure and raised her eyes, saying, I have received the items sent by the young lady. Wei Zhuangxian has indeed consumed it, but no reaction has yet manifested. Shen Weixi reclined against her chair. Pay close attention. When floral-like rashes begin to appear on her skin, that will signify the onset of the drug's effects. Does the young lady trust me so implicitly, unafraid that I might inform the master? Shen Weixi regarded her with a smile that was neither fully sincere nor entirely mocking. Inform on me for what? Have I done anything wrong? Mei Yinyang was taken aback. Indeed, that packet of medicine had appeared directly in her chamber, and then Jitong had uttered the words, chronic poison. Aside from herself, no one had witnessed it. From start to finish, she possessed no evidence to convince anyone that this poison originated from the eldest daughter of the Shen family. After all, the eldest lady had long been expelled from the Shen residence by the matriarch. What brings you here today, Mei Yinyang? Surely you did not summon me merely for tea? There is indeed a matter at hand. Does the young lady know about Wei Zhuangxian's background? Shen Weixi regarded her in silence. Mei Yinyang began to speak on her own accord. Wei Zhuangxian was initially brought back by the old matron from the road, chosen for her pleasing appearance to be gifted to the master as a concubine. This was before the master's first campaign. Wei Zhuangxian had a gambling-addicted brother who, burdened by excessive debts, sold his sister for money. The kind-hearted matron purchased her. It is said that her brother was later killed by debt collectors from the gambling house. At this point, Mei Yinyang lifted her head. However, just a few days ago, my nursemaid actually spotted him near the Shen residence. He bore no resemblance to a gambling man. Her nursemaid had previously seen Wei Zhuangxian's so-called brother and naturally remembered his appearance. Upon hearing this, Shen Weixi straightened her posture. Are you suggesting that the matter of selling his sister may have been fabricated, or that Wei Zhuangxian was deliberately sent to the Shen residence? Otherwise, how could it be a mere coincidence that she was encountered by the old matron? But at that time, Shen Xuanda was not yet a general. What could he possibly gain? Mei Yinyang nodded. I indeed harbor such suspicions. Why would a deceased individual suddenly reappear? Could it be merely someone resembling him? Shen Weixi interjected. No. Mei Yinyang shook her head. He had distinctive features, a pronounced mole on his face, Such coincidence is improbable. Shen Weixi pondered. Why would a person who had been dead for so many years suddenly appear near the Shen residence? It appeared that Wei Zhuangxian must have someone backing her. Mei Yinyang, if your nursemaid remembers his features, please have her draw a portrait for me. I shall have someone investigate whether this is a man or a ghost. Mei Yinyang nodded in agreement. Very well, young lady. Once I have completed the drawing, I shall send it over. Her primary purpose for this visit had indeed been to enlist the young lady's assistance, as she had no one to investigate herself. Not long after, Shen Weixi departed from Zhuyuxian with Shitong. The streets were nearly devoid of pedestrians. She sat in the carriage, lifting the curtain to gaze outside. Just then, another carriage passed by, and she caught sight of Qian Yumei seated within. This direction was towards the Nguogong residence. Had Qian Yumei returned from Qingyan Temple? Shen Weixi lowered the curtain, and the carriage swayed its way back to Jinhua Courtyard. Upon reaching the door of her room, she noticed that the lights within were ablaze. Stepping inside, she discovered someone had returned and was sipping tea at the table. She approached and sat beside him, tilting her head to admire his handsome visage. Back so early today? She inquired. Indeed, Su Mingqing replied, offering her a cup of water. Where have you been? Upon returning to find the room shrouded in darkness, he felt a momentary pang of anxiety, failing to think of inquiring with the servants. I attended a performance at Zhuyu Pavilion this morning and met with Aunt Mei in the evening, she recounted, sharing every detail of her day. Su Mingqing's expression revealed surprise. It appeared that the Shen Xuanda family was far from ordinary, with each member harboring their own secrets. He turned to her, his gaze profound. Weixi, do you not agree? Chapter 60. The allure of beauty misleads. Shen Weixi shot him a glance. Indeed, since she began employing her medical skills before him, she had no intention of concealing anything, although she was not yet ready to divulge the entirety of her thoughts. Naturally, Su Mingqing had no intention of pressing further. Instead, he remarked, I will have someone investigate the matter of Looming Manor. Also, send a portrait to Chen Chuan once it arrives. Shen Weixi nodded, knowing that even if she were to investigate, she would be utilizing his people. Suddenly, Su Mingqing took her hand within his, gazing earnestly into her eyes. What troubles you? Shen Weixi's gaze fell upon his jade-like face, filled with inquiry. Weixi, I wish to marry you soon, so that our family of three will never be apart again. Shen Weixi fell silent. This was no simple matter. The position of crown princess was coveted by nearly all, and disregarding their mutual affection, it was improbable that it would fall to her. Moreover, should he truly decide to marry her, the first to object would undoubtedly be Shen Xuanda and Wei Zhuangxian, who would spare no effort in hindering their union. Her prolonged silence tightened Su Mingqing's heart as he scrutinized her with deepening intensity. Weixi, why do you hesitate? Are you still contemplating leaving? Upon this thought, Su Mingqing suppressed the tumultuous emotions roiling within him and, with a stoic expression, declared in this lifetime, as long as you exist in this world, I shall never allow you to escape my side. No, not even if it meant traversing the realms of heaven and hell. There is no way I would let you slip away. Ouch! Shen Weixi exclaimed, gently swatting his hand. You pinched me. What wild fantasies are you concocting? I was merely pondering the difficulty of gaining the Emperor's approval for this matter. My apologies. Su Mingqing released her hand, pressing a soft kiss to it. Shen Weixi felt her heart race. The moment he bowed his head was undeniably captivating. She sighed inwardly, reflecting that beauty indeed misleads. I will take care of this, Su Mingqing said, his thumb lightly caressing the back of her hand. In a few days, I shall first seek my father's permission. Though he had a resolution in mind, surrender was not an option for him. He tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Go freshen up. It is getting late. I shall return to my room for a bath. His cool fingers grazed her sensitive ear, causing Shen Weixi to involuntarily flinch, raising her hand to cover her ear. Ha! Su Mingqing chuckled softly, his magnetic voice brushing against her heart like a feather. Shen Weixi quietly stood to wash up in the cleansing room. This man only knew how to tempt her, yet was too timid to act. Such poor ratings. Su Mingqing observed her hurried retreat, a faint smile gracing his lips. After tidying up, Shen Weixi sat at her vanity to commence her daily skincare routine. The products she employed were crafted from traditional herbal ingredients, tailored to her skin's needs. Having completed her simple regimen, she had just settled into bed when the door swung open once more. Su Mingqing approached the bedside, effortlessly climbing into bed, pulling the covers up in one fluid motion. Shen Weixi gazed at him silently, pondering if the sun would rise from the west tomorrow. Was he truly taking the initiative to join her in slumber? Let him be. Su Mingqing drew her into his embrace, placing a tender kiss upon her forehead, asserting that even if the sun were to rise from the west, it would not disturb her peaceful sleep. Quite the unexpected purveyor of cold humor, she mused. Shen Weixi, unceremoniously, slipped her hand beneath his garment, her palm resting upon his muscular form. This scene felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of the previous night. Was it not merely a dream? You were here last night? Indeed. Well, it seemed he wished to accompany her in a restful slumber. That was acceptable, in contrast to the tender warmth of Jinhua courtyard. The Duke of An's residence was tinged with a hint of calculation. Upon returning home, Qian Yaomei encountered Steward Zhao, who was assisting Zhao Suikong, unsteadily making his way towards the main courtyard. Steward Zhao, has the Duke become intoxicated? Madam, you have returned? Yes. My lord ventured out for social engagement today and has had too much to drink. I am currently escorting him back to his chambers. Suddenly, Qian Yaomei halted Steward Zhao. Casting a glance at the inebriated man, allow me. Steward Zhao hesitated. If the madam were to assist him, it would undoubtedly lead them to the rear courtyard. Yet, the master had been deliberately avoiding her. Enough, Qian Yaomei asserted, taking the man from his grasp and guiding him towards her own quarters. Am I, as his wife, not permitted to assist my husband back to his room? Steward Zhao watched his empty hands, a sense of melancholy enveloping him. He hoped the master would not hold him accountable upon awakening, for he possessed no authority to prevent the madam's actions. Upon entering the room, Qian Yaomei removed all of Zhao Suikong's outer garments, helping him lie down upon the bed. Observing his tightly shut eyes, she could not resist the urge to reach out, her fingers gently caressing his flushed face, a result of his intoxication. 3 years have passed, and this is your first time stepping across my threshold, still inebriated. A bitter smile crossed her lips. I have never understood where I faltered. What is it about that woman that has captivated your thoughts for decades? A flicker of ire crossed her gaze at the thought of the unknown woman. It would be best if I never encountered her. As her gaze fell upon his handsome visage, an obsession began to emerge in her eyes. She studied him intently for a prolonged moment, her fingers gradually tracing the collar of his garment, leaning down as the curtains fell, swiftly discarding his clothing, which became entangled upon the floor. The following morning, Zhao Suikong awoke with a splitting headache. He first rubbed his temples, feeling the weight upon his chest. Glancing down, a wave of disgust washed over him. With stiff movements, he pushed her away, rose from the bed, and donned his clothes before striding out. Qian Yaomei, who had feigned sleep, opened her eyes, sitting up and gazing vacantly ahead. Lost in thought, Zhao Suikong returned to the front courtyard, quickly freshening up and instructing the steward to prepare a discreet carriage, departing the Duke's residence. In a certain house within the capital, as Zhao Suikong pushed open the door, a woman wearing a hood, her face obscured, approached him. Why are you so late today? Just a minor matter. Zhao Suikong pushed away the woman who had thrown herself into his embrace and turned to sit on the pearwood chair, sipping a cup of cold tea. The woman, undeterred, moved to sit on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. What are you busy with? Surely not flirting with your noble consort? As she spoke, she extended her delicate fingers to tug at his collar. Zhao Suikong, her voice sharpened, pressing firmly against the kiss marks. Is this what you call being busy? Busy betting that wretched Qian Yaomei? Zhao Suikong pulled her hand away, his actions lacking tenderness. Enough, it was merely an accident. I have long advised you to part ways with her. Why do you refuse to heed my counsel? An accident? How many times has this been an accident? Zhao Suikong's impatience grew. I've told you, the Duke's residence cannot lack a mistress. Whether in managing the inner quarters or engaging with various noble families, a mistress is an indispensable asset. Sensing the change in his tone, the woman felt an ache of grievance in her heart, but could only soften her voice. She is always scheming against you, climbing into your bed, I cannot endure this. It was clear he ought to belong to her, yet fate played its cruel tricks, forcing the two once deeply in love to marry others. All right, I have only you in my heart. Zhao Suikong sighed, patiently soothing her with a few words. The woman seemed to be placated, nestling into his embrace, her tone fragile. I worry for our son. He is so far away on official business. Chapter 61. Wei Zhuangxin pays a visit. Zhao Suikong paused, then reassured her, do not worry. I have dispatched many people along the way for his protection. He will be safe. Though many of his men have perished, at least he has arrived securely. He could guess who was behind the attacks, but currently lacked evidence. Even if he had proof, this was not the opportune moment to reveal it, as it would only serve to increase her distress. The woman fell silent for a moment, suddenly recalling another matter. She straightened up. Qian Yumei's daughter is to marry the second prince as his primary consort. I cannot agree. Zhao Suikong glanced at her. The imperial decree has been issued. Your dissent is futile. Can she compel the emperor to rescind his command? Was it not agreed that she would marry into the Zhang family? Now she has offended the minister of state as well. That foolish woman took advantage of my absence, bringing Manqing to the flower-viewing banquet. The matter is settled. So let it go. No, the woman gritted her teeth. I cannot accept this. You must find a way to sabotage the engagement. Do not be unreasonable. This matter cannot be changed. The emperor's decree of marriage is absolute. She persisted. I do not care. It cannot happen. Does that wretched Qian Yumei think she can get close to the second prince? A pipe dream. A flash of impatience crossed Zhao Suikong's eyes, yet he ultimately acquiesced. All right, I will think of something. Do not rush. At this moment, they could only plan for the long term. Hearing this, the woman nestled back into his embrace, her eyes gleaming with hope. In the afternoon, Shen Weixi was engrossed in her studies in the study when Tong entered with a cup of hot tea. Miss, Wei Zhuangxian's carriage has been parked at the front gate for quite some time. She claims to be here to take you back to the residence. There are quite a few people gathered to watch. Shen Weixi scoffed. What drama is this now? Does she wish to perform for the public again? Or is she trying to clear her name? Has Shen Xuan's injury healed? Does she now have the time to stir up trouble? Or perhaps those concubines she had just brought back were not sufficient for her amusement. She intended to bring her back as well, to tidy things up together? Huh. Shen Weixi rose and strode outside, eager to discover what scheme she was concocting. Upon her emergence, she immediately spotted a carriage at the door. Where Wei Zhuangxian stood at the steps, her face etched with worry. Upon seeing her, a joyful expression blossomed on her face as she stepped forward. Weixi, at last. You are willing to see your mother? Shen Weixi nodded inwardly, acknowledging the fine performance. Indeed, she was a seasoned actress. She remained on the steps, looking down at Wei Zhuangxian. Madam Wei, I cannot accept the title of mother. My real mother lies in the ground at this very moment. A fleeting coldness flashed in Wei Zhuangxian's eyes before she quickly donned a helpless fa-ade. Very well, you may call me Madam Wei. You have caused quite a stir, and both your father and I are deeply concerned. Your father is injured and unable to come out. I have come personally to escort you back home. Let us not quarrel any longer, shall we? This display of a maternal figure's tolerance made Shen Weixi feel nauseous. However, the onlookers perceived her as a devoted mother, whispering amongst themselves about Shen Weixi's alleged unfilial behavior. Wei Zhuangxian lowered her gaze to conceal the malice lurking in her eyes. After today, she was determined that Shen Weixi's reputation for ingratitude would surely spread. Return home? To where? Shen Weixi looked at her in confusion. Madam Wei, were you not the one who personally halted my provisions in the courtyard? You even drove me out of the residence, leaving a helpless young lady like myself to wander the streets. Thankfully, His Highness the Crown Prince, out of compassion, bestowed upon me a residence to call home. Madam Wei, this place is now my home. Dare I return to the Shen residence? Her words quickly rekindled the gossip of the past. All eyes turned toward Wei Zhuangxian, who became increasingly menacing. Struggling to suppress her fury, Wei Zhuangxian understood that any explanation she offered now would not convince anyone of her innocence in casting her out. With gritted teeth, tears began to well in her eyes. Weixi, at that time the household, was in dire straits. I merely reduced expenditures across the various courtyards. I acted with the entire Shen family in mind and never intended to cast you out. Is that so? Shen Weixi's lips curled into a mocking smile. This is not the first time you have expelled me from the residence, is it? For years ago, you likewise cast me out, sending me to the countryside to fend for myself. You deliberately proclaimed that I had a strange illness, that I could not endure wealth and splendor, and hastily dispatched me. Have you forgotten, Madame Wei? Wei Zhuangxian's hands, hidden within her sleeves, gradually clenched into fists. She could not refute this. Indeed, she had used that very excuse, and many were aware of it. To claim now that Shen Weixi was sent away due to her own indiscretions would be a contradiction. Moreover, others would not believe it. Had she known earlier, she would have chosen a different justification. This was infuriating. The gazes of those nearby shifted, their expressions growing even more disapproving. Time and again, expelling the legitimate daughter from the home. Who would dare believe this woman was a good stepmother? She had acted too hastily, underestimating the sharp-tongued girl. Wei Zhuangxian quickly adjusted her expression, adopting a wounded demeanor. Only she. I am aware of your resentment towards me, yet your father is currently recuperating at home. You should return swiftly to visit him. After speaking, she hurriedly mounted the carriage and departed. The gazes surrounding her made her feel utterly exposed, a sensation she found utterly repugnant. Shen Weixi observed her retreat with a cold chuckle before turning back towards the residence. Upon returning to her study, she glanced at Ji Tong and instructed her to investigate why Wei Zhuangxian had suddenly decided to bring her back home. Was the chaotic Shen residence not enough for her to manage? Ji Tong nodded. I will convey the message and have Xian Lu look into it. However, miss, I have a suspicion. Shen Weixi looked at her quizzically. What suspicion do you harbor? According to reports, this morning Wei Zhuangxian met with the Crown Prince's consort and then promptly came to our Jinhua courtyard. Shen Mingyao? Shen Weixi queried, perplexed. Is she not in the palace? How could Wei Zhuangxian easily enter the palace to meet her? With Shen Mingyao's status as the Crown Prince's consort, she lacks the authority to summon ladies of the court at will. Miss, early this morning, the Crown Prince's consort left the palace and is currently residing at the prince's residence. Noticing the confusion in her mistress's eyes, Ji Tong continued. Both the adult Crown Prince and the second prince have their residences outside the palace. Ideally, when the prince's residence was completed, they would have moved there. However, for reasons well known, both princes still reside within the palace, occasionally stepping out. Shen Weixi nodded thoughtfully. It was understandable, as living in the palace allowed them to maintain a presence before the emperor. More importantly, it enabled quicker access to the power center's information. Who would willingly vacate the palace unless compelled by the emperor? Yet, why had Shen Mingyao chosen to leave the palace for the Crown Prince's residence? Had the Crown Prince's consort also emerged? Ji Tong shook her head. Only the consort has left. The Crown Prince's wife remains in the palace, expecting. Chapter 62. Kneeling for the decree, miss, according to the news. It was the decree of concubine Ji that summoned the Crown Prince's consort to vacate the palace and take residence in the prince's house. The justification provided was that the Crown Prince is stationed far in Beihuai, and the prince's residence requires a manager. Given the Crown Prince's wife's delicate condition, only Shen's consort is deemed most suitable. Shen Weixi let out a scoff, recognizing it as merely a pretext to expel Shen Mingyao. It seemed concubine Ji was likely concerned that Shen Mingyao might pose a threat to the Crown Prince's wife, and thus sought to send her away preemptively. It appeared that Shen Mingyao was not favored by concubine Ji. Should Shen Mingyao have instigated Wei Zhuangxian's visit today, what could her intentions possibly be? While the reasons behind Shen Mingyao's actions remained unclear, she was currently in the residence, fuming with indignation. How outrageous! My mother simply states that the prince's residence requires management, and I am sent away from the palace. This will only serve to invite ridicule from countless others, jeopardizing my standing within the palace. She was convinced that this matter bore the fingerprints of Qi Lanmiao. Did she think that by expelling her from the palace, the security of her unborn child would be assured? What a delusion! As she observed the young palace maid crouching on the ground, gathering shards of porcelain, a flicker of annoyance crossed Shen Mingyao's eyes. Just as she was about to scold the maid to leave, her senior maid, Bideo, entered. Consort, I have just received news that the lady has not yet received anyone from the other side. Upon hearing the words, Shen Mingyao's expression darkened. So, Shen Weixi had grown a spine. Did she truly believe that by allying herself with the crown prince, she could live without worries? Once a wretched girl shivering in the corner of a dilapidated courtyard, she now dared to openly provoke the Shun family. Very well indeed. Video. Take this invitation from the concubine and summon her, stating that I, the concubine, long for my sister and wish to invite her for a gathering at my residence. Yes. Video turned to depart. Shen Mingyao's gaze was heavy. If Shen Weixi aspired to ascend to the crown prince's side, it would depend on her consent. Soon, Shen Weixi received a missive from the crown prince's residence. However, she paid it no mind. She was engrossed in her medical texts, having no time to concern herself with irrelevant matters. At that moment, she was anxiously studying the cold poison affecting Su Mingqing and his son. Despite having researched extensively, none of the texts mentioned such a toxin. Recalling that Su Mingqing had been poisoned in Kangzhou, she pondered whether the poison originated from the Wing Kingdom. This could prove troublesome. She might require some medical resources from that realm. While Shen Weixi busied herself with the antidote for Su Mingqing, he was at the palace, fervently arguing with the emperor regarding their marriage. Su Yunao set down his vermilion brush, casting a cold glare at the figure kneeling upright before him. Do you understand what it means if you marry a girl from the Shen family? Su Mingqing's expression remained unchanged. I am aware, Your Majesty, but that will not deter me from marrying her. Su Yunao sneered. No, I believe you do not comprehend. The crown prince and the second prince's legitimate wives are daughters of high-ranking officials. How could a crown princess be inferior to their lineage? Moreover, the legitimate second daughter of Shen Xuanda has already become the crown prince's concubine, and to my knowledge, he seems indifferent to the eldest daughter. To marry her means you will lack the support of the crown princess's family, a significant loss of backing. Are you willing to accept that? With a calm yet resolute tone, Su Mingqing replied, I am willing. To take her as a concubine is acceptable, but she cannot be anything less than a crown princess. Your Majesty, I believe only the title of crown princess is worthy of her. She is the one I cherish and shall never be a concubine. Silence. The emperor's furious roar sent a shiver through the guard. Wei Hai, stationed outside. He stood anxiously at the door, concerned. How could the crown prince oppose the emperor at such a time? The emperor had not been in good spirits lately. And why would the crown prince choose now to discuss marrying a crown princess? Angry shouts and the sounds of broken pottery echoed from within. Just as Wei Hai grew increasingly anxious, the door swung open. Su Mingqing emerged, his expression impassive, kneeling directly on the steps outside. Wei Hai's eyes widened in shock. He glanced back at the interior before turning to the crown prince, filled with urgency. He approached cautiously. Your Highness, what are you doing? From his understanding of the emperor, there was no way he would punish the crown prince by making him kneel at the entrance of the study. This was evidently the crown prince's obstinate nature flaring up. Su Mingqing remained silent, his posture as erect as a sapling. Wei Hai, if he wishes to kneel, let him. Su Yunao's cold voice echoed from within. Since the crown prince does not care for his own dignity, why should you concern yourself? It infuriates me. Who is he threatening by kneeling outside? Wei Hai furrowed his brows, accompanying Su Mingqing at his side, utterly at a loss. The emperor was evidently in a fit of rage. They had been kneeling for nearly half an hour. Su Mingqing's complexion had turned pale, his lips gradually parched. Wei Hai summoned a young eunuch to bring tea. Your Highness, please take a sip. Yet the prince remained utterly unmoved. Gritting his teeth, Wei Hai exchanged a knowing glance with the nearby eunuch, who promptly sped away towards Fengwu Palace. The empress was just about to partake in her evening meal when she heard the eunuch's urgent report, causing her to set down her chopsticks and rise hastily. Upon reaching the grand hall's entrance, she suddenly halted. No, she could not go at this moment. Her presence would only incite the emperor's wrath further. She could surmise the cause of the day's turmoil. For years, the emperor had indulged the crown prince, rarely reprimanding him. The reason for his current fury was likely due to Huayan's proposal to marry a daughter from the Shun family as the crown princess. Taking a deep breath, the empress clenched her teeth, suppressing her rising anxiety and heartache. Closing her eyes, as if steeling her resolve, she turned to him and whispered, Quickly, summon Prince Xian. Yes, Sui Yuan replied, hastily departing from Wu Palace. The empress lingered at the door for a while, seemingly lost in thought. Meanwhile, Ji Fenghua set aside his current tasks and made his way to the imperial study without delay. By the time he arrived, dusk had descended. The dark silhouette at the hall's entrance was particularly striking. Approaching, he realized Su Mingqing's pallor was alarmingly abnormal. He had been kneeling for a full hour and a half, sustained only by his inner strength, his knees long devoid of sensation. Weihai rushed forward. Prince Xian, you have arrived. Please persuade the crown prince. There is no need to stubbornly gamble with his own health. The crown prince remained silent, persistently kneeling while inside the study. The emperor had yet to emerge or permit anyone entry. Weihai was filled with worry. Ji Fenghua cast a glance at the unmoving figure and without hesitation raised his hand to strike the back of Su Mingqing's neck. As Su Mingqing began to faint, collapsing towards the ground, Weihai immediately threw himself down as a cushion. Oh dear, my poor back. Weihai, have someone escort the crown prince back to the East Palace and summon the imperial physician. Yes. Relief washed over Weihai. Both father and son had stubborn tempers, but thankfully, Prince Xian had arrived. Ji Fenghua then stepped into the imperial study. The hall had yet to be illuminated, with only the luminous pearl casting a gentle glow. His gaze fell upon the emperor seated on the dragon throne, propping his forehead with his hand, seemingly lost in contemplation. Hearing the commotion, Su Yunao slowly lifted his head. Upon seeing Ji Fenghua, the tension in his lips finally relaxed. You have come. Chapter 63. Entering the palace, Ji Fenghua took a few measured steps forward. Your Majesty, there is no need to engage in a battle of wills with the crown prince. Your health is of paramount importance. Ha! Sudo straightened his posture, a wry smile playing on his lips as he regarded him. Tell me, to whom does the crown prince's temperament resemble? Ji Fenghua lowered his gaze, his hands tightening within the ample sleeves of his robe. Indeed, to whom did it resemble? Huaiyan. Huaiyan. This name had consumed much of Prince Xian's thoughts. Su Yunao rose and approached the window, gazing into the inky darkness outside. After a prolonged silence, he spoke, with knowledge in one's heart, possessing an air of elegance and profound scholarship. One can govern a nation with wisdom. Yet, your highest expectations become utterly insignificant when confronted by the desires of a woman. Ji Fenghua lifted his gaze to the tall, solitary figure before him, and the guilt from over 20 years ago surged within him like a tidal wave. I am sorry. Over the years, the emperor had not allowed him to leave the capital and had secretly thwarted all his marriages, yet he had not committed any egregious acts. Instead, he had granted him immense power within the Liyang kingdom. In retrospect, he found himself unsure of who was right or wrong in those past events. The threads of their relationship remained tangled and unbreakable. So turned to him, questioning, why do you suddenly apologize? Is it for the crown prince's defiance against me? He did not finish his thought, but Ji Fenghua understood the implication. Instead of responding, he shifted the topic. Your Majesty, Huaiyan is quite obstinate. If he truly cares for the young lady of the Shen family, please grant him your blessing. Besides, she is already over 3 years old. It is a rare occasion to see you soften your tone while speaking to me, and it is for the crown prince, Su Yunao remarked. No amount of assistance can compare to the 20,000 troops at the hands of Prince Xian. The earlier claims of support from the crown princess's family were merely his excuses. Su Yunao settled onto the soft couch by the window, gesturing for Ji Fenghua to join him. Come, sit with me for a while. This time, Ji Fenghua did not exhibit a strong reaction. Instead, he silently complied and took a seat. A surge of joy filled Su Yunao's heart. He suddenly felt that the crown prince had done something commendable. For years, Ji Fenghua had resisted his closeness. Turning to admire his smooth profile, Su Yunao's heart raced uncontrollably, akin to a youthful lad. His gaze fell upon the corners of Ji Fenghua's eyes, and he couldn't help but exclaim, Fenghua, Shihi's eyes are just like yours. Ji Fenghua froze momentarily at the remark, then lowered his gaze. Your Majesty, it is time for your dinner. Will you accompany me for a couple of drinks tonight? Without waiting for an answer, Su Yunao called out, Wei Hai, prepare the meal, and heat 2 pots of wine. At once, your majesty. The hall fell into silence, and Su Yuneo's gaze remained fixed. He wondered why Ji Fenghua had softened this evening. Yet was this not what he had longed for? Soon, the royal feast was ready. Su Yuneo dismissed everyone and personally poured wine for Ji Fenghua. Taste this. Ji Fenghua did not refuse. Rarely had they enjoyed such a tranquil meal together. Su Yuneo observed him as he leaned over the table after 3 cups of wine, a smile flickering in his eyes. Only he knew of Prince Xian's 3-cup limit. Su Yuneo rose and gently lifted Ji Fenghua to the adjacent resting chamber, laying him softly onto the bed and covering him with a blanket. He stood at the bedside for a long while, his fingers hovering over that jade-like face, only to retract suddenly. Drawing the curtains, he exited quietly. The next morning, Ji Fenghua woke, sitting up and staring into the void for a long time. Then he rose, smoothed his garments, and strode out of the imperial study. He was on his way to teach Su Mingqing when he noticed Shen Weixi approaching the imperial study, escorted by palace maids. Surprised, he inquired, "Why has the young lady of the Shen family come to the palace?" Beside her, a young eunuch bowed and replied, "Your Highness. The emperor sent for Miss Shen early this morning." Ji Fenghua nodded slightly and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Shen Weixi followed the palace maid, her mind swirling with thoughts. Last night, Su Mingqing had not returned home, but had sent a message stating that he was still occupied with matters in the Eastern Palace. Her first instinct was that something was amiss, for he had always returned to Jinhuayuan without fail. No matter how late it was, he would always come to check on her. This sudden absence was clearly out of character. Indeed, this morning, the emperor had summoned her to the palace. Shen Weixi harbored some suspicions. Upon entering the study, she saw the emperor seated at his desk, engrossed in state affairs. Kneeling in the hall, she greeted this humble servant. "Shen Weixi pays her respects to your majesty." A breath, 2 breaths. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. The imperial study was enveloped in silence. Save for the faint sound of the brush on paper, Shen Weixi felt a grimace forming within. The cruel era of feudal emperors was merciless. Her knees ached terribly. After a lengthy pause, Su Mingqing set down his red brush and looked down at her, commanding, "You may rise." "Thank you, your majesty." As Shen Weixi stood, she could not help but discreetly rub her sore knees. Su Yuneo observed her every subtle movement. "Do you know why I summoned you today?" he inquired. Shen Weixi lowered her head and replied, "This humble servant does not know. I implore your majesty to clarify." Su Yuneo scoffed, "Miss Shen, your charm is boundless, compelling my typically aloof son to defy me in his insistence to marry you as his princess. I have only had you kneel for a brief spell, yet your knees ache. Do you have any idea how long the crown prince knelt yesterday?" A jolt of realization struck Shen Weixi. Her suspicions were confirmed. Imagining the pain he endured, her heart tightened. How long had that foolish Su Mingqing knelt? Observing her subtle expressions, Su Yuneo inquired, devoid of emotion. "He knelt for a full 2 hours. Miss Shen, do you think you are worthy of being his princess?" Shen Weixi fell into silence. It was clear the emperor would not relent, and her words would bear no weight. The status of being a princess mattered little now. She was desperate to see him in the Eastern Palace. 2 hours equated to at least 4. His knees must be in ruins. Alongside her heartache, she could not help but curse him internally for being such a fool. "Miss Shen, answer me." Su Yuneo's voice rose sharply. Shen Weixi jolted, nearly losing herself in thoughts before the emperor. Such a grave error. She quickly bowed in apology. "Your majesty, forgive me. I was merely worried for the crown prince and momentarily lost my focus." From a standpoint of status, she was hardly the ideal candidate for the crown princess. However, in terms of their feelings, she believed herself capable. The emperor chuckled in exasperation. "You are anything but modest." "Feelings? In this harem, they are worthless. But alas, my son is a good boy." Shen Weixi felt as if she were hallucinating. She could have sworn she detected an edge of frustration in the emperor's voice. "If you wish to become the crown princess, it is not impossible, but not at this moment. For the sake of harmony, I can allow you to enter the palace as the crown prince's consort first. How you fare thereafter will depend on your abilities." Remembering the crown prince's vow before the emperor to marry no one but the Shun girl for life and beyond, she could not help but smirk. Su Yunao found amusement in the vastness of the world, pondering who could genuinely uphold the vow of a lifelong, singular partnership. Even among the common folk, the moment they acquire a modest fortune, they often take a concubine. How much more so for a prince, or even the future sovereign of Liang? He was intrigued to witness whether the bond between these two would indeed prove unbreakable. Reflecting on his former self, Su Yunao momentarily lost his focus. Chapter 64. If I were to appear unattractive, would you still hold affection for me? Shen Weixi emerged from the imperial study after a lengthy duration, leaving no one privy to the content of her discussion with the emperor. Following her departure, she was swiftly escorted by a young eunuch to the eastern palace. Today, Su Mingqing had not attended court and was presently in the inner hall, seated beside the bed while the court physician attended to the bindings on his knees. Having undergone treatment the previous night, it was time for a change. As Shen Weixi entered, she caught sight of his knees, marred by extensive bruising, the center already turning an ominous blackish purple. The sight sent a shiver through her heart. "Weixi, what brings you here?" Su Mingqing initially greeted her with joy, but then, recalling something, hastily pulled the blanket over his legs, dismissing the physician with a wave. Shen Weixi strode forward, yanking the blanket aside to inspect his legs, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Are you a fool? If the emperor does not consent, then so be it. Why must you torment yourself?" The physician stood nearby, wide-eyed, nearly dislodging his own eyeballs in disbelief. What audacity! How dare one speak so insolently to his highness? However, the prince's subsequent demeanor left the physician questioning his own existence. "Weixi, do not be angry." Su Mingqing held her hand reassuringly. "I am fine. It merely appears worse than it is." "Is that so?" Shen Weixi's ire ignited. She felt compelled to press down on his knee to test his bravado. "Fetch me ink and paper. I shall write you a prescription for the medication I have concocted." "Very well. I shall heed your counsel," Su Mingqing replied with a gentle smile, then turned to the corner where the physician stood with his mouth agape, his tone turning frosty. "Did you not hear? Ink and paper now?" "Why, yes, of course," the physician stammered, hastily restoring his chin to its rightful place and retrieving the requested items for Shen Weixi. With swift strokes, Shen Weixi penned her instructions. Once completed, she blew gently on the paper and handed it to the physician. "Please prepare the medicine according to these proportions, grind it into powder, and mix it with strong liquor for application." The physician, initially skeptical, widened his eyes in surprise upon closer inspection. "Remarkable! How did I not conceive of such a combination?" With the prescription clutched like a treasure, he hurried away to the pharmacy. Shen Weixi then returned to Su Mingqing's side, carefully observing his knees. "The silver needles I ordered have been prepared. I will bring them to the palace tomorrow to administer a few treatments. This will not only aid your knee injury, but also benefit your body's internal cold poison." Grasping his wrist, she declared, "Now, allow me to take your pulse and assess the efficacy of the previous medications." After a prolonged moment, she released his wrist and remarked, "Not bad. Though some adjustments to the prescription are necessary. I will utilize the remaining herbs from last time to prepare a new batch and bring it for you." Su Mingqing gazed at her with unwavering focus, unable to suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "Very well. I shall have Chun Chuan come to escort you into the palace. As Xian Yi's wounds have nearly healed, Chen Chuan has also returned to his duties." "Weixi, what brings you to the palace today?" "The emperor summoned me for a discussion," replied Su Mingqing, momentarily taken aback. "Your father is looking for you?" He had assumed it was the empress who wished to speak with him, not the emperor first. "Did he put you in a difficult position? If such a situation arises again, please send me a message." Several of those staying in Jinhua Yuan possess the palace tokens to enter. Shen Weixi gently patted his hand, reassuring him that the emperor did not trouble her. In fact, she found this emperor to be an unexpectedly good father, showing genuine concern for his son, the crown prince. This was a stark contrast to the dramas she had previously watched, where emperors were wary of their sons gaining power and sought to suppress them. Su Mingqing exhaled in relief. "Did father mention my request to make you the crown princess?" "Weixi, do not worry. I have promised that you will be my only crown princess, and I shall never go back on my word. Shen Weixi felt truly touched. The crown prince, raised in opulence, had damaged his knees for the sake of marrying her. Most importantly, the moment he chose to kneel at the entrance of the imperial study, he cast aside the dignity and pride of being the crown prince, opting for her instead. Unable to contain herself, she reached out to embrace his waist. Thank you. Thank you for everything you have done. Even if it does not succeed in the end, I will accept it. Su Mingqing held her tightly, resting his chin on the top of her head. Never utter the word thank you to me again, Weixi. Do you like me a little more now? He understood that she always longed for freedom, and her presence here was solely because of him. People are inherently greedy. Initially, he merely wished to keep her close. Once she was by his side, he hoped for her affection, yearning for her heart and unwavering trust. Shen Weixi smiled helplessly. Like? How could I not like you? Is it your face that you think I like, or your body? Shen Weixi. She tilted her head to look at him. What are you talking about? Whether I like your face or body, they both belong to you. There are countless beautiful men in the world. At most, I can appreciate them, but only you can capture my heart. Yet, whether during our first encounter or countless interactions thereafter, you have always coveted my body. No. I like you as a person, and of course, I also like your face and body. They are quite pleasing to the eye. I could eat 2 bowls of rice just by looking at you. Su Mingqing pressed further. If I were ugly, lacking muscle, and only possessing flab, would you still like me? Shen Weixi silently observed him, envisioning him as a bloated, unattractive figure. No, absolutely not. Su Mingqing feigned grievance. So if I were truly ugly, you certainly would not like me. Admit it, you only appreciate my physical form, you shallow woman. No, I do not concede. If I were a hideous creature, would you still favor me? Truth be told, if he were indeed unattractive, she would not have sought his antidote in the first place. The so-called love at first sight is merely lust at first glance. Su Mingqing imagined her with a face full of blemishes, a gaping mouth, and yellowed teeth, and he found himself choking on the thought. Very well. He too could not accept that. Silently, he pressed her head against his chest, and the world fell into serene silence. Shen Weixi cast a disdainful glance at the silent individual. Thus, one should refrain from uttering platitudes about cherishing the soul over outward appearance. Such sentiments are surely voiced only because the other party, while perhaps not a paragon of beauty, is at least pleasing to the eye. Soon, the physician delivered the prepared ointment, and Shen Weixi diligently bandaged both of his knees. Seizing the opportunity, Su Mingqing instructed someone to bring dai from the empress. After the family of 3 shared a meal, Shen Weixi departed from the palace amidst the reluctant gazes of the father and son. Upon returning to Jinhua courtyard, Jitong approached her. Miss, today Lady Shen sent another invitation. Pay her no mind, Shen Weixi replied, heading straight for the apothecary. She needed to quickly prepare the medicine into pills. Otherwise, she might be unable to do so by the next morning. The following day, Shen Weixi entered the palace early once more, remaining for the entire morning before returning home. No sooner had she stepped out of the palace gates than Su Mingqing entered the imperial study. Chapter 65. Mother, will you assist your son once more? Are you suggesting you wish to take Shen's daughter as your concubine? Su Yuneo's voice was cold, his gaze obscured as he regarded the kneeling figure before him. Yes, your majesty. I fell in love at first sight with Miss Shen during the flower banquet, Su Mingqing replied, bowing his head in supplication. Yet I recall your legitimate wife has yet to enter the manor. How might I grant you a concubine at this time, without consideration for the Duke of An's sentiments? I am willing to leave the palace to personally apologize to the Duke of An, Su Mingqing asserted. Su Yuneo scoffed, casting a meaningful glance at him. Regrettably, you are too late. The crown prince has already sought my permission to wed, and I have acquiesced. Su Mingqing remained prostrate, unable to rise for an extended period. Fearing his expression would betray his turmoil, he was acutely aware of the crown prince's prior actions, which prompted his visit today. At that time, his father had not acquiesced. Otherwise, the crown prince would not have been kneeling before the imperial study door. Now, however, his father claimed to have consented. Once again, it was the same, always the same. Whenever the crown prince was involved, His father's bias was boundless. Why should it be so? Simply because he was the legitimate heir, born into the position of crown prince. How utterly unjust this world is. Su Yunao paid no heed to his thoughts and coldly commanded, "Withdraw. Do you genuinely harbor affection for the daughter of the Shen family? Or are you merely vying with the crown prince? Or did you have other motives?" One by one, they seemed to regard him as a foolish monarch, a simpleton. This matter swiftly reached Su Mingqing's ears, a chilling intent glimmering in his eyes. Indeed, Su Mingqing is rather idle. "Chen Chuan, find some tasks for the second prince," he ordered. "Understood," Chen Chuan replied with a fist salute, turning to depart. He was quite adept at assigning tasks. The following morning, a decree from the emperor stirred the capital into a frenzy. By the will of heaven, the emperor proclaims, Shen Weixi, gentle, virtuous, and wise, possessing both grace and integrity, is hereby appointed as the crown prince's concubine. It is hoped she will diligently manage the inner court, assisting the heir in harmonizing the palace. Thus decreed, Shen Weixi received the edict with composure and proceeded with her affairs, for she had already anticipated this outcome. Although she was merely a concubine, as long as she was the sole one in the Eastern Palace, it mattered little. Should anyone dare to take a second wife, she would confiscate the means of their transgression. At that moment, an inexplicable chill coursed through a certain individual in the Eastern Palace, prompting an involuntary sneeze. Chen Chuan wore a worried expression. "Your Highness, perhaps we should consult a physician. You may have caught a chill." "There's no need," he replied. "I am in excellent health. Prepare for our return to Jinhua courtyard this evening. Additionally, instruct the Ministry of Rites to arrange the wedding in accordance with the standards for the selection of a royal consort." The sudden imperial decree from his father caught him off guard. He could not, in good conscience, allow his father to retract his command, as that would be a grave affront to him. The side consort, Su Mingqing, felt a tinge of melancholy. She would need to explain the situation to someone later tonight. Yet preparations for the wedding could commence regardless. Chen Chuan clasped his fists respectfully. "As you wish, Your Highness." Upon receiving the news, the Ministry of Rites was left in disarray. The notion of the crown prince marrying a side consort, according to the standards for a royal consort, was utterly contrary to ancestral protocols. The beleaguered officials had no choice but to seek the emperor and empress's guidance. However, both remained inscrutable. Ultimately, they resolved that since neither the emperor nor empress seemed inclined to intervene in the crown prince's deviation from tradition, they would proceed without concern. Thus, a grand wedding was set in motion. Meanwhile, Shen Xuanda and his wife were incensed upon hearing the news. Particularly vexing was the fact that the imperial edict had been delivered directly to Jinhua courtyard, a blatant affront to the Shen family. Their daughter was being married off while they were relegated to the sidelines, which implied that even the emperor did not recognize them as Shen Weixi's parents. In an instant, the Shen family became the laughingstock of the entire capital. "Ah, how foolishly merciful you were back then. Now she has become the crown prince's side consort. Should an investigation into N.I. Mengxin's death occur, let us see how you fare." Wei Zhuangxian coldly observed the chaos unfolding within the room, offering no sympathy. She had warned years ago that Shen Weixi must not be spared, or she would inevitably become a source of future trouble. Yet, he had stubbornly clung to the belief that she was the offspring of that wretched N.I. Mengxin. Now, his fears had materialized. "Silence!" Shen Xuanda snapped, his face dark as he took his seat, surveying the shattered porcelain strewn across the floor with a gaze as sharp as a blade. After being confined to the rear courtyard for over a decade, he never imagined that merely sending her to the estate for 4 years would result in such chaos. Wei Zhuangxian was no longer inclined to tolerate his outbursts. "What good does your anger do me? If you have the ability, go eliminate her and prevent her from entering the palace." Shen Weixi, that wretched girl, seemed to possess an extraordinary fortune. She had narrowly escaped last time, wasting several skilled assassins in the process. The couple's expressions were grim, and with the room littered with broken pottery, the atmosphere had reached a freezing point. When Butler Wang entered cautiously, he dared not make a sound, standing at the doorway and minimizing his presence. With a voice barely above a whisper, he announced, "Master, the gatekeeper has conveyed a message. The Duke of Anguo requests your presence this evening." As soon as he spoke, he felt a deathly glare directed at him, sending shivers down his spine. How unfortunate he was to deliver such news at this moment. It felt as if he were being sent to his doom. Just when Wang believed he was facing his own end, Shen Weixi suddenly rose and exited. He certainly did not intend to visit the Duke of Anghua. Rather, he was leaving the capital. There was no need to guess what Zhao Suikong wished to discuss. Why subject himself to discomfort? At Jingtsi Monastery, the old matriarch of the Shen family remained on her knees before the Buddha altar, eyes closed in prayer, while her maid knelt behind her, offering steadfast companionship. The heavy, time-worn wooden door creaked open, releasing a dry and somber sound. The elderly maid instinctively turned to look against the light as she discerned the figure approaching. Her pupils dilated in shock. Her lips quivered slightly as she hoarsely uttered, "General." Upon hearing this address, the matriarch of the Shen family stiffened immediately. The chanting in the Buddhist hall abruptly ceased, leaving only a profound silence. Mother, gazing at the frail silhouette ahead with its ashen hair, Shen Weixi fell momentarily silent before calling out. It had only been a few years since their last encounter, yet he was taken aback by how aged his mother had become. The old lady remained rigid, her murky eyes brimming with tears. She tilted her head slightly, gazing at the Buddha statue, striving to hold back her tears. Mother, did Shen Weixi come here before? Shen Weixi inquired directly, leaving no room for pleasantries. The old matriarch closed her eyes briefly, tears silently cascading down her cheeks, leaving only dampness in their wake. She did come. Did she say anything? Shen Weixi pressed. The old lady replied, self-deprecatingly, "What do I know? What can I say?" Sensing the sorrow in her tone, Shen Weixi fell silent for a moment, then continued, "Mother, today the emperor has decreed Shen Weixi as a side consort to the crown prince. She has been investigating the events of those years." At this point, a tumult of emotions swirled in Shen Weixi's eyes, hinting at a madness that lurked beneath. "Mother, 20 years ago you aided me. I implore you to assist me once more." The final word, "once more," he uttered with a particular softness. The maid suddenly lifted her head. Incredulity plastered on her face at the sight of the once great general, now so utterly transformed. The old matriarch had spent over a decade in quiet seclusion. What more could she offer him? Unless... Chapter 66. If you are tainted, I shall forsake you. The maid's eyes welled with tears as she exclaimed, "General, have you lost your senses?" Shen Weixi paid her no mind, his gaze fixated on that bent figure retreating. "Mother, all of this must come to an end." He watched his mother's silhouette for a long while, then placed the object in his hand upon the candlestand and turned to exit the Buddhist hall. Throughout it all, he never once contemplated looking upon his mother's face again. "Matriarch," the maid's voice, filled with anguish, broke the silence. She knelt and crawled toward the sorrowful old lady, embracing her. At that moment, the old matriarch, hunched over, collapsed onto the ground. Her eyes had long since dried. No tears left to shed. Turning her head, she stared blankly at the Buddha statue, her gaze devoid of emotion. Sadness had quietly vanished. "Maid, look, I have repented before the Buddha for 15 years, yet the deity still has not forgiven me." "No, matriarch," the maid fervently shook her head. "This is not your fault. The general has lost his mind. Please do not heed his words. I implore you." The maid clung to her, weeping uncontrollably. Having followed the old lady since she was 13, the maid had witnessed her grow, marry, and bear children, and had spent years in pious devotion alongside her. It seemed as though all the world's suffering had befallen her young charge. "Why?" The old matriarch pushed her away. Staggering to her feet, she approached the candlestand. Grasping a porcelain vial, her eyes vacant as she stepped outside. "Matriarch!" The old matron wiped the tears from her face and followed along. At that moment, Shen Weixi was unaware that Shen Weixi had orchestrated a significant event for her and was awaiting her arrival. It was already evening, and she received yet another invitation from Shen Mingyao, the third in succession. Overwhelmed by annoyance, she cast the pestle from her hand onto the table. "Jidao," she instructed, "I shall agree to the meeting, but I will choose the time and place. If she consents, let it be tomorrow morning at Juyuxian. If not, do not trouble me with further invitations." "Yes, miss," Jidao replied, departing to convey her mistress's message to the young maid delivering the invitations. Shen Weixi picked up the pestle from the table and resumed her task of preparing the medicinal concoction. She was mixing a topical remedy to invigorate blood circulation and alleviate bruising. Su Mingqing's knee had healed significantly, though the bruising still lingered, presenting a rather alarming appearance. Therefore, she needed to adjust the medication accordingly. Just before dinner, she successfully prepared the remedy and, after their meal, while Shen Weixi was digesting in the courtyard, Su Mingqing returned with Chen Chuan. "You're back quite early today," she remarked. "Indeed," Su Mingqing replied as he strode over and took a seat beside her. "Today has been somewhat less demanding." Observing the two of them seated closely, Chen Chuan discreetly excused himself. It had been a few days since he had returned, and she wondered whether Shen's wound had started to heal. Shen Weixi merely glanced at Chen Chuan's departing figure before her gaze settled on Su Mingqing's knee. "Your timing is impeccable. I just prepared a new remedy this afternoon, and I will bandage it for you tonight." "Thank you, Weixi," Su Mingqing said with a smile, recognizing her concern for him, even though his knee injury was nearly healed. "By the way," he continued, his tone shifting to one of caution, "you saw today's imperial decree, did you not?" "I did," Shen Weixi replied, reclining against the back of her chair. "I had anticipated this outcome. The emperor summoned you to the palace out of fear that your status might cause discord between you and Su Mingqing. From the emperor's perspective, such action is indeed most beneficial for Su Mingqing. Given her current standing, should she be directly named as the crown princess, it would invite endless scrutiny, likely prompting numerous officials to voice their objections. At present, Shen Xuanda held only the rank of a fourth-grade minister, a demotion from his previous third-grade position. Although she did not regard the Shen family as her own, others would not share her sentiments. Moreover, thanks to the couple, her reputation in the capital was hardly commendable. Such a person could not possibly aspire to the position of Empress Dowager. "I am sorry," Su Mingqing suddenly expressed. "I did not expect my father to issue the decree so swiftly. Had he known, he would have certainly intervened. Given time, he would surely soften. Even if you are acknowledged as a secondary consort in the imperial records, in my heart, you will forever be my one and only wife. I will ensure that our wedding is conducted with all the grandeur befitting a crown princess." "The grandeur of a crown princess?" Shen Weixi turned to him, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. "You are not concerned that the Ministry of Rites will report to the emperor regarding the designation of secondary consort?" Su Mingqing's lips curved into a smile as he gently held her hand. "My father will turn a blind eye to this. Having issued the decree while he was preoccupied, he will not seek to complicate matters elsewhere." Shen Weishi's smile mirrored his. For what woman does not yearn for a splendid wedding? In her eyes, as long as she remained his sole companion, the formality of a wedding ceremony mattered little, whether she was called a primary or secondary consort. The emperor had agreed that as long as Su Mingqing did not take the initiative, he would not issue an edict to bestow women upon him. This was the condition discussed in the imperial study at that time. It had been clearly stated that he would never have another woman in his life. Should he violate this vow, he would be rendered a eunuch and exiled from the Liang kingdom, never to find solace again. Su Mingqing's lips twitched, and his expression darkened as he pulled her onto his lap, holding her tightly. "Impossible! I shall never grant you that opportunity." Shen Weixi leaned against his chest, playing with his long fingers, and spoke slowly. "Words alone bear no weight. It is your future actions that will speak volumes. Should you tarnish yourself, I shall no longer want you." Su Mingqing's eyelids twitched. "What do you mean by tarnish? If you're touched by another woman, then you are undoubtedly tainted." This was the first time he had encountered such a notion. However, his disdain for those women was apparent. Ever since the crown prince and the second prince had begun to indulge in the pleasures of the court, numerous women had entered their quarters. Yet, he had never allowed a woman into his own room, regardless of his mother's urging. For a time, his mother had subtly inquired if he harbored any unspeakable secrets, leaving him both amused and exasperated. He merely found those women distasteful and wished to avoid them. Ever since encountering a certain woman at Qingyun Temple who had forcibly taken his innocence, he had become even more averse to such women. Who knows who sleeps with whom? If it is not her, he cannot bring himself to indulge. "You remain silent?" Shen Weixi narrowed her eyes. Is this matter so difficult to contemplate? Su Mingqing cast his gaze down at her furious little face, leaned down, and brushed his lips against hers in a soothing gesture. No need for contemplation. In this life, I vow to you alone, I shall not go back on my word, though I was merely reminiscing about past events. What events? Do share, I wish to hear. He hesitated, and she pressed. What is it that you cannot tell me? Shen Weixi's expression turned dangerous. Could it be that you have already had a woman before? Absolutely not. Do not jump to conclusions. Fearing her wrath, Su Mingqing maintained a stern face and recounted the time the Empress had suspected him of having a hidden ailment. Ha ha ha, you're truly adorable. Shen Weixi laughed uncontrollably, finding it amusing that he had confided such a thing to her. The noble crown prince had cast aside his dignity before her, and she believed this to be true love. Her laughter was so uninhibited that it ignited a spark of embarrassment and irritation in Su Mingqing, who then silenced her with a kiss. His kisses were typically urgent and passionate, imbued with an intense possessiveness that swiftly stole Shen Weixi's breath away. Though she often appeared flirtatious, in reality, she was no match for Su Mingqing. At this moment, she felt her tongue numb, her brain starved of oxygen, and her expression dazed, which only intensified Su Mingqing's heavy breathing and struggle for self-control. When Shen Weixi regained her senses, she discovered they had somehow returned to the room. He had her pinned beneath him. Weixi, let me assist you just like that day. Today, help me as well, won't you? Su Mingqing's voice was husky with desire. Shen Weixi suddenly widened her eyes, gazing at him with a misty look. Can't you just come for real? Unfortunately, her mouth was once again silenced, leaving her unable to utter a word. The bed curtains slowly descended, intertwining her white dress with his black robe on the floor. The luminous pearl in the corner of the room emitted a faint glow, casting ethereal shadows on the drapes. Upon waking the next morning, Shen Weixi looked down at the marks scattered across her chest, grinding her teeth in frustration. Shaking her still, sore hands, she cursed under her breath as she rose from bed. Honestly, this fellow was so stubborn. Previously, he insisted on finding an excuse. But now that the imperial decree had been issued, the wedding was set for 4 months hence, and the formalities were already underway. She was curious to see how long he would maintain his stance. While washing her face, Zhitong informed her that Shen Mingyao had agreed to meet at Ziyuxuan that morning. All right, I will take my time after breakfast and head over, she remarked, eager to see what Shen Mingyao was up to. Shen Weixi arrived at Ziyuxuan only by the hour of the snake, while Shen Mingyao had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing her tardiness, Shen Mingyao's expression turned exceptionally grim. Truly, she was already assuming the demeanor of a future consort to the crown prince, looking down upon her own sister. In the past, Shen Weixi had lived like a mere dog within the Shen household. When had she ever dared to defy Shen Mingyao? As her mother said, Shen Weixi had indeed changed significantly. At the last flower viewing banquet, with the emperor, empress, and several princes present, she had not had the chance to engage in meaningful conversation with that wretched girl Shen Weixi. Unhurriedly, Shen Weixi sat down across from her, comfortably leaning back in her chair before finally lifting her gaze to meet Shen Mingyao's. Sister, is it just to exchange pleasantries that you keep sending me invitations? A glint of malice flickered in Shen Mingyao's eyes, her fingers digging painfully into her palm beneath the table. This wretched girl, now possessing some semblance of support, had lost all her former timidity and dared to speak to her in such a manner. However, recalling her own intentions, Shen Mingyao strove to calm herself, pouring a cup of tea and pushing it toward Shen Weixi. With a sorrowful expression, she said, "We are sisters by blood, sharing the same lineage. I have simply missed you dearly after such a long separation. Why must you speak to me in such a manner?" Shen Weixi lowered her gaze to the gently steaming tea before her, a smile playing on her lips. The tea was indeed exquisite, though the cup was somewhat soiled. It was no surprise, given that Shen Mingyao and her mother, Wei Zhuangxian, were two of a kind. One had sent her a contraceptive potion immediately upon her arrival at the Shen residence, while the other had presented her with a slow-acting poison at their first formal meeting. Truly remarkable, the bond between mother and daughter. It seemed they were adept in the art of poison, yet they were sorely lacking in intellect. Shen Weixi scoffed internally. raising her gaze once more to regard Shen Mingyao with a knowing smile. Since you miss me so dearly, dear sister, why did you not pay me a visit during those 4 years in Meizhou? I had no choice in the matter. Shen Mingyao feigned helplessness not long after you left. I entered the palace as the crown prince's consort. How could I casually come and go from the palace, let alone travel far from the capital to Meizhou? You wouldn't hold that against me, would you? How could I possibly blame you, sister? If you had truly come, I fear I would have perished on that estate. Shen Weixi replied, a teasing smile gracing her lips. Shen Mingyao's expression stiffened. Sister, you certainly have a knack for jest. Surely you jest. Deep down you know the truth. Shen Weixi was too weary to indulge in further banter. Speak plainly. What is it you wish to see me for? Do not utter any sentiments of sisterly affection. Such bonds do not exist between us. Shen Mingyao's long nails dug once more in her palm. That wretched woman. She inhaled deeply, feigning sorrow on her face. Sister, why must you be so heartless? Silence. If you continue this nonsense, I shall take my leave, Shen Weixi retorted, rising in earnest. Shen Mingyao was nearly beside herself with rage. Her pretense abandoned, she declared, regardless of the circumstances, you remain a member of the Shen family. We share in each other's fortunes and misfortunes. You reside outside. What will others think of our parents? I too am tainted by this scandal. Whispers circulated beyond the palace walls, asserting that her mother was so cruel as to reject her stepdaughter. How could she, as a daughter, fare any better? Perhaps she too was deemed malicious. Such rumors infiltrated the palace, and the imperial concubine Ji found her intolerable, taking measures to guard against her. This time, she was outright banished from the palace, not wanting to risk her meddling with the heiress' future. It was utterly outrageous. Sister, return to the Shen residence. Let us not provide fodder for outsiders' gossip. We are family. Moreover, you are soon to enter the palace as the crown prince's consort. You must marry from the Shen family, no? Once you are in the palace, shall we not support each other as sisters? Shen Weixi clicked her tongue. Shen Mingyao, are you certain you will gain entrance to the palace? You. Shen Mingyao's expression twisted with fury. That wretched woman had a knack for striking at her heart. The imperial concubine Ji had never held her in high regard and would not easily permit her return. What do you mean? Am I not speaking the truth? Shen Mingyao, what pretense do you maintain before me? Have you forgotten how you tormented me in the past? She was well aware of the memories from the original owneress past, having endured Shen Mingyao's venomous grasp. Shen Weixi, do you think that by aligning with the crown prince, you are secure? Shen Mingyao dropped the pretense, a sneer gracing her lips. In the palace, which woman does not rely on her family for support to maintain her position? Without the Shen family, you, Shen Weixi, are not. Furthermore, you are marrying the crown prince, the heir to the throne. Soon your courtyard will be filled with daughters of ministers, each capable of overshadowing you. If I were you, I would be prudent. While the crown prince is still enamored, hasten to persuade him to restore your father's position. In the future, your only support will be the Shen family, only our parents. Shen Weixi grasped the underlying intent. Indeed, that was her aim. After all, Shen Xuanda's demotion and loss of military power primarily affected the eldest prince. And as the consort of the eldest prince, Shen Mingyao, being Shen Xuanda's daughter, was the most vulnerable. She had likely borne considerable scorn from the imperial concubine Ji. Shen Weixi waved her hand dismissively. Well then, if you have finished your drivel, you may depart. I have never depended on the Shen family, nor shall I in the future. To rely on the Shen family? Would that not seal my doom? It is laughable. That father of mine seeks my demise. And with Wei Zhuangxian lurking nearby, there is not a single benevolent soul in the Shen family. Chapter 68. Encountering the second prince, discussing terms. Shen Mingyao stood up with a cold smile. Ah, so your wings have hardened. It appears you are set to oppose the family. Let us see how long you can rely on the crown prince. Upon finishing her words, her gaze inadvertently drifted over the untouched tea before Shen Weixi, and she promptly led her companions out of the private room. Jitong closed the door and turned to the table. Miss, shall I have the waiter bring another pot of hot tea? Shen Mingyao's choice of tea made her uneasy about her mistress's consumption. The true danger did not lie within the tea itself. Shen Weixi rose and approached the spot where Shen Mingyao had just been seated, bending down. Indeed, beneath the chair lay a pill, the size of a yellow bean, quietly resting. Jitong could only see it upon closer inspection. Otherwise, it would have gone unnoticed. "Miss, what is this?" Shen Weixi retrieved a handkerchief to wrap it up and tucked it into her pouch. "This is a type of poison. When exposed to air for half a tea time, it will completely evaporate. However, during this time, if anyone inhales the gas it emits, it will gradually erode their internal organs over 3 months, leading to their demise." Jitong struggled to comprehend many of the terms, yet it was clear that this was a most nefarious poison. Her expression turned cold. Shen Mingyao was indeed malicious, constantly seeking to harm her mistress. Shen Weixi scoffed. "Indeed, my dear sister is well prepared. If tea is not consumed, she resorts to another method." This was certainly a pill that Shen Mingyao had stealthily discarded as she left. Knowing Shen Weixi would linger slightly longer, she timed it perfectly for the poison to take effect, allowing those in the room to inhale it. The poison evaporates swiftly, posing no threat to subsequent entrants. What a cunning scheme. Yet, such poison is rare and difficult to concoct, as the materials are extraordinary. Why do Shen Mingyao and her mother possess so much poison? She doubted that they operated without external influence. Perhaps the initial intoxication was also instigated by Wei Zhuangxian. Who exactly is Wei Zhuangxian? She wondered how Su Mingqing's investigation into Wei Zhuangxian's brother was progressing. "Miss, should we?" Jitong's words were interrupted by a knock at the door. Shen Weixi paused, signaling for Jitong to open the door. Jitong pulled it open, astonished to find the second prince. Su Mingqing nodded, bypassing her and entering the room directly. Shen Weixi looked at him in surprise. What brought the second prince here? Had the morning court adjourned so soon? Did he not have affairs to attend to? "I happened to pass by," Su Mingqing replied casually, taking a seat opposite her with a smile. "Miss Shen, you wouldn't hold it against me for coming uninvited, would you?" Shen Weixi was at a loss for words. Having already taken a seat, he questioned whether she would be displeased. How absurd. If he were truly a gentleman, he should not have entered without the host's permission upon her opening the door. He poured himself a cup from the teapot. "Miss Shen, it seems we truly are fated. We encounter each other time and again. I had intended to invite you to this bamboo poetry pavilion for tea, but I missed the opportunity then, so I thought to make amends today." Shen Weixi silently observed him drink the tea. His talk of fate made her suspect that he had someone following her. Otherwise, how could they cross paths each time she ventured out? Shen Weixi stood up, declaring, "Since the second prince wishes to enjoy tea, I shall relinquish this private room to you. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave." "Wait," Su Mingqing called out to her, an expression of displeasure flickering in his eyes. "What is it, Miss Shen? Are you avoiding me like the venomous serpent? I have only just arrived, and yet you intend to leave? I truly have matters to attend to. The second prince is free to do as he pleases." "Shen Weixi, I am aware that you are investigating your mother's past, and I happen to possess some knowledge on the subject." This statement from Su Mingqing successfully halted Shen Weixi in her tracks. She turned to face him, her eyes narrowing slightly. "What does the second prince mean by that?" "Miss Shen, why not take a seat and converse?" "Miss." Jitong stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Shen Weixi, regarding him with wariness. "Miss Shen, it seems your maid harbors resentment towards me," Su Mingqing remarked, tilting his head slightly. "I do not recall having offended you in any manner." Shen Weixi gently pushed Jitong aside and continued to inquire, "What did the second prince mean earlier?" A faint smile played upon Su Mingqing's lips. "Shall we send your maid away for a more detailed discussion?" "I will not leave," Jitong protested, concerned for her mistress, who was not adept in combat. "It is fine. Jitong, you may step outside." "Miss, please go." Once Jitong had exited, Shen Weixi resumed her seat. She raised her gaze, her expression calm as she regarded him. "Second prince, what conditions do you propose? I find it hard to believe you would impart such information without a price, for there are no free lunches in this world." "Miss Shen, there is something I find perplexing," Su Mingqing said, studying the young woman with bright eyes and a captivating smile, genuine confusion apparent in his gaze. "Why do you regard me with such suspicion while accepting the crown prince so readily? It is common knowledge that the second prince, Su Mingqing, is a gentleman of refined manners, while the crown prince, Su Mingqing, is known for his cold demeanor and unyielding approach to governance. Why, then, is there such a disparity in your treatment of us? Lowering her gaze to her hands, Shen Weixi allowed a slight smile to play on her lips as she replied leisurely, "There is no basis for comparison. The crown prince is the one I hold dear. My future husband, while the second prince." She lifted her eyes, which were now icy. "To me, you are simply an unrelated stranger." "What a marvelous stranger you deem me to be," Su Mingqing retorted, amusement mixed with irritation. Gazing at the empty teacup, he suddenly chuckled. "Miss Shen, I am aware of your mother, and I Mengxin's origins. What will you offer in exchange for this information?" Shen Weixi raised an eyebrow. "Who does not know that my mother hails from the borderlands? If the second prince hopes to barter with such trivial knowledge, he is sorely mistaken." "Borderlands?" Su Mingqing reclined in his chair. "It seems that Shan Xuanda has not disclosed the truth to you. In fact, it would be more accurate to say he has never revealed the truth to anyone. Your mother's story is far more intricate than merely coming from the borders. Do you not wish to know what transpired 20 years ago? Why your mother was brought back to the capital alone, only to meet her demise a few years later?" Shen Weixi's expression remained unchanged. "You have stated that Shan Xuanda has not spoken the truth to anyone. How then do you possess this knowledge? Are you attempting to deceive me?" "How intriguing," Su Mingqing observed with keen interest. "Not only does Miss Shen possess unparalleled beauty, but her intellect is equally formidable. Unfortunately, you have misjudged me. I am not deceitful, and I do possess substantial knowledge on the matter. However, I am not yet at liberty to disclose how I came by this information." "Oh, is that so? What does the second prince desire?" "It is quite simple." Su Mingqing leaned forward, resting his right hand on the table, and declared, "I want Miss Shen to be my concubine." Chapter 69. The conspiracy unfolds. The passing of the old lady Shen. Is the second prince jesting? Shen Weixi's face darkened. "The imperial decree has already been issued, and the whole capital knows I have been granted the title of the crown prince's concubine. As long as I am not yet married, there remains a chance." Su Mingqing's tone was laden with implications. "Moreover, the crown prince already has a son over 3 years old. Although that woman has yet to appear, Miss Shen, do you believe you can compete with her? The fact that the crown prince would consider taking his child back to the palace, disregarding his yet-to-be-wed formal consort, speaks volumes about his regard for the child. He does not believe the crown prince harbors no feelings for that woman. She will inevitably enter the palace. What chances does Shen Weixi have?" Shen Weixi's eyelids twitched. "How embarrassing, for that woman is sitting right here. Furthermore, should Miss Shen enter my second prince's household?" Su Mingqing cast a tempting promise. "I assure you, my firstborn will surely emerge from your womb." This vow to other women could be an irresistible fortune. Alas, he has made his promise to the wrong person. Setting aside the fact that Shen Weixi does not harbor feelings for him, she certainly does not believe his words. Men are often like clumsy creatures, their words akin to mere gas, spoken without thought. Of course, my Su Mingqing is the exception. If this is the condition set by the second prince, then I must indeed be fated to remain ignorant of my mother's whereabouts." Shen Weixi rose once more, stating, "I have lingered outside for far too long. It is time for me to return home. This pot of tea I shall leave for the second prince." After all, it was Shen Mingyao who ordered it. As Shen Weixi opened the door, Su Mingqing called out again, "Miss Shen, this promise remains valid indefinitely. Should you come to a realization, you may seek me at any time. As long as one has not entered the palace, unforeseen possibilities abound." Shen Weixi did not respond and directly exited. Su Mingqing's expression darkened, and he remained seated in the chamber for quite some time before leaving. Before long, Su Mingqing was informed. With a crack, he broke the red brush in his hand. "Su Mingqing." Su Mingqing's gaze was terrifying, his tone chilling. "He has not given up. He is truly courting death. Chen Chuan, what progress has been made regarding the task assigned to the second prince?" Chen Chuan clasped his fists. "Your Highness, the effects will be evident by tomorrow's court assembly." The following morning at court, after significant matters had been deliberated, the Grand Censor Tian Fenglian stood forth. The crowd felt a chill run down their spines. Who has once again incurred the wrath of the Grand Censor? Surely, someone is about to suffer. With hands clasped before him, Tian Fenglian bowed slightly and addressed the emperor. Your Majesty, I have a matter to present. Su Yunao, casting a sidelong glance at the crown prince, who wore a cold expression with his gaze cast down, turned his attention back to Tian Fenglian. Oh, what matter does the esteemed minister wish to bring forth? Your Majesty, I wish to impeach Zhou Dingyan, the governor of Qinghai City, for abusing his power to issue false tax certificates to wealthy merchants of Qinghai City, receiving a substantial bribe in the process. Tian Fenglian, what nonsense are you spouting? Su Mingqi's complexion changed dramatically, his gaze upon Tian Fenglian as dark as ink, completely abandoning his facade of a gentle gentleman. The prefect of Qinghai City, Zhou Dingyan, is the biological father of the virtuous consort Zhou Lanruo and belongs to the lineage of the second prince. I assure you, I speak no falsehoods. Tian Feng, with a stern demeanor, asserted, Your Majesty, we need only to dispatch someone to investigate. Su Mingqi clenched his fists tightly, veins protruding in agitation. Why has the detestable censorate suddenly turned its gaze upon the Zhou family? With the first prince absent from the court, Su Mingqi fixated his gaze upon Su Mingqing. Yet, Su Mingqing displayed no emotion. Father, Su Mingqi stepped forward. The prefect Zhou would never commit such treasonous acts. I implore you to investigate thoroughly. An investigation is indeed necessary. But who shall be deemed suitable? Su Yun scanned the assembly of civil and military officials within the Grand Hall. Not one dared to raise their head, each silently praying that it would not be their responsibility. This matter was anything but favorable. Zhou Dingyan was not merely a third-rank prefect. He was also the father of the virtuous consort and, in essence, the maternal grandfather of the second prince. A misstep could incur the wrath of the second prince. A thankless and perilous endeavor. Even Zhao Suikong, who typically opposed the second prince, remained silent at this moment, observing the expressions of those present. Su Yin let out a derisive snort. Since none are willing, let the censorate and the second prince set forth to Qinghai City at once. I expect to see genuine results. With that, he rose and departed the Grand Hall. Court dismissed. Wei Hai flicked his whisk and followed suit. Su Mingqing, with a smirk at the corner of his lips, cast a sidelong glance at the sullen Su Mingqi before departing in high spirits. A round trip to Qinghai City would take at least a month. Coupled with the investigation, it would be no less than 2 months before they returned to the capital. Chen Chuan has handled this matter exceedingly well. Today being a day of leisure, Su Mingqing set aside all his tasks, preparing to accompany Shen Weixi outside the city for a stroll. The weather was gradually turning colder, and in 10 days to half a month, light snow might fall upon the capital. Shen Weixi emerged from her chamber clad in a white skirt, draped with a large red cloak adorned with fur, accentuating her complexion, which rivaled the freshness of newly fallen snow. The moment Su Mingqing lifted his gaze, he was momentarily entranced, staring at her. Why do you appear dazed? Shen Weixi chuckled. Do you find me even more beautiful today? Coming to his senses, Su Mingqing smiled faintly and moved closer, enveloping her slightly cool hand in his warmth. Indeed, red suits you splendidly. I shall have Ce prepare a few more garments for you. If I enter the palace, can I wear crimson? She recalled that, aside from the primary consort, others were seemingly forbidden to wear such colors. Shen Weixi, however, felt indifferent, fearing it might bring him trouble. If I say you can wear it, then you may. You are to be treated with the honor befitting a crown princess, and your attire and sustenance shall be as such. In name, I have already wronged you. In all other respects, I must not allow you to suffer. Shen Weixi raised an eyebrow, refraining from further comment, though her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. As they conversed, they made their way toward the gates of the estate. The carriage had long been waiting outside. Yet, just as Shen Weixi was about to step over the threshold, a figure rushed forward, kneeling on the ground, banging their head against the floor while weeping. Miss, the old matriarch passed away last night. The master asked you to return home to pay your respects. It was only then that Shen Weixi recognized the visitor as Steward Wang from the Shen residence. Upon hearing his words, her heart trembled. Beside her, Su Mingqing wore a somber expression, his gaze imbued with a chilling intensity. Shen Weixi suppressed all her thoughts and addressed Butler Wang, instructing him to return home while she gathered a few belongings. Butler Wang offered no further words, merely nodding before taking his leave. In the wake of the old lady's passing, if the young lady did not return promptly, the gossip of the capital would surely drown her in scorn. Once alone, Shen Weixi and Su Mingqing exchanged glances, each perceiving the mutual suspicion and gravity reflected in the other's eyes. Their journey was fated to be thwarted. They both returned to the sitting room. How could such a sudden death occur? Shen Weixi furrowed her brow, recalling her last visit with the old lady. Although she appeared aged, there was no indication she was at death's door. She had several more years to live. Chapter 70. Return to the Shen family. Su Mingqing's demeanor was icy. According to news from Xian'er, Shan Xuanda had visited the Jingzi monastery a few days prior. A man who had not set foot in the monastery for years suddenly reappeared, only for the old lady to pass away shortly thereafter. Was this mere coincidence? Shen Weixi turned sharply to him. Are you suggesting? Su Mingqing nodded, proposing that Shan Xuanda might be involved in this tragic event. Has Shen Xuanda lost his mind? Shen Weixi exclaimed in disbelief. The old lady is his own mother. Does he not fear divine retribution? In this era, filial piety supersedes all, and those who are unfilial not only struggle to ascend the ranks, but may also face severe punishment. Truly, he must be deranged. Su Mingqing's eyes darkened further. Ever since Shan Xuanda was demoted and stripped of his military command, Zhao Suikong had been incessantly thwarting him, making his path in the court exceedingly arduous. Moreover, Shan Xuanda appeared quite reluctant to see her enter the Eastern Palace. He had sought her out not long ago, but she had chosen to ignore him. Under such circumstances, if he sought to extricate himself from his current plight, a 3-year period of mourning would serve as an impeccable strategy, during which she would be bound by filial duty and unable to remarry. 3 years, a span so prolonged that countless unforeseen events could transpire. This plan would allow him to avoid humiliation in the court, while simultaneously preventing Shen Weixi from entering the Eastern Palace. It was a twofold advantage. And how could Shan Xuanda let such an opportunity slip away? After all, it was merely the sacrifice of a mother who had spent over a decade in the temple. Devoid of affection, Shen Weixi found herself at a loss for expression. She was aware of Shan Xuanda's ruthlessness, but never anticipated his cold-heartedness to extend to exploiting his own mother's life. While she wished to feel sympathy for the old lady, she found herself unable to do so. Surely, the old lady knew the truth behind Enai Mengxin's death, yet she remained silent until the end. All for the sake of Shen Xuanda and the Shen family. Was the old lady pitiable, yet the young Enai Mengxin, who died so prematurely, not deserving of sympathy? What of the original owner of this body, who endured torment from a young age? Thus, our wedding must be postponed for 3 years. A surge of anger welled up within Su Mingqing, seeking an outlet. The woman he had longed for, whom he was mere months away from marrying, was now snatched away from him. Even as the crown prince, he could not disregard the tenets of filial piety. Should he defy propriety and bring Weixi into the palace, he would care not for his own reputation, but she would be subjected to the scorn of the world. He would never allow such a thing to occur. 3 years, 3 long years. The wedding he had eagerly prepared for would now be delayed. Damn Shan Xuanda. He must surely be tired of living, and if so, he would grant him his wish. Shen Weixi observed the fiery anger in his eyes, feeling both pained and amused, and consoled him. All right, do not be upset. After all, we are living together now. It is merely the absence of a wedding. We can remedy that 3 years hence. Shan Xuanda's strategy was indeed astute, fulfilling his desired objective. I instructed Jitong to gather a few belongings, as I could only reside in the Shen residence until the mourning for the late matriarch concluded, during which time I would be unable to see Dai. Take good care of him, I urged. I will accompany you. Su Mingqing grasped her hand, expressing concern. Given Shen Xuanda's intentions towards you, I fear for your safety within the Shen household. That is hardly the case. I am quite aware of my boundaries, and with Jitong present, I shall be fine. You must not go. They are unworthy. The notion of a prince of the realm paying his respects to the late matriarch was truly an act of grandeur, yet the Shen family did not merit such honor. Then take Jiangzhu along. Her martial prowess is commendable. Very well. Shen Weixi acquiesced, acknowledging that an additional pair of hands would be beneficial, especially if Jitong became overwhelmed. Upon returning to her chamber to pack her attire, she instructed Jitong to craft several thick knee pads. It was inevitable that the vigil would require prolonged kneeling, and a good pair of knee pads would alleviate the discomfort significantly. Soon, she was ready, donning a plain garment, and departed from Jinhua courtyard accompanied by Jitong and Jiangzhu. Su Mingqing gazed at the desolate courtyard, remaining silent for a considerable time. Shen Heir, a shadow, swiftly materialized, kneeling on one knee. Your subordinate is present. Investigate the events at Jingxi Temple thoroughly. Understood. The Shen residents had already donned white mourning cloths, and the mourning hall was prepared. The clan members had gathered within. As Shen Weixi approached the entrance of the mourning hall, she could already hear the sorrowful wails. Yet, the authenticity of this sorrow was dubious, likely known only to them. The moment Shen Weixi stepped inside, the hall fell silent for an instant. Numerous gazes turned upon her, filled predominantly with curiosity, envy, and ulterior motives. Once an obscure figure, she had unexpectedly ascended to the status of the prince's consort, a position far more promising than that of the first prince's consort already in the palace. This was indeed a splendid opportunity for the Shen family to rise. It seemed prudent to cultivate a favorable relationship with this future consort, as it would undoubtedly yield benefits in the future. The only individuals displeased were likely Shen Xuanda and Wei Zhuangxian, who knelt in front of the memorial, burning paper offerings, not sparing her a single glance. Shen Weixi accepted 3 incense sticks from an unknown matron of the clan, bowed before the memorial, and placed them in the incense burner. At that moment, Wei Zhuangxian resumed her facade of a compassionate mother. Her eyes reddened, her expression one of sorrow mingled with affection as she said, Weixi, go to the back courtyard and change into mourning attire before you return to kneel before your grandmother's spirit. After all, she cared for you in your youth, and you should pay this last homage. Shen Weixi did not grant her even a sidelong glance. She rose and returned to her previous courtyard with Jitong. Upon pushing open the door, she was met with a desolate scene, the courtyard overgrown with withered weeds. Jitong observed with a cold demeanor. This Wei Zhuangxian has truly lost her humanity. Miss, after you left, she hasn't even allowed anyone to tend to the courtyard. Wait a moment. Let me tidy up before you enter, Jiangzhu declared as she stepped inside. Hold on, Jiangzhu, Shen Weixi interjected with a furrowed brow. Jitong, go to the mourning hall and request 2 maidservants from Madame Wei, stating that my courtyard is in disarray and requires assistance. Jitong suddenly comprehended the situation. Understood, miss, she replied before swiftly making her way to the mourning hall. Shen Weixi stood at the entrance, observing the dilapidated state within, a cold smile gracing her lips. Today, she would let the members of the Shen family witness just how competent the matriarch truly was. On the other side, Jitong entered the mourning hall and meticulously articulated her mistress's demands, successfully eliciting expressions of astonishment from the gathered crowd. Wei Zhuangxian's countenance stiffened. She hadn't anticipated that Shen Weixi, this wretched woman, would resort to such theatrics in front of all the relatives. She had indeed neglected that courtyard, and she truly had forgotten about it yesterday and today. Otherwise, she would have ensured it was tidied up in advance, so as not to tarnish her image as a matron and avoid leaving a reputation of mistreating her stepdaughter within the family. With a tense smile, she remarked, Weixi has been unwilling to return. There have been numerous happenings in the household these past few days. It is my oversight as a mother. Lu Mama, quickly take someone to clean the courtyard for the young lady. This scene incited disdainful glances from the other matriarchs present. It seemed the rumors circulating outside were indeed true. Wei Zhuangxian was guilty of maltreating her stepdaughter and had even driven her out. Otherwise, how could it be that a daughter who had yet to marry found her courtyard in such a desolate state? Even after marriage, any mother would keep her daughter's quarters in order, for one could never know when the daughter might return for a brief stay. Indeed, a stepmother remains just that, a stepmother. In the capital, many harbored ill will towards their stepdaughters, yet few executed such cruelty so openly. Truly, she was a mere concubine elevated to the status of a legitimate wife, a foolish individual who brought shame upon the Shen family. The contemptuous gazes that filled the room ignited a fire within Wei Zuangshan, yet she could not express her fury, leaving her in a state of vexation. Chapter 71. The old matriarch's last wish. After a brief half-hour, Shen Weixi settled into a clean courtyard. She donned morning attire and knee pads before leisurely making her way to the morning hall. By this time, the hall was much less crowded, with only Wei Zuangshan and a few relatives remaining. Shen Weixi gazed at the dark coffin, letting out a sigh, and knelt down. Regardless of the circumstances, she had to pay her respects, not only due to the reverence for the deceased, but also because, as the granddaughter of the late matriarch, she was bound by filial duty to kneel before the spirit. Kneeling in daze, her gaze fell into the void, the scent of incense and burning paper money creating a suffocating atmosphere. Seizing the moment when the others were distracted, Wei Zuangshan shifted closer to Shen Weixi. In a hushed tone, she mockingly whispered, "Shen Weixi, even if you possess a decree of marriage, what of it? With the old matriarch gone, you must still observe 3 years of mourning. By then, you will be past your prime. Do you truly think the crown prince will still desire you?" Catching a glimpse of her triumphant expression from the corner of her eye, Shen Weixi chuckled softly. "You seem quite pleased. What is it? Afraid that the sordid affairs of 20 years ago might come to light? Fearful of retribution once I enter the palace? What could have possibly happened 2 decades ago? Just your words?" Wei Zuangshan retorted. "Then what are you so afraid of?" With a cold laugh, Wei Zuangshan replied, "I simply cannot stand to see you thrive. For years ago, you lost your virtue. How could you possibly be worthy of entering the Eastern Palace? Her daughter was merely a side consort of the first prince. Why should this wretched woman be allowed to enter the palace? But now it was all different. 3 years, such a lengthy period. Shen Weixi, what do you think will transpire? When a life is extinguished or a reputation tarnished, can one still gain entrance to the palace? The inability to eliminate her previously has led Wei Zhuangxian to doubt the consistency of her fortune. Shen Weixi, now indifferent to her, was eager to witness who would ultimately prevail in this grim contest. Judging by Wei Zhuangxian's pallor and skin condition, it appeared that the onset of her ailment had already occurred once. However, since the initial episode dissipated swiftly, she likely dismissed it as a mere coincidence. After several more occurrences, her concern would inevitably heighten. Inside the morning hall, silence reigned for a time, punctuated only by the occasional sound of weeping, creating an atmosphere of desolation. Shen Weixi had been kneeling for quite a while. Even with thick knee pads, the discomfort was irksome. Unable to endure the stiffness any longer, she shifted her position slightly. At that moment, a commotion erupted from outside. Grandmother! Shen Mingyao entered the morning hall with exaggerated sorrow, kneeling before the altar and weeping profusely. A throng followed her, offering their condolences and urging her to take care of herself. "Your Highness, please be mindful of your health," they chimed in unison. Shen Weixi observed this spectacle with a cold gaze. The tears seemed insincere, merely a facade for dry sobs. Shen Mingyao appeared on the verge of fainting from her feigned grief, supported by several individuals as she rose. Catching sight of Shen Weixi kneeling nearby, a glimmer of schadenfreude flickered in her eyes. "Shen Weixi, you dare to be so proud, thinking you could detach from the Shen family. Dream on. You will never again be granted the chance to enter the Eastern Palace." Wei Zhuangxian stood, her eyes filled with concern. "Your Highness, you have endured much. Lu Momo, please escort her to her quarters to rest." "Mother, I shall take my leave to the back courtyard. The passing of grandmother weighs heavily on my heart, and I feel somewhat lightheaded." The group of ladies resumed their chatter. "Your Highness is truly filial, but alas, the deceased cannot return. Please, take care of yourself." "Yes, Your Highness, perhaps it is best to rest." With their coaxing, Shen Mingyao departed from the morning hall. Wei Zhuangxian turned her attention back to the still kneeling Shen Weixi, a smirk of derision crossing her lips as she too resumed her kneeling. As her daughter, Shen Mingyao, was already married and of significant status, she was not required to remain in vigil. Before long, Shan Xuanda entered, accompanied by numerous clan elders, each bearing expressions of profound sorrow as they offered incense and burned paper. The eldest of the Shen family then spoke, conveying that while the deceased had departed, life must continue. He urged Shen Weixi to promptly submit formal petitions regarding the mourning period. Furthermore, he decreed that the direct bloodline of the late matriarch must observe a 3-year mourning period, during which no marriage proposals or unions could be considered. This pronouncement drew sympathetic gazes toward Shen Weixi, who now faced a 3-year delay in her pursuit of wealth and status. Her expression was one of numb disbelief, nearly rolling her eyes at the redundancy of the emphasis. Just as she mentally chastised the situation, a mournful voice echoed from outside. "Matriarch, I have come to pay my respects." An elderly matron, her hair white as snow, staggered into the mourning hall, collapsing before the spirit tablet in a torrent of tears. This was the true manifestation of grief. Both Shen Weixi and Wei Zhuangxian's expressions shifted simultaneously. They gazed at each other, shock mingled with a hint of fear reflected in their eyes. How could it be possible? How could she have arrived from Jingxi Temple to the Shen family? He had clearly dispatched someone. At this moment, Shen Weixi's expression was exceedingly grim, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. Fortunately, everyone feigned sorrow, and no one noticed the expressions of the couple. However, Shen Weixi observed everything keenly. She narrowed her eyes. This was becoming interesting. It appeared that the couple was quite apprehensive about the presence of the matron beside the old lady. Were they afraid that she would reveal the truth? The matron, having wept bitterly before the spirit, wiped her tears and rose. In a hoarse voice, she declared, the old lady had unfulfilled wishes in her lifetime. She insisted that I must come to the capital after her passing to fulfill her final desire, or she would not rest in peace. Shen Weixi clenched his jaw, casting a fierce glare at the elderly woman in the hall. Wei Zhuangxian also felt a pang of anxiety, rising to confront her. "Matron, why did my mother never share her wishes with my father, her own son, but instead confide in you, a mere servant? Do not presume that just because you have been by her side for many years, you can exploit her name to gain benefits here." Shen Weixi suppressed a smirk. Wei Zhuangxian was truly desperate, hastily casting accusations before the matron had even disclosed the nature of the old lady's wishes. The matron lowered her eyelids to mask her disdain and disregarded Wei Zhuangxian, instead faltering toward the clan elder. Her withered hands trembled as she retrieved 2 letters from her sleeve. Shen Weixi fixed his gaze on her, his hand taut. "Elder Shen, these 2 letters were written by my old lady during her lifetime. This one contains her wishes." The matron handed one letter to the elder and approached Shen Weixi with the other. "Miss, this letter is for you." Shen Weixi, taken aback, stared at the yellowed envelope before ultimately reaching out to receive it. The matron surveyed the entire mourning hall, her eyes growing increasingly murky. The old lady mentioned that she owed apologies to 2 individuals in her life. One was her former wife, and the other was the young lady. The matron wiped away the tears pooling at the corners of her eyes and continued in a hoarse voice. She expressed that her greatest wish before passing was to witness the young lady's marriage. But alas, time was not on her side. Chapter 72. The Reversal Matron. "If you continue to spout such nonsense, I shall have you thrown out." Wei Zhuangxian's voice was sharp and commanding. "Do not think that just because my mother cannot refute you, you can tarnish her reputation here. I am not." The matron retorted loudly. "The old lady told me on the night before her death that she wished for the young lady to marry soon, even after her demise. There should be no mourning for 3 years, but merely 3 months instead." "Be quiet." Unable to contain himself, Shen Weixi bellowed, his gaze venomous as it bore down on the matron. Such treacherous and unfilial words. How dare you, an old servant, speak them, with her mother gone? As the legitimate granddaughter, Shen Weixi was obligated to mourn for 3 years. "General, have you forgotten? You visited Jingxi Temple not long ago." The matron was beyond caring. She turned back with resentment towards Shen Weixi, blaming him for the old lady's lifelong suffering. Were it not for the old lady's genuine concern for the general, she would have been compelled to reveal everything without reservation. Indeed, upon her utterance, Shen Weixi fell silent, though the murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakable. That wretched servant. Had she only foreseen this, she would have been sent on her way much earlier. The matron continued, "Miss, do not disappoint the old matriarch's expectations. According to your marriage date, you shall wed." Shen Weixi was genuinely taken aback, her mind momentarily adrift. How could the old matriarch have preemptively decided that she need not observe 3 years of mourning, but rather hasten her marriage? What could be the reason? Had she not been willing to do anything for Shen Xuanda? Shen Wei, she found it hard to believe that the old matriarch was unaware of Shen Xuanda's schemes. If she had chosen the path of death, why leave behind such a wish? I refuse to believe it. Wei Zhuangxian gritted her teeth, her eyes reddening. You, a mere servant. How can we trust your words? Now that my mother lies in her coffin, you are free to speak as you please? The old servant speaks only the truth. The old matriarch's words are all in the letter. The clan elder can verify whether these are indeed her handwriting. The clan elder, holding the envelope, furrowed his brow but ultimately opened the letter. He scrutinized its contents before passing it to other clan members. Everyone was astonished. It was indeed the first time they had encountered a dying wish that urged a granddaughter to marry rather than mourn. Finally, the clan elder surveyed the eager expressions of the crowd and declared, "This is undoubtedly the handwriting of the late matriarch, and the contents align with what the matron has stated. Since this is her wish, we shall abide by it." Impossible. Shen Xuanda's face contorted with malice as he snatched the letter, reading its contents with a growing sense of distortion. Damn it. Even in death, she sought to ensnare him. Had he known, even his own mother would not have merited his mercy. He should have personally seen her off. Beside him, Wei Zhuangxian craned her neck to glimpse the letter, her gaze growing more vicious with each word. That old hag. Enough, the clan elder interjected. Since this is your mother's wish, Xuanda, you would not defy it, would you? Shen Xuanda lowered his gaze, concealing the murderous intent beneath. How could I go against my mother's wishes? Provided, of course, that Shen Weixi survives until the wedding. Shen Weixi stifled the upward curve of her lips. Who would have thought the tides could turn so unexpectedly? Surely, Huaiyan would be pleased. A casual glance at Shen Xuanda's face revealed he was on the verge of fury, which brought her even greater delight. The old matriarch had rarely shown a glimmer of conscience. Shen Weixi smoothed her sleeve, uncertain of what exactly she had penned in the letter. The matron observed Shen Xuanda's expression, concluding that he was indeed unworthy of being the old matriarch's son. Her gaze fell upon the incense-laden black coffin, sorrow as thick as ink clouding her eyes. Matriarch, do you see? The general truly does not deserve any of your sacrifices. Matriarch, I have served you since I was but a child, and now I am 60 years old. I imagine that in the afterlife, you are unaccustomed to being without my attendance, so I have come to accompany you. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, she charged towards the black coffin. A thunderous crash echoed in the morning hall. The matron's head collided with the coffin, her eyes closing as her body slowly crumpled to the ground. At the sight of her collision, blood spread like a blooming flower upon the coffin. This scene momentarily rendered the onlookers expressionless. A loyal servant, indeed. The first to regain composure was Shen Xuanda, whose eyes flashed with disdain as he gestured for the body of the old woman to be dragged away. He then led the elders out of the morning hall. Silence enveloped the hall, so profound that a falling pin could be heard. Several ladies patted their chests, visibly shaken. Yet, most harbored disdain. After all, she was merely a servant. Her death was inconsequential, yet she had the audacity to collide with the coffin of the late matriarch. A truly ill-fated event. Wei Zhuangxian knelt once more before the spirit tablet, her gaze toward it laced with malice. You old fool, even in death, you remain restless. Do you wish for Shen Weixi to enter the Eastern Palace smoothly? Dream on. She glanced at Shen Weixi, who had remained silent, and with a cold smirk murmured, You are indeed fortunate. Yet, one must possess the life to bear such fortune. Shen Weixi responded with a mocking smile, provoking her further. Are you anxious, Wei Zhuangxian? Are you afraid that once I gain power in the Eastern Palace, I will unearth the sordid deeds you have committed? Afraid of you? Wei Zhuangxian scoffed. What use is it to say so much? Let us see if you can even enter the Eastern Palace and earn the prince's favor first. I am curious how a woman who lost her purity 4 years ago will pass the palace matron's examination. How can you be so certain that I am not pure? Shen Weixi retorted. Pure? Ha! After taking that drug, unless a man intervenes, you are as good as dead. Since you are alive now, It certainly means you are not pure. Shen Weixi nodded. You are correct. It seems you are quite knowledgeable about drugs, Madame Wei. Truly a woman of hidden depths. Wei Zhuangxian, suspecting that Shen Weixi had been driven to madness by her words, remarked, Look at the nonsense you were spouting. I say you 1T passed the examination. Are you not anxious? Shen Weixi smiled serenely. Why the hurry? Wei Zhuangxian, now thoroughly irritated, felt as though each of her blows landed on cotton. She inhaled deeply, suddenly losing the desire to converse with this fool. Observing Wei Zhuangxian's ashen visage only widened Shen Weixi's smile. Moments later, a nearby lady spoke up. Weixi has been kneeling for so long. She must be exhausted. Your filial piety is evident to all, and I am sure the late matriarch has noticed it as well. Why not return to your courtyard for some rest? Indeed, with over 4 months until entering the Eastern Palace, you mustn't jeopardize your health, others chimed in, appearing genuinely concerned for Shen Weixi. Wei Zhuangxian suddenly donned a smile. Yes, Weixi, do return to your courtyard for a rest. The sky is darkening. You may come back later. Shen Weixi, sensing that Wei Zhuangxian's sudden kindness was a cover for some ulterior motive, did not believe in her sincerity. However, the prospect of not having to kneel was a welcome relief, and, as for everything else, she would counter as needed. Thus she slowly rose, stretched her legs, and indeed made her way back to her courtyard. Wei Zhuangxian watched her retreating figure, a sinister smile playing upon her lips. Chapter 73. The poisoning. Upon returning to her courtyard, Shen Weixi was greeted by Jitong and Jiangzhu. Zht Ing's face was etched with concern. Miss, allow me to prepare some warm water for you, to soak your feet. Very well, Shen Weixi replied with a nod, her gaze shifting to Jiangzhu. Has anyone else entered the courtyard today? Replying to the miss, several maids delivered clean bedding and pillows not long ago, and they also replaced some potted plants. All has been inspected and found to be in order. She lowered her voice, adding, just moments ago, His Highness the Crown Prince arrived and is waiting for you inside. Shen Weixi raised an eyebrow and took a few steps to push open the door. Within, she noted the presence of several new items, the most conspicuous being 2 pots of blooming white flowers. Weixi, you're back? Su Mingqing exclaimed with a beaming smile, rising to approach her. Yes, Shen Weixi nodded, then began examining the 2 pots of flowers. Is there a problem? Su Mingqing asked, observing her with growing suspicion. These pots were here when I entered. He had merely glanced at them, deeming them to be ordinary flowers. The issue is quite significant, Shen Weixi replied with a cold smile. I wondered why Wei Zhuangxian suddenly showed such kindness in allowing me to rest. It was to await my arrival here. With that, she plucked one of the flowers and tossed it out the window, followed by a plate of Mu Yun Jiao from the table. Su Mingqing's gaze narrowed as he observed. Are there concealed substances within these? Shen Weixi nodded. The stamen of that flower is dusted with a volatile substance. It possesses no discernible scent nor harm. However, the fruit I just discarded, the Mu Yun Jiao, is quite rare. The Mu Yun Jiao emits a fragrance that, when combined with the airborne substance, can incite desire. Since the powder and pollen share the same color and lack any unusual odor, it is understandable that Jiangzhu did not notice. Individually, these items pose no threat and are easily overlooked, Su Mingqing noted, a flicker of malice crossing his eyes. Aphrodisiac indeed. Such despicable tactics, reminiscent of 4 years ago. Soon, when we receive news from Xian'er, I shall ensure that Wei Zhuangxian and her accomplice experience a fate worse than death. Shen Weixi turned to him, by the way. How long have you been here? Su Mingqing paused, realization dawning upon him. His expression shifted slightly. I've been here for nearly the duration of tea break. Shen Weixi's eye twitched as she suppressed a sigh, her thoughts racing. This is quite concerning. He has inhaled a significant amount. Seeing her expression, Su Mingqing's gaze flickered with unease. What shall we do now? The moment he spoke, he felt an inexplicable warmth enveloping him. Shen Weixi observed his flushed face with a hint of regret. This is a time of mourning. It would be inappropriate for anything to occur. If Wei Zhuangxian were to witness her engaging in such acts during the mourning period for the old Madame Shen, it would spell doom for her. Feeling her gaze upon him made Su Mingqing's heart race. His voice grew husky as he murmured, Weixi? The heat within him intensified, compelling him to step closer, drawing her into his embrace, burying his face in the crook of her neck, seeking solace. Weixi's voice, now laced with desire, sent warmth radiating through the air. Shen Weixi felt a shiver run down her spine. This was not the appropriate moment. You must release me. I will fetch you some medicine. At that moment, Jiang Zhu's voice echoed from outside. Miss, we have captured a man in black. His martial prowess is quite formidable. Su Mingqing lowered his voice, laced with a chilling tone. Throw him into Shen Mingyao's chamber. At that moment, a man entered, and it was evident why. If that were the case, then sending him to the daughter of Wei Zhuangxian would be quite fitting, wouldn't it? Shen Weixi could not help but let out a cold laugh. Soon, Wei Zhuangxian would arrive with people to catch them in the act. However, someone was becoming increasingly restless, hardly paying attention to her words. Seizing her neck, he bit down a few times, his hands becoming restless, tugging at her belt and caressing her delicate waist. Shen Weixi felt her body soften under his teasing and murmured, Huayan, no, I must prepare your medicine. Otherwise, when they arrive, it will be even more uncomfortable for him. Yet, he simply lifted her and pressed her onto the bed. In a brief moment of distraction, her clothing became disheveled, revealing a water-red embroidered garment. Shen Weixi clutched her head in frustration, mentally cursing Wei Zhuangxian's ancestors. As the situation spiraled further out of control, she reluctantly retrieved a silver needle hidden on her person and administered a swift jab. Taking a deep breath, she pushed him aside and sat up. Observing his flushed face and the intense desire in his eyes, her gaze fell upon his moist, delicate lips, and she leaned down to lightly touch them. Wait for me a moment. The medicine will be ready soon. She rose and began to prepare the concoction. Meanwhile, Su Mingqing lay on the bed, unable to move, feeling as though he might explode. He shut his eyes, desperately trying to suppress the heat swelling within him, but to no avail. Soon, Shen Weixi returned with the medicine, mixing it with water before coming to his side. Supporting him upright, she brought the cup to his lips. Drink quickly, with the last vestige of his senses. Su Mingqing drank it down in one gulp. A cool sensation flowed through his chest, seemingly spreading to his lower abdomen, and he felt significantly more lucid. All right, now you should rest. Shen Weixi glanced at his bulging garment and covered him with a blanket. Outside, Jitong had just brought in hot water. Shen Weixi lowered the bed curtains and opened the door, instructing Jitong to place the hot water outside while she began to soak her feet. Before long, a commotion arose outside. Jiangzhu stood in front of several individuals, stating, My young lady is resting. Please return. This maid is truly ignorant. It is late at night, and Weixi surely hasn't eaten. We have come out of goodwill to deliver supper. Let's pass. Indeed, it's quite late. Weixi must be hungry. Wei Zhuangxian's gaze fell upon the closed door, a cold smile gracing her lips. She had poisoned the food, doubting Shen Weixi's luck would hold this time. Moreover, knowing her maid possessed some martial skills, she had specifically sent a skilled fighter tonight. Perhaps they had already entered the inner chamber silently. Shen Weixi, indulging with a wild man during the old matriarch's funeral. Let us see how you evade this time. Don't even think about escaping the clan's rules tonight. With that thought, a smile crept across her face as she stepped forward. As a mother, I and several aunts come with good intentions. Please step aside. Wei Zhuangxian pushed Jiangzhu aside forcefully and approached the door. Jiangzhu's eyes flashed with murderous intent, a dagger slipping into her palm. Jiangzhu, let them in. Shen Weixi's voice caused Jiangzhu to retract her dagger, casting a cold glance at Wei Zhuangxian as she recklessly approached her demise. With a creak, the door swung open, and Wei Zhuangxian hurriedly entered the room. Upon witnessing the scene within, her smile froze upon her lips. Why are you unharmed? No, it is impossible for you to be unscathed. She turned to see the flowers, but the fruit on the table had vanished. Had those fools failed to carry out their task? Chapter 74. Catching the cheater at this moment, Jitong was massaging Shen Weixi's legs. She lifted her gaze, a smile illuminating her face as she regarded Wei Zhuangxian. What could possibly be the matter? The other ladies entered, carrying food boxes, completely oblivious to the unsettling atmosphere in the room, placing the boxes on the table. We were concerned you might be hungry, so we specially brought you a late-night snack, they said warmly. Shen Weixi nodded, expressing her gratitude for their thoughtfulness. No need for formalities. We are all family. Indeed, family. Wei Zhuangxian ground her teeth, her nails digging deep into her flesh. Reluctantly, she surveyed the surroundings and glanced at the inner chamber, stepping forward with intent to enter. Perhaps that wretched woman was merely enduring, and that man was likely hiding within. She refused to believe she could not uncover them. Stop! Jitong swiftly blocked her path. Our young lady status is no longer what it once was, Madam Wei. Please conduct yourself accordingly. The other ladies stared at Wei Zhuangxian in confusion. Was it not agreed to deliver the late-night snack? Why intrude upon her private quarters? Although Shen Weixi was nominally her daughter, the situation had drastically changed. An edict had been issued. She was now unequivocally the crown prince's concubine. Wei Zhuangxian's expression darkened. I am merely concerned for Weixi's well-being. As the weather turns chilly, I cannot bear the thought of her catching a cold. Shen Weixi adjusted her sleeve, speaking languidly. There is no need for your concern, Madam Wei. My two maidservants are quite attentive to my needs. Moreover, Jiang Zhu is the head maid of the Eastern Palace and undoubtedly more meticulous than you, Madam Wei. The atmosphere in the room shifted, eyes gleaming with astonishment at Shen Weixi's audacity to command the head maid of the Eastern Palace even before her arrival there. What did this signify? One of the ladies hastily drew Wei Zhuangxian aside, addressing Shen Weixi. Do not take offense, Weixi. Your mother merely worries for you. Now that the late-night snack has arrived, we should take our leave. Rest well, Weixi. Offending Shen Weixi at this juncture? Was Wei Zhuangxian out of her mind? This could jeopardize the bright future of the Shen family. Wei Zhuangxian's eyes blazed with fury, and just as she contemplated pushing her way inside, Lu Mama hurriedly entered, whispering urgently in her ear. Wei Zhuangxian's expression shifted dramatically, disregarding everything as she suppressed her panic and hastily departed. Shortly thereafter, the Shen residence discreetly dealt with several maidservants and a young servant. Once the room was empty, Shen Weixi rose to dry her feet and returned to the inner chamber. At that moment, Su Mingqing sat expressionless at the bedside, his demeanor softening upon her entrance. Had Wei Zhuangxian taken but one more step towards the door, her head would have rolled. Are you feeling any better? Shen Weixi inquired, settling beside him, gently cradling his face to inspect him, noticing his calmness, though his gaze held a hint of melancholy. Weixi, you certainly do not hold back with your husband. Are you not afraid of me? Su Mingqing ground his teeth, but did not finish his thought. Afraid that you will wilt? Shen Weixi chuckled lightly. Rest assured, with me around, even if you were to falter, I could revive your vigor. Su Mingqing exclaimed, This woman is simply... He laughed heartily. All right, I shall not tease you further. Let us dine. Several ladies had likely sent numerous food boxes to curry favor with her. Shen Wei, she took his hand and led him to the outer room, where she opened the food boxes to reveal a bountiful spread. The two engaged in conversation as they dined. Shen Wei, she recounted the events that transpired at the memorial hall today, which brought a smile to Su Mingqing's face. At last, the matriarch of the Shen family has done a commendable deed. It seems I can marry you as planned. Shen Wei, she shook her head. However, I believe we should refrain from hosting a grand wedding. Su Mingqing's gaze shifted, and he instantly grasped her intent, though he felt somewhat reluctant. Let us postpone the wedding for 3 years. I can enter the palace directly in 4 months. Although the matriarch's last wishes lingered, it was unreasonable to hold an extravagant ceremony. Donning red attire and festooning oneself would merely provide others with ammunition against them. Su Mingqing furrowed his brow. To bring you into the palace in such a manner would be too much of a burden on you. Naturally, he wished for her to arrive in a grand procession. On that day, I cannot wear celebratory garments. I must avoid not only crimson, but even any vibrant colors. Though Shen Wei, she had no intention of observing mourning for the late matriarch. The customs of this era dictated otherwise. She could not stray too far from propriety. The tarnishing of her reputation would also reflect poorly on Su Mingqing. Su Mingqing set down his chopsticks, his meal tasteless. Very well. I shall have my dragon carriage escort you into the palace. He envisioned personally guiding her through the capital, ensuring all would recognize his regard for her. Is that truly appropriate? Shen Wei, she felt uneasy. The dragon carriage belonged to the crown prince. Would that not be excessively ostentatious? It is settled then. Su Mingqing decisively resumed eating. The wedding shall wait for 3 years. By then, in both status and ceremony, you shall be the crown prince's consort. Considering this, he found it quite agreeable. Their wedding deserved meticulous preparation. Shen Weixi nodded in agreement. 3 years may seem neither long nor short. It might indeed persuade the emperor to grant her the title of crown prince's consort. After finishing their meal and tidying up, they went straight to bed. The following morning, Shen Weixi awoke to find her companion had already departed. After dressing and preparing for the day, Ji Tang informed her that Aunt May had arrived quietly. Shen Weixi raised an eyebrow. Let her in. After drying her hands with a cloth, she sat at the table to have breakfast. Miss. Aunt May entered with a respectful bow. Shen Weixi glanced at her, curious as to why Aunt May had come so early. Congratulations, miss. You are soon to leave this wretched place and become the crown prince's side consort. Aunt May could hardly have dreamt that the young lady, abandoned by her mother and neglected by her father, would one day rise to such heights. Reflecting on the frail little girl of her youth and comparing her to the esteemed woman she had become, the disparity was immense. Shen Weixi continued to eat her breakfast in silence. Then, Aunt May began to share the news she had heard. Miss, several people mysteriously vanished from the residence last night. Vanished? What transpired last night? Could it be that the man in Shen Mingyao's courtyard was spotted? This was indeed intriguing. Aunt May lowered her voice, revealing that she had dealt with 3 maidservants from Shen Mingyao's courtyard and an unidentified man. At this point, her excitement was palpable. Who would have imagined that the esteemed side consort of the Grand Prince would be caught in a clandestine meeting with a man in her own courtyard while ostensibly mourning her grandmother? One could only wonder what expression the Grand Prince would wear upon learning this. Could Shen Mingyao maintain her lofty status? Regrettably, without concrete evidence, she could do little but speculate. Furthermore, Shen Mingyao had returned to the prince's residence early that morning. Shen Weixi was taken aback. Ordinarily, such scandalous matters would be tightly concealed. It was surprising that Aunt May had managed to uncover this. It seemed she had underestimated Aunt May's network within the Shen household. Moreover, the man who had been found in Shen Mingyao's courtyard, had he truly been successful? Chapter 75. Interception. Shen Weixi quickly dismissed this conjecture. It seemed implausible. After all, as a side consort of the prince, it was unlikely she would lack for protection. Most likely, a man had suddenly appeared in the courtyard and was spotted by the maidservants. To eliminate any future complications, Wei Zhuangxian and her husband must have silenced everyone involved. Does Aunt May have any other matters to discuss? Without evidence regarding Shen Mingyao, it would be unwise to act recklessly. Otherwise, our next encounter may very well be with a corpse. I understand, Aunt May nodded. Wei Zhuangxian is ruthless, and I have yet to exact my revenge. I cannot afford to take risks. Indeed, there's another matter. I discovered that Wei Zhuangxian has been administering slow-acting poison to several of the Lord's mistresses. It has only been a short time, yet they're already falling ill. I do not believe for a moment that she has not poisoned them. Over the years, she had seen enough of Wei Zhuangxian's tactics. It was always poison. One could not help but wonder where she procured such an array of bizarre toxins. Shen Weixi paused, looking up at her. Does Shen Xuan not care? These are his hidden bloodlines, especially Shen Lingyue, whom he has carefully nurtured. Recently, the Lord seemed exceedingly busy, neglecting the household and rarely visiting the back courtyard. Moreover, Wei Zhuangxian controlled the rear quarters, preventing these mistresses from freely coming and going, making it difficult for them to see the Lord. The only one who had encountered him a few times, Shen Lingyue, appeared to show no signs of distress. Shen Weixi set down her chopsticks, took a handkerchief to dab her mouth, and then remarked if several illegitimate children were to die suddenly, it would be difficult for Wei Zhuangxian to provide an explanation, would it not? Does Shen Xuanda truly allow her to do as she pleases within the residence, disregarding his own heirs? Furthermore, I noticed that very few people came to pay their respects at the morning hall today. No one even mentioned it. Something feels amiss. For reasons unknown, Wei Zhuangxian had always exuded an air of invulnerability, and the Lord seemed to tolerate her greatly. At this juncture, Aunt May grew increasingly suspicious that the Lord was being held by some form of leverage, potentially something fatal. Additionally, there was another matter. After your marriage decree was issued, the Lord and Wei Zhuangxian had a significant quarrel, after which the Lord promptly left the city. Before long, news of the old matriarch's demise reached the Shen family. Subsequently, I discreetly inquired and discovered that the master had visited Jingxi Temple that day, even though he had not set foot there in several years. Over the years, the master had grown increasingly unhinged, deviating markedly from the formidable general he once was. Shen Weixi was aware of this. She had not anticipated that Aunt May, residing in the rear courtyard, would manage to glean such information. Indeed, she was a clever woman. Unfortunately, the rear courtyard was under the control of Wei Zhuangxian, which rendered Aunt May's talents somewhat underutilized. Miss, has there been any news of Wei Zhuangxian's brother? Shen Weixi shook her head. Not yet. Then I shall wait a little longer. Miss, I have come to convey this to you today. I must take my leave now. With that, she rose and departed. Aunt May's inquiry about Shen Weixi did not escape Wei Zhuangxian's notice, as the rear courtyard was her domain. This wretched woman dares to conspire with Shen Weixi? Wei Zhuangxian's eyes darkened. Lu Momo, have someone keep an eye on her. Once the old matriarch's funeral is concluded, I will see how to deal with this insolent woman. Moreover, concerning last night's incident, how had Shen Weixi managed to come so close to harming her Mingyao? The mere thought made Wei Zhuangxian's teeth clench in frustration. Surely, there was someone aiding this audacious woman. Could it be the crown prince? No, that was implausible. How could a mere secondary consort capture the attention of a nation's prince? Meanwhile, Shen Weixi, having tidied herself, sauntered into the morning hall. To her surprise, she beheld Shen Lingyue and several others clad in mourning attire, kneeling before the spirit tablet. It was indeed a case of speaking of the devil and encountering him. However, the pallor of the younger ones, their ashen faces and dark-circled eyes, suggested they were utterly depleted. No wonder Aunt May had mentioned poison. Yet, it appeared not to be poison in the traditional sense, but rather a draining of their vitality, as if they had endured sleepless nights. Shen Weixi merely cast a fleeting glance before dismissing them from her mind, merely a gathering of inconsequential individuals. Days later, the old matriarch's funeral was begrudgingly concluded amidst a semblance of tranquility. Everyone gathered their belongings and returned to their respective abodes, Shen Weixi included. Yet, at the entrance of a Shen residence, she was abruptly intercepted by Shan Xuanda and Wei Zhuangxian. Where do you think you're going, Weixi? Wei Zhuangxian approached with a sinister smile, flanked by several matriarchs. Jitong and Jiangzhu positioned themselves protectively in front of Shen Weixi, watching them warily. Where am I going? Why? Home, of course. Home. Wei Zhuangxian laughed coldly. Weixi, you jest. Is this not your home? She then turned to the matriarchs. Go assist the young lady with her luggage and escort her back to the courtyard. The matriarchs moved forward menacingly. With a mere glance from Shen Weixi, Jitong advanced and swiftly knocked them to the ground. Oh dear! The floor echoed with their wails. Shen Xuanda's expression darkened considerably as he glared at Shen Weixi. Are you plotting rebellion? Seize the young lady and administer the family's punishment. What a grand display of authority from General Shen. A cold, furious voice interjected, causing everyone to look up. Su Mingqing, clad in black formal attire, strode forward, followed by Chen Xuan. Shen Xuanda's countenance shifted dramatically, and he immediately knelt. Your Highness, I pay my respects to the Crown Prince. Behind him, the others followed suit, kneeling in unison. Su Mingqing did not spare them a glance, instead casting a gentle gaze upon Shen Weixi. Come, allow me to escort you home. Once they stepped through the door, Shan Xuanda finally lifted his head, his gaze dark and penetrating. Master, are we truly allowing Shen Weixi to depart just like that? Wei Zhuangxian exclaimed, her eyes brimming with reluctance. She had not anticipated that the crown prince would personally come to fetch someone. Indeed, he possessed a face that could ensnare hearts, reminiscent of her mother, who only knew how to bewitch. Shen Xuanda ignored her, dismissing her with a flick of his sleeve as he exited. In Jinhua courtyard, upon returning, Shen Weixi drank a large cup of cold tea to quell her rising anger. She then turned to Su Mingqing and inquired, How did the investigation fare? She could hardly contain herself, harboring a desire to poison the entire Shen Weixi family. Yet, she knew she must refrain. As the circumstances surrounding her transmigration appeared far more complex than she had initially believed. Now that Tong Yuan's abbot had fled, uncovering Shen Mingqing's true lineage was her sole avenue for clarity. Why, at the age of 20, was she only now receiving the Lianxiang Zian bracelet? Su Mingqing reached out to comfort her, gently tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. We apprehended that individual yesterday, yet he remains obstinately silent. Shen Weixi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. You captured him? Where's he being held? I must see him. Wei Zhuangxian undoubtedly possessed knowledge, including the origins of her obsession. Given that there was a so-called brother involved, it was highly likely he was one of the powers behind her. What of Shen Weixi? Was he aware of Wei Zhuangxian's so-called brother? Is the captive located in a manor not far outside the city? Do you wish to go now? Indeed, I cannot wait another moment. Very well, I shall arrange for a carriage. Chapter 76. Interrogation. Unexpected delight, an inconspicuous carriage swiftly departed the capital. Su Mingqing owned numerous estates, and this occasion brought them to the one closest to the city. The manor boasted splendid scenery, yet Shen Weixi found little joy in its beauty at that moment. Chen Chuan led the way, and they soon arrived at the dungeon. Your Highness, Miss Shen, Xianyi greeted, setting down the iron whip in his hand to bow to them. Su Mingqing gestured for him to rise. Well, has he still refused to speak? Your Highness, this individual has undergone rigorous training, exhibiting remarkable resilience both mentally and physically. He has yet to utter a word. Shen Weixi lifted her gaze to behold a middle-aged man bound to the wall, his garments tattered and stained with blood, a clear indication of the whip's cruelty. A wooden ball, the size of a fist, was stuffed into his mouth and secured with chains at the back of his head. Is this to prevent him from biting his tongue in despair? Indeed, Miss Shen, Xianyi replied, his eyes cold as he regarded the man, fearful that he might succumb to the agony. Upon hearing their voices, the man slowly raised his head, his eyelids drooping as he cast a glance at them. Shen Weixi immediately noticed the large black mole on his chin. No wonder Aunt May assured her she would recognize him, as it was unmistakably prominent. Speaking was rendered difficult with the wooden ball lodged in his mouth. Shen Weixi shifted her gaze, retrieving a small vial from her pouch. After opening it, she held it beneath his nose. The man's vitality visibly waned, his body relying on the 4 chains for support. Wuanyi, remove the wooden ball from his mouth so that he may speak properly. Yes. Without hesitation, Xianyi unfastened the chain, securing the wooden ball. Shen Weixi took 2 steps forward, gazing at the man who attempted to bite his tongue, and coldly remarked, do not waste your energy. The strength you possess now is merely sufficient for speech. Weixi, please have a seat. Su Mingqing casually pulled a clean chair behind her. Shen Weixi took the opportunity to sit down, leaning back to relax, yet her gaze remained fixed on the man against the wall. Now, enlighten me. What is your relationship with Wei Zhuangxian? The man hung his head, motionless, as if lifeless. Shen Weixi scoffed. I advise you to be forthcoming, lest you suffer physical torment. Do you think your silence will shield you from my knowledge? The eyes of Su Mingqing and Xianyi Chuan were both focused on her. Shen Weixi's lips twitched. Did these 3 truly believe her? She continued her ruse. The substances in Wei Zhuangxian's possession originated from you, did they not? And as for the ones you have, allow me to speculate. The back of the man's hand momentarily tensed, a subtle gesture, yet one that Shen Weixi keenly observed. You have a shaman behind you, hailing from the kingdom of Yi, do you not? The man abruptly lifted his head, a look of defeat crossing his face. He strained against the wall, his eyes fixed on Shen Weixi, his voice barely a whisper, do not speak nonsense. Am I speaking nonsense? Shen Weixi arched an eyebrow. You just revealed yourself? The drugs utilized by Wei Zhuangxian are not found in Liang, but rather, they're the work of a shaman. Her years spent in the Apothecary Valley were not in vain. She had thoroughly studied the toxicology recorded in Liang. Moreover, the richness of her own toxicology manuscript left her in awe. The man realized that in his moment of panic, he had misstepped, exposing himself. He was genuinely astonished. This woman, possessing a celestial beauty, possessed such profound knowledge of poisons. Lowering his head to conceal his expression, he fell silent. Su Mingqing watched this scene with narrowed eyes. Recognizing the truth, there indeed was a shaman involved. The question remained whether the kingdom of Yi had a hand in it, or if the shaman had acted independently, leaving Yi to venture into Liang. Although shamans were prevalent in Yi, truly skilled practitioners were few. According to Yi's regulations, all shamans must be registered and could not leave the borders without permission. Yet, some had defected from Yi, seeking refuge in neighboring countries. Shen Weixi observed the man before her, contemplating with a hand on her chin. Wei Zhuangxian possessed numerous drugs. Even Shen Mingyao had some. They did not appear to be hastily delivered, but rather readily available. For instance, the items Wei Zhuangxian had placed in my courtyard a few days prior could not be preserved for long, clearly freshly concocted. She straightened her posture, leaning slightly forward with a mischievous smile. Now, tell me, where is your shaman located in the capital? The man's shock intensified as he raised his gaze to Shen Weixi, as if staring at a devil. Who exactly are you? They had occupied the capital for so many years without anyone suspecting such a connection, nor had anyone discovered it. Yet, in this mere encounter, this woman could deduce with precision. Did Wei Zhuangxian truly comprehend the nature of the adversary she had provoked? Did she dare play with poison in the presence of someone so well-versed in toxicology? Was she not concerned about the swiftness of their demise? Xian Yi gazed at Shen Weixi with admiration, his eyes sparkling with reverence. Miss Shen is indeed formidable. She has interrogated this man for an entire night, yet his resolve remains unyielding. However, with just a few words, she has extracted immense information, truly deserving of her esteemed position. Su Mingqing could hardly suppress the smile that graced his lips. She is undoubtedly his woman. Chen Chuan, discreetly expedite the search in the capital. We must act swiftly. If this individual remains missing for too long, they may become aware and relocate, which would be disastrous. Understood, I will arrange it immediately. With that, Chen Chuan departed from the dungeon. The man's complexion had grown increasingly ashen. He never imagined that after 2 decades of stability in the capital, he would ultimately fall into the hands of this woman. Su Mingqing cast a glance at Xian Yi before lifting Shen Weixi to her feet. Gulme, it is a rare opportunity to be out. I shall take you for a stroll in the countryside. Sounds delightful. They had initially planned an outing, but the passing of the old matriarch had forced them to abandon their plans. Now, with the moment ripe, they ventured forth. Upon returning to the surface, Su Mingqing accepted the cloak offered by Jiang Zhu and fastened it around Shen Weixi, gently leading her outside. The chill of the weather had set in, and although a light snow had fallen the previous night, it had since melted away. Shen Weixi's cool hand was enveloped by his warm palm, bestowing a sense of warmth throughout her being. This estate bore a bountiful harvest of fruits, with the finest selection sent annually to the Eastern Palace. This year's oranges were nearing ripeness, and he intended to have them delivered to the Jinhua courtyard. Indeed, she replied, I do adore oranges. Su Mingqing felt particularly elated. With less than 2 months until the new year, would it not be wonderful to reside in the Eastern Palace during that time? Shen Weixi turned her head to regard him. I have yet to enter the Eastern Palace. If I were to move in directly, would it affect you in any way? She remained somewhat unfamiliar with the palace's customs and feared potential malice from others. Do not worry. I shall be there. It is the perfect time to keep company with Dai Dai during the festivities. The little one had been persistently asking when his mother would join him. Weixi, you need not overthink this. You must not change yourself simply because you enter the palace. Aside from the emperor and empress, there is nothing to fear from anyone else. His intention in marrying her was not to subject her to hardship. Chapter 77. Unsettling speculations. Shen Weixi smiled gently, halting her steps to embrace his waist, gazing up at his finely sculpted jawline. Then you must safeguard me. I have heard that the women in the palace are skilled in scheming, creating intricate plots. I fear I may not survive beyond 3 episodes. Su Mingqing raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by not surviving 3? Which 3? I merely dread being ensnared by a horde of women, pitifully relegated to the cold palace for the rest of my days. That is impossible. Su Mingqing pinched her cheek playfully. In my harem, there is only you. Who would I contend with? The cold palace is even more out of the question. He would never allow her to enter such a place, not even if he himself were condemned there. Your harem may indeed be devoid of others, yet there are plenty of women in the palace. Those who wish to harm you may very well target me. Take, for instance, the likes of Consort Ji, who has a grown prince. Would she not desire the throne for her son? Su Mingqing grasped her meaning. Are you concerned about the women in the emperor's harem? Fear not. I am aware of your cunning with poison. Should anyone meet their demise, it shall be on my account. Ha. Shen Weixi was truly amused by him. Are you joking, or are you serious? Will she really use poison in the palace? I am serious. Su Mingqing's expression turned grave. Your safety is paramount. If it is necessary, then so be it. The consequences shall be borne by me. He could protect her, yet he could not always be by her side. There would always be places he could not see. Thus, why should she not possess the ability to defend herself? Moreover, if anything arises, she could always seek the Empress, who is quite amiable and should not weigh heavily on your conscience. Shen Weixi pondered for a moment. The Empress has held her position for over 20 years, clearly proving herself a victor in palace intrigues. The last time she met the Empress, she appeared quite familiar. However, interacting with her in the capacity of a daughter-in-law may present unforeseen challenges. Su Mingqing gazed tenderly at her, softly asking, Weixi, are you cold? Shall we continue our stroll? I am not cold. Let us proceed, Shen Weixi replied, releasing her hold on his waist and grasping his hand instead, eager to continue their walk. It was a rare outing, and she wished to make the most of it. After a while, Su Mingqing spoke again. By the way, news has arrived from Xian'er. Old Lady Shen has taken poison and committed suicide, and the poison was personally delivered by Shen Xuanda. Shen Weixi sighed. If one were to speak of ruthlessness, it would undoubtedly be Shen Xuanda, who would stop at nothing to achieve his aims, even disregarding his own mother. Suddenly, she remembered the letter from the matron that she had yet to read. She would look at it tonight. Indeed, it was ruthless. Su Mingqing's gaze was fixed ahead. Surprisingly, the forces around him had not even uncovered anything about Xian'er. This was intriguing. The intelligence network that Xian'er possessed was derived from his father, covering the entirety of Liang. Yet now, they could not track down Shen Xuan's people, which brought to mind the Dark Tide, a force they had been investigating for years with little success. Suddenly, Su Mingqing halted. What is it? Shen Weixi asked, stopping beside him, her head tilted in curiosity. What are you thinking? Weixi, he said, earlier you mentioned that Shen Xuanda seems to have some leverage held over Wei Zhuangxian, which explains his unusual leniency toward her, correct? Yes, I merely speculated. Even Aunt Mei has observed this over the years and shares the same suspicion. Wei Zhuangxian is far too audacious. It is remarkable that Shen Xuanda has tolerated her for so long. A man capable of killing his own mother would tolerate a rival wife for so many years. Let's not speak of true love. There is no such quaint notion between them. Haiyan, do you have any conjectures? Speak them aloud. Su Mingqing looked deep into her eyes. Do you think those behind Wei Zhuangxian might be connected to the Dark Tide? It is plausible that she was deliberately placed by someone with ulterior motives near Shen Xuanda. After all these years, he could not have been oblivious to the signs. Yet, he has remained patient. Is it out of a desire not to resist? No. It must be that he is wary of the forces backing Wei Zhuangxian, rendering him unable to oppose her. To instill such fear in a general of Liang who commands 100,000 troops is no trivial matter. Aside from the Dark Tide, I can think of nothing else. Shen Weixi's eyes widened in sudden realization. If this were indeed the case, then the matter became infinitely more intricate. It was well known that Shen Xuanda belonged to the faction of the first prince. However, the undercurrents existed long before the birth of the crown prince. It was merely that their influence had not yet reached its present magnitude. Did the crown prince possess knowledge of Shen Xuanda's connection to these undercurrents? Or conversely, was he himself entangled in them? They exchanged a glance, both perceiving the weight of concern in each other's eyes. After a prolonged silence, Su Mingqing was the first to speak, suggesting that he would take the opportunity to probe Su Mingqing in due course. Currently, the torrential rains in Beihuai had subsided, yet considerable damage had been inflicted upon numerous homes. Furthermore, despite the dam being reinforced, it had suffered some destruction due to the relentless downpour. With the rain having ceased, repairing the dam and comforting the victims were pressing matters. It would be a while before Su Mingqing returned to the capital, likely not until after the new year. Shen Weixi nodded, remarking that the figure in black could also be tested. Having just been thrown off balance by her, it was indeed an opportune moment. Su Mingqing, indicating that he would dispatch Shen Yi to investigate. Due to their unsettling suspicions, the two ultimately found their outing curtailed. After escorting Shen Weixi back to Jinhua Courtyard, Su Mingqing hurried back to the Eastern Palace. Upon returning to her chamber, Shen Weixi retrieved the letter that the matron had previously given her and began to read. However, the more she read, the angrier she became. She had anticipated that the old matron would experience a moment of conscience before her demise and reveal the truth of past events. Unfortunately, she had underestimated the old matron's unwavering loyalty to Shen Xuanda, who remained silent until death. The letter contained numerous apologetic sentiments, expressing regret towards her mother and herself, yet failed to disclose the reasons behind those apologies. It even went so far as to urge Shen Weixi to forgive Shen Xuanda, suggesting that his current state was solely due to his profound love for Su Mingqing. Shen Weixi found herself laughing in anger. She should not have read that letter. It only served to incite her fury. Jitong entered and glanced at the crumpled paper on the floor, expressing concern. "Miss, are you all right?" "I am fine," Shen Weixi replied, shaking her head. She had not harbored any hope for the old matron, thus quickly regaining her composure. "Jitong, please burn the letter." "Understood." Subsequently, Shen Weixi sat in her room, lost in thought while clutching a hot water bottle. Jiangzhu was busily arranging her garments and accessories. During the mourning period, some vivid attire and jewelry were deemed inappropriate and needed to be stored away. They assessed what was lacking, which provided an opportunity for new creations. As Jiangzhu carried several red cloaks past Shen Weixi, she noticed a bracelet on her wrist and cautioned, "Miss, should we put away that purple bracelet? Purple is not suitable at this time, as it appears somewhat purplish red." Shen Weixi lowered her gaze to the Lianxiang Ziyun bracelet on her wrist, adjusting her sleeve to conceal it. "No need. I shall wear it for now. Even in mourning, the old matron does not deserve to compel me to remove this bracelet." Chapter 78. The incident 2 days later, in the Eastern Palace, Shen Yi was reporting to Su Mingqing regarding his inquiries, but he had not uncovered any useful information. Indeed, Miss Shen proved to be formidable. Shen Xuan arrived with news of the search. "Your Highness, Miss Shen's suspicions were correct. Over the past 2 days, I have conducted searches and discovered suspicious points. To avoid alarming the enemy, we have refrained from action for the time being. I await your orders." Su Mingqing lightly tapped his fingers on the table. "Shen Yi, you shall lead a team to investigate. Shen Xuan, you will command the Imperial Guards outside to encircle and capture any fleeing suspects, ensuring that none escape. Prior to this, one should inquire with Wei Shi at the Jinhua Garden to see if there are any medicinal remedies for self-defense. After all, there may be sorcerers within, and no matter how formidable their martial prowess, one must remain vigilant." Shen Yi was about to accept the task when Shen Xuan interjected. "Your Highness, allow me to lead the men inside, while Shen Yi commands the Imperial Guard to encircle the perimeter." Su Mingqing lifted his gaze, a half-smile playing on his lips, which made Shen Xuan's skin prickle with unease. Steeling himself, he explained, "Shen Yi has only just begun to recover from his injuries. It would be more prudent for me to take the lead this time." Shen Yi frowned slightly, casting a puzzled glance at Shen Xuan, who seemed to be unnecessarily usurping his mission, despite his full recovery. Su Mingqing, disinterested in such trivial matters, casually remarked, "Very well." Wang Yi, now a member of the Mingwei, was not particularly bothered. "Thank you, Your Highness." The two men respectfully exited the study. Once outside, Shen Yi intercepted Shen Xuan, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Why did you swap tasks with me? Do you doubt my abilities?" As the first shadow guard to emerge from the training camp, how could his competence be questioned? Shen Xuan cast him a sidelong glance before continuing on his way. "Wait," Shen Yi protested. "Will you not explain?" Shen Xuan halted, his gaze falling upon Shen Yi's youthful, cherubic face, and sighed internally. "Your internal injuries have only just healed. it is wise to refrain from exerting yourself too much. It is more fitting for you to command the Imperial Guard at the periphery. Shen Yi tilted his head slightly, studying him intently, causing Chun Chuan's heart to race. Surely, this fellow would not suddenly gain insight. After a long moment, Shen Yi nodded, begrudgingly accepting the explanation, and departed in silence. Chun Chuan watched his retreating figure, mouth opening as if to speak, yet ultimately saying nothing. Shen Weixi had begun her hibernation-like existence, spending her days in the study, clutching a warm pot of soup and poring over documents, resolutely avoiding the outdoors. On one such day, as she was engrossed in her readings, Ji Tang stealthily approached to inform her that news had arrived from the Huichun Pavilion. Mi Zheng wished to see her. After some contemplation, Shen Weixi decided to pay a visit. For this trip, she took only Ji Tang along, insisting that Xian Wu and Xian Lu remain behind. She was aware that this matter would inevitably come to Su Mingqing's attention, yet she desired to postpone the revelation for as long as possible. If she could avoid disturbing the Apothecary Valley, she would, for they thrived in a life of tranquility and seclusion. Upon arriving at the Huichun Pavilion, Mi Zheng had already been waiting with tea brewed for quite some time. "Young master, you have arrived," he said, appearing somewhat elated. "I have discovered a new poison. Its ferocity rivals that of the previously encountered heir. Shen Weishi's heart began to speculate. As Mi Zheng presented the case for examination, her suspicions were confirmed. Upon closer inspection, it indeed appeared to be huakai. However, the case was labeled as an unknown toxin, yet the symptoms of its manifestation were detailed within. The individual seeking treatment had not left their name, but Shen Weixi recognized it was Wei Zhuangxian. Clearly, the frequency of huakai's episodes had increased, prompting Wei Zhuangxian to seek aid at the Huichun Pavilion. Mi Zheng gazed at her intently. "So, young master, have you encountered this before?" Shen Weixi offered an awkward smile. "Indeed, I have seen it before on the wife of Shun Xuanda, Wei Zhuangxian. It is likely she has come to your Huichun Pavilion. She is indeed a lady of distinction." Mi Zheng nodded, concealing his expression. Does the young master have any knowledge of this poison? Perhaps. After all, it was crafted by her hand. Is there any information regarding an antidote? Mi Zheng was genuinely curious. Indeed, as expected from the young master of the Medicine King Valley, his breadth of knowledge on poisons was vast. "I possess the antidote," Shen Weixi declared. "However, I am not inclined to save her. Do you recall my last visit when I inquired about Zue Xian?" Mi Zheng nodded, certainly remembering. "My mother perished due to Zue Xian, which likely originated from Wei Zhuangxian's machinations." Mi Zheng was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. At that time, the lady was 7 months pregnant. Could it not be the young master's kin? How could the young master choose to rescue an enemy? "Very well. When that lady comes again, I shall refrain from attending to her." "No, you must attend to her and prescribe a remedy to delay the onset of the poison." "Why?" Mi Zheng was perplexed. Was she not an adversary of the young master? Shen Weixi took a piece of paper and a pen from the side, bowing her head to begin inscribing the prescription. Soon, a prescription took form. She set down her pen and handed the prescription to Mi Zheng. "Next time she visits, dispense the medicine as prescribed. Inform her that there is no antidote, but it can delay the poison's onset. However, she must avoid emotional turmoil. Should any feelings arise, the poison will accelerate. In essence, regardless of joy, anger, sorrow, or pleasure, once Wei Zhuangxian's emotions are stirred, the suppressed poison will erupt." Mi Zheng stared at the prescription, his eyes wide with astonishment. How could anyone maintain a heart as tranquil as still water? This prescription did not suppress the poison. It was designed to allow it to accumulate before rapidly unleashing its fury. The young master even instructed him to clearly convey the consequences, evidently compelling Wei Zhuangxian to make her own choice. He could not help but admire her wisdom. The young master truly lived up to her title. Mi Zheng nodded earnestly in agreement. Shen Weixi smiled faintly and soon departed from the Huichun Pavilion. "Ah, Wei Zhuangxian, I surmise you will certainly choose to take the prescription. Then, when the truths regarding your dear brother emerge, let us see if you can still maintain your composure." Time passed swiftly. A few days later, a scandal erupted throughout the capital. Shun Zhonglong, Shun Xuanda, as recently returned concubine, was revealed to be a butcher. The Jingzhaoyin unearthed 9 corpses buried in the hills behind Luming Manor, all young women. Upon investigation, it was confirmed that these 9 women had met their demise at the hands of Shen Lingwei. This revelation incited public outrage. The Jingzhaoyin's officers knocked on the door of the Shen residence, seeking to apprehend the murderous fiend, Shen Lingwei. Father, save me. Shen Lingwei clung desperately to the doorframe, his eyes filled with terror as he gazed at Shen Xuanda. My son, my child, Lu Heir, appearing frail and delicate, attempted to obstruct the officers but dared not advance, instead turning to grasp Shen Xuanda's leg. Master, please save Lingwei, save our son. A flash of malice crossed Shen Xuanda's eyes as he composed himself and stepped forward. Captain, surely there is some misunderstanding here. My son, Shen Lingwei, has been well-versed in the Confucian classics since childhood. He is a paragon of virtue and would never commit such heinous acts. There is no misunderstanding. The evidence is irrefutable. You, too, Master Shen, must accompany us. Shen Xuanda's expression shifted, but quickly concealed itself. This must be a misunderstanding. I have never engaged in such actions, and my son is merely a scholar with no strength to harm a chicken. He has always excelled at the academy, and his close friends praise him as a gentleman. How could he possibly commit murder? Though he outwardly rationalizes the situation, his mind is tumultuous with thoughts. How did this incident come to light? And why was he not informed even slightly? Chapter 79. I bet you cannot escape calamity enough talk. We are all going together. The captain's furious shout left no room for dignity, igniting a storm of anger within Shen Xuanda. After all, he held the rank of a 4th-grade middle minister. Yet a mere constable dared to treat him thus. Soon, the front of the Shen residence was surrounded by numerous citizens, who hurled rotten eggs and vegetable scraps at the 2 men, shouting a life for a life. As the situation spiraled out of control, the captain ordered Shen Lingwei to be dragged away. Father, save me. Shen Lingwei, terrified, had lost all semblance of a learned man, crying out desperately for Shen Xuanda. Taking a deep breath, Shen Xuanda asked, could I at least change my clothes? Lord Shen, we must hurry. The chief of Jingzhao is awaiting you. This was a blatant disregard for his dignity. To avoid further embarrassment, Shen Xuanda followed with a sullen expression. Lu, utterly petrified, collapsed to the ground, speechless. Wei Zhuangxian observed this scene with cold eyes, fully aware of the events at Luming Manor. She had patiently endured Shen Lingyue's antics, refraining from taking action, all in anticipation of this moment. Thus, Shen Xuanda, even without direct intervention, witnessed how his ineffectual, illegitimate son could bring about his own ruin. Soon, the situation reached a resolution. Despite Shen Lingyue's outward appearance of a refined scholar, he was, in truth, a depraved individual. He had an affinity for beautiful young maidservants. The younger the better. He reveled in witnessing their desperate pleas and struggles on the bed. Initially, Shen Lingyue had some reservations, but after an accidental death, and with Shen Xuanda bribing the deceased maidservant's parents, he grew emboldened. In just 2 years, he had caused the demise of 9 maidservants. These young women were bonded laborers sent to the manor for work. Most parents, driven by the allure of money, chose to remain silent, while a few who refused to back down were silenced by threats against their families from Shen Xuanda. Common folk, lacking wealth and power, had no means to protest. Thus, the matter remained concealed until Su Mingqing's associates investigated Luming Manor. With backing, several parents stepped forward, providing both witness testimony and evidence, leading to a swift resolution of the case. Shen Lingyue was incarcerated and sentenced to execution after autumn. As for Shen Xuanda, though complicit, he held an official position and awaited the emperor's decree. Consequently, he was temporarily detained in Jingzhao. Meanwhile, developments were unfolding with Xian, Yi, and Chen Xuan, who had apprehended several individuals, including the shaman suspected by Shen Weixi. Just as they were preparing to confront the shaman, a message arrived from Jingzhao, stating that Shen Xuanda wished to meet Shen Weixi. After some contemplation, she decided to see what Shen Xuanda had to convey at the Jingzhao residence. Given that Shen Xuanda was not directly guilty of murder, and considering his status, He was merely subjected to temporary confinement. After entering, Shen Weixi sat down on the chair that Jitong had pulled over, observing him with an air of calm detachment. Lord Shen, you expressed a desire to see me. Is there a final message you wish to convey? Shen Xuanda's expression darkened. What did you just call me? I am your father, and this is how you choose to address me? Otherwise, shall I strike you twice before speaking? You, this wretched child. Taking a deep breath, Shen Xuanda resolved not to lose his temper today. Have your maid leave. Jitong regarded him coolly, remaining unmoved. Shen Weixi brushed non-existent dust from his sleeve and replied leisurely. Jitong intends to accompany me. If you do not insist on her departure, I may as well take my leave. I have other matters to attend to. Shen Xuanda, at a loss, refrained from insisting on Jitong's exit, his countenance growing increasingly grim. Weixi, you are soon to enter the palace as the crown prince's consort. Surely, you would not wish for your own brother to be branded murderer? Such a fate would forever bar you from the position of crown princess. You must immediately plead with the crown prince. This incident is merely a misunderstanding, and it would be best for all parties involved to put an end to it. He knew the emperor indulged the crown prince, and only he could provide a way out of this predicament. Are you threatening me? Shen Weixi sat up straight, intrigued by his audacity. What makes you think I would heed your words? If you wish to advance further, you will require the support of the Shen family. The Eastern Palace will undoubtedly welcome new personnel. Do you truly believe that at 20 years of age, you can retain the crown prince's favor for years to come? Shen Weixi could not suppress a smirk. Absurd. At 20, one has yet to graduate from university in modern times, yet she was here repeatedly criticized for being too old. I could depend on no one but myself, certainly not the Shen family. You truly are Shen Mingyao's father, speaking in identical tones. By the way, you asked me to seek the crown prince's favor. Why not send Shen Mingyao to plead with the grand prince or consort Ji? Shen Xuanda's face turned a shade of deep discontent. The grand prince is not in the capital. As the legitimate daughter of the Shen family, you should prioritize your family and ensure that the crown prince releases Ling Yu at once. Suddenly, Shen Weixi erupted in laughter. My apologies, I couldn't help it. It's truly amusing. Do you think the laws of Liang are tailored for your Shen family? Shen Lingyue has killed 9 people. Do you think that simply asking the crown prince to release him will suffice? I've already stated, that was a misunderstanding. Your brother did not commit murder. Enough. Shen Weixi raised her hand in a gesture of disdain. My mother bore only me. There are no brothers to speak of. Do not make wild assertions. Mentioning Enai Mengxin caused Shen Xuanda to pause, his gaze landing on Shen Weixi's face, his expression momentarily contorted. He closed his eyes, his shoulders sagging. Speak. What must you do to secure Ling Yu's release? I cannot save a murderer. He must pay for his crimes. Shen Weixi regarded Shen Xuanda with curiosity. You keep insisting on saving him. Why do you not consider your own fate? What do you believe will become of you this time? What fate do you envision? Shen Xuanda scoffed. Do you wish for my demise? Alas, you shall not get your wish. From where does your confidence derive? From Zhao Suikong? While the Grand Prince is absent from the capital, there remains Zhao Suikong. You need not concern yourself with that. Shen Xuanda's gaze turned venomous. You must compel the Crown Prince to release Ling Yu. Otherwise, your loss of innocence 4 years ago will be a secret you cannot preserve. Upon hearing this, Shen Weixi's eyes fixated on his face. Are you truly my father? He was acutely aware of the truth from 4 years ago, yet he wielded it as a weapon against her. Had she not traversed through time, had she not been the original's counterpart, she would have perished long ago. Even if she had survived those 4 years, being coerced by her father in such a manner would have left her with no avenue for escape. How could a father treat his own daughter with such cruelty? Shen Xuanda lowered his gaze, concealing all emotions within, and deftly sidestepped the topic, proposing instead. If you save Ling Yu, the Shen family will support you and elevate you to the position of the crown princess, or even the queen. Ah, how audacious of you! Master Shen, a mere Shen family, believing it can dictate the fates of the crown princess and the queen? Shen Weixi scoffed. Do not speak so grandly, Master Shen. I wager that not only will you fail to save Shen Lingyue, but you, yourself, will find it impossible to escape this calamity. Do you dare to take my bet? Chapter 80. The cold poison unleashed. The snow of sorrow Shen Xuanda was evidently skeptical. His sole desire was to preserve Shen Lingyue's life, for he was his eldest son, the future of the Shen family. Observing his disbelief, Shen Weixi decided not to linger, recognizing it as futile chatter. She rose from her seat, stating, "Master Shen, do you believe Zhao Suikong will protect you, or will he seek to eliminate you? Shall we wager on it?" Shen Xuanda's pupils constricted as he abruptly lifted his gaze to her, as if seeing his daughter for the first time. "What are you saying?" "I am articulating what you're already aware of, Master Shen. Within a fortnight, should you find yourself in dire straits, I invite you to seek my assistance." A smile played at the corners of Shen Weixi's lips. "At that juncture, the value of your life will depend on your actions. I require knowledge of events from 20 years past. You may take this time to quietly reflect." With that, she turned and departed without a hint of hesitation. Shen Xuanda's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed at the closed door, his hands clenched into fists beneath his sleeves. How much did she truly know? On the way back, Jitong could no longer contain herself. "Miss, why do you suspect Zhao Suikong intends to harm Master Shen?" Shen Weixi chuckled softly. "Chen Chuan and his associates have captured individuals. If my conjectures hold true, Wei Zhuangxian will undoubtedly be implicated, and, as her husband, Shen Xuanda cannot escape culpability. The matter of harboring a witch doctor from the Wing Nation is both serious and trivial, yet it serves as a potent weapon against the Crown Prince. Moreover, should it indeed involve the undercurrents of treachery, the Shen family could easily be branded as rebels. As a prominent figure within the Crown Prince's faction, Shen Xuanda likely possesses many confidential secrets. If he cannot withstand interrogation, it is only with his demise that Zhao Suikong will find peace. But miss in the public eye, you are also a member of the Shen family. Could this not affect you? If the entanglement is profound, even if the Crown Prince were to protect you, your future would remain fraught with difficulty. And what of the young master? He cannot remain undisclosed indefinitely." Shen Weixi stared blankly at her hands for a moment before replying. "Jitong, do you truly believe I am Shen Xuanda's biological daughter?" "Huh?" Jitong was taken aback. Upon returning to Jinhua courtyard, Shen Weixi had just alighted from the carriage when she spotted Chen Chuan rushing out in a state of agitation. "Chen Chuan, where are you headed?" "Miss Shen, you have finally returned. The prince is in trouble." Shen Weixi's expression shifted alarmingly. "What has happened to him?" "The prince has been poisoned and is currently in his chamber." "Let us go and see." Shen Weixi, disregarding her appearance, lifted her skirt and ran. During this period, she had managed to control the cold poison quite well. So why had it flared up again? Upon entering the room, the chill enveloped her, despite several braziers being present. "Miss Shen, please check on His Highness," she urged, stepping aside with a grave expression. At that moment, Su Mingqing's eyelashes were frosted, his complexion as pale as parchment, and his lips tinged with blue. Shen Weixi sat at the bedside, placing her hand on his forehead, which felt cold as ice. "Where's his medicine?" Chen Chuan had administered a pill earlier, but its effect was negligible. Shen Yi, feeling anxious, blamed himself for the day's events. If anything were to happen to His Highness, he would bear the weight of that guilt for eternity. "Jitong, quickly bring me my medicine box." "Understood." Shen Weixi began to massage the acupoints on Su Mingqing's body, each touch feeling like it was against a block of ice. "Shen Yi, tell me what happened today." Shen Yi lowered his head, his tone filled with remorse. "After capturing that witch doctor, we discovered numerous items in his house. Among them was a small wooden box containing an unknown herb, so peculiar that I brought it to His Highness. Little did I expect, upon opening it, his complexion turned pale, and then the cold poison struck." "Miss, the medicine box has arrived." Shen Weixi took the box from Jitong and retrieved silver needles. "Bring the lit candles here." The others held their breath as they watched Shen Weixi insert needle after needle into Su Mingqing. Once all the needles were in place, she let out a sigh of relief. To her surprise, she was sweating profusely in the biting winter cold. Wiping her forehead casually, she turned to the desk and began to write a prescription. Soon, she handed the prescription to Chen Chuan. "Hurry and prepare the medicine, then bring it back." "Yes." Chen Chuan left in haste with the prescription. At this moment, Shen Weixi approached the bedside, observing the bluish tinge on his lips gradually fading. The fine frost on his eyelashes melting without recondensing, allowing her to relax slightly. She removed the silver needles from Su Mingqing's body and placed several hot water bottles that Jiang Zhu had brought under the quilt. Tucking in the corners of the blanket, Shen Weixi turned to Shen Yi, who bore a look of guilt. "Bring me that herb you mentioned." Shen Yi snapped back to reality. "I dare not bring it in, fearing it would affect His Highness. It is in my room. I shall fetch it immediately." Shen Weixi nodded, and after he left, she turned back to the feeble figure on the bed, her heart aching. She bent down, pressing her face against his forehead, feeling the dangerously low temperature, her eyes reddening. "It is my inadequacy. Despite claiming to have read through the toxicology texts of Liang Kingdom, I cannot find a shred of information on an antidote. The cold poison. It appears that a journey to Igua is imperative. Yet, given the current circumstances, it is not feasible to leave at this moment. Moreover, I must go myself. Su Mingqing would undoubtedly refuse. What should I do?" Lifting her head, her hand gently caressed his face, yearning to provide warmth. "Miss Shun, the items have arrived." Shen Yi stood at the door, holding a wooden box, hesitant to enter. It was this very item that had brought the poison upon His Highness. Had it not been for Miss Shun today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Shen Weixi rose and approached the door, retrieving a box and opening it. A peculiar plant with petals of half blood red and half translucent appeared before her. Her pupils trembled, and a name escaped her lips, Xu Shang. Shen Yi gazed at her with anxiety, inquiring, "Miss Shun, what is Xu Shang?" "It is an extraordinary herb that thrives at the intersection of volcanoes and glaciers, flourishing in such dire circumstances. When it blooms, its petals are half blazing flame and half frosty crystal, creating a striking contrast of fiery red and snow-like transparency." Shen Weixi furrowed her brow. Its beauty and name were enchanting, and it is a prized remedy, particularly effective for internal injuries, capable of reviving even a shattered dantian. However, this rare herb is lethal to those afflicted by cold poison. The mere scent it exudes can trigger an immediate toxic reaction. Why has it appeared in the capital? Coincidentally, in the possession of that witch doctor? A chill enveloped Shen Weixi's countenance. She knew without a doubt that this herb was intended for Su Mingqing. Yet previously, Su Mingqing had suspected that the cold poison was linked to the maternal family of Consort Ji. Shen Weixi intended to inquire with Shen Yi if that witch doctor had mentioned anything, but at that moment, Chun Chuan arrived with the medicine. "Miss," he said, holding the medication and looking at her questioningly. "Never mind. We can discuss the rest later. Su Mingqing is of utmost importance now." Chapter 81. The witch Dr. Feng, Shen Weixi took the medicine and returned to the bedside. Shen Yi gazed down at the wooden box in his hands, his expression somewhat troubled. "Shen Yi," Chun Chuan said, patting his shoulder, "you acted without intention. Do not be too hard on yourself. We shall address everything once our master awakens." Shen Yi nodded slightly, feeling the presence of the person beside him, instinctively resting his head on her shoulder. His gaze lost in the dim courtyard. The two waited silently at the door. Before long, Shen Weixi emerged with an empty bowl. "You both should rest now. Take away the braziers from the room. I will watch over His Highness tonight." Shen Yi straightened, lifting the wooden box. "Miss, what shall we do with this?" "Place it in the study," she replied. She needed to contemplate how to mitigate its effects on Su Mingqing's cold poison. Otherwise, should they encounter it again, it would be dire if she were delayed in her arrival. Although Xu Shang is rarely seen, what if, after Chen Chuan and Shen Yi departed, Shen Weixi dined alone in her chamber? After washing up, she climbed directly into bed. The quilt was warmed by several hot water bottles, and Su Mingqing's body temperature no longer felt as frigid as before. Resting her head against his shoulder, she wrapped her arms around his waist, yawned twice, and gradually drifted into slumber. The night sky was pitch black, and gentle snowflakes began to fall. In the middle of the night, Su Mingqing awakened from the heat. He opened his eyes and felt the weight in his arms. Without a doubt, his Weixi was clinging to him like a great spider. "So warm," he murmured, cautiously lifting one hand to remove the hot water bottle beside him. He kicked away the one at his feet. Instantly, he felt much more at ease and gently turned to embrace her in his arms. Amidst the faint glow, his gaze fell upon her cascading hair, and memories of the day surged forth. The cold poison had struck him again, this time with unprecedented severity. Now, awakening in tranquility was undoubtedly due to the presence of the one in his arms who had rescued him once more. He lowered his head and gently placed a kiss atop her head, allowing his thoughts to gradually untangle. The sights he had encountered during the day were evidently directed towards him. To his astonishment, the stronghold he had recently raided turned out to be a lair of the shadowy tide within the capital. Doubts began to seep into his mind. Was the cold poison inflicted by the maternal family of the favored consort Ji, or was it the work of the shadowy tide? Perhaps there existed a connection between the two, implicating the lineage of the first prince of consort Ji in the shadowy tide. Yet, there was no evidence to substantiate such claims. All those apprehended had bitten down on the poison concealed within their teeth, leading to their demise. Only the shaman remained alive. It seemed as though everything had returned to the beginning. Su Mingqing quietly held the one in his embrace, not dwelling on his thoughts for long. He soon cleared his mind and closed his eyes to drift into slumber. Outside, the snow fell increasingly heavy, quickly blanketing the ground in a thick layer. Shen Weixi awoke, suffocated by a sense of breathlessness. She felt as though she could not draw in air, her tongue growing heavy. She pinched the person beside her, finally seizing the opportunity to breathe. "Oh, what a disturbance to my peaceful slumber. You must be feeling particularly mischievous." The cold poison had just been subdued. It began to stir once more. Observing her wide eyes, Su Mingqing chuckled softly, his fingers gently brushing against her flushed cheek. His voice deep and languid. "It is not mischief I crave, but rather a longing for your heart." Shen Weixi felt a twinge of irritation at his shameless demeanor. Since he had discovered a new world, his audacity had only grown, and the innocence of the past prince had long since vanished. Yet, she was still not fully awake and wished to ignore him. As she attempted to push him away, he seized her wrist and pinned it beside her head. Su Mingqing's gaze darkened as he leaned closer, whispering playfully in her ear, "Do not sleep. Let us engage in something amusing, shall we?" His warm breath brushed against her earlobe, sending a tingling sensation cascading down her neck. Shen Weixi ground her teeth in frustration. He always knew how to tease her, but never truly pursued her. "Aren't you meant to attend court today? You're already late. Today is a day of rest. I shall spend it with you. Then let me sleep a while longer." Shen Weixi shifted slightly. "You are too heavy. Move aside." In response, Su Mingqing rolled over, positioning her atop him. "Now you are the one pressing down on me. I shall not complain of your weight." Shen Weixi propped herself up, glaring at his smiling eyes. "Dare you say that again? I will bite you." "Oh, what a delightful sight," he remarked, noting the shift in her demeanor. Shen Weixi looked down, only to find her garments loosened by the movement, exposing her fully as she lay prone. With one hand, she gathered her clothing, rolling her eyes in exasperation. "Very well. You may only look, but do not provoke me further. The cold poison has just settled, and you would only bring discomfort upon yourself." With that, Shen Weixi rose decisively from the bed. Su Mingqing turned to his side, propping his head on his hand, quietly observing her as she changed her attire. "Are you not getting up yet?" Shen Weixi shot him a glance. "Did you not mention capturing that shaman? I wish to see him." Su Mingqing could only lift the quilt and rise, dressing himself as he spoke. "The snowfall outside the city was quite substantial last night. Are you certain you wish to go and see it today?" Shen Weixi nodded, replying, "Let us indeed go and take a look. I have some inquiries to make." The two tidied themselves up, had a simple breakfast, and then exited the city gates. This time, the sorcerer was not confined to a basement, but rather found himself locked in a room. After all, he was an elderly man, lacking martial prowess. Confining him to a basement might lead to his swift demise. Upon their arrival, Shen Weixi and her companion could hear him inside, banging on the door and wailing. "Do you realize how much time you're wasting by keeping me here? My concoction is nearly complete, yet you have interrupted me. This is utterly unforgivable." The vigor in his voice suggested he was far from feeling like a prisoner. Shen Weixi couldn't help but twitch her lips. It appeared he was a fervent researcher, undeterred by the unfamiliarity of his captors, fixated on the potion he was preparing. "Silence." Chen Chuan approached and swung the door open. casting a cold glare at the old man. Or, I shall have your tongue severed. The old man promptly closed his mouth, sensing the seriousness of the threat. Shen Weixi sauntered inside, with Su Mingqing closely trailing her every step. As the old man observed the calm demeanor of the two, he realized they were the ones truly in charge. He cautiously inquired, "Why have you brought me here? Do you desire the poison as well?" "As well?" Shen Weixi narrowed her eyes, contemplating the implication that someone else had previously captured him for the purpose of concocting poison. "What is your name?" The old man suddenly became wary. "Why should I tell you? Answer my lady's question properly," Chun Chuan threatened, "or I shall have your hands cut off." The old man felt utterly frustrated. How could he conduct his beloved research without hands? Reluctantly, he confessed, "I am called Feng Chunxing." Shen Weixi regarded him thoughtfully. After a prolonged silence, her eyes sparkled with mischief as she donned a smile reminiscent of the cunning wolf. "Would you like to continue your research on poisons? If you answer my questions sincerely, I can arrange a laboratory for you, stocked with various herbs and materials for your experiments. Is that true?" Feng Chunxing's eyes brightened as he stepped forward eagerly. Had it not been for Chun Chuan's watchful presence, he might have approached her to confirm. Shen Weixi understood him all too well. He was akin to modern-day researchers, unable to resist such generous offers. "Indeed," she affirmed, "you may reside here without worry for food or clothing, and I can procure any herbs you desire, provided you speak the truth and follow my directives." "Absolutely, I agree," Feng Chunxing exclaimed, delighted by such unexpected fortune. Unlimited access to herbs, plus room and board, it was better than the treatment he had received from his previous captors. His sole passion lay in the art of poison making, particularly the challenge of crafting complex toxins. As long as he was granted the materials he sought and was not disturbed in his research, he was amenable to any terms. Shen Weixi shifted into a more comfortable position and inquired, "You mentioned you were concocting a potion. What sort of potion were you preparing?" Upon mentioning this, Feng Chunxing became even more animated. "I have discovered a peculiar poison, the likes of which I have only encountered in my many years of existence. When it takes effect, vibrant red flowers bloom upon the skin. I am curious to know which genius concocted such a venom. Should the opportunity arise, I would certainly like to make their acquaintance. At present, I am in the midst of researching an antidote, yet you have apprehended me halfway through my work," he lamented, his visage revealing a trace of displeasure at the interruption. Shen Weixi narrowed her eyes and sat up straight, regarding him intently. "How did you come to know of this poison?" "Ah, a fool named Wei Zhuangxian was poisoned and sought my assistance in crafting an antidote. That imbecile always overestimates himself, and he has obtained countless valuable items from me. Not once has he delivered the promised medicinal materials. Truly a treacherous woman." Feng Chunxing's irritation was palpable, his white beard trembling with indignation. Shen Weixi smirked inwardly, realizing that Wei Zhuangxian was indeed connected to these affairs. "Young lady, I wish to continue my research on the antidote. Could you possibly retrieve the items from my room?" Feng Chunxing cautiously probed, for those belongings represented his life's work. Shen Weixi nodded in acquiescence. "Very well, but how is it that you, a shaman from the Winged Kingdom, find yourself in the capital of the Liang Kingdom?" "I was previously stationed at the border when suddenly I was approached by individuals proposing a trade. They would supply the medicinal materials, and I would provide both the poison and the antidote. I found the arrangement quite agreeable and thus consented. After all, the art of poison making can be practiced anywhere. Merely a change of scenery," he replied. "Moreover, certain fools from the Winged Kingdom claimed my poisons were too malicious for a shaman, leading to my expulsion. It is quite laughable, is it not? Is there any poison that is not harmful? Do you know who these individuals are?" Shen Weixi inquired. "I do not concern myself with their identities, as long as they provide what I desire. It matters not to me," he answered nonchalantly. "So you came to the capital without even knowing who they were?" Shen Weixi's eyelids flickered, her gaze fixed on him, realizing he was rather dim-witted. "And how do you know Wei Zhuangxian?" she pressed. "She frequently seeks me out for poison, yet never supplies me with the necessary materials. That wretched woman is a parasite." Feng Chunxing's frustration was evident, his teeth gritted, his beard quivering. "Do you recognize a man in his 40s or 50s with a prominent black mole on his chin?" she asked, Indeed, it was he who initially approached me. Bringing Wei Zhuangxian along, he confirmed. Shen Wei, she turned her gaze towards Su Mingqing, who nodded in understanding and signaled to Chen Chuan. Chen Chuan silently complied and exited the room. When may I resume my work on the antidote? Feng Chunxing implored, his eyes wide with anticipation. Do not rush. I have yet to finish my inquiries. Shen Wei, she continued. Are you familiar with the cold poison? Upon hearing this, Feng Chunxing's expression shifted dramatically. You know of the cold poison? Impossible. His brow furrowed as he scrutinized Shen Weixi, incredulous. How could you possibly know of such a toxin? Shen Wei, she observed his reaction, deliberately stating, not only do I know of the cold poison, but I'm also aware of the drunken heart. Feng Chunxing's eyes widened in shock. Who are you? Do you also possess knowledge of poisons? The cold poison is a secret elixir of the Winged Kingdom, derived from the royal family. Outsiders cannot possibly be aware of it. As for the drunken heart, it emerged abruptly over 40 years ago, with only a handful in the Winged Kingdom being privy to its existence. How could you know of such things? Could it be that this young lady hails from the royal lineage of the Winged Kingdom? It is inconceivable that a member of the royal family could be in the kingdom of Liang. Suddenly, he recalled the snow-laden herb, Shuili Shang, that had been delivered to him earlier. Was that not a remedy induced by the cold poison? Feng Chunxing felt a surge of agitation. He merely wished to study poisons in tranquility, without being entangled in such chaotic affairs. Do not concern yourself with how I know. Shen Weixi fixed her gaze upon him. Do you know how to resolve the cold poison? Have you been afflicted by it? Feng Chunxing instinctively inquired, a glimmer of schadenfreude in his eyes. This poison is notoriously difficult to alleviate. Shen Weixi regarded him coldly. Do you know, or do you not? I do not. Feng Chunxing admitted bluntly, shaking his head. This toxin can only be resolved by the royal family of Igua. The poison originates from them, and the most crucial antidote is likely in the hands of their emperor. How could a mere shaman like myself possibly resolve a royal secret remedy? Upon hearing this, disappointment flooded Shen Weixi's eyes, and she restrained herself from glancing at the person beside her. Su Mingqing, standing nearby, lowered his gaze to conceal the intensity of his emotions. How could the poison of the Igua royal family surface in the kingdom of Liang? It seemed someone was betraying from within, and having lived long enough, they had begun to court disaster. Shen Weixi scrutinized him, sending a shiver down Feng Chunxing's spine. I truly do not know how to counteract this poison. Moreover, such a drug could not possibly be found externally. I have not even had the opportunity to study it. To continue his tranquil research into concocting poisons was no simple task for him. After all, Zue Xin, do you know how to create and neutralize this poison? I do not. Shen Weixi regarded him as though he were of no worth. What is with that look? Feng Chunxing bristled. As for Zue Xin, let me tell you, even the one who created this poison could not produce an antidote. It was said that this person had used the poison to kill their beloved, living a lifetime in anguish, persistently striving to discover a remedy. Alas, creating poisons is easy, but neutralizing them is a daunting challenge. Very well, I shall expedite arrangements for them to prepare a pharmacy for you, Shen Weixi declared, but then cautioned. However, you are forbidden from leaving this estate. Should you die, do not hold me accountable. Understood. Feng Chunxing nodded fervently. As long as the necessary resources were at hand, he had no desire to depart. The two rose and exited the room. After walking for a while, Su Mingqing suddenly spoke. Weixi, do you believe what he said is truthful? I believe it likely is. Shen Weixi nodded. Have someone investigate this matter at the border, specifically in Kongzhou. Su Mingqing paused. Very well. Huayan, do not worry excessively. Shen Weixi halted, lifting her gaze to meet his. As long as we know there is an antidote for the cold poison, it is merely Igua after all. We shall discreetly seek it out. I refuse to believe we cannot find a remedy. Su Mingqing offered a subtle smile. Indeed, we shall surely find a way to resolve it. For the sake of future generations, and for her, this poison must be cured. Chapter 83. Wei Zhuangxian enters the prison following the arrests of Shen Xuanda and Shen Lingwei. Wei Zhuangxian was also apprehended by the Imperial Guard. A flurry of speculation swept through the capital as the populace wondered about the reasons behind her capture. The involvement of the Imperial Guard indicated that Wei Zhuangxian's transgressions were more severe than those of Shen Lingwei, who had committed murder. Yet, what grave offense could a noble lady of the deep courtyard possibly commit? Just before her arrest, Wei Zhuangxian had received word that her brother had gone missing, and their clandestine network had been entirely dismantled. At this moment, she harbored a dreadful premonition, contemplating how to extricate herself, when unexpectedly, the Imperial Guards arrived at her door. She was taken aback, unable to comprehend how they could have located her so swiftly. It seemed implausible that they could have discovered her whereabouts. Even if those captured divulged information, they were all sworn warriors who would rather die than betray their secrets. How had the Imperial Guards come to suspect her? Despite her extreme caution over the years, rarely venturing out and even keeping her whereabouts hidden from Shen Xuanda, who only knew that she was under the protection of someone and merely speculated on the details, she was bewildered. What had gone awry? This perplexity consumed Wei Zhuangxian. Even in her confinement, she recognized that the guards operated under the Crown Prince. Could it be that vile Shen Weixi had conspired to use this opportunity to ensnare her, inadvertently triggering this unfortunate turn of events? I demand to see Shen Weixi. Wei Zhuangxian, her hair disheveled, clutched the prison bars with such intensity that her nails broke without her notice. In that moment, she was far removed from the grandeur of a general's wife. She resembled a madwoman. Unbeknownst to her, as her fury surged, her face was momentarily covered with a flurry of crimson marks that soon vanished. Upon receiving news that Wei Zhuangxian wished to meet her, Shen Weixi did not rush to respond. She decided to let her simmer, hoping to provoke a collapse of composure, making negotiations more favorable. Meanwhile, Shen Mingyao initially believed her father would soon be released upon hearing of his capture. In her eyes, her father was a man of boundless capabilities. Moreover, with Duke and Guo present in the capital, it seemed improbable that her father would remain imprisoned. For a time, Shen Xuanda had been quite favored by the Crown Prince. Yet, as Shen Mingyao waited, the news of her father's release never came. Instead, her mother was inexplicably taken by the Imperial Guards. Now truly alarmed, Shen Mingyao clutched her waist token, desperate to enter the palace to see Consort Ji. Unfortunately, Consort Ji had already declared that she was not to enter. With no other recourse, Shen Mingyao frantically sent messages to Shen Weixi, who continued to ignore her pleas. In her mounting frustration, Shen Mingyao went directly to Jinhua Courtyard, but she was clearly barred from entry. Gritting her teeth, she ran to the Duke and Gui's residence. However, Zhao Suikong and Qian Yume had just had another fierce quarrel, with the latter storming out, leaving the estate empty. Qian Yume would certainly not see her. What did it matter that the crown princess consort was in disfavor? A fallen phoenix is less than a mere chicken. She might as well check on her little pets. After 2 days, Shen Weixi felt it was time and leisurely followed Xian Yi to the prison, where she encountered the disheveled Wei Zhuangxian. Shen Weixi, Wei Zhuangxian, who had been sitting despondently in the corner, sprang to her feet upon seeing her, hurling herself against the bars with a fierce glare. Wretch, did you orchestrate this? Without cause, you incited the crown prince to have me arrested. Is there no law? Ha! Shen Weixi chuckled lightly, taking a seat on the stool brought by Xian Yi. She regarded the prisoner with a mocking gaze. Ah, this is much more pleasing to the eye. What are you laughing at, you wretched creature? Xian Yi, give her a slap. Xian Yi concentrated his energy in his palm and delivered a resounding slap towards the inside of the cell. The sound echoed loudly within the confines, lingering for a considerable time. Wei Zhuangxian's face rapidly swelled, a trace of blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She was in shock, unable to comprehend that Shen Weixi had dared to strike her. She frantically pounded against the prison bars, her eyes ablaze with fury, as if she were ready to devour someone. Shen Weixi, have you lost your mind? I am your stepmother. You show such disrespect to your elders. You will be struck by lightning. Enough, Shen Weixi replied nonchalantly. You struck me, so what? You wished to see me, did you not? If you continue to chatter, I shall take my leave. Observing her calm demeanor, Wei Zhuangxian felt her chest heave with rage, her nails digging painfully into the iron bars, snapping 2 of them in the process. She shut her eyes momentarily, forcing herself to suppress the fury within, her gaze fixed intently on Shen Weixi. Was this your doing? Regardless of our family ties, even if you enter the Eastern Palace, without the Shen family, you are nothing. Now that all the members of the Shen family are here, are you satisfied? You are digging your own grave. Shen Weixi could hardly suppress a laugh. The dynamics of this family trio were indeed amusing, full of grandiose promises. Who claims we are family? The kin of the one who murdered my mother? I want nothing to do with you. What do you mean? Wei Zhuangxian struggled to maintain her composure. Your mother truly passed away from illness, not in the manner you imagine. Weixi, do not be swayed by slander and distance yourself from your true family. Devotion, that single word shattered Wei Zhuangxian's facade, her expression shifting to one of sheer terror as she regarded the composed woman before her, her mind momentarily blank. Swallowing hard, she croaked, I do not understand what you are saying. Wei Zhuangxian, Shen Weixi gazed at her unflinchingly. Do you honestly believe you will escape this time? Do you know why you were apprehended? Wei Zhuangxian clung to a sliver of hope. Isn't this merely your vendetta for what happened 4 years ago? Shen Weixi scoffed mockingly. I possess countless methods to end your life. Why would I choose this route? It is simply to shatter your spirit, leaving you utterly devoid of support. In such a state, a person is more likely to reveal the truth in their desperation. She leaned forward slightly, her smile devilish. Wei Zhuangxian, you claim Shen Mingyao is the daughter of a treasonous mother. How can she possibly serve as the side consort to the crown prince? Wei Zhuangxian staggered, her legs buckling beneath her as she collapsed to the ground. The fear she harbored became a stark reality, magnified to an unbearable extent. No, I cannot admit to this. She crawled on her knees, grasping the iron bars. You will not tarnish my name. I know nothing of any treasonous plots. Shen Weixi raised an eyebrow. Your denial is futile. Feng Chunsheng recognizes you. Can you guess what your fate will be? And what will become of Shen Mingyao? No, do not harm Mingyao. Wei Zhuangxian screamed. I know nothing. You cannot touch her. Why would that fool Feng Chunsheng fall into Shen Mingyao's hands? She had always known that fool was a disaster. Utterly engrossed in concocting poisons, lacking common sense. Shen Weixi sighed softly. Ah, maternal love is truly profound. What do you wish for? Wei Zhuangxian pleaded. As long as you do not harm Mingyao, as long as you protect her within the palace, I shall grant you anything you desire. In that moment, Wei Zhuangxian was engulfed in despair, clinging desperately to her last thread of hope. Mingyao is the concubine of the first prince, and her future is indeed bright. She must not become entangled with the undercurrents of darkness. Absolutely not. As for Shen Xuanda, he is unable to safeguard himself, let alone protect Mingyao. Chapter 84. The events of yesteryear, had you acted sooner, there would have been no need for such desperate struggles. Shen Weixi subtly curved her lips into a smile. I can refrain from taking action against Shen Mingyao. Such a person remaining in the first prince's residence is a valuable asset. How could I act against her now when she still holds utility? However, Wei Zhuangxian, I have a condition. Very well, state it. Wei Zhuangxian fixed her gaze upon Shen Weixi. As long as you uphold your promise. At this moment, she had no alternative. As a member of the undercurrent, she was all too familiar with its rules. Death was her ultimate fate. The hidden threats in the capital had been uncovered. Likely, aside from Feng Chunsheng, all others had perished. Her time was drawing near. Even if she did not take her own life, someone would come to escort her on her final journey. The undercurrent would not overlook even the slightest potential threat. Shen Weixi observed the blossoms of red that bloomed upon Wei Zhuangxian's exposed skin, her smile widening. Wei Zhuangxian remained fixated on Shen Weixi, oblivious to her own transformation. I wish to know about the event from 20 years ago, everything you know pertaining to Su Mingqing. I can share this knowledge, but first, you must swear never to harm Mingyao, and you must devise a way to keep Mingyao uninvolved in this matter. Shen Weixi scoffed. Wei Zhuangxian, understand this. You are the one seeking my assistance now. If you continue to prattle, I shall summon Shen Mingyao to keep you company. You cannot possibly believe that at this juncture, you still hold the luxury of negotiating terms. Your dear brother is awaiting you in another cell. No, Yin ceased. Wei Zhuangxian gritted her teeth. I only know that Su Mingqing was brought back by Shen Xuanda from outside, and by the time she returned to the Shen residence, she was already over a month pregnant. Wei Zhuangxian was indeed a pawn placed in the Shen residence by the undercurrent. That so-called brother of hers was merely a figure of authority above her. Such circumstances were not rare throughout the capital or even across the entirety of the Liang kingdom. At that time, she was rescued by the old matriarch of the Shen family and became a concubine of Shen Xuanda before he embarked on his campaign. Upon Shen Xuanda's return, he brought heir Mingqing with him, and he appeared to be possessed, insisting on marrying her. heir Mingqing's origins were unclear, and let alone a suitable match. The old matriarch of the Shen family was initially opposed to the union. However, Shen Xuanda's madness escalated. He began to self-harm, rendering himself a shadow of a man. The old matriarch, driven by maternal love, reluctantly acquiesced. This marriage was arranged without any consideration for heir Mingqing's feelings. No one cared for the resistance of an orphan girl. She was confined within the Shen residence, unable to escape. In time, she was coerced into a wedding ceremony with Shen Xuanda, her belly growing day by day. Wei Zhuangxian felt envy. She knew her position should not allow for emotions. Yet she found herself drawn to Shen Xuanda. After all, even from the visage of Shen Xuanda today, one could discern the charm he possessed in his youth. She began to covertly undermine heir Mingqing at every turn. However, heir Mingqing's heart was never truly with the Shen residence or Shen Xuanda, and she narrowly avoided several traps, each time thwarted by Shen Xuanda, who began to grow wary of Wei Zhuangxian and even developed a distaste for her. Wei Zhuangxian was unwilling to accept her fate. Eventually, she came to realize that Shen Xuanda harbored unreciprocated affections for heir Mingqing, who, unbeknownst to him, had feelings for another. Ha ha! Wei Zhuangxian erupted into wild laughter, mocking Shen Xuanda for his self-deception while simultaneously devising a new strategy. As heir Mingqing's condition progressed, she found herself increasingly desperate to escape the Shen residence. Her disdain for Shen Xuanda growing to the point where she forbade him from entering the courtyard. During this period, Shen Xuanda fell into a deep despondency. His demeanor darkened, as he muttered to himself incessantly. One fateful day, Shen Xuanda returned with a physician who examined heir Mingqing and administered medication. Subsequently, heir Mingqing became unusually compliant. Her memories erased, and her dependence on Shen Xuanda intensified. Not long after the birth of Shen Weixi, tragedy struck, and she passed away. It was only later that I learned of Shen Xuanda's sinister act of administering a drug to heir Mingqing, which caused her amnesia and erratic behavior. Wei Zhuangxian raised her head, stating, "I have divulged all that I know. Do not forget the conditions you promised me." "Ha!" Shen Weixi scoffed, turning to the impassive Xuani. "Summon Lu Momo and her family to the manor. I shall pay a long-awaited visit to Lu Momo." "What do you mean, Shen Weixi?" Wei Zhuangxian sprang to her feet, attempting to confront her. "You doubt me? You wish to interrogate Lu Momo?" At that moment, she felt a prickling sensation on her skin, but dismissed it as mere irritation, attributing it to her anger. Clearly, she had forgotten the warnings given when she was administered the medicine at Huichun Pavilion. Shen Weixi raised an eyebrow, observing her intently. "If you assert that you speak the truth, why fear my inquiry of Lu Momo?" Wei Zhuangxian's expression shifted erratically, her teeth clenched in frustration. Lu Momo, who had been by her side for decades, although unaware of her true identity, had witnessed many events firsthand and certainly possessed valuable knowledge. Now, with the Shen family in disarray and its leaders imprisoned, the remaining household members were confined within the manor. In a desperate bid for survival, Lu Momo would undoubtedly divulge anything she knew. After all, she held the contracts of servitude for all in the household and was now fighting for her own life. With constraints lifted, who could predict what they might reveal? Xuani swiftly departed to apprehend Lu Momo, while he returned to guard the mistress. "His Highness has commanded that I remain by Miss Shen's side at all times." Shen Weixi turned to regard Wei Zhuangxian, whose face was flushed with rage, a mocking smile curling her lips. "Wei Zhuangxian, do you believe that your words cannot be substantiated? Hence you speak so freely? The truth mingled with falsehood is indeed a potent deception." "I have already spoken the truth," Wei Zhuangxian asserted, her nails digging painfully into her palms as she forced herself to regain composure. "That is all I know." She doubted Shen Xuanda would reveal the truth. He had never accepted that Su Mingqing did not love him, even after 20 years. Shen Weixi rose, taking a few steps forward. The drug, it originated from your hand, did it not? Or rather, it found its way into Shen Xuanda's possession through you? Wei Zhuangxian's pupils dilated in shock, her body trembling involuntarily as she stared at Shen Weixi, her mouth opening in disbelief, yet no words emerged. Do you wonder how I know? Shen Weixi tapped her chin thoughtfully, her expression revealing a hint of realization. Your reaction confirms my suspicions. Everyone claims that Shen Xuanda is infatuated with Su Mingqing to the point of madness. So why does he wish to eliminate her? What excuse did you employ to compel Shen Xuanda to personally administer the poison to Su Mingqing? Let me take a wild guess. Wei Zhuangxian suddenly knelt on the ground. Terror etched upon her face. This was nothing short of a demon. Mere fragments of information had allowed her to piece together a semblance of understanding. No, you are not Shen Weixi. You are certainly not Shen Weixi. Wei Zhuangxian shook her head, pressing her hands against the ground and retreating in haste. The look in her eyes as she beheld Shen Weixi was akin to encountering a ghost, filled with dread. The true Shen Weixi could never be in such a state. She resembled a monster. Chapter 85. Hypocrisy. Shen Weixi chuckled softly. Indeed, I am not Shen Weixi. I am a malevolent spirit arisen from the depths of hell, here to exact revenge upon you. Surprised, are you? Wei Zhuangxian clutched the straw on the ground tightly, her body rigid as if carved from stone. Speak. Where did the poison Zhexian come from? According to Feng Chunsheng's earlier assertions, this toxin is rare in the kingdom of Yi, who then silently transported it from Yi to the kingdom of Liang, arriving in the capital. Wei Zhuangxian shook her head frantically. I do not know its origin. I am merely tasked with executing orders, forcing Su Mingqing to ingest the poison. I truly do not know where it came from. It was because Su Mingqing did not love him. At that moment, Shen Xuanda was engulfed in madness, and I told him there existed a drug that could make one forget past affections and fall in love anew. At that time, Shen Xuanda clung to this notion like a lifeline, consenting without a second thought. As for the source of the drug, she genuinely had no idea. Her dear brother only instructed her to remain silent and carry out her duties, never daring to inquire further. According to protocol, she should have taken her own life the moment she was exposed. Yet she could not let go. What would become of her only daughter, Mingyao? The entire Shen household could not escape. Shen Xuanda would not expend energy on his daughter. Mingyao was all she had left. Fortunately, her Mingyao remained oblivious to everything. She hoped that, considering her years of service, they would refrain from harming her daughter. Aware that all hope was futile, she still clung to the fantasy that perhaps Shen Weixi could protect her child. Later, when Shen Xuanda discovered he had been deceived, he nearly choked the life from her. But by that point, the Shen household had already become embroiled. Once exposed, it would be a crime punishable by the annihilation of 9 clans. This matter must remain concealed. Hence, she had felt a sense of invulnerability over the years, for she knew Shen Xuanda would not dare to act against her. In this moment, Wei Zhuangxian's greatest regret was not having taken the opportunity to eliminate Shen Weixi, who was confined in the backyard, while Shen Xuanda was distracted. If she had disregarded Shen Xuanda then, would it have prevented everything from reaching this critical juncture? Shen Weixi remained unaware of her inner turmoil, but had gleaned some insight into the affairs of the Shen household. No wonder Aunt Mei spoke of Shen Xuanda having leverage over Wei Zhuangxian. He had married a stepwife who was but a pawn in the undercurrents, no matter the circumstances. Shen Xuanda could not escape his entanglement. Moreover, he had since become somewhat involved, rendering him even more hesitant to act. Suddenly, Shen Weixi contemplated another matter. What role did the old matriarch of the Shen family play in this affair? Wei Zhuangxian was taken aback, astonished that she could discern even this. She could hardly believe that it was the elderly matriarch of the Shen family who had initiated the conversation. Beneath her facade of kindness lay a hypocritical and selfish nature. When Su Mingqing sought the old lady's permission to leave upon their marriage, she was, of course, met with refusal, as her son was utterly infatuated. Later, when Su Mingqing was nearly 7 months pregnant, it presented an opportune moment for escape while Shen Xuanda and I were out seeking a physician. Initially, Anai Mengxin succeeded in her endeavor. She had already left the city, yet the old lady kept a vigilant watch, ultimately having her apprehended. It was during this incident that Anai Mengxin was forced to consume the potion of despair. Subsequently, she withered like a dying flower, her vitality fading rapidly. Meanwhile, Shen Weixi became increasingly deranged. It seemed the old lady's conscience had stirred, leading her to regret her actions. At this point, Wei Zhuangxian could only sneer at the hypocrisy. There was no one more duplicitous than the old matriarch. It was only after Anai Mengxin's demise and witnessing her son's wretched state that the old lady began to engage in fasting and prayers, eventually retreating to the Jingxi monastery. How ironic! Had she turned a blind eye and allowed Anai Mengxin to leave, the tragedy would have been averted. Shen Weixi fell silent for a moment before rising and walking toward the door. As she reached the threshold, she suddenly turned to Wei Zhuangxian. Were the assassins we encountered on the way back from Qingyun Temple in your employ? Wei Zhuangxian hesitated, lowering her head in silence. Shen Weixi understood. It seemed the answer was affirmative. She returned to the Jinhuayuan in a carriage, her mind troubled throughout the journey. Despite all the machinations, Wei Zhuangxian was not privy to much, and now only Shen Weixi remained. But how could she manipulate the situation? Shen Lingyue was beyond her reach. And would Shen Weixi truly care for the younger ones? Moreover, if the Shen family were to face charges of treason, death would be inevitable for Shen Weixi. Would he still be willing to speak the truth? Anai Mengxin, who were you truly? And what connection did my crossing over have with you? What are you pondering so deeply? Hearing Su Mingqing's voice, Shen Weixi realized she had unknowingly arrived at the study. Seeing her brow furrowed, Su Mingqing took her hand and guided her to sit beside the table, pouring her a cup of hot tea. Drink some tea to calm your mind. Shen Weixi obediently sipped her tea, resting her chin on her hand, gazing at him in a daze. What troubles you? Su Mingqing gently tapped her forehead, inquiring if her day had been tumultuous. If I were to say it went smoothly, I would be lying. While I gathered some useful information, it was scant. I recounted everything Wei Zhuangxian had said today, along with my own speculations. Su Mingqing fell silent, astonished that his mother-in-law had met her demise at the hands of a madman. In the name of love, her entire life had been destroyed. He gazed at the fair visage of the woman beside him, shadows of darkness lurking in his eyes. Were he in her position, he might have acted rashly, yet he would never do so at the cost of her well-being. Weixi, yes. Shen Weixi turned her head, puzzled by his tone. From my investigations over the past few days, it appears that Shen Weixi does indeed have some connections with the undercurrents. However, I do not intend to disclose this information. Beyond the emperor and myself, we shall only state that he has allowed his son to commit heinous acts, and due to the severity of the situation, he will face the loss of his official position and be exiled to the borders. All those involved in the investigation are his people, and there is no chance of any information leaking. The Dark Tide has always operated under the guise of righteousness, representing a rebellious force. Shen Weixi's entanglement with them should have sealed his fate. You, Shen Weixi, gazed at him in a daze, wondering if this was for my sake. Weixi. Su Mingqing gently placed his hand over hers. If this matter were to be made public, the Shen family would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Even if it did not result in the extermination of 9 clans, they would all be exiled, and Shen Weixi, along with his direct descendants, would face execution. In such a scenario, Shen Weixi would inevitably be implicated. Even if he managed to protect her, she would still be barred from the palace, and exile would be unavoidable. The most prudent course of action would be to keep this matter concealed, exiling only Shen Weixi, which could also serve to lure the snake from its den. The Dark Tide would not allow Shen Weixi to live, making the journey of exile the opportune moment to act. Would the emperor consent? Shen Weixi felt a twinge of anxiety. She understood, well, that in a society governed by imperial power, rebellion, and any association with rebellious forces were the gravest taboos. And no monarch could tolerate such affiliations. Father has agreed, he replied. This was primarily because Shen Weixi had yet to commit any act that would harm the state, and his ties with the Dark Tide were not too deep. The other members of the Shen family were unaware of Shen Weixi's and Wei Zhuangxian's actions, which was one of the reasons for the emperor's acquiescence. Aside from his emotional biases, the emperor usually exhibited a high tolerance toward the innocent. Chapter 86. Breaking Through. Thank you, Huaiyan. Shen Weixi did not feign rejection. Maximizing benefits was paramount at this moment. You never need to thank me. Have I not mentioned this before? Su Mingqing's eyes shimmered with tenderness. Indeed, Shen Weixi nodded. As the year-end approached, I have instructed the tailor from CE to come tomorrow to take your measurements for the New Year's Eve banquet in the palace. Very well. That evening, as the two dined, Xian Yi hurried in. Your Highness, Miss Shen, we have received news from the guards at the Shen residence. Aunt Mei is unwell. Shen Weixi paused. What is wrong with her? The maidservant had been begging the military guards at the door to find a doctor for her aunt. According to the report, Aunt Mei had been confined in the back courtyard for reflection since the death of the old matriarch, during which she may have suffered torment. And now she was barely clinging to life, nothing but skin and bones. The cold spell had likely taken a toll on her frail body. Shen Weixi set down her chopsticks, her brow furrowing. Have someone fetch a doctor to see her. We must preserve her life. Given the valuable information she had previously provided, this person was worth saving. It was possible that during the old matriarch's funeral, she had come to the courtyard to seek her out and was discovered by Wei Zhuangxian's people. Given Wei Zhuangxian's malicious nature, she would undoubtedly have dealt with her ruthlessly. Understood, Xian Yi acknowledged, before bringing up another matter. Duke Anghua has just visited the prefect of Jingzhou, insisting on seeing Shen Xuanda. Shen Weixi raised an eyebrow. Zhao Suikong is so brazen? Su Mingqing's expression remained unchanged. Zhao Suikong was an old fox who left no loose ends. It was entirely normal for him to visit Shen Xuanda now, especially since he had been under Zhao Suikong's influence for so many years. With Shen Xuanda now imprisoned, his absence would only evoke coldness in the hearts of others. It was merely a performance for onlookers. Your Highness, do we need to keep an eye on them and see what they say? No need. Zhao Suikong's martial prowess is formidable. Moreover, since he dares to act so openly, he certainly will not allow anyone to seize upon his weaknesses. After Xian Yi departed, Shen Weixi once again picked up her chopsticks, selecting a piece of lotus root chicken, and then inquired, Huiyin, what do you think Zhao Suikong will say today? Perhaps he will advise Shen Xuanda to be more discerning. A useless piece on the board must inevitably be removed. In the confinement chamber of the Jingzhou Yin mansion, a modest room was disturbed as the door creaked open. The gust of wind stirred the soot and smoke from the brazier in the corner. Shen Xuanda, with parched lips, struggled to lift his eyelids and gaze at the visitor, his eyes darkening. Zhao Suikong stood at the threshold, looking down upon him with a chilling gaze. For the sake of a worthless individual, you have brought yourself to this state, truly commendable for a father. The words good father were almost forced through clenched teeth. Shen Xuanda did not flinch. He leaned against the wall, the mist of his breath blurring his vision. Zhao Suikong's voice was eerily calm, reminiscent of the stillness before storm. Wei Shi has been captured. Do you know why? Impossible. Shen Xuanda suddenly erupted with agitation. He attempted to rise, but failed repeatedly, fixing a desperate stare upon Zhao Suikong. An ominous premonition gripped his heart. Why had she been apprehended? That fool. Did I not instruct her to manage the household well and refrain from any actions during this period? Is it not clear to you someone has set a trap, targeting the Shen family? Zhao Suikong sneered. What have you and Wei Zhuangxian done? Shen Xuanda narrowed his eyes. You truly do not know? What could I possibly know? Zhao Suikong's demeanor remained unchanged. That incident was intentional on your part, was it not? Shen Xuanda hesitated, remaining silent as his mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. Wei Zhuangxian's capture. Could it be that she's been exposed? That fool, who dared to use the Qi Xian order to assassinate Shen Weixi, despite being warned not to act. Fool! At this moment, Shen Xuanda was consumed by anxiety, as if engulfed in flames. His indulgence of Shen Lingyue was anticipated. At least there was some room for maneuver. But if Wei Zhuangxian's actions were revealed, the entire Shen clan would be doomed. This wretched woman, must she bring about the annihilation of the Shen family to feel satisfied? Zhao Suikong observed his grim countenance, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Shen Xuanda, you brazenly slandered the crown prince in public, tarnishing your own legitimate daughter's reputation, resulting in your demotion and loss of military authority. Who, pray tell, are you seeking to avenge? Shen Weixi lifted his gaze, meeting Zhao Suikong's stare directly, and abruptly chuckled coldly. What more can the Duke of Ngui say that I do not comprehend? Do you not understand? At this juncture, is it still meaningful for you to feign ignorance? To escape the court for a brief period, you would even turn against your own mother. I underestimated you indeed. Shen Weixi, what is it that you fear? Zhao Suikong bent slightly, his gaze icy as he scrutinized him. Do you believe that fleeing the court will resolve matters? He straightened up and paced a few steps within the dim room. Losing your military authority will only hasten your demise. Shen Weixi, after all these years, you remain as naive as ever. Shen Weixi lowered his gaze to conceal the emotions swirling within him, leaning against the wall in silence. He realized he had miscalculated, falling victim to that foolish Wei Zhuangxian. Everything had been going smoothly, despite his disgrace in the court and the loss of his military insignia. He had meticulously planned this for many years. This opportunity was rare, and everything was flawlessly orchestrated. Additionally, with the passing of his mother and a 3-year period of mourning, many matters would likely reach resolution thereafter. Little did he expect that at such a critical juncture, Wei Zhuangxian would expose their plans. Indeed, wishing to drag the Shen family down with her. That wretched woman had plotted against him 2 decades ago and caused Mingqing's demise 17 years prior. Did she think he would obediently heed their commands with the military insignia in hand? Such a delusion. Shen Weixi clenched his jaw tightly, his eyes tinged with crimson. After years of scheming, he still could not avenge Mingqing. Zhao Suikong regarded him coldly, aware of what should and should not be said. Surely he understood the gravity of the situation. Beyond Shen Lingyue and a few others in the residence, it was likely the 2 individuals from the Eastern Alley whom he truly desired to protect. Zhao Suikong. Shen Weixi suddenly lifted his head, fixing a fierce stare upon him. What did you discover this? What do you intend to do? He had never planned to involve the crown prince, so why this urgency to threaten him? Zhao Suikong's eyes glinted with disdain. Your life, traded for their safety, consider it well. With that, he departed without hesitation. Shen Weixi stared at the door as it closed once more, his eyes welling with bloodshot fury. His fists clenched, cracking with tension. He was unwilling to accept his fate. Half of his life had been manipulated by others. He had lost his beloved, yet could not exact vengeance. This was intolerable. Why? When everything was unfolding as he had envisioned, did it all come crashing down at the precipice of success? That old fox, Zhao Suikong, had never trusted him from the beginning, always watching from the shadows. Chapter 87. A tender caress. Su Mingqing rose early to attend court. Today, Shen Weixi measured for her garments before heading to the study. Sitting behind the desk, she frowned at the snowflower potion contained within the ornate box. Subsequently, she inquired of Feng Chunsheng. This particular herb had been given to him by those with whom he had dealings, requiring it to be crafted into an essence while preserving its medicinal properties. The snowflower potion was not suitable for such a purpose, which was why Feng Chunsheng had yet to commence its preparation, pondering how to maintain its efficacy while allowing the fragrance to disperse. Clearly, someone intended to use this unique essence to trigger Su Mingqing's cold poison. Su Mingqing encountered many individuals daily, from court ladies to eunuchs and officials during morning assemblies, making it nearly impossible to trace the source. Shen Weixi pinched the bridge of her nose. The only viable solution now was to eliminate any influence the snowflower potion might have on Su Mingqing. She settled her mind and began poring over her notes, tirelessly experimenting with formulations. This endeavor occupied her throughout the morning, but fortunately, it yielded results. In her modern life, her grandfather had often remarked on her medical genius. She grasped concepts effortlessly, mastering one after another. Thus, with 4 years of intensive study at the Apothecary Valley, Shen Weixi had become a formidable force in the realm of medicine and toxins, indeed hard to rival. In the end, she made 2 preparations. The first was to craft a fragrant pouch, which would release its medicinal properties upon encountering the scent of Shui Li Sang, thereby altering its efficacy. The second was to create a jade pendant, steeped in medicinal herbs, which would similarly prevent the cold poison triggered by Shui Lisang, while also exerting a certain suppressive effect on other potential factors that might induce toxic reactions. Occasionally, Su Mingqing might forget to wear the fragrant pouch, but she intended for him to wear the jade pendant around his neck, ensuring it remained there for added safety. Having completed these tasks, Shen Weixi was about to partake in her lunch when she encountered the hurried return of Xian Yi. "Miss Shen, Wei Zhuangxian requests to see you one last time. She is now entirely ravaged, with not a single part of her body remaining intact, and it is unlikely she will survive the night." Xian Yi was aware that the poison afflicting Wei Zhuangxian had been inflicted by Shen Weixi. He had not anticipated the poison's ferocity. In just one night, she had become a wretched shadow of herself. "Do not concern yourself with her," Shen Weixi replied dismissively. "She is but a wretched soul. By the way, I have prepared 2 items for your prince to wear. They will prevent any deliberate provocations leading to the outbreak of cold poison." Xian Yi's eyes brightened. "Indeed, Miss Shen was remarkable. It is truly a blessing for His Highness to have you." For years, they had been searching for the whereabouts of Yaowang Valley, but to no avail. Now, with Shen Weixi's unparalleled medical skills, it was possible she had surpassed even the renowned valley. "Enough with the flattery. Take them," she instructed, handing the items to him before proceeding to the dining hall. In the afternoon, she remained in her study, still without any leads on the antidote for the cold poison. Su Mingqing returned to Jinhua Courtyard during the hour of Shun, bringing along Dai Dai. Mother, the little one, having missed her dearly after several days, escaped from his father's embrace and ran to Shen Weixi, wrapping his arms around her legs. "Ah, who is this?" Shen Weixi lifted him into her arms, kissing his cheek. "Is this not our adorable little Dai Dai?" "It is I, mother. I have missed you so, and I have missed my precious Dai Dai." Su Mingqing observed the tender interaction between mother and son, a helpless smile gracing his lips. As long as the little one was present, he felt like merely an ornament, utterly unnoticed by her. Once Shen Weixi had had her fill of the child, she finally turned her gaze toward him. "You returned quite early today." "Indeed." Su Mingqing instructed Mama Hua to take Dai Dai outside. The little one looked back at his mother longingly, which brought a smile to Shen Weixi's heart. "Go on, darling. The plum blossoms have bloomed in the back garden." Shen Dai Dai's eyes lit up, and without a moment's hesitation, he dashed off. One could only wonder from whom he